Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. See Circle Calendar 1510. The world-famous music capital, Allegia. In Allegia tonight, the ground cracked, the sea of fire filled the air, and destroyed buildings and charred bodies were everywhere. Port. Shanks. With heart-piercing shouts, Yuta looked at the red-haired pirates in the distance, tears blurring his vision. The red-haired group who ransacked the city sat on top of piles of treasures, with their backs to her, and toasted farewell while crying and laughing. King Gordon grabs Yuta and doesn't tell the truth. This scene was seen by a boy not far away. Is this the world of One Piece? The night the red-haired Shanks abandoned his adopted daughter Yuta, Luo Ze looked blank. Just now, he watched One Piece's latest theatrical version of the red-haired diva in the cinema, and went to the bathroom after he came out. Then, crossover. This is the capital of music, Allegia. Red-haired Shanks, adopted daughter Yuta, King Gordon, king of songs taught musique. After watching the movie, Luo Ze is too familiar with this scene. He couldn't help pinching his eyebrows. Then I realized that my hands became smaller. It was the hand of a child. Luo Ze was stunned for a moment before realizing something was wrong. He seems to have changed back to when he was a child. No wonder the height of his field of vision is wrong, and his height has become shorter, probably back to the appearance of 10 years ago, around 10 years old. A crime. Luo Ze clenched his fist and sighed. Even after time travel, it's not an inconceivable problem for the body to become smaller. Just as I was thinking about what to do next, and whether I could go back, a voice suddenly sounded in my mind. Diva Cultivation System has been activated. Host will act as a manager to squeeze the singer hard and get rich rewards. Novice task: as an ace manager, how can he not have a singer with unlimited potential? Please bind a singer and reward 10% of the sword skills in front of One Piece Gold Roger. Cheat? Luo Ze was shocked. The voice in my head is like the sound of nature. Who is Roger? One Piece. 12 years ago, the man who started the current era of great pirates. 10% of this person's swordsmanship in life can completely give him the power to protect himself. After all, this world is too dangerous. In the age of great pirates, in a world where pirates roam everywhere, life may be in danger at any time. Without a little power, is it possible to count on Marine? Just like this moment. Allegia is finished, the whole city is dead, and the locals' only King Gordon survives. Marine was late. Justice may be late, but it will never be absent. However, this sentence is the result of translation. The meaning of the original text is, justice delayed is not justice. You are late, there is a fart. Justice must be time-sensitive. Therefore, Marine is not very reliable, relying on mountains and water. It is better to rely on yourself. To bind a singer, one has to have unlimited potential. Luo Ze subconsciously set his sights on the port. Yuta, the adopted daughter of the red-haired Shanks, Paramecia singing fruit ability. As the fruit ability that appeared in the theatrical version, it is very powerful, powerful enough to be called outsider level. Able to lead others into the virtual space Yuta world by singing, Yuta is almost omnipotent in the virtual spiritual world. But if Yuta falls asleep, the ability will be disabled. So, after 12 years, in order to create a new era of eternal peace, Yuta ate the sleepless mushroom that can make people sleepless, and planned to close Yuta's world forever through sleepless death. What is Project Tsuki no Mi? Are you Uchiha Yuta? In this plan, Yuta nearly succeeded in putting 70% of the world's population to sleep. As a singer, she is undoubtedly a gift from heaven. Thinking of this, Luo Ze immediately walked towards the two of them. Shanks, why? Yuta, who was abandoned, kept crying as he watched the pirate ship gradually disappearing from sight. Yuta. Gordon pulled her, afraid that she would not be able to think about it for a while. Suddenly, footsteps came from behind. Gordon turned his head abruptly, and when he saw Luo Ze, he was both guilty and happy. Great, are there any survivors? What's your name? Luo Ze. Luo Ze shook his head. He was neither a survivor nor a native. If they had crossed over an hour earlier, they might all be dead by now, just like everyone else in the city. Why don't you tell her the truth? Luo Ze looked at the crying Yuta, not understanding what the redhead did. He can understand not telling the truth. After all, Yuta is still young, and the guilt of destroying a country will overwhelm people. But don't take it away, he doesn't understand. Not taking Yuta away caused the little girl to live alone for 10 years with Gordon, the number 2 adoptive father, on this island that was about to be isolated from the world. This is the biggest reason that led to Yuta, and finally wanted to create a Yuta world. You saw it. Gordon was stunned. I heard it. Gordon didn't know what to say. Yuta noticed the conversation between the two. She stopped crying, turned around, and looked straight at Luo Ze. What do you know? Can you tell me? What's the truth? I don't believe Shanks he would. I can tell you, but on one condition. I promise you anything. Luo Ze. Gordon opened his mouth to stop, but gave up again. He watched the heart-piercing Yuta before, and several times he had the urge to tell everything. But in the end I was timid. Sometimes it takes courage to tell the brutal truth. Luo Ze said, after you know the truth, become my singer. I will act as your manager and train you to become a world singer. Your singing voice can bring happiness to people. You are God chasing after you. Fantastic food. Hearing this, Yuta was startled, and nodded without hesitation, I promise you, please tell me. At the same time as the voice fell. Binding Diva, Yuta. Novice mission completed. Reward has been issued. At this moment, extremely complicated memories flooded into Luo Ze's mind. It seemed that in an instant, he had practiced swordsmanship for 10 years, every move, every stroke, every stroke. Starting from the simplest swing of the sword, no matter the cold or heat, day after day. The final picture was fixed on a sword technique, divine avoidance. When the self in his memory used this trick, Luo Ze staggered a few steps and fell into a coma on the spot. Luo Ze! Luo Ze! Before passing out, I heard Gordon and Yuta calling. Chapter 2. The next day, Luo Ze woke up. In his sleep, he finally digested 10% of Roger's sword skills. Fully grasp. Opening his eyes at this moment, what caught his eyes was Yuta's face and unique hair color. Light pink hair on the left, red hair on the right. Luo Ze! You finally woke up. Yuta showed a surprised expression. Raising his upper body, Luo Ze looked around the room. In the room like a castle, the decoration is very aristocratic, luxurious, and elegant. Here is Gordon's castle. Luo Ze knew that Gordon was the king of Allegia, and although the city was destroyed, part of the castle remained. What about others? He went, to dispose of the corpses in the city. Yuta was depressed. The death of all the people in a city had a strong impact on her. She tried her best to pull herself together, and looked firmly at Luo Ze. I promise you, you haven't told me the truth yet. Can you tell me now? Didn't Gordon tell you? Luo Ze got off the bed. He won't say. Then let me tell you, come with me. Luo Ze took the little follower, first found a standard knife in the castle, and then took Yuta out of the castle and came to a forest. With the knife in his right hand, he adjusted his mind, his eyes narrowed slightly, and the last sword swept across. Avoid God. This is Roger's signature fencing. At this time, Luo Ze used it in the hands of Luo Ze, and saw a flash of silver sword energy, and the dozen or so big trees in front of him were all cut off by the middle. Yuta, who followed, opened his eyes wide. Failed. Luo Ze pondered. Failed. Yuta said puzzledly, your swordsmanship is so powerful, where did you fail? I have only seen a swordsman like this who can arouse sword energy in Shanks. Shanks is Roger's crew member, and the two have the same sword skills. Roger's evasion is a black slash, and its power is much stronger. Is it because I didn't entangle Haki? Luo Ze thought in his heart. Seeing his pensive face, Yuta stepped forward and pulled his arm, and said anxiously, if you want to practice swords, can you tell me first? It starts with a score. Luo Ze said slowly. The demon king of songs from ancient times, taught musique, created by the ancient song fruit ability, was finally sealed in a sheet of music. Last night, Yuta, the singing fruit of this generation, attracted the attention of the demon king of songs because of his excellent singing voice. It quietly sent the music score that sealed itself to Yuta, and used Yuta to successfully unlock the seal. It was the red hair pirates who stopped all of this, and everyone joined forces to fight, and finally Shanks killed the demon king with a single sword. But the city was still destroyed. Can you hide this from Yuta? It would be too cruel for a young her to know the truth. Redhead asked Gordon. Gordon, who blamed himself, agreed, okay, Marine has come, and I will tell them that all this is my fault. The Redhead chose to carry everything on his own. No, it's our fault, everything is done by Shanks and red hair pirates, tell Yuta that. The red hair pirates used Yuta's singing voice to get close to the music city Allegia. The real purpose was all the treasures here. After succeeding, Shanks abandoned his adopted daughter Yuta, who was no longer useful, and brought his subordinates back with a full load. After listening, Yuta's knees gave way, and he sat on the ground weakly, his eyes glazed over. It's all my fault, it's my fault. If I hadn't pestered Shanks, he wouldn't have brought me here. If I hadn't come here, the Demon King of Songs wouldn't have been released, Allegia wouldn't have been destroyed, and Shanks wouldn't have brought me here. Won't leave me? She cried sadly. A city was destroyed because of her, and hundreds of thousands of people died overnight. The suffocating sense of guilt overwhelmed her. Don't cry, it's not your fault. Luo Ze knelt down and hugged Yuta in his arms, touched the little girl's head, and comforted him. It was the crime committed by the Demon King of Songs, and you are also a victim. What happened is irreparable. After a pause, he continued, your singing voice can bring joy to others. You want to become a world singer and bring beautiful music to everyone. It doesn't seem to work. Luo Ze found that the skirt of his chest was wet, so he changed his story. Aren't you mad that Shanks didn't tell you the truth and left you in a place like this? If I were him, I would definitely not abandon you. It was Zeke Totma who was wrong, not my daughter. I'll take Yuta. It worked. Yuta touched his tears, his eyes recovered a little. Luo Ze. Shanks, this rotten man, I'll take you to beat him up. Don't talk nonsense, how could you beat Shanks? My father is very strong. Yuta glared at Luo Ze, and said, why do you talk in the same way when you are about my age? The other party's few words really made her feel better. Luo Ze smiled silently and said, of course I can beat Shanks, sooner or later. Liar. Whether you can beat your father or not depends on you, little diva. If you work hard, maybe I can sit on the void throne, and I will have to bow down to me. Luo Ze turned on the system, and sure enough, the content has been updated. Do you want to extract new scores from the music library? What's the trick this time? He silently chose yes. Drawing in progress. Congratulations on getting the score target Pokémon Master. This song is full of childhood memories. The theme song from the anime Pokémon doesn't need sheet music at all, Luo Ze can sing it with his eyes closed. Japanese version, Hyuxia version, English version, he can do it. He is a serious graduate of the Conservatory of Music, so it's no problem to sing such a simple song. Diva Training Task. Professor Yuta target Pokémon Master, when the singing score reaches 60 points, a quasi-god level Pokeball will be randomly rewarded. Quasi-god level? A flash of joy flashed in Luo Ze's eyes. What are you in a daze for? Yuta suddenly said. Let me teach you to sing a song. It's a very cheerful song that yearns for adventure. You can sing. Talking about music, Yuta suddenly became interested. A little bit, listen up. Luo Ze brewed for a while, and opened his mouth to sing a cappella without needing a systematic score. Whatever, in fire, in water, in grass, in forest. In the cloud, in the earth, in that girl's skirt. Although, quite, hard work. But be sure to get it. Get Pokemon yeah. Farewell to Zhengzhen town. I travel with it. Win with the tricks you have honed. Let's add companions and go to the next town. It's been a long time since I sang, Luo Ze tried her best. But Yuta opened his eyes incredulously, and even hummed a few lines as he repeated the chorus. It's amazing! It's amazing! After singing, Yuta couldn't help applauding. You sing very well, and this song is also very good. Do you remember the lyrics? Try it. Don't take me for a fool, of course I remember such a simple lyrics. Yuta cleared his throat and sang quickly. There is no stave, just listen to it once, and I learned it. Luo Ze felt that it was outrageous. He really was a genius who was chased by God to feed him. He immediately turned on the system. Singer, Yuta. Singing score, 66. Mission completed. Congratulations on getting a quasi-god level Pokeball, Quick Dragon. Chapter 3. Singing makes Yuta forget the sadness. After the song was over, Yuta immediately followed up and asked, How is it? How is it, Z's? Z. Z's? The corners of Luo Ze's eyes twitched. The last time he heard this name was from his first love girlfriend. It was the past high school life. 66 points. 66? The full score is 70, right? Of course the full score is 100. You are still far behind. Luo Ze said angrily, however, the first time I can sing without accompaniment to 66 points, it is already very good. Why are you so old-fashioned? Z's, you are so interesting. Yuta couldn't help but chuckle. Luo Ze. Uncle Shu, I am already in my 20s. If I get married earlier, I can be your father. Speaking of which, Shanks is only 27 years old now, the same as he was before time travel. Hey? What is this? Suddenly, Yuta noticed a red and white ball in his hand. This is called an elf ball. Come out, Kui Long. Luo Ze pressed the button of the Pokeball, and it was originally the size of a chestnut, and it quickly expanded to the size of an apple. Click! A red light was ejected from the elf ball, and a huge monster with a height of more than 2 meters 5 appeared in front of the two of them. Strange, monster! Yuta was taken aback, and immediately hid behind Luo Ze, sticking out a small head, looking at Kui Long with fear and curiosity. It's called Kui Long, a kind of, a wonderful creature. You can understand it as an animal that has wisdom and ate devil fruit? In short, it has incredible abilities. Kui Long lowered his head, rubbed Luo Ze's hand affectionately, and let out a cry. Luo Ze smiled and touched Kui Long's head. Don't look at its fat body, but its speed is very fast, and it can fly around the planet for a week in 16 hours. Simple math problems. The circumference of the Earth is more than 40,000 kilometers, and it takes 16 hours, which means that the normal flight speed of Kui Long can reach Mach 2 or more. However, this is Pirate World, how big it is, I really don't know. It's amazing, can we sit on it and leave this island? Yuta's eyes sparkled, and he immediately thought of leaving, but after speaking, his eyes dimmed. As for the little girl's thoughts, Luo Ze could easily guess. I was happy to be able to leave, but I felt that my existence would kill the whole city of Allegia, and I felt pain because of this, and felt that I had no right to leave. Of course, but it's not appropriate to leave like this. Luo Ze said, although that incident was not your fault, we should rebuild this country and restore the music capital to its former glory. Also, you promised me that to become my singer, you just have talent, without systematic learning is not enough. Rebuild Allegia. Yuta was stunned, and then burst out with strong interest. She grabbed Luo Ze's hand and said excitedly, "You are right, Z's, you are so smart. Let's rebuild this city. There is somewhat a sense of redemption in it." In short, Yuta now desperately wants to change this hellish island. Gordon is a very good teacher. He can teach you the knowledge of music theory. Your singing voice is bestowed by God, but if you don't learn the scientific way of vocalizing, it will cause damage to your throat. Luo Ze nodded and said, "As your manager, I will help you arrange your daily study plan." Yes, Mr. Manager, I will listen to you. Let's start rebuilding soon." Yuta cheered up, full of energy. "Go to Gordon first, this plan needs his strength." Luo Ze rode on Kui Long's back and reached out to Yuta, "Come on. Is it really okay? It won't bite, right? What if it falls?" Despite speaking scary words, Yuta was physically honest. After the two sat down, Kui Long's wings shook and he flew up immediately. Yuta, who experienced flying for the first time, tightly hugged Luo Ze's neck from behind, excited like a 9-year-old girl. "Wow, it's amazing! We're flying! Too tight, are you going to strangle me?" Noon. Gordon's castle, restaurant. "You want to rebuild the country?" Hearing the plans of the two children, King Gordon was stunned. "How ambitious! Don't you know how difficult it is to build a country? Just childish gibberish?" "Yes, I want to rebuild Allegia with Z's." Yuta said firmly, "Mr. Gordon, will you help us? You know everything." Gordon's expression was complicated. Yuta nods. "I'm sorry." Gordon sighed, "I don't have the courage to tell you, but Luo Ze is very brave. No need to apologize, it's me who should say sorry." Yuta clenched his small fists, "Will you support us?" "Yuta, Luo Ze, it is very difficult to rebuild a country. It requires astronomical amounts of money and attracts people to settle here. Do you think?" Hearing this, Luo Ze thought for a while and said, "First of all, the most important point is that Yuta needs to become the most popular singer. We can hold concerts here regularly and attract fans from all over the world. To harvest fans' money, to rebuild the country." After a pause, he laughed again, with Yuta's singing voice, "Fans are like leeks, they can't be harvested. But no one will come to this island now, and the marine will not take care of it. To the outside world, Allegia has disappeared from the map. No matter how beautiful Yuta's singing is, there is no audience." Gordon said in a heavy tone. "So, I have a live broadcast plan. Yuta can learn and grow while singing live, accumulating fans, and when there are enough fans, he can hold a concert." Luo Ze said. "That would require a set of video phone bugs, very expensive." "I see, although Shanks took all of Allegia's wealth, there should be some valuables left in the castle." Gordon pondered for a moment, then got up and said, "I'll look for it, Luo Ze, you sold them, go buy a set of equipment. No matter what, I support you." After speaking, he left the restaurant. Yuta was full of surprise. "Z's, you are awesome. Planned actions don't require her to think too much, she just needs to study and sing. Do you think I think that the system rewards are too tempting?" Luo Ze turned on the system silently. Diva training task. How can a singer without fans be called a singer? Find a way to increase Yuta's fans. When the number of fans reaches 100, reward 10% of the sword skills in front of One Piece Gold Roger. Obviously, this reward is cumulative. In other words, as long as there are 8 more missions like this, he will be Roger Ben Luo. Chapter 4. A week later, the 3 of Luo Ze carried out a preliminary cleaning of the corpses on the island. With the help of Kuai Long, the cleaning speed was very fast. Cleaning up the corpses during the day, Yuta needs to learn music knowledge at night, and Gordon is responsible for teaching her. And Luo Ze will go to practice, running to the forest alone to practice swordsmanship. 7 days passed like this. At noon on this day, after lunch, Gordon handed over a large package to Luo Ze. Here are some things I sorted out in the castle. They should be worth some money. I'll leave them to you now. Luo Ze opened the package, and there were some musical instruments inside. Mainly some wind instruments and stringed instruments. It doesn't look cheap. I'm leaving. Luo Ze tied the package again, hung it around Kui Long's neck, and sat on it. Slightly flapping its wings, Kui Long carried him and flew away from the castle. Wait! Yuta ran out in a hurry, raised his head and shouted, "Ziz, will you come back?" Luo Ze looked back at little Lolita. "Don't worry, I'll be back tomorrow, study hard and don't be lazy. You must not abandon me." Yuta, who had been abandoned once, was very scared now. "Won't leave you behind, and I'm not that badass Shanks." "I won't let you say that Shanks," Yuta said with a smile. "Goodbye, then." Kui Long took Luo Ze with him and disappeared into the sky in an instant. Kui Long is very fast, much faster than modern airliners on Earth. It didn't take long for Allegia to turn into a small dot. Got to a pawn shop first and trade those instruments for pellets and then buy some phone bugs. Flying at an altitude of 2,000 meters, Luo Ze thought about where to buy the right one. Phone bugs are expensive. Although it seems to be very common in anime, but after actually asking Gordon, I found out that this thing is very expensive. Ordinary civilians will not buy it at all, and the channels for civilians to obtain information are more newspapers. Moreover, what Luo Ze needs is not a phone bug for general communication, but a video phone bug, which is a complete set of equipment. I don't know if the money is enough. While thinking, the fast dragon under his feet suddenly called out to him. "What's wrong?" Luo Ze looked in the direction of Kui Long's cry. "I saw a huge green dragon looming in the clouds, and seemed to have noticed them, and the head of the green dragon poked out from the clouds. Wonderful creature, wonderful little ghost." Qing Long uttered words and chased after him. "That's the 4 emperors, no, the 3 emperors Kaido." Luo Ze raised his eyebrows unexpectedly. "New World is so big, can you meet the pirate emperor everywhere you go?" After One Piece King Roger opened the era of great pirates, the chaotic New World went through 12 years of disputes, and finally the 3 great pirate forces emerged. The world's strongest man Whitebeard Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard pirates led by him. The world's strongest creature Kaido of the Beasts, the Beasts pirates led by them. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, the Big Mom pirates. These 3 people, relying on their own powerful force, each ruled a piece of sea area in New World. As for the 4 emperors that Luo Ze is familiar with, the 4th pirate emperor, the red-haired Shanks, is estimated to have a bounty of just over 1 billion. It will be 6 years before he becomes a 4 emperors. Kui Long, speed up and get rid of him. Luo Ze gave the command decisively. After receiving the order, Kui Long uttered a cry immediately, and his speed suddenly doubled. So fast! Zoan's ability user. Kaido in the green dragon form squinted his dragon eyes, and also accelerated to catch up. Phantom beast? Or ancient? What kind of dragon is it? He has a soft spot for Zoan in dragon form. Among the beasts pirates under his command, the Cotter level masters are basically Zoan in dragon form. What are you doing? Luo Ze was speechless. He didn't expect that Kaido could still keep up with Kui Long's normal speed. This is double the speed of sound, worthy of the 3 emperors. He patted Kuai Long on the head, signaling it to slow down. Tisk, are you idle? You have chased me for at least 1,000 kilometers. Oh he he he. Kaido glanced at Kuai Long, and grinned his bloody dragon's mouth. Little devil, what kind of capable person is under your feet? I have never seen Zoan before. You haven't seen many. Luo Ze pouted. Before he crossed over, the number of Pokémon had exceeded 1,000. If he could get all of them out of Yuta and form an army of thousands of beasts, it would scare Kaido to death. What an arrogant brat! I like you all for being able to escape for so long under my stocking. Kaido snorted coldly, and reported himself, I am Kaido of the Beasts, and I allow you to join the Beasts Pirates. Join your subordinates? I'm sorry, I'm really not interested. I can still think about sending your daughter to be my maid. Luo Ze sneered, raised his hand and pointed, Quick dragon, destroy Death Light. Under the command of the master to fight, Kuai Long doesn't care if you are the three emperors or not, just opening his mouth is a ray of destruction and death. The golden energy gathered rapidly in the mouth, and finally turned into a beam of rays, suddenly attacking Kaido. Boom! The destructive death light hit King Glong's head accurately, and amidst the loud bang, the sky was filled with smoke and black smoke billowed. It hurts a bit, brat! Kaido scolded angrily in the black smoke. When the smoke cleared, Kaido's left eye was closed tightly, and blood slid down the dragon scale. Run away! He squinted his eyes, the only remaining dragon eye pupil was narrowed into a slit, but there was no figure of a person and a dragon in front of him. What kind of attack is this? It can break through my defense. The last time I was injured was 8 years ago when a swordsman named Kojiki Odin left a scar on his right abdomen. What a fast speed, twice as fast as before. I can't catch up. Looking at Luo Ze who had gone away, Kaido's expression became much worse. He thought his flying speed was fast enough, but today he saw a faster one, much faster than him. No wonder you have nothing to fear. The other side. With the explosive speed of Kuai Long, it threw away the annoying Kaido in a blink of an eye. After flying hundreds of kilometers, it quickly descended, falling below the speed of sound. Luo Ze patted Kuai Long's head, thank you for your hard work. Kuai Long enjoyed his master's touch very much, and gave an intimate cry. That guy has a special fondness for dragons, and he wants to take us back to his lair. Thinking of the idiot Kaido following him all the way, Luo Ze was very angry. I will find a chance later and give his precious daughter to him. Take away. Come and not reciprocate. Today you want to catch my fast dragon, tomorrow I will go to your ghost island and take your daughter away. Kaido's daughter is a crazy star chaser, just stop chasing stars, and be a backup dancer for the future big star Yuta. Just as he was thinking about how to implement his plan, Luo Ze saw Kuai Long nodding his head towards the sea below. Hey! There are islands, go down and have a look first. Descending from a height of more than 2,000 meters, Luo Ze frowned slightly as the island gradually enlarged in his field of vision. A little familiar island. There are a large number of mushroom rocks on the coast, surrounding the island. In the central area of the island, there is a towering mountain, on which stands a palace. Is this de Rice Rosa? Shishibukai da Flamingo's site. Chapter 5. Kingdom of de Rice Rosa. A tropical island with a resort style, the island is full of the fragrance of flowers, and is famous all over the world for its delicacies. She has the reputation of the country of love and passion and toys. At this time, the prosperous area of the kingdom, the Avenue of Lovers. Luo Ze took Kuai Long back to the Pokeball and walked on the street alone. There are no toys, just love and passion. He cursed in his heart that this street is full of couples in love, wantonly exuding youthful hormones. Love and passion are there, toys are one not seen. So, Doflamingo hasn't stolen the throne of the country yet. Rationalize the long-standing memories in your mind. Around 1509, Don Quixote da Flamingo sought OPOP fruit worth 50 baileys in North Blue, but failed. Then, in 1512, from the North Blue came to the New World, using intrigue to steal the power of this country. And now, it is 1510. It hasn't come yet, no wonder there are no toys on the street. Speaking of which, is he Shichibukai now? Just in time to see a newsboy running past on the street yelling, Luo Ze stopped him, grabbed a piece of newspaper from him, and ran away. Grab the newspaper! This guy is grabbing the newspaper! The newsboy shouted, pointing at Luo Ze's back. The people around were stunned. Even grabbing the newspaper? A newspaper is only 1 or 200 pele. Is he in a hurry to go to the bathroom? Forget it, Rez, it's just a newspaper. That little boy can run so fast with a big bag of things. His physical strength is really good. What a cute little boy, my sister paid for him. A giggling young woman helped Luo Ze pay for the newspaper. A newsboy named Rez gets the money, but despairs of this face-seeking world. The other side. Luo Ze slipped into an alley. It's not that he doesn't want to give money, isn't that no money? The instruments in the bag were not sold, and he didn't own a single bailey. You can only rely on grabbing a few newspapers to learn about the news from the outside world. Let me see, a paper from a week ago, and one from 3 days ago. Hey! Flipping through, Luo Ze was startled suddenly. Sun Pirates Captain Jinbei becomes the third 7 warlords of the sea. This was the front page headline 3 days ago. Jinbei in the photo was younger than he remembered. The content of the news said that Jinbei is the third big pirate recruited by the government after Shalakadar and Gecko Moria. Newspapers praised the merits of the world government, and the 7 warlords of the sea plan has taken another step forward. It has brought a stable force to this world full of war and chaos. The rebalancing of the Grand Line is the trend of the times and the eager expectation of the public. Shichibukai are only 3 now. Luo Ze ignored the words in the newspaper, where's the Empress? Where's the bear? Where's Hawkeye? The 7 warlords of the sea are 7 great pirates who have been recognized by the world government and granted legal plundering qualifications. The birth of this system is because of the words of the One Piece King Roger before his death, which opened the era of great pirates. In order to cope with the rapid expansion of pirate power, the world government proposed this brand new system. Ace went out to sea in 1517. He became a supernova among pirates that year, and was invited to join Shichibukai later. So, until 1517, the Shichibukai was always understaffed, with a maximum of 6 people. Luo Ze calculated carefully. The 7 warlords of the sea system was proposed in 1502, the 4th year after Roger's death. Why 1502? Because this year is the first World Summit after Roger's death. Whether the world government proposes such a system or abolishes this system, it needs to be discussed at the World Summit. Because of equality. The watchword of the world government is equality. From 1502 to now 1510, there are only 3 people in 8 years? This efficiency is too low. The system proposed in 1502, around 1518, finally gathered 7 big pirates. As a result, the system was abolished at the World Summit in 1522. It's really funny. Luo Ze couldn't help laughing out loud. World government is playing with snakes. However, it's good to play snakes. Luo Ze needs this kind of great philanthropist. Shichibukai has legal qualifications for plundering, but now there is a shortage of people. I have to find a way to get in. In order to rebuild Allegia in the future, it is inevitable that some pirates will come ashore, burn, kill and loot. As long as he becomes Shichibukai, he has a legal reason to rob these pirates in turn, and this kind of income is legal. Moreover, there is one more guarantee. As for Shichibukai's obligations? Sorry, Shishibukai listens to the convening of the world government if they want to, and don't listen to it if they don't want to. The only thing to pay attention to is the Seraphim project, and the government cannot quietly take away your blood factor. Thinking of this, Luo Ze put away the newspaper, turned and left the alley. Mixing up the title of Shishibukai, only enjoying power but not fulfilling obligations, let's not worry for now. Soon after, Luo Ze found a pawn shop, pawned all the instruments, and won a total of 5 million baileys. Needless to say, these instruments are really valuable. After getting the money, he went to a shop that specializes in buying and selling phone bugs. Because few people usually visit, the boss received him warmly. After learning that he wanted to buy a set of phone bug equipment for broadcasting videos, it was like seeing his own father. The two sides chatted happily and asked about the price. 13 million baileys. Luo Ze was shocked. Although he knew it would be expensive, it was also ridiculously expensive. I can't help it, customer. What you want is a large video phone bug. The big one is a very rare species. It costs several million to catch a phone bug like this. The boss spread his hands. Oh, seeing you, I saw my own son. Seeing Luo Ze's uneasy expression, he immediately changed his words. It's like meeting your own father, this is already the best price. How about it, Dad? I'll bite the bullet and give you 10,000 baileys cheaper. 12.99 million, this set you can take it home. Luo Ze. People are calling their fathers, and it seems that this price cannot be repaid. But money is not enough. It seems that I can only be a bounty hunter once, borrowing the heads of a few pirates to get money from the government. The question is, are there pirates around? Just as he was thinking, a video phone bug on the counter suddenly opened his eyes. 2 rays of light were projected from its eyes, hitting a white curtain, presenting a picture. This is the arena. In the picture, the huge arena is full of spectators, and excited shouts sounded one after another. Ah, this is the bullfighting arena. The boss explained enthusiastically, it's a kind of entertainment in our de Rice Rosa. Today happens to be the competition day. However, this one is bloody and children are not allowed to enter. Dad, are you ready? Leave it alone, I'll come back tonight. Luo Ze smiled slightly, turned and left the shop called Dian Muxi. Bullfighting arena, gladiator competition. Gamble and get rich. Children are not allowed to enter? Kuai Long is not a child. Note, before 1517, there were only 6 Shishibukai. After Ace went to sea, the world government invited him, but he was rejected. The bear should be added later, about 1518, and then after 2 years, Vegapunk developed pacifist. After that, the fully compiled Shishibukai, which was abolished after 4 years. Chapter 6. The bullfighting arena is a well-known local place. Luo Ze asked passers-by and found the destination easily. The entire arena is oval in shape, and its appearance is very similar to the Roman arena in the previous life. In front of the arches of the dome, there are soldiers of the Thunder Corps holding handles. Wait a minute, children are not allowed in. The soldiers stopped Luo Ze. Judging a person's age by appearance. The soldier was stunned for a moment, the child in front of him looked calm, and his demeanor was not like that of a child. How old are you? 27. Stop lying. You think I'm blind? The soldier turned into a shark's mouth. If you say you are 17 years old, I will believe it. No, you look only 11 or 12 years old. Look over there, someone is dancing sexy naked. Luo Ze pointed to the open-air fountain not far away. This method can't fool me. The soldiers dismissed it, but their eyes just didn't listen. Who makes girls in this country very enthusiastic? Maybe it's true. After a quick glance, it turned out to be true. Why is it a man? Damn it! The soldier covered his eyes, feeling like he was going to have a nightmare at night. Luo Ze strutted into the arena. Of course, the dancing man was hired with money, only 10,000 berry, cheap and affordable. After a lot of detours, Luo Ze finally found the registration office. Name, the registrar at the registration office said without looking up. Quick Dragon. Identity. After writing down the name, the registrar raised his head and was stunned for a moment. Wait a minute, kid, how did you get in? Children are not allowed to participate in the competition, even to watch the competition. It's not me, it's it. A beam of red light flashed, and Kui Long was released. The registrar was taken aback. What the hell? Dragon, dragon. There is no rule that only humans are allowed to participate. Luo Ze bewitched like a devil, think about it, how popular will it be for a dragon-like creature to participate? The competition here will be broadcast live nationwide, right? Your excellent work ability has brought a new hotspot to the arena. Grunt. The registrar swallowed. Do you want to be a registrar for the rest of your life? Is there any future for you? Man, if you want to stand out, you must be courageous. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and a promotion and salary increase is just around the corner. It's true that there is no rule that only humans are allowed to participate. The registrar's eyes gradually changed. I see, it. It's called Kui Long. It's my pet. It won't bite. After getting the registrar, Kui Long won the entry number 128. Luo Ze gave Kui Long some instructions, and then the registrar carefully took Kui Long away and went to the contestant preparation room. As for himself, he went to buy audience tickets. At the same time, he also found the handicap in the arena, and bought all the remaining money for Kui Long to win. Joke? Kui Long is a quasi-god level Pokémon, how can ordinary people beat it? After finishing everything, Luo Ze stepped into the auditorium, found his seat and sat down. The game here adopts a challenge system, 2-2 matches, the winner stays, and the loser exits. As long as you win 3 games in a row, you can choose to rest. Some of the contestants were prisoners of the kingdom. In order to win and reduce their sentences, this group of people acted very cruelly. But precisely because of this bloody excitement, the atmosphere at the scene was extremely warm. The shouts of tens of thousands of spectators gathered together, shaking heaven and earth. Daddy, Daddy! Beside him, a 4 or 5-year-old girl happily sat in the man's arms. SHH, keep your voice down, Rebecca, if my mother finds out, I'll be scolded again. The man put his finger on his lips, soothing her in a low voice. Rebecca? Luo Ze looked sideways at the person beside him. Wearing a half mask, only the mouth is exposed, the little girl in her arms has long pink hair and a smile on her face. Rebecca, this name, the granddaughter of King Riku? It shouldn't be the same name, so this man is her father, the legendary sword fighter Cyrus. Luo Ze thought curiously, inspecting her eyes. Seemingly noticing the sight beside him, Cyrus also glanced at Luo Ze, and was stunned for a moment. Child? How can children come to the arena to watch the game? Oh, and he took his daughter too, so that's fine. Cyrus pretended not to see it. Rebecca in her arms was making noise, she stared at Luo Ze with wide eyes, little big brother. The milky voice is very cute. Luo Ze showed her a gentle smile, not disturbing the two world of the father and daughter. Originally, it was just a chance meeting, and it happened that the seats were relatively close. Luo Ze didn't care. However, the voice of the system suddenly came from my mind. Diva mission. Behind every singer, there should be a girl troupe. A singer without a dancer is too lonely. As the ace manager, please help Diva Yuta form a backup dance troupe. The little girl in front of you has an excellent dance talent, use your dominance to invite her to join. Mission reward, Conqueror's Haki. Beast, she's only 4 years old. Luo Ze's brows twitched fiercely. It's not that I'm not a human being, it's all because the rewards are too tempting. Conqueror's Haki, an innate power that only one out of millions can awaken. He now has Roger's swordsmanship, but only when he masters the conquerors and learns to wrap the conquerors around the sword. The god's avoidance is the real god's avoidance. How should I invite Rebecca to join? She is only 4 years old now, and she can't decide on her own. Luo Ze didn't think of a good way for a while. For such a small child, it is better to deal with her parents than to invite Rebecca. Father, Cyrus, a legendary sword fighter who walked out of the arena, once set a record of 3,000 consecutive victories, which has not been broken so far. The mother, Scarlet, used to be the princess of Darice Rosa, but she later abandoned her status as a princess and eloped with Cyrus with the acquiescence of King Riku. While thinking about it, the host's shout sounded in the arena, and the voice passed through the loudspeaker bug, overwhelming the cheers of the scene. The captain of the Hercules Pirates, Hercules Rod Gamma, won the just concluded match. Let us congratulate this stinky pirate, he has won 99 victories in total. In the arena, a muscular man with a bare upper body raised his fists high. The audience booed. Damn it, let this pirate win again. Since this guy came this month, he has won 99 games without knowing it. Rods. Roads. Roads. Some people hate pirates, and naturally there are gamblers who have won money, and enthusiastically shout the names of pirates. Satisfied with the warm atmosphere at the scene, the host shouted. Well, now I want to tell you a piece of good news. Dear viewers, the next contestant on the original schedule accidentally twisted his ankle. Now the challenger who jumps in the queue, you can never imagine. Queue jumping. Rhodes in the field looked at the host, with the corner of his mouth raised. Anyone is welcome, hurry up. Luo Ze is about to usher in his 100th victory. Captain Rhodes. Captain Rhodes. The audience became even more excited. The host smashed his fist and pressed the red button. It seems that everyone is looking forward to it. Then, I announce that the next challenger is invited, the player with the number 128, Kuai Long. When a cute dragon creature came out of the competition channel, everyone on the scene was dumbfounded. Chapter 7. Kuai Long walked out of the contestant passage, with his eyes wide open, and walked up to the duel stage with cute steps. Then, what? A wonderful creature. Is it a dragon? It's a little cute. Wow, those little wings are so cute. The auditorium was quiet for more than 10 seconds before finally bursting into applause. Many female viewers were captured by Kuai Long's cute appearance. Rod Gamma was different, he only had opponents in his eyes, and now he folded his arms and said with a relaxed posture, I have sailed all the way from North Blue to New World, I have seen all kinds of wonderful creatures, like you it's the first time I've seen you. Kuai Long blinked, recalling the master's explanation. After playing, follow the instructions, and when we win everyone, we can win a lot of money and buy you delicious rations. Where is the master? Kuai Long looked over Rhodes and looked for Luo Ze in the auditorium. This attitude made a cross appear on Rhodes' forehead, his shoulders shrugged slightly, and an angry laugh came out of his mouth. Hee, ignore it. But, I won't be merciful. When I get on the duel ring, I'm a warrior. Remember, I'm the captain of the Hercules Pirates, with a bounty of 127 million, Rod Gamma, don't worry, I will use the fastest fist to let you end without pain. Ding ding. The host rang the bell to start the duel, and at the same time shouted passionately. Oh my god, do you draw swords when we meet? As expected of a pirate supernova, Rhodes once again made a declaration of victory. However, our fast dragon player seems to disdain to communicate with him at all. Oh, it can talk is it? No way. In short, I announce that the game begins. When the word start fell, the atmosphere on the scene reached a new climax. The gamblers shouted frantically. "Get rid of it! Captain Rhodes!" Rhodes made a move, and he used his favorite moves according to what he said in his declaration. First, the left uppercut hit Kui Long's head, but he quickly retracted it after the punch, because the fist was swung so fast that it even produced a phantom. At the same time, when the opponent's attention was on the left fist, the real move, a right uppercut, had already been punched. Phantom fist. Boom. With a dull sound, Kui Long's attention was not on him at all, let alone a right uppercut, even a left uppercut would not dodge it. Being hit on the head severely at this time, Kui Long just tilted his head slightly, and looked at Rhodes with doubtful eyes. Although he couldn't speak, Rhodes saw a sentence from this line of sight. "What are you doing?" The scene was instantly quiet. Rhodes himself was also stunned. This is a fist worth more than 100 million, no. Not breaking the defense? The host shouted excitedly, "Oh, Rhodes' signature stunt, Phantom Fist." The Kui Long player never expected that the first fist was a feint. Oh, cunning human being, it was deceived. "This punch, it's amazing." After eating this, the impassioned commentary came to an abrupt end. Well, it seems to be all right." Kui Long player humiliated Rhodes player with an expression of "Did a mosquito bite me just now?" The host is worthy of being the host, with excellent on-the-spot reaction ability, and his attitude turned 180 degrees in an instant. "Quick dragon! Quick dragon! Quick dragon! Kill him, Kui Long!" The gamblers were dumbfounded, and the audience who hated pirates suddenly stood up. The atmosphere was once again warm. Rhodes' complexion changed slightly, and he quickly opened the distance back, while kicking back. "Don't hide if you have the ability. Hercules, do a big round." The kick was so fast that ordinary people couldn't see it clearly. As a supernova pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million, Rhodes has the strength. In this kick, he even used the unskilled armament Haki. Although he was unskilled, under the blessing of Haki, the power was doubled. However, faced with this blow, Kui Long moved the small wings on his back, as if swat away a fly, and bounced away easily. With a bang, Rhodes' center of gravity was unstable, and he flew upside down directly off the ground, rolling to the edge of the duel stage. Seeing this scene, the audience was silent again. Cyrus, who was holding his daughter, couldn't help showing surprise on his face, and murmured softly, "What a great power, what a strong defense." He tried to bring both sides of the duel, and he couldn't have done much better than the pirate if he didn't have a sword. Among all the people, only Luo Ze was not surprised at all. If there is a level, Kui Long's level is level 100. It is not a quasi-god in the general sense, nor is it a fast dragon in the general sense, but a full-level quasi-god. Even in the face of the pirate emperor, Luo Ze feels that his fast dragon can beat him. "Just, don't you fight back? Do you still need a trainer to command?" Thinking in his heart, Luo Ze had no choice but to stand up and give instructions to Kui Long on the dueling stage, Thunder Fist. In the quiet scene, his voice was not loud, but it was delivered accurately. Hearing the master's voice, Kui Long's eyes lit up, he glanced at Luo Ze, and then quickly flew towards Rhodes. With clenched paws, thunder flashes. What a strange power! Rhodes was shocked, and before he could stand up from the ground, Kui Long had already flown above his head. A fist entwined with lightning fell towards his head. His pupils constricted suddenly, and he immediately rolled on the spot, dodging in a most dangerous way. Boom! The thunder fist struck the dueling stage, and in an instant, the stage with a diameter of more than 100 meters was shattered by the punch, splitting into dozens of pieces. Golden lightning flashed across the shattered stage. Flame Fist! Luo Ze gave the command again. Kui Long missed a hit, and the other paw immediately ignited flames, and it slammed into the air towards Rhodes, who rolled away on the spot. The fist transformed by the flames is a large-scale attack. Boom! In an instant, the fire filled the air and directly engulfed the opponent. Dragon Tail. In the sluggish atmosphere of the audience, Luo Ze calmly continued to direct. Rhodes, who was engulfed by the flames, was already scorched black, and he screamed and fell towards the auditorium. Suddenly, a huge figure flashed past. Kuai Long flicked its tail and slammed it on Rhodes' face. With a snap, Rhodes was blocked like a basketball thrown out. He fell on the shattered dual platform and lay dead on the spot, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. The bounty offender with over 100 million, KO in 5 seconds. After a few seconds, earth-shattering applause erupted from the scene. Oh! Fast Dragon! Fast Dragon! Chapter 8. Win, win. Kuai Long player easily KO Rhodes player. The host realized it later, and shouted at the phone bug dumbfounded, just now there was. Is someone directing the fast dragon to fight? It's just that there are 30,000 to 40,000 people in the audience, and it's simply unrealistic to confirm who it is. I only know that it's a male voice, and it's very young. He looked down at the information registered by Kuai Long. Name, Kuai Long. Status, someone's pet. Age, unknown. History, first time participating. Who registered? I don't know anything except the name. A pet. The host was thinking thoughtfully, and taking advantage of the warm atmosphere, he continued to speak to the loudspeaker. Let's congratulate Kuai Long for his first victory in the first match. The abilities of flame and lightning that he just displayed are really curious. Is it a devil fruit ability user? Devil fruit, known as the secret treasure of the sea, occasionally sells it on the black market, and the transaction price is in units of 100 million. It is located in the east, south, west, and north seas. It belongs to the legendary magical fruit, and some people have never even heard of it. But in the magical sea of the Grand Line, especially the New World in the second half, people here know more or less even if they haven't seen it. At this time, being attracted by the words of the host, aroused heated discussions among the audience. Yeah, it's fire again, and thunder again, isn't it an ordinary creature? Dragon is not a common creature. It is a legendary creature, and it is normal to have a little magical ability. No, maybe it's Zoan's ability user, the ancient species. If it is a capable person, it must be a phantom beast. After all, it can use the power of fire and lightning. It's not right, it should be the dragon that ate devil fruit. It's called Kuai Long, first of all it's a dragon. Compared to this, is there someone directing Kuai Long just after eating? Listening to the comments of the spectators, Cyrus took a deep look at the little boy beside him. Others didn't know, or they heard it, but didn't notice who it was. But he knows. People are right next to you, and it's hard not to notice them. Little big brother, so amazing. The young Rebecca narrowed her eyes, raised the corners of her mouth, and smiled innocently. Shhh, keep it a secret from big brother. Luo Ze made a hissing gesture and reached out to pat the little girl's head. Keep it secret. Rebecca's big watery eyes narrowed into crescents. Cyrus didn't stop him, but hugged the naughty and active Rebecca, and said to Luo Ze. Little brother, who are you? Luo Ze. Rebecca seems to like you. Cyrus smiled slightly. He didn't ask about Kuai Long and the boy. As an adult, of course he knew the basic social etiquette. The two are not familiar with each other, so it is inappropriate to ask such a question, and it will cause trouble to others. Luo Ze was worried about how to get closer, and suddenly, invited the other party's daughter to join his backup dance troupe, and now the other party took the initiative to start a conversation, which was exactly what he wanted. Kuai Long is my friend, and I am a Pokémon trainer. Pokémon trainer? Cyrus was taken aback for a moment. This was the first time he had heard of the name Pokémon. So, the two started talking smoothly. At the same time, the voice of the host spread throughout the scene again. Oh, what a headache! The duel stage has been shattered because of the battle between Kuai Long and Rhodes. The backstage told me just now that today's game is over. After the construction crew repairs it, the arena will open again. Unfortunately, today. He didn't finish talking, and the audience quit. The person who bought Rhodes' 100 consecutive victories was so angry that he tore the gambling tickets in his hand to pieces and cursed. Damn pirates, trash! Why don't the stinky pirates die? Get out, Rod Gamma, what Hercules pirates, get out of De Rice Rosa! Go to hell! Gamblers are so real. As for the others, many of them became fans of Kuai Long all of a sudden, and now that the game has to be suspended, they are also dissatisfied. When will it open again? Next game day? 1 week, can it be fixed? Money back. BD Gaz, refund your money. The host, known as Gaz, grinned and said, force majeure, audience grandpas, I can't decide if you want to refund the money. In short, it is impossible to refund the money. If you want to scold, please continue. I'm off duty. After finishing speaking, he spread his hands, put down the amplified telephone bug in his hand, and turned around to leave in a cool manner. The audience cursed and could only accept the reality. Luo Ze had a good talk with Cyrus, but he didn't forget the business. He left with the audience and went to the handicap to exchange for gambling tickets. He bought player number 128, Kuai Long, who wins all games. He pays twice for the first win, twice for winning 2 games in a row, and double for winning 3 games in a row. As a new player, you can only press 3 games. If you win all 3 games in a row, you can win 6 times the money. It's a pity that the dual platform was broken, and the arena was only willing to pay 2 times when it was exchanged. Counting the principal, it gave a total of nearly 15 million Baileys. It seems like a lot, but in fact the arena still makes a lot of money. After all, the money lost to him was lost by those who bought Rhodes to win. This is your money, please tap it. The staff of the arena presented a suitcase as a gift. Luo Ze counted and confirmed that the amount was correct. When he was about to leave, the previous host found him. Wait a minute, little brother. Is there something wrong? Kuai Long is your pet, right? Gaz said with a smile, you are the only one who bought the number 128 contestant. Luo Ze didn't intend to hide anything, he nodded generously, and at the same time used the elf ball to take Kuai Long back. Seeing this scene, Gaz was taken aback. What is this? Take such a big dragon into it. The power of science is really great. Luo Ze chuckled, but unfortunately the other party didn't understand this talk, it was really winking for the blind. Gaz laughed dryly, I don't know what your name is. Luo Ze. Little brother Luo Ze, it's like this, we are in the bullfighting arena, I hope you can continue to let Kuai Long participate in the competition next time. Luo Ze said unexpectedly, aren't you afraid of white hits? He only bet less than 5 million Baileys this time. If he bets 500 million, he can vomit blood in the arena. This time it was an accident. The next time we compete, Kuai Long's odds will be different. Gaz smiled wryly, and said, it's true that I'm working for you for nothing today. Luo Ze didn't believe this kind of rhetoric at all, and the one who opened the market was afraid that others would overwhelm him. It is impossible for the banker to lose, there is only the difference between a small profit and a big profit. Seeing this, Gaz had no choice but to say, you seem to be in urgent need of money? As long as you can let Kuai Long participate in the next game, our bullfighting arena is willing to pay Kuai Long to play at the price of 1 million Baileys per game fee. When is the next game? There's game day in a week. If I have time, I will consider it. Luo Ze nodded, neither refusing nor agreeing. Allegia is quite far from De Rice Rosa, but at the speed of Kuai Long, it can be reached in 2 hours. That's really helpful, I look forward to seeing you again next time. Gaz sent Luo Ze out of the arena with a smile on his face. Left the arena. Luo Ze went to the restaurant to have dinner first, and then arranged a sumptuous meal for Kuai Long. After that, he went to the Dian Muxi store as agreed. When passing through an alley, a group of tall and burly people with malicious intentions blocked his way from the front and back. Hey, kid, you seem to have won a lot of money. If you are sensible, put down the money, at least you can save your life. We are the Hercules Pirates, and our captain is a famous player in the arena, Master Rod Gamma. Luo Ze took a glance, there were about 30 people, all armed. With a strange look on his face, he couldn't help but tease, "Are you here to find medical expenses?" Hearing this, the faces of all the pirates turned ugly. Today in the arena, the captain was beaten up by a dragon that came out of nowhere, and they lost everything. Do it! One of the cotters was furious and ordered immediately. 3 minutes later, a group of pirates with bruised noses and swollen faces knelt in a row and said flatteringly, "It turns out that Kuai Long is your pet, misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. This is all our belongings, please accept it." Chapter 9. Luo Ze took the tribute money from the pirates and counted them. 38,550 pele, there are odds and holes, banknotes and coins. That's all. He looked at the cotters among them. Losing all, we bought the captain 100 consecutive victories. The cotter replied with a smile, covering his red and swollen cheeks. How much pressure? 30 million, all lost. Hearing this, Luo Ze's heart moved. I'm afraid it wasn't the arena's intention? What next contestant sprained his ankle? Let's make an excuse, send Kuai Long up on purpose, and break Rhodes' winning streak. The dealer will still play. Thinking about it this way, most of the 15 million in my hand were contributed by these pirates. What's your name? Master, my name is Rhodes Kanan. The cotter smiled apologetically, Rhodes Gamma is my elder brother. There are so many people surnamed Luo in this world, hey? Something seems wrong. Luo Ze shook his head, for the sake of money, I will forgive you once. The new world is not like the Sea of Paradise. There are pirates with bounties of over 100 million everywhere. Next time, keep your eyes open. After speaking, he left with Kuai Long. Watching one person and one dragon leave the alley, the pirates finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then grinned in pain. Hiss, Master Kanan, this brat is really serious. A pirate covered his nose, his mouth was covered with blood. Shut up. You want to die, you can call that brat? You should call him Master Long. Out of respect for Kuai Long, Rhodes Kanan gave his subordinates a hard look, and then whispered, maybe they will know about it, keep your voice down. As expected of Lord Kanan. The subordinate said with a sneer, but, our last money has been robbed, what's for dinner? Humph, stupid, how could I hand over all the money? I secretly hid 1,000 baileys in my underwear. Kanan proudly took out a banknote from his crotch. All the pirates. What can 1,000 baileys eat? Where are the more than 30 members of our pirate group, should each buy a marshmallow? As expected of Lord Kanan. He has wisdom unimaginable to ordinary people. The other side. Luo Ze walked into the Dian Muxi store, and as agreed, bought a set of video phone bug equipment worth 12.99 million baileys from the boss. After that, I took the fast dragon and left de Rice Rosa. As for Rebecca's matter, let's not be in a hurry, I have met Cyrus today, and I will find a chance to deal with the parents later. Anyway, there is no time limit for tasks. Because it was a night flight, it took more than 5 hours to return, and I almost lost my way at sea. In the early hours of the morning, Luo Ze finally arrived at Allegia. Back at the castle, both Gordon and Yuta are asleep. Luo Ze was not sleepy, so he simply found a suitable room in the castle and used it as the live broadcast room in the future. He installed the whole set of equipment he bought back little by little. The first is the largest large-scale video phone bug. This one costs 10 million yuan, and the other dozens of small phone bugs are only 2.99 million. According to the instructions provided by the boss, he was busy for more than an hour and finally completed the preliminary installation. Z's. As soon as he finished his work, Yuda's slightly sleepy voice came from the door behind him. Luo Ze turned his head away. Did it wake you up? You're back. I thought there were mice. Yuda's drowsiness disappeared, and he said happily, are these live phone bugs? Haven't tested it, but it should be fine. With it, your singing voice can be heard all over the world. The signal of the large-scale video phone bug is extremely strong, and its wave of course cannot cover the whole world, but as long as one phone bug receives the signal, this phone bug can act as a transfer station and continue to pass on the live signal. Yuda, come here, sit here. Luo Ze beckoned, signaling Yuda to sit in front of the phone bug's field of vision capture. After the people were seated, he activated the video phone bug, and immediately, the image of Yuda appeared on the big screen in front of him. Don't stand still, say hello to future fans. I'm a little nervous. Yuda looked at Luo Ze out of the camera with innocent eyes. What should I say, Z's? You can say whatever you want. For example, introduce yourself first. With a little encouragement, Yuda took a deep breath and tried to say, Hi everyone, my name is Yuda. In the middle of speaking, she asked Luo Ze for help with what to say next. Seeing this, Luo Ze reluctantly took out the paper and pen, wrote a paragraph, and then showed the text to Yuda. Yuda looked at the words on the paper firmly, and murmured stiffly. Hi everyone, my name is Yuda. I am very glad to meet you who received this live broadcast signal. In the future, I will use the live broadcast method to bring you singing. I hope my song can bring you a little joy. Whether you are busy in the fields or adventuring at sea, I hope that in the world of music, everyone can enjoy its wonderful moments. Luo Ze continued to write, and Yuda continued to read. The tone is too stiff, you have to be normal. Don't read this sentence. You know. Looking at the text content of the switch, Yuda finally reacted and blushed. For this, Luo Ze was both funny and helpless. Just keep writing. In short, let's sing a song first. This time, Yuda read silently from the bottom of her heart, and she immediately cleared her throat. Next, Yuda will sing a song that a good friend of mine taught me. The song is called. She sang Target Pokémon Master. Compared with last time, she has improved a little bit. Although there is no music, Yuda's singing voice can still make people calm down and listen to her singing. Qi Fei glanced at the system's rating. 71 points. I don't know how the system scores. This level is far beyond the level of KTV Meba. While thinking, a system prompt appeared in my mind again. A talented singer, how can she only sing a few songs? The music library of the system has been updated. Do you want to extract new scores? Old trick. Luo Ze chose yes. Congratulations on getting the score Blue Bird. This song is so classic, the theme song of Hokage Ninja. Luo Ze's eyes lit up. The difficulty of this song is much higher than that of Pokémon. Diva training task. Teach the singer Yuda Blue Bird. When the singing score reaches 60 points, reward the Manjiki Sharingan of the manager's random character. Chapter 10. Blue Bird. Luo Ze is very familiar with this kind of song. He used to wait for Star TV to play this song at 5:30 every day. I don't know how many times I have listened to it. Sing, of course I can sing, but I can't sing well, it belongs to the KTV level. This song is much more difficult than Target Pokémon Master. If he is asked to teach Yuda with a cappella, he is afraid that the teaching will be wrong. Therefore, a complete musical score is required. Thinking of this, he looked up at Yuta, and said silently, "Let's start here for today's live broadcast." Yuta, who has been paying attention to him, immediately turned to the phone bug, said goodbye to fans who did not know if there were any, and then jumped off the stool. "Z's, I'm so happy." Without the threat of the camera, Yuta returned to her lively nature. She happily hugged Luo Ze and chatted. "I'll teach you another song today," Luo Ze said with a smile. He walked to a cabinet beside him, took out a blank sheet music, and quickly started writing according to the content provided by the system. This is the stave. Music is recorded by marking notes of different durations on 5 equidistant parallel horizontal lines. Luo Ze is not very used to this thing, and most of them are returned to the teacher. However, there are ready-made ones that can be copied right now, so it is not a big problem. Soon a score was written. Yuta poked his head, and Dorami hummed a few words. "Did you write this? It's amazing, how can you know everything, Z's? I don't have this kind of ability, at most I can use the universal chord 453-6251. Luo Ze smiled and said, "This song is not difficult. I'll sing it a few times, and you memorize the lyrics." Yuta looked expectant. Luo Ze brewed for a while, and then began to sing. "When you spread your wings and fly, make up your mind not to look back. The goal we yearn for is the blue sky." As soon as he sang 2 lines, Yuta couldn't help applauding excitedly. "It sounds so good, so amazing, Z's, you are awesome. You are a genius." Luo Ze said angrily, "Can't you finish listening quietly?" "Sorry." Seeing that the little girl had no intention of reflecting on it at all, Luo Ze had no choice but to sing it again. This time, Yuta did not interrupt, but listened carefully. "This song is so high-pitched, and Z's, you're a little out of tune." Yuta held the score and pointed out mistakes like a teacher. "Luo Ze. In the end I teach you, or you teach me." He flicked Yuta's forehead, "You sing." "He, then I will sing." Rubbing his forehead, Yuta turned to the score and began to sing a cappella. Her hands-on speed is really ridiculously fast, at least she sang it completely, but the treble part is flawed. Luo Ze glanced at the system score. 47 points, failed. "Humph, what kind of genius is not as good as me?" Luo Ze slandered. The little girl wanted to stand up and call the shots because of her talent? Hey? Only 47 points? Yuta looked at Luo Ze pitifully, and said coquettishly, "You can't score higher. What's the use of me playing high, the system thinks you failed." Luo Ze said helplessly, "Don't be lazy, you must learn today." Under his relentless suppression, Yuta couldn't make waves, so he had to sing over and over again. Luo Ze pointed out some mistakes as much as he could, and just like that, the two sang back and forth dozens of times. Finally, singer, Yuta. Singing points, 60. Mission completed. Congratulations on getting the Mangeki Sharingan, Uchiha Obito. This time I passed. Yeah. Yuta raised his hand happily. By the way, what's the name of the song? Blue Bird. Blue Bird. What a meaningful name. Yuta can feel the emotion that the song wants to convey, and there is a touch of sadness in it. You too, do you know what time it is? At this time, Gordon opened the door and looked at the two children sitting at the desk with helplessness on his face. It's more than 3 o'clock in the night. Yuta, I can understand your love for music, but you need to have a good rest. Yuta, go to sleep. Luo Ze patted the little girl's head. Sorry, Gordon, for interrupting your rest. You should also rest earlier. After saying good night to each other, Yuta left the live broadcast room. Gordon nodded and said, Luo Ze, thank you for your hard work. I rest too, Mr. Gordon. Said it was a break, but it didn't. After Luo Ze returned to his room, he walked to the mirror. His eyes narrowed slightly. In an instant, the originally black eyes turned blood-colored, and 3 hook jades appeared in them. Afterwards, the 3 hook jade that turned rapidly turned into a sickle shape again. Manjiki Sharingan. Among the Hokage ninjas, the Uchiha family's advanced pupil technique. Uchiha Obito's eyes, remember it was called Kamui. Luo Ze felt the passing of pupil power. I don't know if it's an illusion, but when he activates Sharingan, it consumes physical strength. Instead of chakra, he doesn't have chakra either. The Kamui with the left eye can distort space from a distance, and can also enter and exit different spaces by itself. The Kamui in the right eye can not only transfer itself back and forth between the real space and the different space, but also suck the enemy into the different space, and can make itself hollow, so as to avoid the enemy's attack. Double-eyed Kamui, the pupil technique will be activated faster, but consumes more stamina. Luo Ze experimented with the new ability and felt good. In addition to Kamui, there is another ability. Susanoo. The ultimate ninjutsu that combines offense and defense. It's just that Luo Ze's current physical strength cannot support the complete Susanoo, whose size surpasses the mountain peak. Currently, he can only summon a skeleton. It seems that we need to strengthen our physical exercise. People in this world are all physical monsters. When the top powerhouses fight, they can fight for 10 days and 10 nights. Thinking of this, Luo Ze immediately lifted the Sharingan. He rubbed his eyes, feeling a little sour. Forget it, let's exercise tomorrow. Shaking his head, Luo Ze took a shower and went to bed. Lie on the bed and turn on the system. Currently there are 4 missions. The first one, Yuta Singh's target Pokémon Master and reaches 80 points, rewarding a random beast. The second one, when Yuta's fans reach 100, the reward is 10% of Roger's sword skills. The third one invites Rebecca to join the dance troupe and rewards Conqueror's Haki. In the fourth, Yuta sang Bluebird and reached 80 points, and Manjiki was upgraded to Eternal Manjiki. Manjiki is used excessively, and it will lose its light. Before Yuta sings to 80 points, try to use it as little as possible. Chapter 11. 5 days later. The forest outside the castle. Luo Ze carried a tree weighing 1,000 kilograms on his back, and lay on the ground doing push ups. 998, 999, 1000. After reaching the value specified by himself, he then unloaded the burden, got up, picked up the towel hanging on the branch beside him, and wiped the sweat from his head. Keep exercising every day, and you can really feel that your body is improving. Normal people can't do this kind of thing, but he can do it mainly because when he first obtained Roger's swordsmanship, he got physical enhancement as a bonus. Luo Ze. Gordon didn't know when he came to the forest. He handed out a glass of water and said, "There is something I need to tell you." "What's the matter, Gordon?" Luo Ze took the water glass and poured it vigorously. "About Yuta. Is she being lazy again?" Luo Ze laughed. "No, Yuta is studying very seriously. It's a problem on the live broadcast." Gordon shook his head and said, "In the past few days, Yuta has taken half an hour every day to use the live broadcast, but so far, no one has responded to her. She is a little receive a blow." Hearing this, Luo Ze turned on the system and took a look at Yuta's fan value. Still 0. I think she needs an accompaniment. Just singing a cappella is not enough. Gordon sighed. That's a problem. Gordon knows many musical instruments. After all, he is the king of Allegia, and he is a master of music. As for Luo Ze, he can only play the guitar and a little bit of the piano, but it is obviously not up to the level of being able to accompany. Of course, the main reason is that there are not enough 2 people. It is impossible for one person to use 2 different instruments, right? Need to find a band. Luo Ze said. Yes, we don't need a large orchestra. We can't afford such a band now. Gordon nodded and said, a small band of 4 or 5 people is enough. Pianist, drum kit, guitar, bass weight. A large orchestra is commonly known as a symphony orchestra. There were several Allegias in the past, but now they are all dead. I see, I'll fix this. As an agent, Luo Ze took over the task. It is obvious that we cannot afford to invite a band. Money is one aspect, and on the other hand, no band is likely to be willing to come. It's not an invitation to come over for a concert or two, it's a long-term stay at Allegia. Luo Ze immediately thought of a musician. Brook from the Straw Hat Pirates. This person used to be a crew member of the Rumba Pirates, who ate the fruit of Huang Chuan. Later, during a voyage, the pirates encountered a strong enemy and all members were killed. But the ability of the fruit of the underworld revived Brook, but when he found his body, the body had turned into a skeleton. As a result, Brook was resurrected in the form of a skeleton. This guy should be floating on a ghost ship in the Devil's Triangle area right now. Thinking of this, Luo Ze is going to look for it. If you can find it, you get an extra free musician. Thinking of this, he immediately blew his whistle. After a while, Kui Long flew over. Luo Ze jumped on Kui Long's back, turned to Gordon and said, "Tell Yuta, I'll be away for a few days and help her find a band. Then I'm counting on you, Luo Ze." The Devil's Triangle Sea area is not in New World, but in the Sea of Paradise. At the speed of the fast dragon, starting in the morning, the red line has already been crossed in the afternoon, and entered the Sea of Paradise from New World. However, this triangular sea area is shrouded in mist all year round. Finding a ghost ship in this kind of place is no less difficult than finding a coin on a beach. At this time, Kui Long flew above the fog, ready to descend. Wait a moment. Luo Ze stopped it suddenly, looking towards the edge of the misty sea. Is that a warship? Slightly squinting his eyes, Luo Ze looked down from a high altitude. 2 big ships. One with the seagull flag symbolizing peace is a marine warship. The other is a pirate ship with a black pirate flag. A white skull surrounded by 9 snake hairs. It looks familiar, like the 9 snake pirates. Luo Ze thought for a while, barely had an impression, and immediately gave instructions to Kui Long, "Close to them, don't be found." At the same time, on the deck of the marine warship, a man in a suit and a marine justice cloak was scratching his head lazily, and said loudly, "Pirate Empress, this is your last chance, what do you think?" On the pirate ship opposite the warship, a tall, stunning woman wearing wine-red high-heeled shoes and a cheongsam, with one hand on her waist, her head tilted slightly, on her delicate face, a pair of almond eyes revealed a little indifference. "I hate Marine, and I hate world government even more. Accepting the title of Shishibukai and becoming a lackey is unacceptable to me." After a pause, he said in a cold voice, "Once or twice, you are really stubborn. This time, even Marine Admiral came in person. Who wants to come to such a troublesome thing, it just happened to happen." Aokiji said helplessly, "But, are you too willful? The consequence of refusing is your daughter country, which will be listed as a pirate country. Have you considered it clearly?" Emperor of the Daughter Kingdom, Boya Hancock. Hearing this, the corners of the Empress's mouth rose slightly, revealing a hint of sarcasm. Although it was sarcasm, but because of his high appearance, it added a bit of charm. The many marine soldiers on the warship were fascinated. "What a beautiful woman, she is definitely the #1 beauty in the world. It's so beautiful. Aokiji-sama, please forgive her. Forgive her, forgive her." Aokiji's face turned black, and the group of subordinates showed pig brothers one by one, which was really embarrassing. "This is not acceptable. The order I received is that if you refuse, you will destroy your 9 snake pirates on the spot." Aokiji's body was filled with air conditioning, and the deck began to freeze. This air conditioning spread to the sea surface, and the sea water began to freeze. "Do you want to fight?" Marine. My lord, just kill them. Beside the Empress, the two younger sisters looked unhappy. It's true, if everything turns to stone, the concubine's country will be protected, isn't it? The Empress brushed her hair on her chest, kissed her lips with her index finger, and then pulled out a pink heart. Captive. She is preparing to strike first. Suddenly, a voice came from the sky. It's Admiral again, and the Empress again, fighting in this kind of place? It's not good to scare the fish. Everyone looked up. I saw a dragon-shaped creature flapping its small wings, hovering in mid-air. The speaker sat cross-legged on the dragon's back, resting his chin with one hand, and looked at the people below with interest. Kid. Aokiji was taken aback. Good afternoon, everyone. Luo Ze smiled lightly and said, Aokiji, don't embarrass this woman, anyway, Shishibukai is very short of people now, what do you think of me? Chapter 12. Regarding Luo Ze's self-recommendation, the scene became very quiet for a while. Aokiji stared at Luo Ze in a daze, then looked away after a while, and said in surprise. Boya Hancock, I didn't expect you to have children. Hancock almost tensed her iceberg face, her beautiful eyebrows twitched violently, with the urge to kill Aokiji. I don't know this kid myself. She stared at Aokiji, if eyes could kill, Aokiji would have died 100 times. Luo Ze. That's right, the age doesn't match. Aokiji seems to be belatedly aware, how can a 19-year-old empress give birth to a child who looks 11 or 12 years old? He looked up again, with a lazy tone, she said she didn't know you. Then who are you? The empress followed closely and cast her eyes on Luo Ze. Luo Ze was speechless for a while, completely unable to understand Aokiji's brain circuit. He looked at Aokiji, then at the Empress. Needless to say, the Empress is so beautiful. The height looks to be 1.9 meters, the headlights are big and white, the figure is very good, Kumji hairstyle, on the delicate face, the corners of the eyes are slender and delicate, the bridge of the nose is high, the nose is small, the lips are rosy, soft as if there is no trace folds. She was dressed in a cheongsam-style dress with a slit on one side, revealing her fair thighs. Especially with a well-mannered temperament, it's no wonder that his cold appearance can fascinate men. This is a peerless beauty that most men can figure out what the child's last name is when they see it, and where they will be buried after death. Luo Ze couldn't help but look at the Empress a few more times. It's just that when I think about my current physical age, I get even more excited. Luo Ze. He reported his name with a faint tone. Aokiji, you don't want to fail the mission, so go back like this? This woman hates the world government very much, but I am different. For the sake of peace, I am very happy to accept 7 Warlords of the Sea title. Are you a pirate? How much is the bounty? Although Aokiji is admiral, it is impossible to know all the wanted bounty criminals. 0 Luo Ze gestured to 0, also, I'm not a pirate. After crossing, he didn't do any bad things except snatching a newspaper boy's newspaper. I'm not a pirate, but I want the title of Shishibukai. Aokiji looked surprised, the world government needs Shishabukai's force and fame to suppress the large number of pirates. Let's put aside the reputation for now. In terms of force. As soon as the words fell, he started. 1 second he was chatting kindly, but the next second he started doing it without warning. 2 thorny spears. The air conditioning inflated by an unknown number of times in an instant, and the moisture in the atmosphere was condensed into several ice spears, which suddenly hit Luo Ze in the sky. Humph! A trace of disdain flashed in the eyes of the Empress. Marine Admiral even played a sneak attack and bullied a child. She wanted to stop it, not specifically to help Luo Ze, but simply hated Marine. But Aokiji's sneak attack was very fast, and when she wanted to stop it, it was too late. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at Luo Ze, but the next scene made her face startled. Whoosh! The Six Paths Ice Spear hit Luo Ze with incomparable precision, then passed through the body of the boy on the dragon's back as if nothing had happened, and disappeared into the distant sky. You don't talk about martial arts, come to cheat, come and attack me, an 11-year-old kid. Luo Ze narrowed his eyes slightly, and his tone became colder. Allah la. It's clearly hit. Are you a capable person? Aokiji was not embarrassed at all, and even slapped him backwards. Don't say that, little brother, if you were me, you might have done more. Riding a dragon ran over and asked me for Shishibuokai's name, and I'll measure your strength, isn't it the right thing to do? Then feel it with your body. Luo Ze's eyes focused. Mangeki Sharingan launched Kamui. In an instant, a vortex of space was born. Aokiji's face changed suddenly, and he looked at his right arm. An indescribable suction force was tearing at his arm, and the force of space distortion made it difficult for him to break free for a while. This is the ability of the space type. Aokiji, who has experienced many battles, realized something was wrong in an instant. Armament Haki immediately wraps around the locked part, however, this power cannot be broken by Armament Haki. Just 2 seconds. When the tearing force reached ultimate, Aokiji's face couldn't keep his composure, and he felt his arms were going away from him. Puff! Blood spilled out suddenly, and an arm was violently wrenched off by the distorted space. Aokiji Admiral! A group of sailors shouted in shock. Aokiji clutched the broken arm, his face extremely serious. The torn arm turned into shattered ice in mid-air, and then regrouped at the fracture and grew out again. Seeing this scene, the sailors breathed a sigh of relief. Aokiji Admiral is an ability user of Logia frozen fruit. I was really shocked just now, this kid can actually distort space. Aokiji Admiral will be fine at all, Elemental is invincible. How could it be all right? Aokiji stared at the boy on the dragon's back, with his left hand covering the broken part of his right arm. In places covered by palms. The connecting part of the gap is not the regrown flesh and blood, but ice. He's literally elementalized. Immunity to any physical attack without armament haki. But the other party distorted the space and permanently erased his elemental part of the body. Others don't know, but the Empress understands. She showed a surprised expression, and looked up at Luo Ze deeply. Luo Ze was still sitting on the back of the dragon, so he said unhurriedly, "Do you want to take back what you lost? Go back and tell the world government and give me the title." After a pause, he said with a smile that was not a smile, "Or do you want to take it back by force? Hey, that Empress over there, let's work together to kill him." What an arrogant kid! The Empress raised a smile, "Yes, although I hate men, I can join hands when necessary." Aokiji. Still say you don't know him? Absolutely know it. He took a deep breath, turned and walked towards the cabin of the warship. Gone back. Chapter 13. Wait a moment. Seeing that Aokiji was about to withdraw, Luo Ze immediately called to stop him. Is there anything else to say? Give me the stuff back. Of course the things will be returned to you, but not now. When the government makes a decision, you can use it to contact me. Luo Ze threw a card over. Aokiji took it and glanced at it. There was a string of numbers written on the card, apparently the phone bug's number. Let's go, return. Without saying anything, he turned and entered the cabin of the warship. A senior colonel followed immediately, and said in a deep voice, "Aokiji Admiral, are you going to let 9 snakes go like this? Although that child looks like... It's not this problem, the problem is that dragon." Aokiji touched the ice on the broken arm, and said helplessly, "The moment I tried to test it just now, the dragon gave me a very dangerous feeling." A dangerous dragon, a demon fruit power with space-type abilities, a pirate empress, plus fighters from the Kuja pirates. Even if he is admiral, facing this kind of lineup, he dare not say that he is sure to win. Even if they can win, the sailors on the warship may not survive. Of course, the most important thing is that he doesn't like trouble. Where did this kid come from? Someone has to investigate when we go back. He thought to himself. A huge warship sailed away slowly, gradually turning into a small black spot in the field of vision, and finally disappeared at the sea level. Luo Ze withdrew his gaze and turned to look at the Empress. The Empress was also looking at him. Boya Hancock, am I doing you a favor? You child. The Empress showed a rare interest. What ability was it just now? I'm a spaceman who ate a space fruit. Luo Ze nonsense, said, I help you, you have to help me. I came here to find a person, he is in the Devil's Triangle Sea area, on a ghost ship. You ask the crew of 9 snakes to help me find someone. Heard that? Before the Empress opened her mouth, the 2 younger sisters were already a little angry. Nonsense. Obviously you wanted the title of Shishibukai, so that's why you did it. The second sister Boya Sandersonia snorted. That's right, my lord, don't pay attention to him at all. The Devil's Sea is so big, if you help him find a boat, when will you find it? Third sister Boya Marigold shook her head. So, you are a bunch of ungrateful women. The Empress's slender brows trembled, she stared at the boy on the dragon's back, and after a while she suddenly smiled with unknown meaning. You did help me, and I'm not an ungrateful person, but I don't like trouble when I help you find someone. After a pause, the smile on the corner of her mouth gradually became Zhongyang. I am a wayward woman, but no matter what I do, I will be forgiven, because I am so beautiful. Even a child is a male, so show your true nature in front of the concubine. She was full of anticipation waiting to appreciate Luo Ze's ugly appearance. Shameless. Luo Ze choked speechlessly, you are beautiful, let me admit it, but these are 2 different things. Just say whether you want to find it or not. As soon as the words fell, the Empress felt struck by lightning. She clutched her heart, staggered 2 steps, and was supported by 2 younger sisters. Sister. Who? The Empress couldn't stand Luo Ze's contemptuous eyes, her chest heaved with anger. If the situation were different, she would have turned the stinky child into stone on the spot, but he just helped her, and she was not the kind of ungrateful person. My lord, there's no need to be angry with a child. Marigold saw through the truth, and hurriedly said, a child like this can't understand the beauty of my lord at all. Right. That's right. Children don't know the beauty of concubines. The Empress calmed down and regained a little bit of confidence. She even imagined 10 years later in her mind. 10 years later. When this stinky child grows up and meets each other again in the vast ocean, he finally understands the beauty of concubine body when he is older, and at that time, concubine body will definitely despise him back. Thinking of this, she stood firm, pointing at Luo Ze in the sky with her white fingers like jade, and said proudly. I'll forgive your offense this time, brat. You'll regret it sooner or later, hey. After speaking, she turned and walked towards the poop. At the same time, a sentence that was slightly unpleasant and unwilling to float in place. 9 snake pirates, turn the rudder and enter the misty sea. She ultimately chose to help. My lord. The 2 younger sisters immediately chased after her. The rest of the crew glared at Luo Ze one after another. Stinky brat, how dare you make Her Majesty angry? It's unbelievable, children are just children, and they don't understand the beauty of the Empress at all. My Lady Empress is the most beautiful woman in the world. The Pirate Empress who has won 80 million bounties for just one expedition. Be grateful, brat, the Empress is very merciful and willing to help you once. The group of women chattered and didn't know what they were talking about. Luo Ze has 10 mouths and can't talk to them. Tuko full of black lines. Hurry up and find someone for me, you stinky women. Even with the help of the 9 snake pirates, it is not easy to find a ghost ship in the Devil's Triangle waters. While Luo Ze and others were busy, on the other side, Aokiji's warship arrived at naval headquarters at 10 o'clock in the evening. Marine Ford. The fortress-like headquarters building, the marshal's office. What did you say? Rejected again. The current marshal, Buddha Sengoku, said with a headache, that woman is very strong. The Conqueror's Awakener has that kind of fruit ability. The government attaches great importance to her. There was a little accident. Aokiji sat on the sofa, holding the back of his head with his hands, closed his eyes and meditated. A little boy came out and rode a dragon, and my arm was broken by him. What? Surprised, Sengoku realized that Aokiji's right arm, near the shoulder, was connected by a section of ice. Eating a certain type of space-type devil fruit can distort the space tens of meters away. I can't resist it with my armed color. It should be that I have developed the fruit's ability to a very deep level. Aokiji explained calmly, as if he wasn't the one who lost his arm. How strong is it? Sengoku frowned and asked. I don't know. He claims to be not a pirate, and the bounty is 0. Let alone him himself, the dragon sitting under him is a little tricky. Compared with Luo Ze, Aokiji pays more attention to Kuai Long. Sengoku was speechless for a while, frowning and thinking about when such a master would appear in the sea. But not impressed. What does he want to do? He dares to attack you. Hearing this, Aokiji said subtly, he wants Shishibukai. Chapter 14. 2 days later. Devil's Triangle Sea Area. Perfume Snake Pirate Ship, Restaurant. A group of women surrounded Kuai Long, constantly feeding food with great enthusiasm. What a cute dragon, can I touch you? Kai Long, do you want to eat this? This is a specialty of our daughter country, snake fruit. Want to drink? Come and compete with me for a bar. If you lose, you have to take me to the sky to fly around. Whether it's a female man or a cute girl, these women from the 9 snake pirates are all chattering around Kuai Long. In contrast, the other side of the table. Luo Ze looked at the popular Kuai Long blankly. Humans are indeed a creature that likes to be fed. Whether it is a tiger, a lion, or even a dragon, human beings want to paw a few times. Of course, the main reason is that Kuai Long looks cute. Withdrawing his gaze, Luo Ze looked at the person sitting across from him, the Empress's second younger sister, Sander Sonia. It's not fair, Kuai Long eats so well, just give me a few apples. Humph, you made my sister angry, you should be laughing if you didn't drive me away. You are the first man who can board this ship. Sander Sonia rested her chin on her hands, observing the little boy in front of her. Although the attitude is bad, but looks very good looking. Luo Ze was helpless, and he didn't know what to be angry about. He took a bite of the apple and said, it's been 2 days and you still haven't found it. Is your efficiency good? Sander Sonia laughed angrily, who do you think it is for? This sea area is much bigger than you imagined. Bad luck, you may not be able to find it in a month. After a pause, he complained again, our people are looking for ghost ships everywhere, you are not in a hurry, you eat and drink for free on our ship every day. What's my hurry? Don't you have you? Luo Ze was surprised, this free tool man, if you don't use it, why don't you go find it yourself? Has anyone ever told you that you need to be spanked, brat? Sander Sonia said the terrible words with a smile. The two were having a friendly conversation when a female soldier walked into the restaurant. Lord Sander Sonia, we found the ghost ship. Hearing this, Luo Ze immediately stood up, walked outside, and at the same time shouted at Kuai Long, don't eat, let's go. Sander Sonia immediately asked, did you really find it? Yes, said the female warrior, my Lord Empress has already passed by first. The kid is lucky. Sander Sonia muttered, and followed her out of the restaurant. Soon after, a dilapidated ghost ship that has been floating in this sea for at least 40 years. When Luo Ze landed on the deck riding a fast dragon, he saw the Empress with her younger sister Marigold looking at a skeleton in front of her with an unhappy expression. "You are such a beautiful young lady. May I take the liberty to show you your panties?" Holding a cup of coffee, Brooke straightened the bow on his neckline, and spoke very gentlemanly words with a gentlemanly attitude. "What's the matter with this afro-headed skull? It's already an old bone." Marigold was speechless, and he didn't know what's so good about his underwear. Even if a man is dead, he's still lecherous, right? The queen's eyebrows trembled, and she wanted to turn people into stones on the spot. Seeing Luo Ze flying in a fast dragon, he raised his head and said, "This is the person you are looking for? For your sake, I will spare him once. My face is so big." Luo Ze was shocked. He actually has such a thing as face with the Empress. Yo ho 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 ho. Brooke let out a series of unique laughter. "I was really rude just now. I haven't seen a living human being for many, many years. I can't help it. I'm looking for you." Luo Ze ignored what the Empress said about the face issue, and turned to Brooke and said, "Come with me to Allegia." "Allegia, isn't that the legendary capital of music?" Brooke was taken aback. "Allegia?" The Empress frowned slightly. "If my memory is correct, the news said that this country had been destroyed more than 10 days ago. So this stinky kid is from Allegia." She thought silently in her heart, and couldn't help imagining a picture. Someday 10 years from now, she brought the 9 snake pirates to visit Allegia. On the port, the grown-up stinky child who was selling coolies was shocked when he saw her. "Please marry me, beautiful angel." The grown-up stinky kid knelt down on one knee and proposed on the spot. "No, after all, I'm a shameless concubine." Use the most contemptuous attitude to severely reject the other party. Then admire the regretful expression of this stinky kid. Ha ha. The Empress felt relieved for a while, and the anger she had had 2 days ago had dissipated a lot, and an unconscious smile even overflowed her face. This woman smiles so weirdly. Luo Ze glanced at the Empress, and said, "Your name is Brooke, musician, Allegia needs your talent." "Hey, you know me?" Brooke said in shock. "I've been dead for 40 years. It's amazing that my eyes fell off." "Ah, although I don't have eyes, woohoo." "Empress. Marigold. What kind of cold joke is this? Ha, do you want to come?" Luo Ze laughed, knowing Brooke's character very well. "Well, yes." I agreed without hesitation. "Then let's go." Luo Ze was not surprised by this situation. Drifting in a dark sea for 40 years, only the corpses of his former companions accompanied him, and those corpses would decay with the passage of time. To be able to endure this loneliness without going crazy, Brooke's spirit can be described as quite tenacious. When Brooke got into the car, Luo Ze patted Kuai Long on the head. "I have to work hard on you again." Kuai Long let out a cheerful cry and flew up slowly. Luo Ze looked at the Empress on the deck, and said with a faint smile, "Thank you, Boya Hancock." "Humph." The Empress snorted proudly. Doesn't seem to bother accepting thanks at all. But the little theater in her mind is not over yet. Definitely despise and go back. Allegia, I remember it. Chapter 15. Quick. Too fast. It's so fast, but you didn't feel the wind pressure. On Kuai Long's back, Brooke yelled. It's called Kuai Long. As a dragon, it has the power to control the wind. Haven't you noticed? There is an invisible cover around it. Hearing what Luo Ze said, Brooke immediately noticed. I see. But, the dragon, isn't that a legendary creature? It actually exists in reality. He sat behind Luo Ze and said with emotion, by the way, I didn't ask your name. I'm Brooke. Next, shall we go to Allegia? Luo Ze. Anyway, let's go back to Allegia first, my little diva needs a band. While answering, Luo Ze thought about the next candidate. There must be at least 4 people in the band. He knew very few musicians, Brook being one. In addition to him, there are disc player APU, a member of the extremely evil generation 10 years later, the captain of the radio pirates. Luo Ze doesn't like this person, pass, and who knows where he is now. Kojiki Hiri, the little princess of Wano Kuni, is good at playing and singing. In the future, she will be one of the 3 peerless beauties who can be named after the Empress Boya Hancock. She is only 14 years old now, and if she has a chance, she can be abducted to Allegia. Cornus, a resident of Sky Island, is a kind-hearted little girl that Luffy met first when he landed on Sky Island. She is good at playing the harp. The harp is not an urgently needed instrument for the band, so let's put it aside for now. Diva Ann, a popular singer who appeared in Operation Frenzy, now I don't know where she is. Thinking about it this way, the only suitable candidate at the moment is Kojiki Hiri. Wano Kuni is not far from Allegia. Luo Ze thought quietly. Going to Wano Kuni, you have to consider a little risk, it is the territory of the 4. Sanhuang Kaido. Find a chance to go there and take Kaido's daughter away. Without talking all the way, Luo Ze took Brook and returned to Allegia that afternoon. Brook couldn't help but freeze for a moment as the island gradually came into view. The legendary capital of music, Allegia, why does it look like this? There are collapsed buildings everywhere, and there are no people. Forgot to tell you, not long ago, Allegia was destroyed by a great pirate named Shanks. Luo Ze resolutely gave the blame to Shanks to protect our little diva. It turned out to be like this. Don't worry, counting you, there are 4 people on the island. We want to rebuild this country. Great goal. While talking, the 2 descended into the castle. Gordon happened to be at the door, and when he saw Luo Ze coming back, he nodded in greeting, then looked at Brook, startled. Ghost. I'm sorry, I'm a resurrected person who ate the fruit of the underworld, Brook. It's the first time we meet, yo ho 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 ho. Brook saluted very gentlemanly. I'm Gordon, the king who once ruled here. Anyway, welcome to Allegia. Gordon looked at Luo Ze blankly, is this the band member you brought back? Gordon, where's Yuta? Yuta is in the live room. On the air. No, I'm practicing singing. Hearing this, Luo Ze nodded, greeted Brook, and walked into the castle together. When I came to the door of the live broadcast room, I could hear Yuta singing from inside. Where does this breeze come from? Even if we asked like this, the sky never answered. Where will this song go in the end? I want to find the answer that only belongs to me. This song, the last ending song of the red-haired diva, a song that Yuta sang a cappella when he died in Redhair's arms. Luo Ze really likes this song. I remember the name is Where the Wind Goes, which was written by Yuta herself. When she was in Windmill Village, she loved to sing this song very much. Behind him, Brook said in shock, what a beautiful singing voice, Mr. Luo Ze, is this the diva you mentioned? It's amazing. For musicians, just listening to a few sentences, one can judge a person's talent at once. Is Yuta amazing? Luo Ze said with a smile, quite a sense of comfort from an old father. Amazing, really amazing. Brook nodded, it's just that this song is so sad and lonely. Just after finishing speaking, the door of the live broadcast room was opened with a bang. Z's, you're back. It's too much to run away without saying a word. She heard the conversation outside the door, and ran out impatiently, and threw herself into Luo Ze's arms like a baby swallow returning to its nest. I went to help you find a band, can't you sing a cappella all the time? Luo Ze touched Yuta's head and said with a smile, his name is Brook. Yeah. Only then did Yuta notice Brook, his little face turned pale with fright, and he hid behind Luo Ze. Brook, sorry, I'm a ghost. Don't scare her. Luo Ze said helplessly, this is a member of the band, who will accompany you from now on. Yes, it is my honor to be the accompanist for Miss. Brook praised, piano, drums, guitar, bass, wind instruments, I can do everything. Yes, is it? Yuta poked his head out cautiously, are you really not a ghost? No, you see I have a shadow. There's a real shadow. I was taken aback. My name is Yuta, and welcome to Allegia. Yuta smiled and held out his hand. I'm Brook, please give me your advice. A small hand and a bone hand hold each other, and the picture is surprisingly harmonious. Luo Ze said, Yuta, I won't be broadcasting live for a while, because I'm too impatient. We should improve your singing skills as soon as possible, and practice singing first. Yeah, I listen to you, you are a manager. Yuta nodded obediently. Been with Luo Ze for nearly half a month, and she likes Ze very much. From now on, I will use the guitar, Brook, you will use the piano. Although there are still some shortcomings, let's practice like this for now. Luo Ze arranged a plan, and he can play the guitar well. Acoustic guitar and piano are also a very commonly used accompaniment combination. No problem, I can't wait to hear Miss Yuta sing. Brook was more positive than Luo Ze, and was even moved to tears. What luck, I must be favored by God, I'm sorry, I lost my composure, too many good things happened today, not only met people, but also came to music the capital. The tears of being moved have overflowed from the eyes. Ah, although I have no tears, yo ho 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 ho. Yuta was amused, ha ha ha, you're so funny, Brook. Thank you for the compliment, a rare opportunity, little Yuta, can I appreciate your... Boom. Luo Ze kicked angrily, if you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. This is his little diva. I'm sorry. Brook apologized honestly, and then let out a characteristic laugh. With the addition of Brook and the guitar accompaniment of Luo Ze, Yuta is happy every day. Maybe it's really because of the accompaniment. With the accompaniment, Yuta's singing skills are improving rapidly. Among them, the song Target Pokémon Master has improved the most. Because this song is very happy, Yuta is also very happy, and under the emotional resonance, the score of this song is improving by leaps and bounds. On the first day, 75 points. The next day, 76 points. On the third day, 77. Until the seventh day, that is, a week later, Yuta finally reached an excellent 80 points. The system recognized this achievement. At the same time, Luo Ze also heard the system's prompt. Song, Target Pokémon Master. Singer, Yuta. Singing score, 80. Mission completed. Congratulations on getting a random beast, Crack Karakara. Chapter 16. Crack Karakara. Luo Ze looked at the pokeball in his hand, a little surprised. This is a divine beast among divine beasts, much stronger than ordinary second-level gods. When he wanted to release it immediately, the system's prompt sounded in his mind. The mythical beast is large in size and will cause huge damage when it is released for the first time. Karakara, god of the sky. Looks like a different place, can't destroy the castle. Luo Ze thought to himself. However, I am a little puzzled. If he remembers correctly, the cracked Karakara is only 7 meters long and weighs more than 200 kilograms. It can't be said that it is bigger, right? Thinking so, Luo Ze took the elf ball and walked out of the castle. I want to release again, but the system prompt remains the same. Not here. Startled for a moment, Luo Ze immediately blew his whistle and called Kuai Long. When he was on the island, he would raise Kuai Long, and Kuai Long didn't like staying in the Pokeball all the time. After riding the fast dragon, Luo Ze flew away from Allegia. 1 kilometer? No. 10 kilometers, or not. After flying 100 kilometers away, finally, the system prompt disappeared. Is it so outrageous? Luo Ze couldn't help but slander. Without hesitation, he decisively pressed the button of the poke ball. Come out, crack Karakura! A red light shot out from the elf ball, and the red light shot straight into the sky and injected into the very high clouds. Rumble! Suddenly, the sky within the field of vision darkened, and thunder rang out. At this moment, dark clouds cover the sky. The atmosphere was vibrating violently, and the ocean became extremely turbulent. Waves tens of meters high rose and fell in the raging wind. Luo Ze stared at the sky in a daze. It's just for a show, don't you want to be so outrageous? However, what he didn't know was that the scope of this influence far exceeded his vision. The top of the red line, a holy place located 10,000 meters above sea level. This is the headquarters of the world government, and it is also where the celestial dragons, the descendants of the Creator and the nobles of the world, live. At this moment, the sky darkened in an instant. The 5 old men in the office of the highest authority all stood up from the sofa. They walked to the window and looked at the dark sky with dull expressions. What happened? This is Marie Joy's. It suddenly turned dark? It's noon. Not normal climate change, did you feel the vibration? The atmosphere is shaking. The 5 looked at each other in disbelief. The first time he suspected a certain man, the ability user of Paramecia shock fruit. However, even he couldn't do such a thing. Moreover, according to their information, that person was in the depths of the New World Sea area, far away from Marie Joy's. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Then, a man in a white suit and a mask walked in. Master 5 Elders. CP0? What's the matter? Just after receiving dozens of reports, the sea area of New World turned black in an instant, just like the current Marie Joy's. Hearing this, the faces of the 5 people were shocked. What did you say? Meanwhile, at naval headquarters, the sky is equally dark. North blue, west blue. These 2 sea areas, a large area close to the New World, also suffered from changes in the world. Wano Kuni, Ghost Island. Kaido, who was drinking, suddenly looked up at the sky. What? His drunkenness dissipated, and he instantly turned into a green dragon and soared into the sky. With Luo Ze as the center, within a radius of about 5,000 kilometers, there are dark clouds, and the extremely thick clouds are like an impenetrable city wall. Roar! The dragon chant resounded through the sky. Among the black clouds, a looming green dragon slowly poked its head out. Its huge size made Luo Ze speechless for a moment. This is 7 meters? Is this called a larger body? Most of Karakura's body is hidden in the dark clouds, but only the part that can be seen by Luo Ze is already huge enough to suffocate. Seemingly noticing the existence of Luo Ze, Karakura locked his eyes on him. The next moment, a voice sounded in my mind. You are my little master. You can still talk. Luo Ze showed surprise. Compared to this, can you remove the fine print? I feel several powerful auras approaching. Crack Karakura was still staring, his mouth didn't move at all, but the voice was transmitted directly to Luo Ze's mind. With such a big movement, surely someone will come and take a look, right? Luo Ze was not surprised. Here we come. Suddenly, Karakura's voice sounded again. I saw a golden light suddenly shooting from the sky far away. With a pop, the golden light exploded in mid-air, and then the photons condensed, gradually turning into a tall figure. It's scary, a dragon. Kizaru looked at Karakura in astonishment. Compared to the giant Karakura's head, his size was just that of an ant. Marine Admiral, Kizaru. Luo Ze raised his eyebrows. Logia sparkling fruit ability user, indeed, there is no faster person in this world than him. Leaving aside the front swing of the driving ability, only the speed of movement, he is the speed of light. At this moment, Kizaru stepped lightly on the atmosphere, just floating in the air. Moonwalk? Luo Ze frowned. Noticing his gaze, Kizaru looked at Luo Ze and said unexpectedly, "It's really strange, is there anyone faster than me? Who are you?" Seeing the fast dragon under Luo Ze's feet again, his breath stopped. "Another train?" Luo Ze didn't speak, just watched quietly. At this time, the split Karakura suddenly launched an attack. In the opened dragon's mouth, the concentrated golden energy is like a sun. Next moment, boom! Destroy the dead light. A terrifying blow, far surpassing Kui Long's destructive death light. The golden beam engulfed Kizaru in an instant, and drove into the deep sea. There was a loud bang, and the ocean seemed to be cut by a huge sharp blade, and the huge waves that were set off even reached the height of Luo Ze. Shouldn't he be dead? The sea water receded, as if it was raining cats and dogs. Luo Ze is speechless. What ancient weapon Uranus? Karakura is Uranus. This power can definitely wipe out an island with one blow. Chapter 17. There are 3 very scary ancient weapons in this world. Pluton Pluto, rumored to be an invincible warship that can destroy an island with a single shot. Poseidon Poseidon is a humanoid weapon that can summon supergiant sea kings with a body length of even more than 5,000 meters. Uranus Uranus, an unknown ancient weapon, is suspected to be controlled by Im, the king of celestial dragons. It also has the power to destroy an island with one blow. At this time, Luo Ze saw the power of the beast Karakura. In terms of destructive power alone, it would not be weaker than ancient weapon, or even stronger. It's really scary. I was almost killed. Kizaru's voice sounded again, a golden light flashed, and he appeared in front of Luo Ze again. His tone of voice was weird, lazy, indifferent, and it sounded a bit eccentric, but this was his usual way of speaking. Luo Ze sat down, sat on Kui Long's back, and said casually, as expected of Admiral Polisolino, he hid very quickly. The Flash Man has the power of the speed of light. If you want to hide, it is really not easy to hit this person. You who have been watching the show, can you explain, what is this? Kizaru glanced at Luo Ze lightly, and then kept focusing on Karakura. Indeed dodged. However, the power of this attack made him break out in a cold sweat. If you don't dodge this, Aokiji and the others can have dinner at the headquarters tomorrow. Obviously it was some kind of pure energy attack, elementalization couldn't save him. The energy level is not on the same level, if you hit it, you will definitely die. Who asked you to come? Luo Ze asked without answering. The sky starts to get dark from here, and it spreads to the holy place Marie Joyce. Halfway through his words, the golden light gathered in Karakura's mouth again. The concentrated energy is like a small sun. Are you kidding? Can this kind of attack be fired randomly? Kizaru's complexion was stiff, fine cold sweat overflowed from his forehead. Without saying a word, he turned into a photon and dissipated on the spot. Boom! The moment he avoided it, the destructive death light came again. Boom! The monstrous waves that have not subsided yet rushed to the sky again, and the falling sea water made the rain even heavier. The torrential downpour hit Luo Ze. With a flash of golden light, Kizaru appeared again. He raised his hand to wipe his cold sweat, glanced at Luo Ze and said, "Why does this dragon keep attacking the old man?" "Maybe it's because you're ugly," Luo Ze said. He didn't give orders, it was Karakura's spontaneous behavior. No wonder the system keeps reminding him that the first release will cause huge damage before being released from the Pokeball. If this is released in Allegia, there will be no Allegia. For Luo Ze's banter, Kizaru didn't care at all, he put all his heart on Karakura. This kind of attack can't be dodged again and again. What is this thing? From Marie Joyce to here, it is at least 4,000 kilometers, and it caused the darkness. Kizaru thought to himself. He happened to be in Marie Joyce, and the 5 elders asked him to look into it, and while he didn't like trouble, he couldn't disobey orders. If he knew it was so dangerous, he just pretended to fool the higher UPS. While thinking, his body burst into a strong golden light. Then, he raised his finger, and with a whoosh, a beam of laser light instantly hit Karakura. But because of the huge difference in physique, this attack was like scratching an itch. After hitting Karakura's chin, the laser was directly scattered. So hard. Kizaru was numb all over. It didn't even break the defense. Just kidding, Kaido is not that hard, and he is also a dragon. Kaido is not as big as the dragon in front of him, at least a circle bigger. Some kind of awakened Zoan phantom beast. Kizaru thought speculatively, but felt wrong. With this kind of destructive power, it's just like the legendary ancient weapon. Uranus. Karakura was hit by the laser and was immediately enraged. It opened its mouth and let out a loud dragon roar. The sound pressure alone instantly made the rain stagnate in the air. As if time was frozen, for a few seconds, the sea rolled back, and the terrifying sea water, hundreds of millions of tons of sea water was lifted up by an invisible force. Like a picture scroll, from the left and right directions, the rolled-up sea water, like 2 fly swatters, suddenly pinched towards Kizaru in mid-air. Even the sea can be manipulated, the old man has provoked it. Kizaru was dripping with cold sweat, it was too scary, slipped away, slipped away. It's not that the old man doesn't want to investigate, it's really powerless, if he doesn't leave, he has to explain here. Dissipating into photons, Kizaru darted toward the distant sky before the sea beat him to death. A beam of golden light traversed the sky and disappeared in an instant. He ran away. Luo Ze was speechless, it was useless, he also wanted to see Karakura's other abilities. I'm hungry. Suddenly, Karakura's voice sounded in my mind. This voice is neither male nor female, and the beast has no gender. What do you like to eat? Luo Ze asked. He vaguely remembered that Karakura depended on the water and particles in the atmosphere for food. With such a huge body, how many things he had to eat in a day? I'm going to the ozone layer, little master, if you encounter danger, you can call me at any time. As long as you are within the range of this planet, I can hear you. After saying this, Karakura, who was hiding in the black cloud, slowly disappeared and headed towards the higher sky. Don't return the Pokeball. Luo Ze was startled, as if it was the same. Karakura has always lived in the ozone, and the small Pokeball can't hold it. However, after hearing what Karakura said, it doesn't matter. It's like a space-based weapon. When needed, it can let the attack fall on the top of the head at any time. As expected of a divine beast, the strength is a bit outrageous. The gap between a quasi-god and a divine beast is completely different. As a full-level quasi-god, Kuai Long can fight the pirate emperor, but he may not be able to beat it. In contrast, Karakura can easily suppress Admiral, and it is not an exaggeration to describe it as playing. Not to mention that it was only Kizaru who came, he felt that the 3 admirals came out together, and he could only scratch his head in the face of Karakura. Chapter 18. Karakura is so strong, I can't fall behind. Pokémon is a Pokémon, and my own strength is more important. Watching Karakura disappear, Luo Ze patted Kuai Long, indicating to return. Turn on the system, the task has been updated. Diva Training Task. Singer Yuta sings Pokémon Master, and when the singing score reaches 100 points, every time she sings in the future, the manager can get any Pokémon, all random. Sure enough, there is a follow-up, and it's a repetitive task. This means that once Yuta can sing this song perfectly, he will have countless Pokémon. All random means that it is possible to get everything from the Carp King who can only splash and jump to the beast-level Grass Mud Horse. There may be a difference in probability, but as long as you sing enough times, it is entirely possible to summon more than 1,000 kinds of Pokémon in One Piece world. It's nothing more than making Yuta sing 1,000,000 times more. It's no wonder that when you got the system, you told me to squeeze the diva hard. Luo Ze's expression was subtle. In the future, Allegia may not become the island of Pokémon. Just as Luo Ze returned to Allegia, on the other side, Karakara flew towards the ozone layer. On the endless sea of clouds, Kaido, who came late, discovered the existence of Karakara at a glance. Dragon! Kaido's pupils constrict suddenly. The change in the sky is caused by this dragon. He narrowed his eyes and quickly intercepted it. Forget about the little ghost riding a dragon that I met before, the shape of that dragon is different from him. But the one in front of him is bigger than him in size, and it gives people a strong sense of oppression when viewed from a distance. This world doesn't need so many dragons. With an angry snort, the blue dragon Kaido flew above Karakara. Who are you? On the fruit map, there is no phantom beast in your form. Cracking Karakara without any response, went straight to the sky. Seeing this, Kaido laughed angrily, but was ignored. He opened his mouth with a flame, heat breath. The hot breath spit out of the mouth is powerful enough to wipe out a mountain peak with one blow, melting the mountain body instantly and evaporating it. Cracked Karakara did not dodge or dodge, and bumped into it head-on. The flames hit its head and were blocked by the green scales, making it difficult to penetrate its terrifying defenses. Kaido's complexion changed slightly. What a strong defense! What kind of dragon are you? Karakara still ignored it, and it flew over Kaido's head in a blink of an eye. Kaido didn't move, just watched Karakara pass him coldly. When he looked up, an emerald green dragon tail had already swung down. Just like the killer whale in the sea hunting and killing its prey, it uses its tail to lash the target. Snapped. With a lightning-fast twitch, Kaido's head was slapped dizzily, and he vomited blood on the spot. The terrifying power prevented him from grasping his own flame cloud, and his huge body quickly fell towards the sea of clouds. As he vomited blood and fell, Kaido lost consciousness. But in just a second, he recovered. Unbelievable in his heart, he stared fixedly at the green dragon flying towards the sun. This understated blow imprinted an invincible image on his mind. At this moment, Kaido immediately understood. Can't beat it. The other party is not interested in talking to him. A hole. In the blink of an eye, he fell into the sea of clouds. The mutated sky due to the birth of Karakara lasted for several hours before gradually recovering. More than a dozen powerful auras came to the place where the incident happened, but found nothing. Those with abilities came by flying, and journalists also came by airship. But all to no avail. Holy Land, Marie Joyce. 5 elders looked at Kizaru seriously, and said, "So, you're back." Kizaru was sitting on the opposite sofa, clipping his nails, and said casually, "I was almost killed. If I don't run away, I will really die." "What you said is true. Polo Salino, this is not a joke." One of the old men with a sword said in a serious tone. "When I got there, someone was already one step ahead of me." Kizaru put down the nail clippers, stood up from the sofa, faced the 5 elders, and said, "A child riding a dragon, who looks about 11 or 12 years old. The kid riding a dragon." The yellow-haired 5 elders frowned, and took out a photo. "Is this the guy?" Glancing at the photo, Kizaru was taken aback. "It's him. Luo Ze in the photo is sitting cross-legged on Kuai Long. There is such a thing." The yellow-haired 5 elders' expression was not very good. A few days ago, Naval Headquarters reported a rather unusual incident to the government. A child named Luo Ze passed Aokiji and wanted to ask them for a Shishibukai position. The key point is that this person is not a pirate, but a child who has raised a dragon. I don't know if that dragon is a capable person. After learning about this incident, he asked the people from CP0 to investigate, but no news has come yet. Unexpectedly, I heard something related to it from Kizaru. Who is this person? Kizaru couldn't help asking curiously, he seems to have something to do with that green dragon. The green dragon won't attack him, but instead stares at me and hits me. What? The yellow-haired five elders' complexion changed slightly, and he angrily said, why didn't you say it earlier? If he doesn't take out the photo of this important information, isn't this guy going to say it? Kizaru tilted his mouth, not bothering to explain. This kid's name is Luo Ze. The yellow-haired five elders pondered for a moment, and immediately made a decision. If you want to investigate the green dragon, it seems that you have to start with this guy. Holding a sword, five elders said, if that dragon really has that kind of power, you can't use strong methods. It will cause a huge crisis. Things are beyond their control, comparable to a green dragon from ancient weapon. If violence is used, wouldn't it be lighting a lamp in the toilet and courting death? But it's obviously impossible not to investigate. The yellow-haired five elders nodded and said, since he wants Shishibuokai's position, give it to him. Then go through him and investigate this matter. Regarding this proposal, the other four people also nodded. Next, discuss how to grant Shishibuokai. It is not acceptable to give it directly. This child is unknown and has no actual achievements. The outside world does not know who he is. Shishibuokai, given out in this way, will cause confusion among the public. A few days later, a piece of news shocked the world. The fourth Shishibuokai. The creator of the Dark Knight event, Dragon Rider Luo Ze. Chapter 19. Once the news was released, it spread all over the world in a short period of time, triggering heated discussions. New world, deep in the ocean. A massive white whale ship, the Moby Dick. First Team Captain Phoenix Marco looked at the newspaper and said to the pirate Emperor Whitebeard on the side. Dad, there's a new Shishibuokai. When did the government become so efficient? The old Jinbei didn't last long. Whitebeard was a tall man, over 6.6 m tall, sitting on a huge chair and holding a wine gourd. Hearing this, he grinned and said, the world government is also a little anxious. Father, the newspaper said that the Dark Knight incident a few days ago was caused by this new Shishibuokai. The captain of the 3rd Division, Diamond Josie, read the newspaper beside him. Hearing this, Whitebeard stopped drinking. Marco, show me. I flew over to look before, but I didn't find anything. As he spoke, Marco handed the newspaper to Whitebeard. Whitebeard saw the photo of the new Shishibuokai first, and his face froze for a moment. Is it a child? Dragon Rider Luo Ze? Has any of you heard of it? Not at all. It's the first time I've heard of it. It can be recognized by the government. This kid is very powerful, right? If he created the Dark Knight, it must be someone with some kind of ability, and there is a high probability that he has awakened. A group of cotters gathered together and discussed. The new Shishibuokai is too mysterious. There are still traces of the previous three. Among them, the seaman Jinbei has a good relationship with their Beichuan. But this Luo Ze kid, the past is a mystery, and the bounty is 0. It just popped up overnight. Whitebeard looked at the news content, feeling a little strange in his heart. A bounty is 0, is it a child that even the pirates don't know? Why did the government give the other party the title of Shishibuokai so simply? Shishibuokai have no small amount of power. Gulala la. What is the government planning? Marco, go and investigate. Sea of Paradise, located on Daughter's Isle in the Calm Belt. The country on the island is called Daughter Country, also known as Amazon Lily. This country was formed by the female fighting nation Nine Snakes. They were born to be trained by on-the-spot fighters, and they carried all their livelihoods and labor on their shoulders. For some unknown reason, the children born to the women were also girls. This day, going out on an expedition to bring material to the country, the 9 snake pirates led by the Emperor Boya Hancock finally returned to Hong Kong. The national defenders who defended the country, as well as officials at all levels, greeted them at the port one after another. They shouted the names of Master Snake Lady and Master Empress. The Empress, who got off the boat, still had a cold expression, facing her subjects with a cold and proud attitude. "Get ready for a bath." The Empress gave orders to a minister. Every time she returns from an expedition, she will take a good bath to dissipate her fatigue, which is already a routine. It's just that whenever she wants to take a bath, the entire vicinity of the palace will be tightly sealed, and no one who is idle will be allowed to take a step closer. After several hours. After finishing her bath, the Empress returned to her bedroom with wet hair, and saw 3 people in the room. 2 of them were younger sisters, and the other was a little old woman. The Empress frowned fiercely. "Who allowed you to enter the concubine's bedroom?" "Snake Princess," the old woman reprimanded her daughter with a newspaper in her hand. "I heard from Mary that you refused again. This is the 3rd time. The government's patience will run out sooner or later." After a pause, she patted the newspaper. "Look, take a look, this is the newspaper you brought back. The 4th Shishibukai has been confirmed. There are not many places left for you." "Humph, Shishibukai. I won't be a lackey of the government myself." The Empress snorted coldly, and said, "Mary, Sonia, throw her out." "My lord sister, why mother-in-law?" The 2 sisters smiled wryly. "Shiji, you wayward BCH. Grandma Zi yelled, "Are you going to drag this country into the quagmire of war? Even with calm belt, if the government is determined to deal with us, what will happen to this country? So, have you thought about it? The matter of my concubine has nothing to do with you, you traitor. Throw it out." The Empress waved her big hand, and was so angry that she immediately chased away people. Seeing this, the 2 younger sisters had no choice but to set up Granny Zi and took her out. The newspaper fell to the ground. The Empress walked over, picked it up, and looked at it with a slight frown. "At this glance, I immediately saw the photo of that stinky kid. This kid really became a Shishibukai." The Empress was silent for a moment. She had a deep impression on Luo Ze. She dared to call her stinky and shameless, and she would never forget it in her life. Standing quietly in the bedroom, various images kept flashing in my mind. Shishibukai, celestial dragons, slaves, nations, stinky kids, stinky kids, stinky kids. Thinking about it made me angry again. I don't know how long it took. The 2 sisters returned. "My lord, my mother-in-law is after all. There is some truth in what she said. Of course, I am not saying that I will accept the government's invitation, but..." The second sister Sander Sonia said softly. "She has a headache about the relationship between her sister and her mother-in-law." "Humph." The Empress snorted and put away the newspaper. "Sonia, contact Naval Headquarters and tell them that I accept it." The 2 sisters didn't react at once, and they were stunned for more than 10 seconds before they let out an exclamation. In this short moment, what kind of thinking did my elder sister go through? Sure enough, my lord sister still has a country in her heart. Allegia, an open-air balcony of the castle. Luo Ze played the guitar and accompanied Brooke to the little diva. It's live time. After the singing level has been greatly improved, with the blessing of the accompaniment, Yuda's fans finally broke through 0. The system told him that as of now, the number of fans has exceeded 90, and with a few more, he can complete another task. Suddenly, puff puff. The voice of the phone bug rang. Everyone stopped playing. Luo Ze signaled Yuda to continue with his eyes, then he walked out of the room and connected the phone. "It's me, Aokiji." Luo Ze said lightly, "Is there something wrong? You still don't know? Don't watch the news." Aokiji on the opposite side was a little surprised. "The government has promised you and given you the title of Shishibukai." "Really?" Luo Ze was also a little surprised. According to the agreement, Can you give me back my arm? To be honest, life is a bit inconvenient recently. Aokiji said helplessly. I'll send it to you when I'm free someday. As for when you are free, that can only depend on God's will. As if knowing what he would say, Aokiji said very calmly, the headquarters wants you 5 Shishibukai to come to Marineford. I just became a Shishibukai, you guys are going to get together and make trouble? Sorry, no time. Wait a minute, 5. Luo Ze was about to refuse, but suddenly realized. Just an hour ago, the Empress also accepted. Aokiji didn't hide anything, and there's nothing to hide about this kind of thing. It will be officially announced in a few days. The Empress accepted the government's invitation? Luo Ze felt a little surprised. Not interested in. After speaking, he hung up. Just kidding, who's going to Naval Headquarters? At the same time. Naval Headquarters. Aokiji looked at the phone bug with his eyes closed, and suddenly fell into a state of doubting his life. 5 Shishibukai, the answers are surprisingly consistent. Do not have time. In a hurry. Can't go away. And the Empress's concubine is tired and Luo Ze's not interested. Aokiji. He is also tired, destroy it. Chapter 20. After finishing the call with Aokiji, before returning to the live broadcast room, a system prompt came to my mind. Diva Training Task. The number of fans of Diva Yuta exceeds 100, and the reward is 10% of the sword skills of One Piece Gold Roger during his lifetime. Mission completed. In an instant, in Luo Ze's mind, the memory of practice appeared again. In this false memory, he seemed to be the young Roger, constantly fighting one enemy after another. Swordsmanship is advancing by leaps and bounds. This time, Luo Ze wasn't in a coma, he was no longer what he used to be, he was no longer that weak earthling. After a long time, he exhaled slowly. 20%. With my current swordsmanship, I'm considered a first-rate swordsman, right? Silently digesting this power, he immediately turned on the system, and the task was indeed updated. The content has not changed, but the number of fans has increased from 100 to 1000. According to the current pace, it can be completed in a week at most. It seems to be soon, but Luo Ze is not satisfied. Musicians, backup dance troupe are needed, go and get Kaido's daughter back first, and Kojiki Hiri. As soon as he thought of it, he walked out of the castle decisively and rode a fast dragon towards Wano-kuni. The distance between the two places is not far, and the straight line distance is only a few hundred kilometers. Wano-kuni. A closed country, not a member of the world government, never accepts outsiders. A place that even marine warships cannot enter is the base camp of the 3 Emperor's Beasts pirates. In less than half an hour, Luo Ze had come over Wano-kuni. To be precise, it came to another island near the Wano-kuni Inland Sea, the sky above Onishima. The island is very small, and the shape of the island is like a ghost, with a huge skull building. Luo Ze stood on Kui Long's back, overlooking the scenery below from a high altitude. Kaido's daughter, she should be 16 now. 16 years old, name is Yamato. 8 years ago, at the age of 8, the girl witnessed Kojiki Oden's boiling torture and was deeply shocked. Later, she picked up Kojiki Oden's adventure diary and yearned for adventures outside. Commonly known as brain-dead groupies. Of course, a large part of the reason for this is that Kaido, the father, does not know how to get along with his daughter at all, which leads to the development of the other party's distorted personality. This is not surprising, the world of One Piece is a world where my father is cheating and my father is even more cheating. Problem girl. Luo Ze chuckled, and used the elf ball to take Kui Long back. Losing his foothold, his body fell downwards, and at the same time, his eyes turned into Mangeki Sharingan. With the right eye as the center, a vortex of space sucked him in. Whoosh, disappeared. A small room on the third floor of the skeleton castle on Ghost Island. Two children, a boy and a girl, about 10 years old, were hiding in a corner, whispering. The little girl took out two fruits covered with spiral patterns, and said in a low voice, "Xiao Pei, let's eat them together, one for each of us." "Sister, did you steal it?" "Captain Kaido's treasury." The younger boy was pale and frightened. "Sister, put it back, you will be killed if you find it." "No, we must eat. If we want to survive in this pirate group of the jungle, we must have strength. This is the devil fruit of the Zoan ancient species. Only by eating them can we not be bullied." The little girl stared at her younger brother, and forcefully stuffed a fruit to him. "But eat, Xiao Pei. If you don't eat, my sister will be sad." "Yes." The younger brother couldn't resist the elder sister. Looking at the fruit in his hand, he was about to bite it down. Sudden! Behind the elder sister, ripples appeared in the space, and a figure swallowed in the vortex of space. The younger brother trembled in fright, quickly took a few steps back, pointed at his older sister's back, and said tremblingly, "I was found out, old sister." My sister saw the shadow of the person, and her small body froze in place with fright. She turned her head mechanically, and saw a boy who was a head taller than her. It's just that the boy's eyes are terrifying, with a sickle-shaped pattern in the blood-red eyes. You are 7. Shi Shibukai? Dragon Rider Luo Ze. The little girl almost screamed. "How do you know?" Luo Ze was surprised. Compared to this, what is the Dragon Rider? A nickname given to him by the government? Morning news. She replied blankly. Is the news traveling so fast? Luo Ze was speechless for a while. From now on he will also be able to clean his face. He looked at the little girl, then at his younger brother who was shivering in the corner. Immediately said with a smile, "Is it devil fruit in your hand?" "Yes." The little girl didn't dare not answer, and said in a fearful voice, Don't kill us, we will give you the fruit." "Why should I kill you?" Luo Ze was speechless immediately. There was no wrongdoing, and he was still a child. Hearing this, both siblings breathed a sigh of relief, and the elder sister handed over the fruit. "Here, thank you for letting us go. We won't say anything. What's your name?" Luo Ze thought the little girl looked familiar. "Runty." As soon as Luo Ze heard the name, Luo Ze knew it instantly, and suddenly said, "Are you annoying Ti?" One of the 6 Vali sons under Kaido's command in the future, a woman who is naturally dull, but sometimes irritable and willful, and sometimes unreasonable, likes to call herself a little girl. In short, she is a very annoying woman with a very detached personality, so she is called Annoying Ti. The other one is her brother Peggy Wan? Just as he was thinking, the system beeped again. Diva Mission. Although the little girl in front of him is only 10 years old, she has an outstanding appearance and is suitable for joining the girl group under the manager's command. Please train her well, the Divas dance troupe needs more beautiful women. Mission reward, armament Haki. Hiss. This dog system made me abduct a little girl again? Rebecca, who was 4 years old last time, hadn't solved it yet. However, once you see the reward. Blame sorghum, I'm sure. Come with me. Luo Ze said cleanly, Uncle Shu will take you to a big meal. Chapter 21. Runty stared blankly at Luo Ze, who was about the same age as her. This boy is going to take her away? Why? Do not. Can't go. Will be killed. I will be killed by Kaido-sama. You stole Kaido's devil fruit, aren't you afraid of being killed? Luo Ze probably knew what these 2 fruits were. Not surprisingly, they are Zoan dragon fruit ancient species Pachycephalosaurus form. Zoan dragon fruit ancient species Spinosaurus form. No. Once my brother and I become capable users, Master Kaido will not kill us even if he gets angry again. If we die, devil fruit will be reborn in another place. Runty replied very positively. Steal 2 devil fruits in order to survive the gang of predatory pirates. This is not a reckless mindless action, but the result of careful consideration. You're very smart. Luo Ze praised, however, it's up to you whether you leave or not. In the words, Kamui has activated. Kamui in the right eye absorbs Runty and drags her into a different dimension. Runty felt that the resistance was futile, and immediately shouted, Master Luo Ze, if you must take me away, please take my brother away too. After speaking, the person has disappeared. Sister. The timid Peggy Wan became anxious. You go in too. There is nothing wrong with Luo Ze. This kid still has a bit of potential, so it's okay to take him away as a younger brother. In the future, there will be at least tens of millions of people in Allegia, and it doesn't matter if there is one more or one less. This time, he also entered the Kamui space together. This is a dark space. After Luo Ze appeared, the siblings looked at him nervously. Tell me first, where is Yamato? His Highness Yamato. Runty was taken aback for a moment. Being smart, she soon realized that the other party was not after them. Yesterday, His Highness Yamato angered Lord Kaido, was thrown to the top of the castle, and was taught a lesson by Lord Kaido. Hearing this, Luo Ze nodded, and immediately activated his ability to disappear in the Kamui space. At the same time, the top cover of the skeleton castle, on the huge platform. Thunder 8 trigrams. Kaido swung the mace and sent his daughter flying with one stick. Too weak, Yamato. He said with a gloomy face, Are you my Kaido's daughter? Yamato fell to the ground, his forehead was soaked in blood, and he was short of breath. Kaido. I don't have a father like you. Also, I have decided to be a man. She gritted her teeth and glared at her father. Hearing this, the veins on Kaido's forehead popped up, and he really wanted to beat this stupid daughter to death with a stick. At this moment, a vortex of space was born between the two, and a figure quickly emerged. Isn't it time? It's you, brat. Kaido recognized Luo Ze and narrowed his eyes. I was run away by you last time, and you dare to come to my place, how brave you are. Luo Ze said with a faint smile, last time I asked you to send your daughter to be my maid, but you didn't take any action, so I had no choice but to come in person. Big tone, brat. What kind of shit Shichibukai does it give you? Kaido was furious. No matter how miserable Yamato is, that is also his daughter. His daughter, serving as a maid? Without too much nonsense, he stepped out with one step, leaving deep shoe prints on the ground. The next moment, a person appeared in front of Luo Ze. A mace suddenly hit the face door. However, the expected scene of being hit or blocked did not appear. The mace was gone. Passed through Luo Ze's head. The power of this blow, the wind that it set off, was like a cannon, and with a bang, a boulder hundreds of meters away was smashed into pieces by the air. Kaido's pupils shrank. God avoids. Luo Ze drew out the saber from his waist, and swept it upwards. The sword energy is like a rainbow. The silver sword chi slashed at Kaido's abdomen, knocking him flying in an instant. A teenage boy, wielding a knife that didn't fit at all, chopped off the huge Kaido with one blow. This scene stunned Yamato not far away. Kaido is repelled. Who is this little boy? She who didn't read the newspaper didn't know her at all. Kaido was repelled by a sword, but quickly stabilized his figure, and his feet only dragged a distance of tens of meters on the ground. He stared at Luo Ze, and said in a cold voice. This move. Roger's swordsmanship. Who are you? Sure enough, without haki entanglement, Luo Ze was not surprised to see Kaido safe and sound. Kaido touched the left eye and dismissed it. It seems that only your dragon is strong, and it can injure me. Your own strength is inferior to the sea. Note Kaido's left eye, which has an obvious scar. Obviously it was caused by Kui Long's previous destructive death light. For Kaido's sarcasm, Luo Ze couldn't help laughing. You are confident in your physical body. Kamui. The gaze is fixed. In an instant, the space-time ninjutsu was activated. In Kaido's heart, space is suddenly distorted by a force. Feeling a strong tearing force, Kaido's expression changed suddenly. He looked down at his chest. The space is distorting, and the whole person is distorting. But the center of the distortion was his heart. Boom! A stream of Conqueror's haki suddenly wrapped around him. However, even so, it is still difficult to resist the distortion of time and space. How is it possible? With the fruit power that even my haki can't resist. Kaido couldn't believe it, and immediately took a step back. However, the distortion of time and space seems to go hand in hand. It seems that you have stopped here, frog at the bottom of the well. Luo Ze's voice came. The next moment, blood gushed out. Chapter 22. A dragon's roar sounded. Kaido transforms into a dragon just before space tears his heart apart. Starting from the head, it changed its posture and quickly rushed to the sky. It's just that he understood it too late. A gentle stream of blood spilled in midair and landed on the ground with a patter. Falling together, there is also a leg below the knee. Kaido's left leg. Yamato, who stared at this scene, was completely stunned. Her invincible monster father had a leg broken? No, if it wasn't for the incarnation of the green dragon at the end, which caused the position of that wonderful space vortex to shift. In that instant, Kaido's heart will be strangled. Will die. Realizing this, Yamato was so shocked that he was completely speechless. In mid-air, the green dragon hovered. It was just the dragon's left hind paw, and the wound was dripping with blood. At this time, a strong killing intent and hidden fear burst out from the huge dragon's eyes. This is not Devil Fruit's ability. He said in a firm tone, his voice gnashing his teeth, with my haki, it is impossible not to resist. It's just a kid in his teens, even if he ate devil fruit on the first day of his birth, it's impossible to improve his fruit ability to this level in just 10 years. Clap clap. Luo Ze couldn't help applauding him, and said softly, as expected of the pirate emperor, it's the first time I've seen it, and I can still avoid a fatal blow. He was really going to kill Kaido just now. As a native of the One Piece world, when facing Kamui for the first time, he will basically be tricked. The dominance of time and space ninjutsu doesn't care about your defense. Kaido said in a serious tone, I already understand your ability. The answer with one leg. The opponent's ability can track and lock, but this tracking is not instantaneous, there is a delay. When he was retreating, the distorted time and space shifted slightly, and once deviated from the position of the heart. Although it was quickly locked again, he still keenly discovered the flaw. In other words, if the speed is fast enough, the opponent cannot lock it. Then, the answer is more obvious. This ability is activated with the eyes. Vision tracking? The focus of the eyes distorts time and space? Kaido analyzed calmly in his heart. He noticed that Luo Ze's eyes, the blood-colored eyes, had strange patterns, which were completely different from the last time they met. Your eyes. Kaido showed his fighting spirit, your name is Luo Ze? Kid, I take back what I just said, you really have great strength. Surrender to me, join the Beast's Pirates, and I can give you the position of deputy captain. Beast's Pirates, the highest status is of course his captain. Followed by the three major powers, the Big Kanban Three Disasters. However, Luo Ze's performance made him love talents, and he agreed on the spot, not even thinking about breaking his leg. In this regard, Luo Ze's mood did not fluctuate. He admires Kaido's magnanimity, but how can a real man stay under others for a long time? Not thinking about it for a second, Luo Ze just likes being on top, although it may cost a little. Seeing that he didn't say a word, Kaido understood, and the murderous intent in his eyes was undisguised. "I'm sorry, then please die." He opened his mouth and growled. Bad wind. Countless wind blades, like the slash of the sickle weasel, poured towards Luo Ze like a violent storm. Boom boom boom. The entire top of the skull was shaking, the floor was torn apart, and where countless wind blades passed, blue wings were everywhere. During this violent attack, Luo Ze stood motionless like an old monk. The wind blade kept cutting the body and passing through it again and again. There was even a leisurely taunt, "Use a little force." Missed, the attack went through. Kaido thought of the other party's ability to break one of his legs, so he could guess a little bit. The activation of any ability requires the user's physical strength to maintain it. How long can you last? Brat. He stopped the attack of the wind blade and sneered. The answer is 5 minutes. For 5 minutes, Luo Ze is immune to all attacks, whether physical or elemental. Much more outrageous than Logia's elementalization. Of course, Luo Ze is not the kind of idiot who shows off his abilities, and will not be so stupid as to tell the other party. Seeing that Kaido stopped attacking, he chuckled twice. "If I don't play with you anymore, I will take your daughter away." As soon as the words fell, he disappeared into the vortex of time and space. When it reappeared, it was behind Yamato. The girl was in a dazed state the whole time. It was the first time she saw such a distressed father. Before he could react at this time, the space around him had been distorted. UBD. Kaido was furious, much more angry than before when he broke his leg. Boom! A terrifying conqueror's haki immediately pressed towards Luo Ze overwhelmingly. This strand of haki carries the will of the master. The strong will impacts the mind of the person, and will make the weak-willed obey the other party unconsciously. Or, fainting. This attack is far faster than the speed of sound. Luo Ze also felt a bit uncomfortable in this haki, as if the air had become thick and he was in the sea. But he smiled. "I took your baby daughter away, don't worry, I will help you educate her." After speaking, the vortex of time and space disappeared. Those who disappeared together were Luo Ze and Yamato. Kaido's face was sullen enough to drip ink. This brat's ability is really tricky. If you are close, you can't fight close, and you will be locked by time and space. If you are not careful, you will be killed by time and space distortion on the spot. Long-distance attacks can't hit people. Can only consume, exhaust the opponent's physical strength. But he is not a fool. If he wants to run, who can stop him? It's impossible to fight one-on-one. At least 2 people are needed, so that he can't activate the ability to distort space all the time. Chapter 23. Tricky Ability. Kaido transforms back into human form, and observation haki instantly covers the entire Onijima. He didn't notice Luo Ze's breath. Completely disappeared. At this time, a pitch-black pterosaur flew out of the castle, landed in front of Kaido, and quickly turned into a pitch-black man wearing a spiked mask. The man has a pair of huge black wings. Master Kaido. When he saw Kaido's appearance, he was inexplicably shocked. The pirate emperor in front of him had lost his left leg, and he was standing on one foot, exuding an aura of rage all over his body. Who did it? In today's world, someone can cut off a leg of Lord Kaido? Whitebeard can't even do it. He thought in disbelief. But it doesn't look like it was chopped off. Judging from the bloody wound, it seems to be torn off abruptly. This is even more terrifying. Jin. Kaido glanced at his subordinates, one of the big signboards, the 3 calamities Yin, you are too late, my daughter has been taken away. I'm very sorry. Her Majesty Yamato? Who is it? Yin knelt down on one knee and said in amazement, Whitebeard? Big Mom? Or Marine? Why are you staring at His Highness Yamato? It's Shi Shibukai. A brat named Luo Ze. Kaido didn't care about losing face in front of his subordinates. Compared to losing a leg, the fact that her daughter was kidnapped in her lair is a greater shame. Dragon Rider. Yin's pupils shrank suddenly. The morning news, he read. He has always been dismissive of the Shishibukai recognized by the government, but he never thought there would be such a strong person. That stinky brat is pretty powerful, with weird abilities. Kaido said coldly, go and investigate and find his hiding place. Don't fight him to the death, you are alone, not his opponent. Even he has suffered this kind of loss, as Yin, facing that kind of move for the first time, he might die. Kaido doesn't want to lose a capable man. Yes. Yin took a deep breath and nodded immediately. The heart for Shishibukai has been raised to a new level in an instant. Kamui space. May I have your name? You're going to take me away, don't you know? Who are you? You're amazing. Yamato asked curiously, looking at the little boy who was only as tall as his chest. No response. The system did not respond. Obviously, when he saw Runty, or even Rebecca, who was only 4 years old, the system asked him to arrest her and go back to be a dancer. As a result, when they arrived at Yamato, others caught him back, but there was no response. At this point, I took a good look at Yamato. As Kaido's biological daughter, Yamato, who is only 16 years old, has inherited his father's excellent genes and grows very tall. The two stood there facing each other, Luo Ze's eyes were level, and he could only look at each other's car lights. Needless to say, the development is very good. My name is Luo Ze. My name is Yamato, where is this place? Yamato looked around, and soon saw a pair of younger brothers not far away, and said in surprise, Runty, have you been arrested too? The voice sounded quite happy. Your Highness Yamato. Runty looked at Luo Ze dumbfounded, and she really came down towards His Highness, and really caught him back. I'll take you to Allegia. We'll talk about it later, you stay here first, and there's one more person. With that said, Luo Ze disappeared into the Kamui space. Junti and Yamato looked at each other. The younger brother Peggywan whispered, where is Allegia? What will happen to us? I don't know, don't worry about Ziope, my sister will protect you. Yamato said excitedly, I can finally leave Kaido. What is the outside world like? Wano Kuni, Hwaju. As the most prosperous capital among the 6 major regions in Daxia, on the streets of Hwaju, pink sakura flowers dance with the wind. The scenery is beautiful, but the air is not pleasant. Because of the cooperation between Shogun Kurozumi Orokai and Kaido, weapons factories were opened all over the country and the pollution was serious. In Hwaju on this day, the whole city is extremely lively. After several years of changing a new boss, a brothel finally made a big move. Have you heard? At Kwang Shilang's house, there will be a Nwaran grand prize tonight. All the rich people who spend all their money will come to join us. I heard that there are 3 super beauties, especially a woman named Xiao Ziai, who has been studying for several years, and today is the first day she is out of the cabinet. Ah, Xiao Ziai. When I was passing by, I saw her on the 2nd floor. She is definitely the winner tonight, and she will definitely be the Warren in the future. I really want to sleep with the Warren. Don't be stupid. Ordinary people have no chance. Do you know how much it costs to train an Warren? They won't receive ordinary guests at all. Literature, calligraphy, tea ceremony, Qin art, shamisen, everything must be a grand master. The first level of appearance is already a small problem. From the first day of training, there are strict rules on what to eat. Well, I heard that Huaqi's shit is fruit-flavored. Hey, don't say such disappointing things. Let's go to the brothel, we can't sleep, can't we take a look? The 3 Wano Kuni LSPS discussed in public, and then went to the brothel together. Behind the 3 of them, Luo Ze followed suit. His complexion couldn't help but look a little weird. If I remember correctly, after Kojiki Hiri entered the brothel, her pseudonym was Xiaozi, and because of her outstanding appearance and talent, she quickly became the Warren. But it should be 14 years old this year. Beast, 14 years old is against the law. Just thinking about it, a little heartbeat. 16-year-old Yamato, the system didn't respond. Could it be that 14-year-old Kojiki Hiri also didn't respond? With the mentality that everything has come, Luo Ze did not go directly to kidnap people. The Warren Awards, such an excellent activity that contains history and culture, will be a loss if you don't know it. So, he followed the 3 LSPS all the way to the brothel. Because there is an event tonight, there are a lot of guests in front of the brothel. There are bodyguards in charge of security, and 2 servants in charge of welcoming guests. 3 distinguished guests, please come inside. The boy knew people by clothes, and enthusiastically invited 3 LSPS in. When it was Luo Ze's turn, he was stunned. Wait a minute. You wait a moment. Okay. The boy grabbed Luo Ze, and said angrily, the little brat is also going to the brothel like the grown UPS? Go home and find your mother to drink milk. You are discriminating against customers, who stipulated that children cannot enter. Luo Ze was speechless. What can you do if you go in? The boy waved his hand, you can't do anything. Besides, do you have money? Luo Ze would love to slap a million Baileys on this man's face. But Wano Kuni does not circulate Bailey, and Wanakuni's money is Bajan, gold, and silver. I have this, can I? Luo Ze drew out the knife, and with lightning speed, put the knife on the man's neck. Yes, yes. Absolutely yes. The little servant immediately raised his hands, and said with a smile on his face, My lord warrior, please come inside. Chapter 24. After entering the brothel, Luo Ze immediately smelled the fragrance all over the room. In the lobby of the antique brothel, there are a lot of guests, men wearing all kinds of expensive silk costumes, sitting at each table in 2s and 3s. There are also many brothel women, carrying tea, walking among the guests. The man who would come to this kind of place is obviously not a serious person. Seeing a woman coming to serve, she had to tease her or use her hands and feet. This kind of woman belongs to the lowest level of existence in the brothel, at the low end of the food chain. It's a wandering girl. The more advanced ones are called geisha, and the piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting are professional skills, serving people with higher social status. Geisha don't sell themselves, to be precise, they need to pay more. And the Warren is the woman who is at the top of all geisha, and her appearance is only the first hurdle. It is the basic requirement to be overwhelmed by the country and the city, and all talents must undergo rigorous training. For the Warren, just adding money is no longer enough. It is not the guests who pick her, but she who picks the guests. The reason for this is, of course, the result of Enk's introversion. Of course, it's not just any guests, even the Warrens are worthy of selection. As long as the power status is high enough, the Warren is no different from ordinary prostitutes. It's so lively. Looking at Yingyi and Jianyan's lobby, Luo Ze couldn't help feeling emotional. Sure enough, LSP is the primary productive force. After finding a karakura to take a seat, at this moment, a young woman came over. Oh, does little brother also come to this kind of place? She covered her mouth and chuckled. Luo Ze has black lines all over his head. It was the first time in my life that I went to a brothel and was molested by a prostitute. When will your Warren come out? The young wandering girl smiled even more narrowly. Xiao Zi and the others are still putting on makeup. What does my little brother need? My sister's tea ceremony is a must. As he spoke, he even put the things in his hand on the table, and sat beside him. They got very close, and even reached out to stroke Luo Ze's head. What a cute little brother! Is he a guest or she is a guest? Luo Ze felt that he was at a disadvantage. He said with a speechless face, just make a cup of tea. Let me tell you first, I don't have any money. No way, no kuni money. My sister invites you to drink. The young girl was very enthusiastic, and she began to make tea gracefully. While making tea, he asked with a smirk, which family did the little brother come with? Can't I come by myself? Luo Ze rolled his eyes. Yunu's eyes were full of teasing, then what does the little brother want to do here? Did you not want to serve other people, so you followed me specifically? Luo Ze saw through the truth. Hey, what an annoying little brother. Yunu glanced angrily, and stopped making tea. This is also a reason, but you are very cute, little brother, so my sister came here because of it. While speaking, a pot of tea had already boiled. She poured it out and rebrewed the second pot, and then gently poured a cup for Luo Ze. Please drink tea, little guest. Such a cup of tea costs 10 silver, and today it is cheaper for you. Luo Ze took a sip of the tea, but he didn't know what kind of tea it was, but the tea was very fragrant and the color was very clear. Having nothing to do left and right, I started chatting with this wandering girl. Waited for half an hour. The atmosphere in the lobby suddenly became lively. 3 women who were obviously dressed up a notch above the other girls appeared on the second floor. Oh, here it comes. It's finally here. Is the Warren Grand Prize going to start? Xiao Zi. Xiao Zi. The guests abandoned the woman beside them in an instant, and turned their gazes to the second floor. Luo Ze also looked over. Among the 3, the one standing in the middle is obviously the most beautiful, with emerald hair. Kojiki Hiri looked a bit cramped, stared at by the heat's gaze. At this time, a man with slender eyes, squinting eyes, and a wig with an airplane head appeared on the second floor. Dear guests, I am Guangxi Lang. He said with a smile, the 3 people beside me are Xiao Hong, Ziazi, and Xiao Lian. Today is the day when they leave the court, and I specially held today's Warren Awards for them. The guests cheered and were excited. Luo Ze observed this person with great interest. Guangxi Lang, the gang boss, opened a brothel by the way. Formerly known as Denjiro, Kojiki Hiri's father, Kojiki Odin's retainer. He knows Kojiki Hiri's identity, but he still pushes people into the fire pit. As the former Wano Kuni princess, once Kojiki Hiri becomes an Warren, it goes without saying. Just like what the woman said in the original book, men like to sleep with me. If it is just this sentence, it is actually nothing, and it will even make people feel a little pitiful. But there is another sentence behind her, are you very happy? Another problematic girl. Luo Ze thought in his heart, there is a mental problem. Maybe it was the pressure of the country's destruction and family destruction, which made people breathless. Facing a dark world, this little princess with a bad mind wants to do something, but there is no way, the only way is her own beauty. It should be her own idea to become an Warren and get close to Kurozumi or Hawkeye. It's not that Kushiro wants to push her into the fire pit. Luo Ze shook his head. All the tragedies in the world come from the lack of strength at that time. Of course, he is not interested in helping some princess restore the country. This woman with a bad brain, like her father with a bad brain, is indeed hereditary. The one with even worse brains was sent to Momosuke 20 years later. Anyway, there is no normal person in the Kojiki family. Even in Tianyu, as a mother, she was very cruel and would leave her daughter behind. Properly patriarchal, the key son is a waste who has no power, but holds his own dignity. Think here. Luo Ze suddenly said loudly, what's the point of being in Warren in such a small Wano Kuni? Come with me and become a big star. As soon as these words came out, the noisy scene suddenly became audible. Chapter 25. The originally noisy brothel suddenly became quiet. Countless gazes focused on Luo Ze at once. Child. Is this kind of place where children should come? Oh, what a precocious child. Many guests let out laughter that men can understand. Kojiki Hiri looked over in a daze, and when he saw a little boy, there was a trace of bewilderment on his cramped face. She is 14 years old and has lived in a brothel for several years, so she knows everything. However, the little boy at the age in front of him is obviously not good enough. Seeing the little boy staring at her at this moment, Kojiki Hiri suddenly understood. What I said just now was talking to her. A strange color flashed in the bright eyes, and a little curiosity inevitably arose in my heart. Quang Shilang narrowed his eyes and showed a fox-like smile. Little brother, are you here to make trouble? Today is a good day. Judging by your appearance, you don't seem to be from Wano Kuni. Have a good day. Luo Ze drank the tea in the cup slowly, looked at the frightened girl beside him, got up and said, I was very interested, but suddenly I'm not interested. While speaking, the security guards standing in various corners had already surrounded him. They say they are security guards, but they are actually gang members. At this moment, a servant's voice came from outside. My Lord General is here. A group of guards rushed in first and lined up on both sides. Then, a burly man with a big head and mouth, a square face, and a crown strode in. He. Kurozumi Orakai came to the lobby, glanced across the audience, and finally landed on Kushiro on the second floor. Kurozumi, I heard that you have a particularly outstanding woman under your command, so I came to participate. What's the name, Xiao Zi? Where is he? All the guests and girls on the scene were silenced. Beside Kurozumi Orakai, a man dressed as a monk with long ears said lightly, What are you doing in front of the general? As soon as this remark came out, everyone seemed to return to their senses. In an instant, he knelt down on the ground. See my Lord General. He. Today is a good day for the brothel, so don't be so nervous. Hey! Proud of his own power, Kurozumi smiled and looked at the crowd, but suddenly saw someone not kneeling. Immediately his face turned ugly. How can there be children in this place? Glancing at Luo Ze, Kurozumi Orakai wanted to show his power, but facing the child, doing so would only make him lose face. So, even though I'm upset, I'll be patient for the time being. Quang Shilang knelt on one knee, raised his head slightly at this time, and showed a wicked smile. Master General, Xiao Zi is here. What a beauty! Kurozumi Orakai saw Kojiki Hiri at a glance, and his eyes lit up immediately. You are Xiaozi? He, come with me, go to General Castle. A hint of hatred flashed in Kojiki Hiri's eyes, but it was well hidden. She made a shy look, and when she was about to refuse, a silver light flashed. Puff! Kurozumi Orakai's laughter stopped abruptly. A head rolled off the neck with a grunt. Ah! In an instant, there were screams one after another. Countless people were terrified and looked at the assailant tremblingly. Luo Ze shook off the bloodline on the knife, and slowly put the blade back into its sheath. Everyone was stunned in shock. What a fast knife! Clean and neat. Before the strike, there was no killing intent. No one would have thought that a little boy would suddenly assassinate the general. Master Orakai! The long-eared monk's pupils shrank suddenly, and he yelled angrily, You actually assassinated the general. Come on, give me. The story is not over yet. A vortex of space had already been born around Luo Ze, and the next moment, a person appeared beside Kojiki Hiri. Startled, Kojiki Hiri watched with wide eyes. You, what are you going to do? Luo Ze didn't bother to answer, grabbed the opponent's hand, and with a thought, Kojiki Hiri was sucked into the Kamui space in the blink of an eye. Seeing this scene, Quang Shilang's complexion changed drastically, and he immediately pulled out the saber from his waist. Who are you? Let Xiao Zi go. Luo Ze glanced at him, then focused on Kurozumi Orakai's corpse. You are in the form of Zoan, Phantom Beast, Snake Fruit, Yamata no Orakai, with 8 lives. The corpse did not respond, as if it was really a corpse. The situation is unknown, so you pretended to be dead. Luo Ze smiled disdainfully, then go die. In an instant, Kamui locked onto the heart of the corpse. An inexplicable force distorted the space. Immediately afterwards, puff! A hole was opened in the chest of the corpse, and the heart was wiped out. Master Big Snake! The long-eared monk felt cold all over. What a strange ability! Guangxi Lang was stunned. He didn't know whether to make a move. The princess was captured, but the man killed the Kurozumi Orokai. Goodbye, Denjiro. The words that came into his ears suddenly made Guangxi Lang froze all over, and immediately lost the thought of doing anything. He looked at Luo Ze in disbelief. I'll take the princess away. As for Ueno Kuni will be the general in the future. I'm not interested at all. If you want to be one, you can too. Accompanied by the indifferent voice, Luo Ze learned Obito's movements, raising his hand from the head and going down little by little. Wherever it passes, the body disappears. When the last word came out, the person completely disappeared. Until then, the air in the lobby seemed to resume its flow. Everyone was inexplicably horrified. Compared to the capture of a geisha, the killing of Kurozumi Orokai, the ruler, was a major event that shocked the whole country. It's over, something big happened. The guests dispersed in a rush, frantically trying to escape. Guangxi Lang shuddered all over, and the words Luo Ze said before he disappeared kept echoing in his mind. This person knows his identity, and also knows Xiao Zi's identity. Who is it? How chaotic Ueno Kuni is, Luo Ze has no interest at all, and he doesn't care whether Kurozumi is dead or not. His heart has been wiped out by him. If this is still alive, then don't call it the Yamata no Orokai form, it is more appropriate to call it the undead fruit. After kidnapping Kojiki Hiri, Luo Ze immediately released the fast dragon and returned to Allegia. Allegia. Music room. Yuta lay listlessly on the table, listening casually to the music teacher Gordon teaching knowledge on it. Where did Z's, that nasty guy, go? My heart is gloomy. Seeing her attitude, Gordon had no choice but to stop the class and said helplessly, Yuta, Luo Ze will be back soon, don't worry. I'm not worried. Yuta puffed up his cheeks insincerely. At this moment, Brooke walked in and said, Mr. Luo Ze is back. He's back. Yuta's eyes lit up, he regained his energy in an instant, jumped up from his seat, and rushed out of the music room like a gust of wind. Yo ho 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 ho, the relationship between the two is so good. Brooke had a smile on his aunt's face, although he had no face. Chapter 26. Z's. Z's. Like a gust of wind, Yuta found Luo Ze after smelling it. She pushed open the door of the living room, and when she was about to run over to give her a hug to express her intimacy, she saw 5 people in the room. Your name is Kojiki Hiri, right? No. My name is Xiao Zi. Kojiki Hiri said fearfully. Something's wrong. Luo Ze turned on the system, but there was no response for a long time. Facing 14-year-old Kojiki Hiri, who is also good at playing musical instruments and is also very beautiful, the system did not respond. After pondering for a moment, Luo Ze realized. The key is age. The system favors young girls. I'm really Xiao Zi, you must have mistaken the person. Kojiki Hiri insisted, well, can I ask? Where is this place? The city of music, Allegia. Luo Ze looked at the door and saw Yuta coming in, so he smiled and said, come here, let me introduce you, this is Kojiki Hiri, this is Yamato, this is Runty, and this is her brother Peggy Wan. Turning around, he said to the 4 of them, she is Yuta, Diva. Z's, you brought 4 people back at once. Yuta's eyes sparkled, great, Allegia is getting more and more lively. She greeted all 4 of them one by one. What is a diva? Yamato asked blankly. She was either practicing since she was a child, and she knew almost nothing about the outside world. Musician, similar to Mrs. Quinn. Runty glanced at Luo Ze secretly, as if she understood why the other party brought them here. At this time, Gordon and Brooke also came in one after another. Luo Ze, is this? Gordon looked at everyone in surprise. Yuta will not only need band accompaniment in the future, but also a dance troupe. They are the ones I have chosen. Luo Ze clapped his hands and said with a smile to everyone, anyway, let's have a welcome party first, and welcome you guys to Allegia. There must be more than a dozen backup dancers, which is far from enough now. As the world's #1 women's group in the future, good looks are the most basic, and they have to teach dance, so they need dance teachers. Considering that they are all women, it must also be a female dance master. Hearing what he said, Kojiki Hiri and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Although he came to a new place and was taken by force, at least it didn't seem too malicious. However, a few people looked at Brooke, the skeleton or something, it looked so scary. At this time, Gordon nodded, showing a rare smile, then I will prepare the food for the banquet. Since it's a banquet, there must be a show, yo ho 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 ho. Bluno was happier than Yuta, the more people there were, the happier he was, then let me present a song for everyone. After Brooke finishes singing, I will sing too, everyone come and sing. Yuta happily grabbed Luo Ze's arm, and said emotionally, Z's, thank you, you have been busy everywhere for me. It's good to know, and I will work harder to sing in the future. Luo Ze touched Yuta's little head, the harder the little diva worked, the bigger his reward would be. Suddenly, his face froze. What's wrong? Yuta kept paying attention. Luo Ze looked at the contents of the system. Having new companions join, this is something to be happy about. But for the banquet, how can there be no new songs? Please pull new songs from the library. Here we go, the new song is finally here. This thing seems to be completely random, there is no pattern, and it will come out whenever it wants to. Luo Ze took a decisive shot. Congratulations on getting the sheet music rolling. Star. Diva training task. Professor Yuta rolling. Star. When the singing score reaches 60 points, the agent will be rewarded with a random Zanpakutte. This song is from Shinigami. Luo Ze has been listened to many times, it is a very high rock song. The lyrics are a pep song for those who struggle every day. Among the many songs in the Shinigami series, this is one of Luo Ze's favorites. What's the matter, Z's? Seeing that he was in a daze, Yuta couldn't help asking with concern. It's nothing, I thought of a new song, I'm writing it down now. Luo Ze greeted everyone, and turned his head, go to the music room. Mr. Luo Ze, can you still write songs? Great. Brooke said in surprise. The two songs I sang before were also written by Z's, he is a genius. Yuta's face was full of pride. Everyone came to the music room. Luo Ze took out the blank score, quickly copied a copy, and wrote the lyrics along the way. Yuta and Brooke rushed over immediately, and even Kojiki Hiri chimed in curiously. This is rock! Brooke exclaimed, Mr. Luo Ze, did you write this specially for the banquet? It's unbelievable! You can write this kind of song in such a short period of time, it's amazing. Luo Ze. If he had this ability, he would have been famous in his previous life, but it's hard to explain, so let's just treat it like this. Z's is a genius, do you believe it? Yuta said excitedly, then come and sing, Z's. This song needs a bassist, a drummer, a guitarist. Of course, there must be an electronic piano. But there are none in the castle, but it doesn't matter, one less is not a big problem. After thinking for a while, Luo Ze nodded and said, I'll play guitar, Brooke, you play bass, Yuta, can you play drums? Sorry, I won't. Yuta said apologetically. Let me come. Gordon walked in through the outer door with a piece of fruit in his hands. Then arrange it like this. Luo Ze nodded, smiled at Yuta and the others. You will be the audience. It was supposed to be a welcome party to welcome them. Yamato was full of interest. It seems very happy here. Soon, the women's volleyball team sat in a row, and Peggy Wan was a little transparent the whole time. As for musical instruments, there are all in the music room. Soon, Luo Ze, Brooke and Gordon followed the score and began to play. Because it is rock music, the rhythm is very bright, and the atmosphere at the scene is uplifted. After the prelude was over, Luo Ze sang into the microphone. I can't bear it anymore. I have to say what I want to say. The bus stop at dusk on the way home. Bye 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 to the back gradually disappearing under the sunlight. You're fighting. Pose. Let me see. Oh. Chapter 27. If it's a cappella, Luo Ze thinks he can sing averagely, but with the blessing of the accompaniment, it sounds a little level. While playing the guitar, tap your right foot to the rhythm. Music is an incredible force and a good song will move the audience. The world seen in the dream. Day-to-day peace without quarrels. However, the real world is full of disputes. Sometimes I feel regretful. Such rolling days. As the song reached its climax, the girls in the music room had different expressions. With a smile on Yuta's face, her hands kept clapping, and she was the most excited. Listening to the lyrics, Kojiki Hiri couldn't help recalling the past scenes in her mind. This song seemed to cheer her up, and slowly recover from the painful memory. There is no smile. Runty just thought that Luo Ze sang very well. He is a boy of about the same age, not only powerful, but also surprising in terms of talent. Yamato is like a silly girl, shaking her legs with Luo Ze. For her who has never left Ghost Island since she was born, it is so happy to be able to sit here and listen to other people singing. Was forcibly taken away? She just wanted to say thank you. What if you fall down? Just stand up with a smile. During the bus, I saw a little smile. I am very dependent on you. Oh. When the song was over and Luo Ze stopped playing the guitar, there was warm applause in the music room. Everyone applauded, even Brooke and Gordon, who also participated in the accompaniment, also gave applause. You sang so well, Z's, you are awesome. Yuta rushed to the stage. It's up to you next. Luo Ze gave up the microphone. I'll come first. Brooke immediately jumped in line, and said with a smile, Yuta is the finale, how can the ace come on stage all of a sudden? Then let Brooke sing first, and his Binks wine is also very good. Yuta applauded eagerly. Welcome to continue. Everyone felt happy, and in the world of music, they seemed to have forgotten their troubles. At the same time as Allegia happily held the welcome party. North Blue, Port Town, Spadameris. This is the stronghold of North Blue's famous mafia, the Dongquixote family. There is a waste treatment plant in the area near the port. In the center of the garbage mountain, there is another 3-story building. At this point, the conference room in the house. All the main members of the Dongquixote family gathered together. One of them was on crutches and had a runny nose. The top cotter, Plum Blossom Torrible, put down the newspaper and said with a strange smile. Hey, young master, this is really bad news. The government sent 2 news through Shijing within 1 day. Another top cotter, Spades Pika's voice was sharp, the 4th Shishibukai, Luo Ze, the Dragon Rider, I haven't heard of it, but the 5th Shishibukai, Pirate Empress Boya Hancock, since last year, but famous. There are only 2 positions left now. Dover, what should we do? The speaker, dressed like an indigenous tribe, was the 3rd highest cotter Square Diamante. Everyone looked at the main seat. Wearing a coquettish pink feather coat, the man with cross-legged legs looked at the newspaper in his hand, and let out a series of deep and frivolous laughter. Phew fur, 2 Shishibukai appeared in one day. We don't have much time left, so it seems that the plan can only be advanced. As he spoke, he looked at a young woman among the family members. Monet, you set off now, go to New World, and find a way to enter the palace of de Rice Rosa. Yes, young master. The young woman with grass-green long hair nodded and immediately took orders to leave. As for the next step, Torrible, where is the latest heavenly gold carrier? Doflamingo asked with a grin. In the kingdom of Nodes 3 days later. Hey, young master, what should we do? Do you even need to ask? Sink. In Doflamingo's eyes under the sunglasses, a venomous streak flashed. 11 o'clock at night. The welcome, which lasted for several hours, finally came to an end. Whether it was Brooke or Yuta, they all sang well. Even Luo Ze was pushed up by the crowd and had to sing on stage several times. Fortunately, he knows a lot of songs without repetition. These songs, because there is no score, he can't teach Yuta, but it is not a problem to sing them usually. The 4 of them who had just arrived in Allegia also had a great time, and for a while even forgot that they were kidnapped. After the meeting, Luo Ze arranged 4 more rooms for 4 people. Gordon's castle is very large, and there are many vacant rooms, so it is not afraid that it will not be able to live. For bathing, the women's bath is on the 1st floor, and you can see it when you come out of the restaurant and walk to the right. Let's do this for today, and you all have a good rest. After making arrangements for the 4 of them, Luo Ze went downstairs. When he came to the men's bath, he took off his clothes, walked in, and after a brief rinse, he stepped into the large bath. Taking a bath happily, Luo Ze turned on the system. Diva Training Task. Professor Yuta rolling star, when the singing score reaches 60 points, the manager will be rewarded with a random Zanpakuto. Mission completed. Congratulations on getting Zanpakuto Region Jaka, Shikai. White light flashed. In Luo Ze's hand, there was an extra knife. This Zanpakuto, a bit pervert. Luo Ze whispered in surprise, the strongest Shinigami, the sword of Yamamoto Uenlianagi, the strongest and the oldest one in the hot department. Zanpakuto has 2 stages of liberation. Shikai, Bankai. The liberation of the knife is the liberation of power. Bankai's region Jaka, with the core temperature of the sun, can cause unimaginable damage just by being released for too long. Even Shikai, the flame released by this knife can reach the surface temperature of the sun, which is more than 6,000 degrees Celsius. Chapter 28. Region Jaka. The scabbard is brown, with a dark purple handle. It looks like an ordinary Tadeo with an oval shape. Luo Ze pulled out the blade. After carefully looking at it, I held it in my hand and waved it a few times. It feels really good. Luo Ze is very satisfied. There are also so-called famous swords in this world. There are 12 gongs of supreme big knives, 21 gongs of big knives, and 50 gongs of good and fast knives. But the sword itself does not have much special power, it is not the same as Zanpakuto. It is the blade of the soul, which is infused with the power of a person's soul. Each blade is unique and possesses different powers. Everything is everywhere. While preparing Shikai, unleash the power of the knife. Suddenly, footsteps came from outside the bath. With a thought, Luo Ze immediately brought Zanpakuto into the Kamui space. Immediately afterwards, a woman was seen walking in. Yamato. You're taking a bath too? Yamato greeted with a smile. Why are you wearing nothing? I'm going to take a bath, of course I have to take off my clothes. Are you an idiot? Luo Ze. The logic is so clear that people have nothing to say. This is the men's bath, and the women's bath is next door. Yamato stepped into the bathtub with one foot, she clenched her fist, that's right, from today, I have decided to be a man. Luo Ze was speechless, the problem girl had many problems. He didn't know whether to thank her for the gift, call her a female bodhisattva, or correct this big-chested and ignorant behavior on the spot. Yamato entered the bath, without any other thoughts between men and women, and even sat down beside Luo Ze like a brother. "It's so comfortable," she made a cheerful voice. "Before I was beaten up by Kaido, I felt comfortable after taking a bath. That guy is completely killing me, trying to kill me. Thank you for bringing me out." "Really die, you will die." Luo Ze is unable to complain. Kaido is obviously training his daughter, hoping that her daughter will become her right-hand man in the future. Even, in Kaido's grand plan, his daughter will be Wanakuni's general in the future. However, the way of training is too much. The girl who was thinking about how to correct this problem. An arm suddenly wrapped around him. Luo Ze felt his face hit something, and it was difficult to breathe. Yamato said, "You are amazing, brother Luo Ze. I admire you for beating Kaido like that. Teach me." Soon after, there was a conversation in the bathroom. "Stop entering the men's bath, or I'll send you back to Kaido. Only this matter, please don't do it, I will listen to you. Secondly, let's take lessons with Yuta starting tomorrow. Before the dance teacher is in place, you should learn some music knowledge first." "Sounds like fun. Finally, hurry up and finish the bath, I'll watch outside." "Thank you for your hard work, but is it necessary? Send you back to Kaido." "Understood, Master Luo Ze. Please be careful." The next day, Yamato, who was strongly suppressed, obediently went to class with Yuta. Runti and Kojiki Hiri, of course, were also scheduled, at least until Luo Ze found a suitable dance teacher. Daily music lessons had to be given. As for Luo Ze, he brought Peggy Wan to the forest outside the castle. Recalling what happened last night, Luo Ze felt helpless. Problem girls are not so easy to correct, but the problem is not big. Yamato is easy to handle. Of course, what makes him regret the most is that his body is too small to do anything, otherwise he would have taught Yamato a lesson yesterday. Lord Luo Ze. Peggy Wan came to the forest, his face was full of tension. "Don't be nervous. From today onwards, I will train you. In Allegia, unlike in Beast's Pirates, there is no law of the jungle here. On the contrary, you must protect this place and your sister from now on." Luo Ze pulled out Zanpakut from his waist and chanted the liberation language. "Everything is ashes. Regen Jaka." Boom! Explosive flames are born in an instant. Fiery orange flames wrapped around the blade. The next moment, Luo Ze swept across with his sword. Flame Divine Avoidance. The slash formed by the flame swept across an area nearly 100 meters ahead in an instant. Wherever it passed, the trees were broken and the earth was scorched black. Peggy Wan was taken aback, he had such power with just a single blow. Luo Ze looked at the Zanpakut in his hand and fell into deep thought. What is consumed is not spiritual power. He also doesn't have the spiritual power of a Shinigami. Similar to Manjiki Sharingan, using Regen Jaka's ability will drain his stamina. However, the ability itself does not make a difference. This is still a soul-slaying blade. It can directly kill the soul, and the flames released are not ordinary flames, but spiritual flames, which also target the soul. Thinking of this, Luo Ze took back Zanpakut, turned to Peggy Wan and said, "Have you eaten the devil fruit?" "Yes." Peggy Wan immediately transformed into a Spinosaurus. But because he is only 8 years old, 1 year younger than Yuta, the Spinosaur he transformed into is also a baby version. "My sister eats Pachycephalosaurus, and I eat Spinosaurus." Peggy Wan replied honestly. Luo Ze nodded. He did not take these two ancient fruits, but left them to the siblings. After all, it is a bit too much to arrest people and snatch children's devil fruit. He also doesn't need 2 ancient species. Anyway, they will be my subordinates from now on, so just let them eat them. The fruit of Zoan just gives you a good foundation, but more importantly, physical exercise. Luo Ze pointed to a tree trunk not far away, carry it on your back and train with me. Run 5 laps of the forest. 5 laps? Peggy Wan's eyes darkened. With his small arms and small body, how could he compare with the monster like Luo Ze? I will be exhausted. Old lady, help me. Noon. Luo Ze carried Peggy Wan, who was like a dead dog, back to the castle. Yuta and the others also finished their morning classes. They are a group of beautiful girls and they got to know each other very quickly. In the dining room, Gordon prepared lunch. A group of people get together for a meal. Brooke whispered to Luo Ze, Mr. Luo Ze, let me train together in the future. Don't look at me like this, I used to be the head of the guards of a certain country in West Blue. I am a swordsman, rebuilding Allegia. I also want to contribute. Okay. Luo Ze smiled and agreed. Suddenly, the voice of Kuai Long came from outside the castle. Luo Ze frowned slightly. Someone. Others can't understand the meaning of Kuai Long's cry, but as his own Pokémon, Luo Ze can somewhat understand it. Thinking of this, he said to everyone, you guys eat first, I'll feed Kuai Long. With that said, he walked out of the castle. Came to a high slope outside the forest. In the sky above Allegia, a big bird covered in blue flames was confronting Kuai Long. That's Whitebeard's captain, Marco the Phoenix. Chapter 29. Phoenix Marco. The captain of the first team of the Sanhuang Whitebeard pirates, now the bounty as a pirate is 1,075,000,000. With such a high bounty, even in New World, he is still a first-class big pirate. The devil fruit he ate was in the form of Zoan, phantom beast, bird fruit, and phoenix. Seemingly noticing Luo Ze below, Marco cast his gaze over. Sure enough, it's Shichibukai. Is this dragon the one in the photo? Kuai Long also noticed the arrival of the master, and immediately threw off Marco and swooped towards Luo Ze. Seeing this, Luo Ze jumped lightly and jumped off the high cliff. Kuai Long caught him firmly. Illegal entry without permission. Pirates are not welcome here. Luo Ze stood on the back of the dragon and said calmly. Hey? Aren't you a Shichibukai yourself? The phoenix turned into a human beast form, flapped its wings, and hovered not far in front of Luo Ze. I didn't expect to see you in this kind of place. Are you going to send out the ruined Allegia? What's your business? The night incident a few days ago, the news said that you made it up, Luo Ze. Marco looked at Luo Ze. He was indeed a child, but he didn't know if it was caused by some fruit ability. Do not. Luo Ze has read the news, and the world government obviously took the blame for him. As for the purpose, it is probably to appease the public. The government itself is not clear about his relationship with Karakura. What Kizaru saw at the time, at most, was that Karakura would not attack him. It's not you. Marco froze for a moment, then frowned and asked, what conspiracy does the world government have? It's really not me. Is my pet. Luo Ze smiled lightly, raised his hand and pointed at the other party, quick dragon, destroy death light. Boom! A beam of golden high-energy light arrived in an instant, piercing through Marco's chest and abdomen in an instant. He never expected that this Shichibukai would suddenly attack. It hurts, UBD. A big hole was opened in Marco's abdomen, and the viscera in his stomach was wiped out instantly. But while speaking, the injured part has already ignited a blue flame, and it is rapidly regenerating. I'm just passing by, but I don't mean to fight you. He glared. Illegal entry, just pass by and forget it, so why do you need the law? Sorry, your head seems to be very valuable. Will Whitebeard want to redeem you? Luo Ze drew out the Zanpakut, and in an instant, explosive flames wrapped around the blade. In the next second, Kuai Long quickly approached Marco. Luo Ze swept across with his saber, rolling up monstrous flames, and charged directly at the opponent. Marco's expression changed. This daring kid actually wanted to catch him for a ransom? Not to Marine, but to Papa. Before he had time to think about it, he immediately rolled his wings forward to resist the oncoming fire. It's useless, I'm a phoenix, and you still want to use fire to deal with me? There is a limit to underestimating people. Before the word "do" was uttered, his eyes suddenly became astonished, revealing a sense of incomprehensible shock. Boom! The fire consumed him. This kind of flame with a temperature of thousands of degrees even caused the atmosphere to evaporate rapidly. But this is not the crux of the problem. What really surprised him was that after the flame wrapped around him, it seemed to be burning his soul. The pain that penetrated into the soul made Marco scream out. Ah! What kind of flame is this? He quickly flapped his wings, sprinted towards the sky, and rushed out of the fire circle. Cold sweat broke out on his face, and when he looked at Luo Ze again, he already had strong fear. Sure enough, Shichibukai, not to be underestimated. Tornado! Luo Ze gave the order calmly. The fast dragon let out a long cry, and in an instant, thunderclouds filled the sky above Allegia. A series of tornadoes were born out of thin air, blocking Marco's retreat. Hey, isn't this a bit too much? 2 against 1, it's a bit unreasonable. Marco was sweating coldly. The destructive death ray just now was so powerful that he didn't have the confidence to resist it at all. At this time, he was controlling the atmosphere and the hurricane again, and he immediately felt that it was tricky. If you want me to stop, take 1 billion. Your head is just over 1 billion. Give your Captain Whitebeard a face, and I won't take a fraction. Marco laughed angrily, really? It seems that there is nothing to talk about. As soon as the words fell, he did not retreat but advanced, and suddenly dived. After approaching Luo Ze, his right foot turned into a phoenix claw and he grabbed it violently. Phoenix seal! The blow entangled armament Haki, and the claws became pitch black. Dragon God dives! Kuai Long, who received the order, suddenly exploded several times the speed of sound, and his round head faced the claws of the phoenix. Boom! There was a loud bang, and shock waves swept in all directions. The impact visible to the naked eye stirred up the atmosphere, expanding rapidly in the form of a sphere. This loud noise could be clearly heard throughout Allegia. It was blocked. What a lot of strength! Marco's pupil shrank, his claws were pushed back, and the strength of the dragon at the opponent's feet was far beyond his imagination. Just brute force and speed. No haki. At this moment, Luo Ze jumped up, left Kuai Long's back, and grabbed Marco's neck with his outstretched left hand. The two were like a meteor, falling obliquely towards the sea. I got you. Luo Ze's eyes immediately turned into Manjiki. You're crazy. You're also a capable person? Fell into the sea, everyone will die together. Marco gritted his teeth. It's you who will be finished. You look quite strong. It's not easy to capture alive. Between the words, the space quickly distorted with the right eye as the center. Marco's breath stagnates. What is it this time? Looking into Luo Ze's eyes, he felt a strong oppression. It was like a black hole, devouring everything around it. Damn! He felt extremely aggrieved. Overturned. There was no chance at all, and Marco was swallowed into the Kamui space with a whoosh sound. Seeing that Luo Ze was about to fall into the sea, Kuai Long moved at a high speed, as if teleporting, approaching quickly within a few flashes, and firmly caught his master. Luo Ze touched Kuai Long's head and said calmly. The next time you see someone breaking in illegally, just shoot it down. Chapter 30. Return to the castle. Yuta and others all came outside the house because of the previous loud noise. What happened? Gordon asked in a deep voice. It's okay, it's settled. Luo Ze replied casually. Are you really okay? Yuta said with concern, I heard a loud bang, are you not hurt? I'm strong, don't worry. Luo Ze smiled and patted the little diva's head. Go back to eat, take a rest and continue with class. Bring everyone back to the restaurant. Kamui space. Damn, what is this place? Marco looked around, surrounded by huge square boulders, piled up in disorder. The line of sight can only see a distance of about a few hundred meters, and the place farther away is completely dark. In his knowledge-colored perception, there is no breath here. He smashed the square boulder under his feet with one punch. Different space, what's going on? That guy's ability is a bit weird. Let alone the dragon. Luo Ze himself, at one moment is a flame that burns the soul, and at another moment is a different space that can absorb others. It is impossible for the same person to have two devil fruit abilities at the same time. The power of flames is his knife? Did you eat devil fruit's knife? Marco sat cross-legged on the ground with his hands crossed over his chest, thinking deeply about his opponent's abilities and weaknesses. Always in the silent space, he could not perceive the passage of time. I don't know how long it has been. A vortex of space suddenly appeared in front of him, and Luo Ze appeared in front of him immediately after. You guy, what do you want? Marco immediately put on a defensive posture. Didn't I say it? I'm looking for you Whitebeard pirates to get along with each other. I'm a little short of money recently. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Luo Ze said slowly, besides, your ability is a bit tricky, and I don't have a sea stone by my side, so I can only ask you to stay here. The flame of the phoenix is the flame of regeneration. This means that Kamui, the left eye of Kaido's leg that can be twisted off, is not very good for Marco. People's internal organs were smashed by Kuai Long, and they will recover soon. Rather than capturing the other party alive, it is better to trap Marco in the Kamui space. You are too despicable. Marco said angrily, if you have the ability to fight with dignity, what do you count as 2-on-1? You, an old thing in his 30s, came to bully me, a 12-year-old kid, aren't you ashamed? Oh, you haven't won yet. Marco broke his defense, his old face blushed, and his face twitched violently. Tell me, what's Whitebeard's phone bug number? Luo Ze won the conversation with a teasing smile. You want to go to war with us? Marco saw that he was serious, and his face suddenly became serious. Did the government ask you to do it? No, no. If it was an order from the government, you would hand me over to Marine directly. He doesn't understand the opponent's motives. For real? It's all about extorting their white group. 10 billion Baileys. You don't need to know that. You are crazy, how can you be the opponent of our Whitebeard pirates? Marco shook his head and said, I admit that there is something about your ability. However, after I was recruited once, immediately understood. Really? Luo Ze raised his eyebrows. Your ability to suck people into this space must be activated at a short distance. Moreover, it needs to be charged for at least 1 second. During this time, you cannot move yourself. After a pause, Marco said firmly, once you face more than 2 enemies, you will feel very uncomfortable. Precise, correct. Luo Ze praised. Seeing that he was still full of spare time, Marco was rather confused. Did he see through the essence of ability and not waver at all? It seems that you haven't figured it out yet, so let's starve you for a few days. Stay alone. With that said, Luo Ze left the Kamui space. BD. Marco was so angry that his liver hurt. Luo Ze didn't have the slightest bit of embarrassment about robbing pirates. He does need a lot of money. There are more people in Allegia now, and there will be more in the future. Some trivial tasks cannot always be left to King Gordon. Real mates are needed. There is also the problem of food. The pastures, farms, orchards, etc. on the island need someone to take care of them. There are also city repairs and so on. In short, manpower is needed, and hiring manpower, of course, costs money. Marco delivered it to the door, and Luo Ze didn't mind asking Whitebeard for some money. At this time, he came out of the Kamui space and saw Gordon walking towards him head-on. Luo Ze. Today's class is over. Luo Ze sat at the dining table, picked up an apple and took a bite. Let them practice freely. Gordon sat across from him and said in a low tone, "Did a pirate land on the ground today?" "Why do you say that? You are Shishibukai now. If it is a marine, there will be no fight. If it is a civilian, it will not be a fight. It will only happen when the pirates land, and the people who come are very strong, right?" Gordon analyzed. "It's really strong." Luo Ze nodded and said with a smile, "It's been resolved, don't worry." Gordon was silent for a long time before saying, "Luo Ze, I have decided that the position of King Allegia should be given to you." After eating the apple, Luo Ze looked surprised. "The reconstruction plan was originally proposed by you and Yuta, and you have been working hard for it. On the contrary, I, the king, can't help at all." Gordon sighed and said, "Allegia, after reconstruction, I have no face to face the hundreds of thousands of people who died. I am no longer worthy to be the king. From now on, you are the king, Luo Ze. Allegia, please." With that said, he got up and bowed solemnly. Seeing this, Luo Ze ate a whole apple, then nodded and said, "Since you said so, then so be it. From now on, I will take over your position and be the king of Allegia." Chapter 31. Day 3 of Becoming King. Marco softened. It is not hunger that makes him subdued. Although he was really hungry, he hadn't had a drop of water for more than 2 days, which made him a little weaker. But that's not the point. What he really can't bear is desolation. Facing this lifeless alien space without even an ant, he couldn't stand it. When Luo Ze appeared in front of him again, Marco took a deep breath and said, "I'll give you the number, but please be aware. Dad is not a man who would be threatened like this. You don't need to worry, Whitebeard will definitely give the money obediently." Luo Ze smiled mysteriously. Facing this smile, Marco felt a chill, but there was no point in continuing to entangle with the other party. So, he informed the Beichuan internal contact number. Having got what he wanted, Luo Ze put a large bowl of fried rice in front of Marco. "Are you hungry? You're welcome, you'll see your respected father soon." Deep in the sea area of New World, off the coast of a tropical island, the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates is docked at the deep water dock. "Dad, it's been 3 or 4 days, and Marco has completely lost contact." "That's right, the lifeguard didn't respond at all. If it wasn't still intact, I would suspect him to be dead." However, Marco's lifeguard didn't point to his location, and was in a completely static state. "What's going on?" On the coast, the captains of each team gathered around the bonfire. Whitebeard gurgled his drink and listened to the conversation of his sons. He also had some doubts in his heart. But he won't show it. As the captain, if he can't sit like Mount Tai, how can he? At this moment, brr brr, the sound of a phone bug rang. Whitebeard froze for a moment. The captain of the third team, Xiao Zi hurriedly said, "Is it Marco? This guy finally knows where to report." Whitebeard remained calm, took out his phone bug to connect to Nianbo. "Marco? Unfortunately, no." The unfamiliar voice was male, young in age. Whitebeard frowned. "Who are you?" "I'm Luo Ze. Shishibukai." "That's right." The phone bug imitated the expression and tone vividly. "I tell you some regrettable news. Your Whitebeard Pirates' first team captain, Marco of the Phoenix, broke into my territory without permission and was arrested by me." "Got it." As soon as these words came out, the faces of all the captains changed. "Impossible. How can you catch Marco? Catch it alive. This is not a difficulty with killing. Marco is one of the world's top 5 flyers. If he wants to leave, can anyone stop him?" Do you need me to ask Marco to call a few times? The corner of the phone bug's mouth rose, as if mocking the naivety and ignorance of the pirates. The captains' faces were ugly, and their hearts sank immediately. The attitude of the other party does not seem to be fake. We are not fools. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes and smiled instead. Goo la la la, that's really embarrassing, can you please let him go? Okay. But... Losing money. The phone bug continued without hesitation. Marco's head is 1,075,000,000, I give it to Marine, and I can get this money. You only need to pay 1 billion, and you can redeem the person. Whitebeard, for your sake, wipe 75 million of you. As soon as these words came out, the captains couldn't help but clenched their fists. Too arrogant. This shit Shishibukai, don't pay attention to their Whitebeard pirates at all. Father. Let me go. Team 5 Captain, Foil Vista said immediately, I will bring Marco back. Don't act rashly, idiot son. A few words from others will mess up your position. Whitebeard spoke very calmly, he has ruled the sea for so many years, and he has never seen such a storm. Sensible judgment. Approving voice came from the phone bug, I don't mind if you want to send them one by one. Don't worry, I won't kill people, but it won't be 1 billion by then. These captains are all powerful, and the bounties on their heads are not small. Goo la la la. Whitebeard first laughed, and then snorted coldly, arrogant brat, who do you think I am? Luo Ze is Whitebeard. Boom. A wave of conquerors shook the atmosphere, and the originally calm ocean suddenly set off big waves. The phone bug continued on his own, the trading location is Farn Island in New World, and the time is before 10 o'clock tonight. Please wait for the good news. After finishing speaking, click, the communication wave was cut off. All the captains looked at each other. Someone whispered, Farn Island, is that an uninhabited island very close to Com Belt? The captain of the 4th Division, Sach asked with his arms folded, Father, what should we do? It's the kindness of that brat to be able to exchange money for Marco. It's a great guy to be able to capture Marco alive. The previous anger seemed fake. Whitebeard stood up, grabbed the supreme sharp knife Kong Yunki beside him, raised it high and shouted. Little ones, set sail. Oh! The team members who didn't know what happened at all responded loudly. Whitebeard turned to look at the captain of the 4th team, you stay. Why, Dad? What if this is Marine's plan? Sage was stunned. It's because it might be a trap, so you, and the rest of the even-numbered teams, stay here. Whitebeard grinned and said, others, come with me to meet this brat. After 9 o'clock in the evening. New World, Isle of Farn. This is a small island, just in the sea area ruled by Whitebeard, not far away. Within half a day, the Whitebeard pirates arrived here. At this time, Farn Island is offshore. On the deck of the pirate ship, many pirates held binoculars and looked around, staring at the situation on the island. No one at all. It really is a trap, right? Dad, it's been more than 3 hours, do you still have to wait? In a few minutes, it will be 10 o'clock. Whitebeard stood at the bow of the boat, holding Kong Yunki in his hand, staring at Farn Island. There is no need for a lookout glass at all, his knowledge has already covered the whole island. With the ship as the center, within a radius of about 10 kilometers, there is no human breath at all. So, it's not a trap either. But the counterparty did not come either. What is this brat doing? Whitebeard frowned, wondering inwardly, could it be to divert the tiger away from the mountain? But there is no information about the large-scale mobilization of Marine. Wait till 10. Whitebeard said to the crowd. Understood. Everyone waited quietly, and the time passed by every minute. As 10 p.m. approached, over the sea area of Farn Island, dark clouds unknowingly spread across the visible range. In the thick clouds, there were thunderous sounds from time to time. "A storm is coming," said a pirate who knew how to sail. "Isn't it obvious?" Companion complained, "The blind see it too." At this time, Jaws put down his pocket watch, and said to Whitebeard, "Dad, it's 10 o'clock, and it really isn't." He couldn't finish his sentence. In this instant, the sky brightened for a moment, as if it were daytime. Then, a golden light beam with a diameter of tens of meters descended from the sky. An ultra-long-range attack that breaks through the clouds, and the target is directed at Farn Island. Everyone's expressions were dull, and even Whitebeard's pupils shrank suddenly. He yelled, "Everyone grab the hull!" While the voice fell. Boom! Like divine punishment, the terrifying golden light pierced through Farn Island in an instant, and the huge explosion fireball wiped out everything on the island in an instant. In the next second, huge waves with a height of hundreds of meters swept towards the sky in all directions. Chapter 32. Farn Island was pierced by golden light, and the explosion fireball swallowed everything. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates looked shocked. "It really is a trap. That damned Shichibukai. He wants to wipe us all out in a place like this. Fortunately, we didn't land on the island." The pirates grabbed the hull nearby, looking extremely nervous. "Because the big wave is coming." The monstrous huge waves generated by the big explosion were hundreds of meters high, and swept from the direction of Farn Island in the distance. The blow that fell from the sky set off hundreds of millions of tons of seawater, and such a huge amount could destroy a town just by falling. The pirate ship Moby Dick under the feet of the pirates is like a small ant in front of such huge waves. "Hold on!" Whitebeard yelled in a deep voice. He flicked Kong Yunki in his hand and threw it into the sky. Then his fists were clenched and crossed in front of his body, his biceps suddenly doubled, and it was covered with blue veins. Sea quake! The fists hit the sides of the body. With a bang, the atmosphere was like a huge mirror, and countless fine cracks spread like spider webs. The shock it caused tore apart the huge waves that hit them in a blink of an eye. The monstrous waves tore in two, avoided the pirate ship, and headed further away. Kiazi wiped off his cold sweat, and said with lingering fear, "What a terrifying power, the entire island was wiped out with one blow." Looking at Farn Island, there is no Farn Island there anymore. In the huge waves after waves, what can be vaguely seen is only the fringe fragments of Farn Island. Most of the area is empty and has been smashed to pieces. Under the protection of Whitebeard, the Moby Dick was safe and sound, just heaving and falling in the waves, swaying like a flat boat. The confusion lasted for more than 10 minutes before it gradually subsided. The pirates on the ship looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a voice came from the sky. "Good evening, all of Whitebeard." Everyone looked up suddenly, with ugly faces. "Shichibukai Luo Ze. Imp who rides a dragon. You still have the guts to show up. UBD, how dare you plot against us?" The pirates were furious, and anyone who was almost taken away by a wave would be so angry that he wanted to kill someone. Whitebeard raised Kong Yunki, and the hilt of the knife hit the deck heavily, stopping the pirates from shouting meaninglessly. "Gulala la!" Whitebeard grinned, "With that kind of power, we won't be unable to lock our ship. Is this some kind of warning?" If the attack just now fell directly on the pirate ship, even he would not be able to save everyone, and his life would be in danger. "Just to say hello." Luo Ze sat on Kui Long's back and said with a smile, "After all, I came alone to meet the world's strongest man and his strongest pirate team. A meeting ceremony is what it should be. Not the same as Kaido. The Kaido 12 years later is much stronger than the current Kaido. But Whitebeard 10 years later, plagued by illness, is weaker than Whitebeard now. The current Whitebeard is undoubtedly the strongest of the 3 pirate emperors. That's really an exaggerated meeting ceremony." Whitebeard stared at the dragon and the child in the sky. "Where is Marco? Where's the money?" Luo Ze asked back. "Jaws. Hearing what his father said, Jaws immediately gave his team members a wink. Immediately, 10 pirates took out a suitcase, opened it, and pointed the front at Luo Ze. Full of money, a box of 100 million. Throw the money over here. Luo Ze glanced, he would not doubt the authenticity, and Whitebeard would not use counterfeit money to fool people. You let Marco go first. Jaws said dissatisfiedly, why do you want us to pay first? Afraid of the previous power, the disappearance of Farn Island is vivid in his mind, and his tone has been very restrained. Luo Ze didn't even bother to talk to each other, he didn't understand the situation, didn't he understand who took the initiative? Whitebeard waved his hand and said, give it to him. Soon, 10 cash boxes were thrown at Luo Ze one after another. Kuai Long flicked his tail and hooked his claws, grabbing all the boxes in his hands. I gave you the money, where is the person? Whitebeard squinted his eyes and said in a bad tone, is my son okay? It's very good. After I'm full, I will keep arguing. If I don't return it to you, I will get tired of listening. Luo Ze complained, and the right eye Kamui was activated immediately. In a vortex of time and space, Marco was released. As soon as he appeared, he immediately fell towards the sea. Free! Marco was overjoyed, and immediately his arms turned into wings of a phoenix and flew up. Dad! He immediately flew aboard the Moby DK. Be careful, his ability. Marco was just about to remind. Whitebeard raised his hand to stop him, and looked at Luo Ze with a grin, are you short of money? Brat! Luo Ze, who was about to leave, couldn't help but look back, I don't mind if you give me a few 100 million more, old man. Gula la la. Whitebeard laughed, what was the attack just now? 1 billion. You can earn 1 billion in one sentence, Marco, it seems that you are not worth much. Luo Ze teased, then turned to Whitebeard and said, guess, see you later. As soon as the words fell, Kuai Long flew away in the blink of an eye at a speed of Mach 2. Marco looked blank, father, what's going on? Really give money? Jaws pointed forward, do you know what's there? Marco looked along the pointer, there's nothing there. That's Farn Island. It used to be. Jaws said in a low tone, how did you get caught, Marco? With your strength, you will be caught too. Marco was dumbfounded. He immediately explained, that guy's ability is very strange, you must be careful when you meet him in the future, one-on-one with that person will be very difficult. At the same time, Whitebeard silently watched the direction where Luo Ze disappeared, constantly guessing in his heart. The previous attack was definitely not a human move. The first thought that popped into my mind was the legendary ancient weapon. The kid holds the Uranus in his hand? Gula la la, what purpose does this kind of person become Shishibukai? Captured Marco from the opponent, but chose to ask himself for money instead of handing it over to Marine. Obviously not on the same side as world government. Funny kid. Whitebeard smiled, he didn't care about 1 billion, he cared about his family, so even though Luo Ze beat him, he wasn't very angry. On the contrary, Marco was safe and sound, and the two sides couldn't even talk about enmity. It's nothing more than one side losing, and one side losing money. Marco. Father. Tell me, what's going on? Chapter 33. Late at night. Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. The Marshal's office was brightly lit. Facing the chaotic era of great pirates in today's world, Sengoku, as the Marshal, seems to have endless work to do. At this time, the marine hero Garp walked in carelessly, holding a pack of senbei snacks in his hand. The communication from Zaya just now said that a Tianshangjian was sunk. What did you say? Sengoku, who was flipping through the materials, suddenly raised his head. Garp, UBD, I can't finish my work, but you are easy. He handed a stack of discarded intelligence materials to a sheep at the table. The sheep ate the paper with its mouth open. Ziahe is in North Blue, right? Which BD has the courage to attack the gold transport ship in the sky? Dongquick Sodi family. Garp laughed and said, that guy Ziahe has been chasing this villain for many years, and he never caught the other party's sore feet. Hearing this name, Sengoku's face changed suddenly. This person is special. The Crane Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters, and the woman Marine he leads, is not idle, and is dedicated to making things difficult for this mafia. That was a direct order from the world government a few years ago. It's just that the other party is very cunning and has never really caught it. Not only that, but about a year ago, during the OPOP fruit incident, an undercover agent he personally trained died at the hands of Doflamingo. What's wrong? You don't look well? Have you stayed up too long? Garp sat on the sofa, took out a senbei from the snack bag, and handed it out. Do you want to eat? Eat it yourself, BD. Sengoku said angrily. Just now the information from the New World scout ship, the Whitebeard pirates suddenly changed. It seems that there has been a fierce conflict with someone. A war between the three emperors. Garp was taken aback. I don't know at the moment, neither Kaido nor Big Mom has acted. But it is said that an island has disappeared because of the fighting between the two sides. Sengoku rested his forehead, and said in a tired tone, these pirate emperors have caused too much damage. Shishibuki's affairs must be accelerated, and a new balance must be reached as soon as possible. And, the Redheads, this kind of pirate group, it must be resolved as soon as possible. This world does not need a fourth pirate emperor. Puff puff. Suddenly, the phone bug on the table rang. Sengoku was stunned for a moment. This is a phone bug from the superior. The subordinate will use another one to contact him. It's me. 5 elders. After connecting to Nianbo, there was a deep voice. Just now, the Boneman Kingdom of North Blue reported the situation to me. Another gold transport ship from the sky was hijacked, and the whole ship died. Sengoku's expression changed drastically. Gold in the sky, this is the core interest of the world government. As a world government with more than 170 affiliated countries around the world, maintaining such a large institution naturally requires astronomical sums of money. Where does the money come from? Of course, it is the heavenly gold given by the franchise countries. Only after paying the money and becoming a member country will they be protected by Marine. Marine has its own branches all over the world, whether it is the Four Seas, the Grand Line, or the New World. The money consumed every year is also a huge number. This money comes from heavenly gold. The act of looting the gold in the sky is tantamount to declaring war. Do we need to dispatch Admiral? Sengoku said coldly, this kind of bad incident must be eliminated as soon as possible, otherwise someone will imitate it. The guard force of the gold transport ship in the sky is not strong, and it is impossible to send a vice admiral or even admiral to protect it every time. If there are really daring pirates who dare to imitate, maybe it will form a chain reaction. No. 5 elders on the other end of the phone worm suppressed his anger and said, Doflamingo made a condition. He wants Shishibuki's location. Sengoku, you have someone contact him as soon as possible. The government has already agreed to this condition. What? Sengoku grimaced. This is an order. After speaking, the thought wave was cut off. 5 elders didn't even bother to explain to him. The matter of national treasure, even among celestial dragons, is still a secret, so there is no need to know too much about the Marine Marshal. 2 days later, Allegia. Music room. Luo Ze played the guitar and accompanied the little diva. Ah, to become the star of the Pokémon I yearn for, this wish must be fulfilled. After the song was sung, Yuta hurriedly asked, how is it? Luo Ze glanced at the system, shook his head and said, 81 points. Hey, you haven't made any progress at all. Yuta puffed his cheeks, it's fine if you raise 1 point, Z's, can't you add 1 point? It's useless to act like a baby, Luo Ze said helplessly, it's a problem with the development of the vocal cords. You already sing very well. Yuta touched his throat and said in frustration, I really want to grow up quickly. Luo Ze didn't have such a matter determined by the laws of nature, hey? It seems there is a way. Devil fruit is full of wonders. Just as he was thinking, Gordon knocked on the door and walked in, holding a newspaper in his hand. Your Majesty, this is the newspaper that Newsbird just delivered. Mr. Gordon, please call me Luo Ze, there is no need to call me King. Luo Ze took the newspaper and glanced at it. Yuta knelt on the chair, hugged him from behind, hung his head on his shoulder, and read it together. Another Shishibukai, Heavenly Yaksha Don Quixote da Flamingo. Yuta whispered, who is this man? AC Rogue. Luo Ze replied softly. Da Flamingo also became Shishibukai. This man was originally the Celestial Dragons, holding a huge secret in his hands, the 5 elders will be picked up by him, and it is not difficult to become Shishibukai. That makes 6 Shishibukai. Still worse than Hawkeye and Bear. Speaking of which, Hawkeye should still be called Marine Hunter instead of World's Greatest Swordsman. Thinking of this, Luo Ze's heart suddenly moved. Doflamingo needs the location of Shishibukai in order to steal the throne of the Kingdom of Darice Rosa, and he wants to turn that country into a man-made devil fruit factory to trade with Kaido. In the original book, it only happened in 1512. Could it be because of my insertion, so it happened earlier? Well, it doesn't seem right. To make artificial devil fruit requires the power of the scientist Geisa. Where is Geisa now? Luo Ze fell into deep thought, it seemed a bit complicated and needed to be sorted out. What are you thinking? It's nothing, I thought of who the dance teacher should be looking for. Luo Ze smiled slightly, and a woman popped up in his mind. Her words should be very suitable. Thanks also to Doflamingo. Chapter 34. King of Darice Rosa, Riku Dade III had 2 daughters. One is Scarlet. This woman gave up the position of princess, married Cyrus, and gave birth to a daughter named Rebecca. The other is Violet, who should be 17 now. In the original timeline, that is, 2 years later, Doflamingo stole the throne, and Violet was forced to join the Don Quixote family for her father's life. This woman is a dancer, and she is very good at dancing. Try using her first. Thinking of this, Luo Ze got up and said, it's time for the live broadcast soon, Yuta, you go and get ready. Gordon, go and call Brooke. Okay. After a while, Luo Ze brought Yuta to the live broadcast room. After several days of accumulation, Yuta's current fans have reached 877. After this live broadcast, it will be able to break through the 1,000 person mark. After Brooke arrived, Luo Ze turned on the video phone bug. On the big screen, the appearance of Yuta is projected. The other dozens of video phone bugs also immediately sent pictures of fans waiting for the live broadcast. Little Yuta, it really is a live broadcast on time. What song are we going to sing today? I'm looking forward to it. Little Yuta, as cute as ever. The fans in the picture are male and female, adults and children. Yuta turned her gaze to Luo Ze off-screen, and Luo Ze nodded at her. So, Yuta immediately smiled and said into the microphone. Everyone, good morning, good noon, good evening, I am Yuta, I aim to be the world's #1 singer, and I work hard every day. A dozen lucky fans cheered her on. Thank you everyone, because there are a lot of new things to learn every day, and I have to practice songs. My manager is a very strict person, so the daily live broadcast time is only half an hour. Yuta laughed and complained to the fans. Damn manager! Don't bully everyone's little Yuta. Hey, manager, are you here too? Do you have the guts to show your face? Yuta, your singing voice is the most beautiful I've ever heard. If your manager dares to bully you, change your manager. These bastards are trying to spoil my little diva. Luo Ze's eyelids twitched violently. Yuta glanced at him secretly, and said with a smirk, "Don't worry, the manager won't bully me, it's just very strict. He is Yuta's best manager. Anyway, for today's live broadcast, first sing a song practicing. Simple live broadcast, simple singing. There are no fancy tips, nor too much fan interaction." In the accompaniment, Yuta sang songs one after another. Luo Ze only taught Yuta 3 songs, but it doesn't mean that Yuta only knows these few songs. She knows a lot of songs, and as a city of music, there are also a lot of sheet music here, so there will never be a situation where she sings the same song during the half-hour live broadcast. Even, during the live broadcast these days, Luo Ze listened to no less than 30 different songs. But every time, for the 3 songs he teaches, Yuta must sing once. In Yuta's heart, the weight of these 3 songs is different, and she hopes that everyone in the world can hear it. The happy hour is short. Amid the farewell sounds of bye and see you tomorrow from the fans, today's live broadcast came to an end soon. Brooke stood up from the piano chair and praised, "Singing is getting better and better, Yuta. Your dream will definitely come true, and sooner or later you will become the #1 singer in the world." Yuta was a little embarrassed by the praise, and then looked at Luo Ze with a smile. His big eyes seemed to say, "Praise me too quickly." "Great, Yuta is great." Luo Ze reluctantly said something perfunctory, turned his head and turned on the system. Diva training task. The number of fans of singer Yuta exceeds 1000, and the reward is 10% of the sword skills of One Piece Gold Roger during his lifetime. Mission completed. The false memory of practice resurfaced again, this was the 3rd time. This time, Luo Ze learned another trick of Roger's swordsmanship. God hunting. The name of the move has been changed to Haki, from the shinjutsu of gods only dare to avoid their sharp edges to sword skills for hunting gods God shun. Silently digesting the new sword technique, when Luo Ze opened his eyes, he saw Yuta standing in front of him, staring at him with puffed cheeks. Perfunctory, Ze's is getting more and more perfunctory. Our little singer is #1 in the world. Luo Ze rubbed Yuta's head amusedly, "Let's go, Gordon should have dinner ready, and you are tired, go take a shower first." Only then did Yuta walk out of the studio contentedly. When they left, he looked at the system again. The mission has been updated, next time 10,000 followers are required. According to the multiple of this growth, 100 million fans are needed to reach 80%, and 10 billion fans are needed to reach 100%. Are there 10 billion people in this world? If you count the various humanoid races, there must be some. The system will not issue a task that is impossible to complete. In the original movie, Yuta became a world singer in just 2 years, and the number of people who have listened to her songs is far more than 10 billion. Now with his assistance, and more excellent songs, this speed will be even faster. What restricts her now is physiological development. She has talent and potential, but to realize it, she needs to fully develop her vocal cords. It takes about 15 or 16 years old. Luo Ze thought of a devil fruit, which can solve this problem. 10 years later, a member of the extremely evil generation, Big Stomach Girl Jewelry Bonnie, this woman has the ability to freely change the age of the person she touches. Her name is unknown, but it may be called Neon Fruit. Of course, this age change is not permanent. But it is also a shortcut. The problem is, I can't find where the person is. Luo Ze has nothing to do for the time being, so he can only take his time and look for it when he has a chance. Compared to this, let's bring back the dancer first, and Rebecca, he has been coveting Conqueror's Haki for a long time. Stepping out of the music room, problem girl number 2, Kojiki Hiri, came in front of me. Note, in Violet's life card, there is a passionate relationship with Doflamingo, probably a lover. Oda's bad taste? The hatred of breaking the country and destroying the family can also develop into this kind of relationship, which is somewhat Stockholm Syndrome. Third update, continue to add more code words. I saw someone asking why not crack Karakura to kill the world government. When you don't know the details of the enemy, isn't it just asking for trouble for yourself? If you don't kill it cleanly, then wait for him to send God's punishment to Allegia? It's as if the nuclear powers don't go crazy and throw nuclear bombs at each other. Chapter 35. That, Luo Ze. Kojiki Hiri faltered. What's the matter? After thinking for a while, Luo Ze greeted, come with me. The two soon came to a study. It may not be right to say that it is a study room. There are more various musical scores on the bookshelves. Luo Ze walked to the sofa and poured 2 cups of black tea. Seeing Kojiki Hiri still standing at the door, he gestured with his eyes, come in, sit down. Hearing this, Kojiki Hiri stepped forward, walked lightly to the sofa and sat down, picked up the steaming black tea, and took a sip. You came to talk to me about life. Life discussion. Kojiki Hiri tilted his head, and a big question mark appeared above his head. You look distressed. Want to go back to Wano Kuni? Kojiki Hiri bit his lower lip and looked down at the black tea in his hand. She has been here for a few days, and she was obviously kidnapped by force, but she has no intention of going back. She knew Yamato, knew the identity of the other party, the daughter of the enemy Kaido, but had a bad relationship with her father Kaido, and became friends with her after learning that she was the daughter of Kojiki Oden. I also met the Runty sisters and brothers, the children of pirates. Their dead father entrusted them to Kaido, and they lived in an environment of survival of the fittest since childhood. She is a little envious of Yuta, Luo Ze, who is obviously 2 years younger than her, protects her like a big brother. The life here is very monotonous. They attend classes and sing songs every day, like a big lively family. They also chat and play around during the occasional break time. Happier than when I was in the brothel. Recovering from a trance, Kojiki Hiri raised his head and asked softly, I just care a little bit. At that time, why did you kill Kurozumi Orokai? I know about your Kojiki family. In order to let you stay here with peace of mind, I took care of him. Luo Ze told frankly, with a calm tone, so, do you understand? Understood. Although Kojiki Hiri's brain is not very good, but the meaning of this kind of words can still be understood. Won't let her go. Killed your enemy, even if you want to repay your favor, just stay here honestly. This tough attitude did not make Kojiki Hiri feel uncomfortable, but he was slightly relieved. I will follow your arrangement, and I like it here too. There are not so many worries. A faint smile appeared on Kojiki Hiri's face, it's just. Manager, it's okay if I call you that. Up to you. Were you in the brothel just to take me away? Why didn't you do it directly? Luo Ze was speechless. Could it be that he chatted with that young girl for half an hour in order to see the Warren Grand Prize, and lost interest again? Manager, I can do it. Kojiki Hiri smiled slyly, even if he is a manager, he is still a boy. Although he is younger than me, he will be interested. She has a clear perception of her own beauty. There are very few women who don't know whether they are pretty or not, and even if they don't, the eyes of the opposite S*X around them will tell them clearly. Hearing this, Luo Ze showed a very surprised expression. The problem girl really has a problem. This came to tempt him? Beast, his body is only 12 years old. Why are you doing this? I want to thank you. Thank you for killing Kurozumi Orokai for you. Yes. But it's more than that. After all, Kojiki Hiri is only 14 years old, and now he is holding on to his skirt a little nervously. When I saw Kurozumi Orokai's head cut off, I suddenly felt that everything I did before was like a clown on stage. Broker, you gave me a little light before I fell. Luo Ze was even more surprised. The self-salvation of a troubled girl? No, redeemed, but half saved. Now in this girl's mind, she wants to repay her kindness with beauty. Revenge, using beauty, repaying kindness, or relying on one's own beauty. Sure enough, my brain is not very good. Of course, Luo Ze didn't open his mouth to reject the other party. Although his body is only 12 years old, his mental age is a normal 27 years old. No. Luo Ze shook his head and said, I'm only 12 years old. I can't do what I want to do. Hearing the word 12 years old, Kojiki Hiri couldn't help laughing. The smile was a bit cramped, but also a bit rare bright. She put down the black tea in her hand, got up, walked around the table, and sat beside Luo Ze. Broker. Night. Luo Ze left Allegia on a fast dragon. Sitting on Kui Long's back, he wiped the lipstick on his face. It can only be said that she is worthy of being trained as an Warren, and she can do everything. He is too good at pleasing men. He was a little bit overwhelmed, but fortunately his body was still small, otherwise he would not have been eaten up. Warren, it's really scary. I don't know which old bastard taught her. Anyway, let's buy some maids first. The most prosperous place for human trading is the Sabayati archipelago. Luo Ze temporarily put aside Kojiki Hiri's problem, and seriously considered the construction of Allegia. The maid is to take care of daily life. There are nearly 10 people in the castle, big and small, and Gordon can't keep cooking. In addition to maids, farmers, ranch workers, fruit growers, carpenters, stonemasons, tailors, etc. are also needed. The average price of a human slave is 500,000 baileys. For a maid, try to choose a slightly better looking one. That's millions of baileys. Luo Ze quickly calculated in his mind. If you buy all the cheapest ones, you can buy 2,000 people. The island does not need so many for the time being. There are about 100 maids, and then 1,000 workers will be bought. Of course, Luo Ze will not pay. Who is he? 7 warlords of the sea. Qualified for legal plunder. Behind the industry of the slave trade, needless to say, there must be pirates. As a Shishibukai, robbing pirates of money, isn't that justified? Otherwise, what is Shishibukai, Kimbo? As for the 1 billion pele, it was used to pay wages. In the era of great pirates, human life is so cheap, 500,001. Kui Long, speed up. Chapter 36. Sabayati Archipelago is located at the end of the Paradise Sea in the first half of the Grand Line. Pirates who come to the Grand Line from all over the world need to rest on this island. Here you can coat the ship. Only in this way can the ship sail on the bottom of the sea and enter the Fishman Island, which is 10,000 meters deep. The entire island is composed of 79 huge Yarchman mangroves. Therefore, it is divided into 79 regions. Areas 1 to 29 are illegal areas, where there are human trafficking shops and human auctions. Luo Ze needs to buy a large number of slaves, so of course it is not suitable to go to the auction. However, when he arrived at the Sabayati archipelago, it was already late at night, and both the auction and the human trafficking shop were closed. He had to find a hotel to stay. The next day, early in the morning, Luo Ze came to the number 1 area. When walking on the street, you can obviously feel malicious eyes, and criminals gather on both sides of the street. Some are pirates, and some are human traffickers for slave groups. This kid is pretty good looking, and some nobles have unique tastes, so they can fetch a good price. Hush! Are you crazy? Do you know who this person is? Could it be the child of some big man? One of the 7 warlords of the sea. Idiot, don't drag us if you want to die. Let you watch the news more often. At the corner of the street, several men with mischievous eyebrows were talking in low voices. Luo Ze glanced at them, and the 2 of them trembled in fright. They turned and ran. Ignoring these small characters, he found the largest human trafficking shop in Area 1. The boss has a mustache, but it's just an upturned horoscope. When Luo Ze entered, the boss greeted him immediately. He was taken aback for a moment, and then his expression changed. 7. Shi Shibukai. A lot of people here know my face. Luo Ze raised his eyebrows. Hey, where are you from? This is the Sabayati archipelago with the fastest information flow. The boss laughed twice and said, I don't know what's up with Mr. Shi Shibukai. Are you the largest slave trader on the island? You want to buy slaves? Then you have found the right person. I have the most complete and highest quality slaves to choose from. The boss suddenly became more enthusiastic. Please come with me. Luo Ze followed the other party and soon came to a prison. Rows of prisons housed many slaves. There are men and women. Most of them are human beings, but there are also murlocs, the long-handed tribe, the long-footed tribe, the snake-headed tribe, etc., and there is even a fur tribe. That's all. Luo Ze stood outside the prison, sweeping past many slaves. The eyes of these slaves are dull, but there are also some eyes full of longing, hoping to be bought. The boss said, what race do you want? It's better to be human, 1,000 people are needed. 1,000 people. The boss said dumbfounded, I'm very sorry, I don't have so many people here. How many men and women are there? For women, there are 117 people, the youngest is 14 years old, and the oldest is 32 years old. Male slaves, excluding those who are too old, there are 283 people. As the two walked, they said that the passages of the prison were very long, and there were at least dozens of them. Suddenly, Luo Ze stopped and looked towards one of the cells. An old man was locked inside, drinking wine contentedly. He seemed to notice Luo Ze's gaze, and the old man also looked over. Isn't this guy Pluton Rayleigh? He wears a pair of rimless round glasses, has a beard on his chin, curly white hair, and a straight scar over his right eye. The deputy captain of One Piece Gold Roger was once a famous great pirate. Noticing Luo Ze's gaze, the boss, being a human being, immediately explained. This old man is a weirdo. 2 days ago, he came to me by himself and sold himself. Luo Ze laughed and said, I want it. I want all the slaves you mentioned before. Hearing this, the boss trembled with excitement. The heart quickly calculated. Honorable Master Shi Shibukai, if you want all of them, our store is willing to give you the best price. All slaves will be sold at a price of 500,000. 400 people add up to 200 million Baileys. As for this old man, it will be a gift. Would you like how about next? Are you going to buy me? Rayleigh said suddenly. He was obviously an old man, but his spirit was abnormally good. You are Shi Shibukai, Dragon Rider Luo Ze. Meeting you, Pluton Rayleigh. Do you know me? Rayleigh was obviously stunned. I have lived on this island for more than 10 years, and this is the first time I have been recognized. Luo Ze is no stranger to this person. The biggest hobby is drinking, and I usually live in the bar of my old friend Shucky. But Shucky wouldn't give him money for drinks, so besides relying on his coding skills to work, the old man could only sell himself to major slave traders to make money. Speaking of which, this woman Shucky is also the former emperor of the Daughter Kingdom. It can be regarded as the old predecessor of the pirate Queen Boya Hancock. The slave trader on the side was stunned when he heard Rayleigh's name, but he didn't react for a while. As an old pirate who was active in the last era, Rayleigh's wanted notices are rare, and he doesn't know him at all. What are you still doing? You haven't released all the slaves. Luo Ze glanced at the man. That, Mr. Shi Shibukai, we pay the money first. Look, 200 million berries. Hearing this, Luo Ze pulled out Regenjaka and slashed open the gate of the prison. The boss was dumbfounded immediately, and he quickly understood what the other party was going to do. This is for nothing. Wait a minute. Master Shichibukai. He immediately shouted, the business here is celestial dragons. Then let celestial dragons come and tell me, if you don't want to die now, just do it obediently. Luo Ze dismissed it. Not to mention celestial dragons, even 5 elders' business, he can also grab it. Hearing this, the boss suddenly turned pale. His lips trembled, not daring to be disobedient, he bravely called his subordinates and asked them to open all the cells. At the same time, he secretly asked someone to notify the big boss behind him. Celestial dragons? That's bluffing. How did celestial dragons get into this kind of business? Ha ha ha, you little guy is really interesting. In the cell, Rayleigh took a sip of wine, laughed and said, aren't celestial dragons afraid? Those group of world nobles will attract Marine Admiral if they get hurt casually. You looted their business and lost the Shichibukai name. Shichibukai's name? Luo Ze said calmly, they will beg me to stay. Chapter 37. All the slaves were released, and more than 500 slaves of various races looked at Luo Ze in front of everyone with the eyes of a savior. Open the slave collars around their necks. Luo Ze glanced at the earth-colored boss. Shichibukai, Luo Ze, you will regret it. The boss gritted his teeth. The subordinates all looked at him and whispered, boss. All released. The boss wanted to cry but had no tears. This release would cost at least hundreds of millions of berries, and arresting slaves would also cost money. All the younger brothers did as they said, and took out the keys to unlock the locks for the slaves. The collars tied around their necks are very heavy. If the collars are forced to break free, the internal switch will be triggered, and the detonating device will blow the slave's head directly. Ka ka ka. Soon, more than 500 slaves were freed. Free. I'm free. Thank God. Woo 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 woo. Some people were so excited that they burst into tears. You should thank me, God will not save you. Luo Ze slandered from the bottom of his heart, and his expression remained the same, it's not human, go away quickly. Humans stay. In an instant, more than 500 slaves knelt on the ground in unison. Your great kindness, I will never forget it in my life. A Murloc thanked Date and was the first to run. With the first bird, more slaves quickly kowtowed and thanked, and some people kept leaving. In a blink of an eye, more than 100 slaves left. Only humans remain. They looked at Luo Ze with a slightly fearful look, not knowing why they were left behind. Rayleigh on the side chuckled and said, those slaves ran away. They have no boats and no money. They will soon be arrested by human traffickers. That has nothing to do with me. Luo Ze is not interested in being so lenient. He is here to find maids and workers, not to be a savior. At this time, he looked at the group of disturbed human slaves, and said in a slightly gentler tone. You have heard what this old man on my side said. My name is Luo Ze, and I will take you to my country, give you jobs, give you income, where you are not slaves, but my people. Many slaves kneeling on the ground showed excited expressions. Sure enough, human beings still love human beings. With the previous comparison, the remaining human slaves suddenly felt a sense of happiness, at least the Lord did not directly ignore them. Lord Luo Ze, I am willing. Please take me away. I am willing to do anything. A woman who looked to be in her 20s said eagerly. For a young woman like her, once she becomes a slave, she doesn't know who will buy her, and her end is predictable. Compared to the future of being treated as a toy and being beaten to death someday because the master gets bored, she is willing to follow Luo Ze. I would too. Please take us away, Master Luo Ze. Female slaves responded, and more male slaves quickly pledged their allegiance. So many people, how are you going to take them away? Rayleigh drank a small drink and asked with great interest, the commotion here will attract Marines. Marine still cares about the lawless zone. Luo Ze was taken aback. There is a marine base on the island, he knows that. Area 60 to 69 not only has the marine base, but also some government departments. There are some transactions here. The slave trade is a legal business recognized by the world government. These large slave merchants will send gifts to Marines chiefs every month. Rayleigh said with a smile that he has lived here for more than 10 years, and he has sold himself countless times, and he knows the twists and turns here like the back of his hand. The Sabayati archipelago is less than an hour's flight from naval headquarters. All this decay? Luo Ze said in surprise, then shook his head. No, this is not decay, this is normal. Political contributions, similar to America's, are legal. Since it's legal, don't trust humanity. Listening to the conversation between the two, the slaves kneeling on the ground suddenly showed despair. Shishibukai came to rescue them, Marines still care? Don't worry, the person I want to take away is useless to anyone. Luo Ze didn't bother to explain, and immediately opened Manjiki Sharingan. Using the power of Sharingan, all the 400 people were transferred to the Kamui space. Spatial capabilities. Rayleigh froze for a moment. Gone. After finishing all this, Luo Ze turned around and walked out of the store. The boss could only watch helplessly, not daring to stop him. As soon as I arrived at the gate, I found a marine colonel, leading a large number of sailors, and rushed there quickly. The boss rushed out as if seeing his relatives, and shouted, "That's him! Colonel Nalu! This brat ransacked my shop and forcibly released all the slaves. Where's the slave?" Nalu quickly looked around the store, but he didn't see the slave, but saw Luo Ze again, and his heart skipped a beat. 7 Shishibukai? The contact he received did not say it was Shishibukai. This BD store manager is not telling the truth. I let you go, do you have any objections? Luo Ze stood at the door of the store with a calm tone. No. No. Nalu showed a reluctant smile. It turned out to be Master Shishibukai Luo Ze. This is the flood that rushed to the Dragon King Temple. I heard that Shishibukai has come to the island, so I brought someone here to see if you need help. Listen. Said you freed many slaves, need a warship escort. Isn't it convenient? Convenient, so convenient. This is all for justice. Nalu said seriously. It's not necessary. Luo Ze was too lazy to talk to this person, ignored him, and left directly. Seeing this, the boss thumped and sat on the ground weakly. It's over, even Marine doesn't care. He glared at Nalu angrily, are you all crazy? This is Sabayati Archipelago, my business is legal. That BD robbed my slave, don't you care? Watching Luo Ze go away, Nalu put away his smile, turned to look at the mustache boss, and snorted coldly, I suspect that you have colluded with the pirates. Where did your slaves come from? Maybe some of them are citizens of the allied countries, this is against the law. Arrest him. Just kidding, it's Shishibukai, it's just your bad luck to steal it from you. The Sabayati Archipelago's slave gangs are plentiful, and it doesn't matter if you're missing one. It's a trivial matter to rob a few slaves. But a Shishibukai came to Sabayati Archipelago, this matter still has to be reported to the headquarters. As a colonel, Nalu has an excellent work experience. Bring this man back to base. After giving an order, he turned around and picked up the phone to report the situation to his superiors. Luo Ze is preparing to leave the island. Rayleigh suddenly appeared in front of him. You Shishibukai have so much power. With one hand in his pocket and the other holding a small wine jug, he said with a smile, Marines dare not touch you? They don't even dare to stop you. He's just a colonel. He doesn't have orders from his superiors. Even if I kill someone in front of him, he won't dare to move. Luo Ze pulled out Rijinjaka, raised his eyebrows and said, it's a rare opportunity, I'm worried that I can't find someone to practice swords recently, come and play with me a few times. Dodge. As soon as the words fell, a silver slash shot towards Rayleigh. Chapter 38. Seeing Luo Ze's slash, Rayleigh showed a dull expression on his face. This is Roger's move. Before he had time to think about it, his left hand had already been stretched out quickly, directly grabbing the slash that was attacking him. His left hand was wrapped around the weapon collar and turned into pitch black. The moment he grasped the slash, his face became serious. Good weight. It is much stronger than the slashing of ordinary swordsmen. The force of the impact propelled him backwards, his feet dragging a deep gully in the grass. With a full retreat of 30 meters, the armament haki wrapped around Rayleigh's left hand suddenly turned into a mass of higher intensity energy, and a flash of flowing dark red flashed away. The next moment, God's refuge was caught by Rayleigh, and the slash fell into the river not far away. In an instant, the river was cut off, and the river could not rejoin for a long time. It's already 30% of Roger's level, who the hell are you? Rayleigh was stunned. It was emission just now. Luo Ze asked without answering. The advanced stage of armed color, it is called emission in Wano Kuni, it can also be called by other names, the meaning is the same. The armed color that has been cultivated to this level can not only be released outside, but also directly drive haki into the target, thus multiplying the power of destruction. Rayleigh was silent for a moment, then a flash of light suddenly appeared. In his teens, he knows Captain Roger's swordsmanship and seems to be very proficient. If it weren't for the difference in power, it would be Roger himself using it. As the first crew member of the Roger Pirates, he was too familiar with Roger to be mistaken. I see, you are Roger's child. Rayleigh smiled. Before Roger was executed, Marine had a large-scale hunt for pregnant women. You survived. The eyes are full of kindness, as if looking at his own juniors. Luo Ze. Should I say it or not, this sudden sentence made him silent. One Piece was executed in 1498, and he is about 12 years old now, so the time is just right. One Piece is called Roger, and his name is Luo Ze. Roger will dodge, he perfectly reproduced Roger's moves. No, don't talk nonsense. Luo Ze couldn't help complaining, how could I be Roger's son? His son's name is Podicus d'Ace. Rayleigh didn't know who Podicus d'Ace was, and he was quite confident in his judgment. No wonder he has such strength at such a young age. He is indeed Roger's child. After we conquered the Grand Line, before disbanding the pirates, he kept mentioning that he was going to have a baby next time. Rayleigh said with a smile. I've said no, if you don't believe me, ask Garp. Luo Ze had the feeling of being a dog, so he didn't hold back immediately, holding the handle of the knife with both hands, raised his head high and swung a blow. God hunting. Armament haki's move is added, and the pitch black slash comes in an instant. Rayleigh threw down the flagon in his hand, wrapped his hands around emission, and resisted a blow. Boom! The black slash was more powerful than the previous move. Wherever it passed, the ground was torn apart like tofu, leaving deep ravines. The ravine came to an abrupt end at Rayleigh's feet. Roger's move defeated the Golden Lion back then. Rayleigh blocked the slash with a little difficulty. After a stalemate for 3 seconds, he quickly moved away. The god hunted past the opponent, unabated, and slashed on the Archiman mangrove tree 100 meters behind him. The incomparably thick torso was torn apart by the sword energy, and a gap hundreds of meters long was created, shaking the whole giant tree. The giant tree was pierced through. Hey, getting old, the old man is not as strong as you young people. Rayleigh picked up the flagon on the ground, and touched the sweat stains on his forehead that didn't exist at all. Pretending. Luo Ze can't complain, this old man can still fight Kizaru 10 years later, his physical strength must be better than him. With a thought, he rushed up suddenly. After getting close to Rayleigh, he stabbed mercilessly with his sword. Rayleigh quickly tilted his head, and while avoiding the blow, he said approvingly, your swordsmanship is just like Roger's. Who taught you? The child was born when Roger died, and Roger certainly didn't teach it. Stop talking nonsense, I said no. Luo Ze's strikes became sharper, an armament haki wrapped around the blade, dyeing the blade black. Rayleigh didn't fight back at all, just kept dodging, and even had the energy to speak. At least that's how it seems. In fact, he maintained observation haki the whole time, constantly predicting Luo Ze's attack trajectory. He is most familiar with Roger's swordsmanship, and he can avoid Luo Ze's attack every time at the most dangerous moment. The two fought for 10 minutes. Luo Ze suddenly stopped. It's boring, old man, you don't want to fight at all. Ha ha ha, you are already very strong. At this age, your swordsmanship level is already 1/3 of Roger's. In a few years, I will not be your opponent. Rayleigh laughed and said, also, show me a little respect for one, Rayleigh uncle. Mr. Ray. Luo Ze put Regenjaka back into the sheath. If he used all his abilities, released Zanpakuto and then used Sharingan, he would be able to fight this old man. Swordsmanship alone is not enough, Rayleigh is too familiar with Roger. What kind of move he wants to use, people can see through it at a glance. Let's go. Luo Ze took out the elf ball, ready to release the fast dragon. I'll say it one last time, I'm not, hey. A golden light descended from the sky. Boom. In the smoke and dust of the explosion, photons condensed, and the figure of Marine Admiral Kizaru slowly emerged. It's scary. Is Shishibukai fighting Pluton Rayleigh? Roger's remnants are hiding under the nose of the headquarters. It's really worrying. Kizaru's face with a crooked mouth came into Luo Ze's eyes. Rayleigh's smile faded, and he said in a deep voice, you go first, I'll block him. Hearing this, Kizaru was stunned with a dazed look on his face. Did something go wrong? I'm on the side of Shishibukai, right? Chapter 39. It's so strange, why does One Piece's deputy protect Shishibukai? No. Why does this old man want to do something to Shishibukai? Kizaru was confused. What do you think? The next thing is that he and Luo Ze, the Shishibukai, worked together to arrest the remnants of the Roger pirates on the spot. He thought I was Roger's son. Luo Ze activated the report skill on the spot. It's just that the surname is Luo, the real Roger's son. You have to ask your marine hero, respected Vice Admiral Garp. Kizaru was speechless. Compared to this kind of sowing discord, what he cared more about was, isn't Roger's surname Gol? Roger's son is still alive. His mouth was even more crooked, as if he had discovered a new continent. Who knows, maybe alive, maybe dead. Didn't your marine hunt and kill pregnant women back then? Luo Ze sarcastically said, unless there are traitors inside, they must be dead. Hearing this, Kizaru was thoughtful. Rayleigh's eyes flashed, is this a misfortune? He still thinks that Luo Ze is Roger's son, although not as sure as before, but swordsmanship cannot fool anyone. However, Garp and Roger are old friends. If Roger asks him, according to Garp's personality, this kind of thing is possible. Rayleigh thought to himself, Luo Ze said this to hide his identity? He need the title of Shishibukai, what are you planning? Should we cooperate with him? Before Rayleigh could figure it out, Luo Ze summoned the fast dragon. After riding on the fast dragon, he calmly said, Kizaru, what are you doing here? The headquarters has been notified that a Shishibukai has come to Sabayati Archipelago. Kizaru temporarily put aside the matter of Roger's son, and said casually, you Shishibukai are really arrogant. The headquarters invited you to gather, and everyone refused very simply. Yo! Isn't it normal that Shishibukai listens to the tune but not the announcement? Otherwise, be a damn Shishibukai. So, you're coming to invite me to Marineford yourself. Compared to this, it's better to join hands with me to solve this pirate first. Kizaru stared at Rayleigh, fisted and palmed, and pulled out a sword of light directly from his palm, Amazono sword. Sorry, not interested. Luo Ze patted Kuai Long on the head, motioning for it to take off. The figure slowly disappeared into the sky, and a word floated down. I don't have a superior subordinate relationship with you, Marine, you have no right to order me, go play by yourself. Kizaru. The title of 7 Warlords of the Sea was awarded by the world government, and it is not in the same department as naval headquarters. At most, everyone can be regarded as colleagues of the department next door. Wait a minute, I have something to ask you. Kizaru looked at Luo Ze, who disappeared into the sky, and immediately wanted to catch up. This is impossible, your opponent is me now. Rayleigh laughed, and pulled out a sword out of nowhere, and a sword energy immediately cut towards Kizaru. Kizaru was cut in two by the slash, and the incision was covered with golden photons. His body slowly came together. Pluton Rayleigh. The two quickly fought. Kamui space. 400 slaves gathered together, apprehensively looking at this dark alien space. Suddenly, Luo Ze's figure appeared. Master Luo Ze, what is this place? A courageous young man hurriedly shouted. May I have your name? My name is Mo Kegureza. The sallow and thin young man in his early 20s replied immediately. Luo Ze nodded, and said to the group of slaves, in a few hours, you will arrive in Allegia. At that time, someone will arrange for you. The house will be allocated for free, and a settling fee will be given. The specific situation will be determined by then. You will naturally know, now wait quietly. After finishing speaking, he signaled Reza with his eyes, you are very smart, come with me. As soon as the words fell, he left the Kamui space with Reza. On Kuai Long's back, 2 people appeared one after another. Reza was startled immediately, crawled down nervously, grabbed Kuai Long's body, looked at the endless ocean below with his eyes, and kept swallowing the saliva in his mouth. Gilu. Master Luo Ze, what do you want me to do? Snapped. Luo Ze threw a thick 1,000,000 Baileys to the other party, and said, I will go to the kingdom of Diva Rosa soon, you stay there temporarily, when there is a disturbance in the palace, when will you contact me? I will give you every month you 1,000,000. Stalking? 1,000,000 a month for such a simple task? Reza grabbed the money, nodded resolutely and said, Lord Luo Ze, please don't worry, I will definitely keep an eye on it all the time. It's just, how much is a disturbance? For example, the palace is on fire? Soldiers from the King Liku's army raised their knives and slashed at civilians. I see. Next, Luo Ze gave some more detailed instructions. After passing by Diva Rosa, he sent people down to the coast, and then returned to Allegia. Back to Allegia, it was already afternoon. Gordon went out to greet him. Luo Ze released all the slaves and ordered, arrange them, ask what skills they have, and arrange corresponding jobs according to each person's situation. As for the maids of the castle, choose 50 good-looking ones. Women can do it. Yes, Your Majesty the King. Gordon nodded immediately. As a former king, this kind of thing is easy to do, it's just a trivial matter. Luo Ze handed over 200 million Baileys to the other party and asked Gordon to pay for the settlement and future wages. For several days, nothing happened. With the injection of fresh blood, Allegia gradually regained her vitality. There are also people working in many places. The newcomers who were already slaves here not only got a house and a job for free, but also got rid of their status as slaves. Most people are very satisfied. In the castle, because more than 50 maids came, life suddenly became more convenient. In his spare time, Gordon will also arrange for people to clean up the debris. Rebuilding Allegia didn't happen overnight, but moving toward the goal a little every day made Gordon full of energy for the future. This day, early in the morning. The king's bedchamber. Luo Ze woke up from his sleep. He broke free from Kojiki Hiri's warm embrace. Since the last time this woman almost pushed him against him, she would sneak into his room to sleep at night. For this shameless behavior, Luo Ze expressed his appreciation. Although the young body can't do much, but hugging a fragrant woman, no, it's quite comfortable for a girl to sleep. The movement of getting up seems to have woken Kojiki Hiri. She opened her dim eyes, and her voice sounded like a dream. Manager? Is it morning? It's time to get up and go to class. Luo Ze glanced at her and said with a smile, what's the cover-up? It's not like I haven't seen it. Kojiki Hiri got up from the bed with a flushed face. At this time, there was a knock on the door. The maid's voice came from outside, Your Majesty, there is a phone bugs Nianbo communication, claiming to be Reza. Hearing this, Luo Ze's heart moved. Do it so soon? Doflamingo. Chapter 40. Come in. Upon hearing the order, the maid opened the door and walked in. She lowered her head and handed a phone bug to Luo Ze. It's me. Master Luo Ze. Opposite was Reza's voice. What's the situation with you? While speaking, Luo Ze put on his coat and walked out of the bedroom. The maid then raised her head and looked at Kojiki Hiri with only one head emerging from the bed, feeling very surprised in her heart. Your Majesty is only 12 years old. As expected of Lord Luo Ze. My lord, I will serve you. She said immediately. King, Princess? Kojiki Hiri was overwhelmed by the call of the princess. Since she fell from the princess position 8 years ago, she has not enjoyed this kind of respect from others for a long time. For the princess, in Wano Kuni, it should be similar to the general's wife, right? Hush! Although there was a little joy in his heart, Kojiki Hiri did not dare to treat himself as a princess. No, please keep this matter a secret. Never talk nonsense, especially to Yuta. The other side. Luo Ze left the bedroom and learned the specific situation from Reza. There was a big fire in the palace of the kingdom of Darice Rosa in the middle of the night yesterday, and Reza didn't know until the next morning. After that, he inquired again. In the morning, King Liku suddenly borrowed money from the people of the whole country, and it was a full 10 billion baileys. Reza didn't know the specific inside story, but it should be in line with turmoil, so he immediately reported to Luo Ze. I see, you should ensure your own safety first. Luo Ze cut off the communication, and said in his heart, sure enough, the Dongquixote family did it, right? But, it was too fast. He thought it would happen in 3 or 4 months, but it happened only 10 or so days later. You know, Doflamingo has been active in North Blue before becoming Shishibukai. To reach Darice Rosa, you need to cross the inverted mountain from North Blue, enter the Grand Line, and then sail all the way to Sabayati Archipelago, and then apply to the government to hoist the boat up through the Red Port below the Red Line. Then, cross the Holy Land of Marie Joyce, and then drop the boat from the Red Harbor on the other side, so as to enter the New World and arrive at Darice Rosa. He didn't come to New World through the normal way, did he cross the Com Belt? Luo Ze made an instant judgment. The normal way is not so fast, and the only way to launch a coup so quickly is to cross the Com Belt. Use the foreign ship to pass through the windless Com Belt. As long as you have the means to solve the Sea Kings, you can directly enter the New World and reach Darice Rosa. Note. Thinking of this, Luo Ze immediately prepared to act. Darice Rosa. This is Luo Ze's 3rd visit here. The first time was to buy a video phone bug for Yuta, the second time was to install Reza as a spy, and this is the 3rd time. On the coast, Luo Ze met Reza. This kid has been eating well recently and has grown a lot stronger. Master Luo Ze. How is the situation now? King Liku is still raising money. The people here love him very much. Although they don't know the reason, they are willing to lend him money. I heard that they have already collected 2 billion berries. According to this speed, maybe they can really borrow money. 10 billion. Reza had an envious expression on his face. 10 billion is an astronomical figure for an individual, and of course it is a huge amount of money for a country. I asked you to investigate, did you find it? A family living in the suburbs has a 4-year-old daughter named Rebecca. Reza nodded and said, I found it. Please follow me. Under Reza's leadership, Luo Ze quickly found a place. In a very remote place, surrounded by mountains full of flowers, on the hillside, there is a lonely house. Yes, thank you for your hard work. Luo Ze nodded in satisfaction, and immediately put Reza in the Kamui space. He walks towards the house. Hey! Suddenly, the footsteps stopped. Among the flowers, a toy soldier who was no more than 80 or 90 centimeters tall squatted inside. The soldier has no left leg, is carrying a toy gun, and looks at the wooden house with sad eyes. At this time, the door of the wooden house was opened, and a woman with long wine-red hair, about 23 years old, came out of the house. Followed by a cute little girl. Rebecca, you stay in the house and don't go anywhere. Mom is going to buy some food and be back soon. The female voice said softly. Rebecca, who was only 4 years old, was full of doubts in her big eyes. Mom, didn't someone buy it before? Who? The woman showed a confused expression, then smiled and touched her daughter's head. Our mother and daughter have always lived alone, there is no one, please be obedient, Rebecca. Yes, Mom. After sending her daughter back to the house, the woman closed the door, took a deep breath, turned and walked towards the city. The toy soldier stared blankly, and the toy's little hand clenched tightly. Suddenly, footsteps came from behind. The toy soldier was shocked. Have you chased him to such a place? He suddenly turned around, and when he was about to take up his weapon to attack, he was startled suddenly. It's you, Luo Ze. Hey! Luo Ze frowned, you know me. I'm. Shut up first. Luo Ze rubbed the center of his brows, feeling that there was a problem with his memory. He was very impressed with this soldier. If he remembered correctly, he should be Cyrus. Turned into a toy soldier by a childlike fruit-capable person. This is a memory from a previous life. However, after he traveled through time, he didn't seem to have seen. No. You know me. Luo Ze stared at the toy soldier. It's me, Cyrus. Cyrus hurriedly revealed his identity. In the arena, you sat next to me and Rebecca, have you forgotten? I remember. As if a bolt of lightning had pierced some kind of restriction, Luo Ze instantly recovered some kind of blocked memory. Cyrus, it's you. Do you remember me? Cyrus was extremely shocked, and then exulted, great. Finally someone still remembers me. Ever since I became like this, everyone has quickly forgotten. Is it caused by the ability of some kind of fruit-capable person? Luo Ze asked knowingly, and said slowly, how did you become like this? It's Shichibukai. Cyrus gritted his teeth and said. Last night, he found the palace was on fire, so he rushed to the palace, and then saw the captured king. In order to save the king, he loses a leg and fights to kill Shichibukai Doflamingo. But a little girl touched him, and he became what he is now. In the end, he rescued the king. But the king didn't know him anymore. Then he saw his wife again, who didn't know him anymore. No one knew him, only one person. Now only you remember me. Cyrus said painfully. Shichibukai is eyeing this country. Luo Ze said softly, want to help? Just. As long as you let your daughter learn to dance, join my dance troupe. It's just that he hasn't had time to say the conditions. Cyrus then interrupted, you are Shichibukai too. Luo Ze, can I trust you? After a pause, he said in a deep voice, for the sake of this country, I must kill Doflamingo, but I cannot involve innocent people. But the strength of the opponent is incredible, Luo Ze, Mr. Luo Ze. He used honorifics. My wife and daughter, please. Chapter 41. No, I just want your daughter. Luo Ze opened his mouth and was speechless for a while. He and Cyrus only met once, and he doesn't know why he trusts him so much. Probably desperate. I'm now being hunted down by Doflamingo's men. If this continues, their lives will be in danger. Cyrus knelt on the ground and kowtowed, Mr. Luo Ze, please. Even if you don't ask, your daughter will be fine. Luo Ze cursed from the bottom of his heart. He originally planned to send charcoal in a timely manner, and use this incident to settle the couple of Cyrus and let them agree to their daughter going to Allegia. Now it seems that there is no need to waste more words. The desperate Cyrus, for the sake of the lives of his mother and daughter, was even willing to believe in him, a man who had only met him once. I see, I promise you. Do my best to keep them safe. Luo Ze nodded in agreement, nothing more than bringing an extra person. Considering that Rebecca is only 4 years old, it is really not suitable for not having a mother. Mother Scarlet, in the original book, remembers being shot dead by Doflamingo's men. Without his intervention, this would have happened very quickly. Go and see your daughter first. Come together. With that said, Luo Ze had already walked towards the wooden house. After hesitating for a moment, Cyrus followed suit. Tuk tuk. After knocking on the door, Rebecca's slightly wary voice came from inside the room. Who is it? Mom. It's me. Rebecca in the room was nervous for a moment, then remembered where she had heard this voice before. She secretly opened a crack in the door, and when she saw Luo Ze with her big eyes, she immediately smiled. The little big brother of the arena. Seeing the toy soldier again, his eyes were full of confusion. Rebecca, your mother is in danger. I'll take you to find her. Luo Ze reached out to her with a smile on his face, this is. Just as he was about to introduce, Cyrus interrupted. He resisted the urge to step forward to hug his daughter, and said with difficulty, I am a toy soldier. Little girl, you must listen to your mother from now on. Rebecca looked confused. At the moment of turning into a toy soldier, it seems that the toy can talk, which has become common sense. Seeing her expression, Cyrus wanted to reach out his hand several times, but finally let it go reluctantly. He looked up at Luo Ze, please. The king still needs me, so I'll go first. Said, resolutely left. King Liko has reinvented him, so he can't ignore it. Now that his wife and daughter have been entrusted to Luo Ze, he has no choice but to trust this 12-year-old Shishibukai child. Watching him leave, Luo Ze hugged Rebecca and said with a smile. The one just now was your father. Father. Rebecca had no memory at all. You will know later, let's go, I will take you to find your mother. Without taking the person into the different space, Luo Ze hugged the little girl and headed towards the city. Scarlet felt a little uneasy. She bought at least 5 days' worth of vegetables from the market, and when she was about to return home, she always felt that there were many wonderful sights on the street. Seems to be staring at her. Why did father borrow 10 billion Baileys? After making lunch for Rebecca, let's go to the palace to have a look. Scarlet quickened her pace. As a princess who abandoned her position, she seems not qualified to return to the palace. On the bright side, the whole country knows that Princess Scarlet is dead. But she was still a little worried about her father's situation. After leaving the market and before leaving the city, suddenly, several men with fierce faces appeared in front of them. She paused. Hey, I found it. One of them smiled strangely, Princess Scarlet, the order of the young master is to kill. Don't blame me. The man raised his pistol and pulled the trigger. Scarlet was so dazed that she didn't know how to dodge, and she didn't have the strength to dodge bullets. What young master, why did you want to kill her again? Why did this group of people know that she was a princess? These doubts flashed in my mind, and what finally appeared was the appearance of my daughter Rebecca. Suddenly, At the moment when she thought she was going to die, she saw the space in front of her, which was distorted. The bullet seemed to have fallen into a momentary stillness, and then disappeared inexplicably. I've been looking for you for a long time, you can really run around. On the roof beside, Luo Ze hugged Rebecca. Mom! Rebecca in her arms reached out to her mother. Scarlet raised her head blankly. Rebecca. The man who shot was stunned for a moment, then his expression changed. 7 warlords of the sea, Dragon Rider Luo Ze. Why is she Shibukai, who is the same as the young master, here? Of course it was your young master who robbed my dance teacher. As soon as Luo Ze finished speaking, Kuai Long descended from the sky. Boom! The claws directly slapped the man's body, killing him. Then there was another sweep of the tail, and the rest of them were immediately sent flying, crashing into a nearby room. After clearing up a few little ones, Luo Ze jumped down and put Rebecca down. Mom! Rebecca threw herself into her mother's arms. Scarlet hugged her daughter in a panic. It's okay, Mom is here. Why did you come out? Who is this little big brother? She didn't even know she Shibukai. It's the little big brother from the arena, he brought me to find my mother. Hearing this, Scarlet looked up at Luo Ze. Thank you, who are you? You are being watched now, go to the Kamui space and stay for a while. Luo Ze walked into the other party, his eyes fixed, and he immediately sucked in the mother and daughter. Next, there is the dance teacher, Violet. The center of the city, the palace heights. In the huge palace, most of the Liko King's army were killed. Doflamingo sat on the throne, surrounded by family officials. How is the king? Fu, it's the former king. A family member reported, the king is still raising money, but the gladiator last night has not been found yet. Fu, his wife hasn't been found yet. Regarding this matter, according to the information just received, Brody and the others are dead, and the body has been found. Hearing this, Doflamingo frowned. Who did it? I don't know, the eyewitness said, it was a dragon suddenly. This person was only halfway through, when suddenly, boom! The ceiling of the house was shattered, and in the dust, Luo Ze rode a fast dragon and landed here by air. I did it. In a word, everyone was silent immediately. Torrible said hey, the people who killed us dare to come out. He was about to make a shot when Doflamingo suddenly raised his hand to stop him. Fu, she Shibukai, Dragon Rider Luo Ze. Doflamingo grinned and stood up from the throne, put his hands in his pockets, and approached step by step with arrogant steps. We are both 7 warlords of the sea, we should get along well. Luo Ze sat cross-legged and pointed at each other. Destroy the dead light. The next moment, a beam of golden light pierced through the palace and shot straight into the sky. Boom! Chapter 42. When we meet, we will destroy the death light. The golden light pierced through the palace in an instant and shot straight into the sky. Little Lord! Dover! Several family cotters shouted and avoided. It wasn't an attack aimed at them in the first place, but it just penetrated the palace, causing the wall to collapse and countless rubble to scatter. Billowing smoke and dust gradually dissipated. Doflamingo came into view, half of the body on the chest has disappeared. He kept dodging to one side, his body leaned to the right, his left foot was off the ground, his head was turned to one side, the corners of his mouth drooped, and his face was frightened and angry. He was aware of the attack, but was too close to get out of the way. Is it too much trouble? The heavily injured Doflamingo suddenly made a voice. I should be meeting you for the first time, is there any enmity? Not really. I just see that you are too arrogant and don't realize it. I'm really sorry. Luo Ze sat on the dragon's back and said lightly. Am I arrogant? It's you brat who is arrogant. Doflamingo's expression froze, and the wound on his shattered body suddenly began to disintegrate. Silk threads that were invisible to the naked eye shot out quickly, like the silk spun out by a spider, weaving a cage in the hall. Luo Ze felt very familiar with this scene. It seems that when I was a child, the sweater knitted by my grandma broke. He pulled one of the threads and tore the whole dress apart. Shadow Night String. The voice came from behind. Luo Ze looked sideways. Another Doflamingo, to be precise, it was Doflamingo's body, walking in from the door. His walking pace is still like a street runner. Phew fur, I am the informant who ate the string fruit. What you hit just now was just my clone doll. It's a pity that you almost killed me. As a cautious and cunning man. Since he dared to come here for a coup d'état, he would of course be fully prepared to expose a clone to the outside, which could effectively avoid some possible dangers. I know, I didn't intend to kill you, before I asked the answer to a certain question. Luo Ze got off the dragon's back and touched Kui Long's head. Look at these cotters, don't let them disturb you. Seeing this, Torrible and the others turned serious. Dover. Be careful, that dragon is strong. Doflamingo stretched his right hand out of his pocket, moving 5 fingers slightly. In the next moment, dozens of invisible threads wrapped around Luo Ze from the corner of his vision. Luo Ze raised his hand, drew out the knife, and put it on his neck. Parasite String. Seeing the effect of the move, Doflamingo grinned and said, "Next, explain why you attacked me." That's it. Luo Ze's tone was disdainful. Everything is ashes. Regen Jaka. Puff. The flame born from the blade quickly spread throughout his body, and the parasite string wrapped around his body was burned in the blink of an eye. The flames even followed the silk thread and rushed towards Doflamingo. Dozens of flames shot out in unison. Doflamingo's complexion changed slightly, and he immediately cut off his moves, frowning into a cross between his brows. The flame gave him a very bad feeling. Luo Ze didn't talk nonsense, and at the same time as he swung his knife, he immediately got close to the opponent. Doflamingo seemed to be petrified, and stood there in a daze. Suddenly, a petite figure appeared beside Doflamingo. The little girl in a red cloak and a Madara-dotted dress stretched out a palm to him, completely unafraid of the flames wrapped around his body. Turn it into a toy. The little girl had a playful smile on her lips. It's just that this smile froze after her palm passed through Luo Ze's flame and body. The blade that Luo Ze held was slashed casually. Flame avoid God. Only then did Doflamingo realize that something was wrong. He wanted to lure the enemy deep and turn people into toys. But Sugar missed it. At this time, if you want to dodge again, you have no reaction time at all. The flame slash landed on his abdomen, and in an instant, under the splash of blood, his whole body was blown away by the knife. Boom! The body shattered the wall behind him, and the flames burned his soul. There was a cry of pain. Luo Ze turned his gaze and landed on the little girl. Even if it's the face of a little girl, I will cut it off. As he said that, he chopped it down with a knife. The granulated sugar stays completely in place. What happened just now? Her hand went through the other person's body. At this time, seeing Luo Ze slashed down with a knife, he was so frightened that he couldn't move. Call. There was a wind and snow in the room, and a figure flashed quickly. Luo Ze's knife suddenly paused and stopped. A 17 or 18-year-old woman was holding Granutang, as if she was about to block his knife with her body. This woman, Monet? Luo Ze was somewhat impressed. The way this woman died was so funny. She was stabbed to death by Guy by accident. Bullet string. Suddenly, in the direction of Doflamingo's flying, countless silk threads condensed into one, like a bullet, hitting Luo Ze's head at high speed. It's really good to be able to fight back instantly after being slashed by me. Luo Ze slandered from the bottom of his heart that people in this world are all physical monsters. With a movement of his body, he walked towards the opponent while avoiding it, like a stroll in the courtyard. Passing through one wall after another, and finally hundreds of meters away, I saw Doflamingo stuck to the wall, covering his wound with one hand, and holding his index finger in the other. "Hey!" he panted, his face extremely ugly. Luo Ze glanced at his wound. Not very deep, at least the internal organs were not cut. "Brilliant, did you use Haki to defend the key position at the last minute?" Dropping ruffian string. Suddenly, Doflamingo raised his arm, his 5 fingers turned into claws, and swung down suddenly. 5 invisible silk threads pierced through Luo Ze's body obliquely from behind. Boom! The silk thread fell on the floor and pierced in an instant, leaving 5 thin gaps. "What?" Doflamingo looked shocked. "Hit!" He took advantage of the gap when the opponent came walking, and the killer move he created really hit the mark. The opponent didn't even hide for a moment, of course he was hit. However, it missed again. There is no feeling of breaking through the flesh. What kind of ability? Doflamingo's mind turned, and his brain quickly analyzed, spatial type? Or substitute death? Damage transfer? Illusion? Compared to this, the flames inspired by the knife just now burned the soul. His injury was far more than what it appeared on the surface. Luo Ze calmly said. "Ask you a question, you answer honestly, and I'm not interested in interfering with what you do." "Question?" Doflamingo looked pale. "If you want to ask, just ask directly, do you have to cut a knife? Is Luo Ze easy to bully?" For the anger in his heart, Luo Ze didn't care, and just said calmly, "As celestial dragons, you know the secret of the national treasure, what is that thing?" As soon as the words came out, Doflamingo's pupils shrank suddenly. Even more shocking than before. Chapter 43. Luo Ze did not ask what is the thing in Im's hands, but asked what is the national treasure. Even so, it still made Doflamingo look shocked. He stared at Luo Ze. "Where did you know about the national treasure? Even among the celestial dragons, it's top secret information. Who are you?" The guy's demeanor has changed. Luo Ze clearly felt that Doflamingo's hostility was many times stronger than before, and he did not hide his killing intent. After thinking about it carefully, he immediately understood. The ultimate goal of this guy is to destroy the world and pull all the celestial dragons off the horse. This stems from his experience when he was a child, and he belonged to the father who was cheated by his son. In order to achieve this goal, Doflamingo needs the power of the national treasure. "I'm not interested in the national treasure, I'm just curious about what it is." Luo Ze said calmly, "Its existence alone can shake the world." I heard this sentence from someone. This sentence was said by Doflamingo, 12 years later. The "it" in the words should not refer to the national treasure, but I'm, the owner of the Void Throne, the real king of the world. His existence itself shows that the equality preached by the world government is a hypocritical lie. Therefore, once I'm is known, it will shake the legal principles of the world government. Without legal principles, the system of franchise countries of the world government will collapse. There is no member country that provides money from the sky every year, and the world government takes the lead to maintain such a huge institution. Moreover, Marine's justice will also drive them to split with the world government, and even Marine will split internally. At that time, in order to continue to rule the world government can only resort to force. That is, whoever refuses to accept will be destroyed. Create another blank 100 years in a historical reincarnation. It is precisely because of knowing this that Doflamingo was extremely shocked when the word national treasure came out of Luo Ze's mouth. They stared at each other in silence for several minutes. Doflamingo narrowed his eyes, grinned, and let out an inexplicable laugh. "Phew furfur, yes, I don't know who you heard this information from. But indeed, its very existence can shake the world. Since you know everything and found me, it's okay to tell you. National treasure is a thing comparable to ancient weapon." Hearing this, Luo Ze frowned slightly. Comparable to ancient weapon? Isn't it ancient weapon? Isn't it Uranus? Why do you think it is Uranus? Doflamingo sneered. 800 years ago, 20 countries united to destroy a huge kingdom at that time. Ancient weapon was created by the huge kingdom. Do you understand? It has to be said that there is some truth to this argument. There are 3 ancient weapons in the huge kingdom. The original 20 countries must have some kind of equivalent power to fight against the ancient weapons, right? Luo Ze thought of the only time I'm shot. The king of the world drew a circle on the map, and a country disappeared. Really destroy the country with a flick of a finger. No matter how he/she did it, this kind of destructive power is comparable to that of Karakura. It is precisely because of this that Luo Ze didn't blow up the world government immediately after getting Karakura. He was afraid that the killing would not be clean, and when he turned around, others would inflict divine punishment on him. Of course I'm not afraid of being alone, but there are so many people in Allegia. This is the way of dragging the family and taking care of the mouth, and there are scruples. You can't hide people in the Kamui space all the time, can you? That place is not Xanadu. Of course, he is not afraid of world government either. Big deal, let's exchange 1 for 1 at the limit. So, what exactly is it? Luo Ze restrained his thoughts and asked directly. Do not know. Seeing Luo Ze's unfriendly expression, the corner of Doflamingo's mouth twitched, and said, I only know that it exists and is controlled by celestial dragons. To control that thing requires certain conditions. Even if it is in front of you, you can't use it. He didn't say anything about I'm. Luo Ze stared at him and said slowly, it seems that you really don't know. Phew furfur, Luo Ze, why did you become a Shishibukai? I heard that you, like me, asked for it voluntarily. Doflamingo grinned, no matter what your purpose is, since you know the existence of the national treasure, how about it? Do you want to join forces with me? Glancing at him, Luo Ze took back Regen Jaka. I can't bear to see a celestial dragon's groveling as my little brother. Said, turned, and left. The moment he took a step, the space around him distorted. King Liko's second daughter, I took it away. Goodbye, Doflamingo, I still appreciate your previous attitude, remember to recover next time. Disappeared in an instant. Doflamingo. Who is arrogant? This stinky brat, it hurts a bit. He touched the sword wound on his abdomen, thinking to himself, interesting, I definitely want to do something, right? Phew furfur. Report to the world government? This idea has never occurred to me. He even looked forward to the expressions of those celestial dragons one day in the future. Little Lord Dover. The cotters of the family rushed over, and when they saw Doflamingo's injury, they immediately looked ugly. Where did that Shishibukai go? Pika yelled sharply. Calm down, it's just a little thing. Doflamingo moved his palm, and the injured part was undergoing repair surgery with thin white lines. The kid has something to do with King Liku? Monet. Yes, young master. You arrived first, and the investigation information confirms that there are no omissions. No. In the interpersonal relationship of the Liku clan, there is no such Shishibukai as Luo Ze. However, Monet hesitated, and said, before he became a Shishibukai, he once came to the bullfighting arena. His dragon easily beat a supernova at the time. Hearing this, Doflamingo's doubts did not diminish. Does it have anything to do with the Riku clan? Then why did you save King Liku's eldest daughter and second daughter? Let someone investigate and collect all his information. Yes, young master. The other side. Luo Ze took Violet away, without any unnecessary nonsense, directly grabbed her into the Kamui space by force, and let her join her sister Scarlet. After doing this, he summoned Kui Long to leave. The power I'm wields is not Uranus, so what is Uranus? Luo Ze couldn't help but think of a woman. Nami. Doubts about Nami are not groundless. This woman is an excellent navigator who can sense the weather just by skin. When she met Poseidon for the first time in the Fishmen Island, Poseidon said, although it is the first time we meet, it seems that we have known each other for a long time. To the effect. Forget it. It doesn't matter what Uranus is, what is the national treasure in Im's hands is the key. Luo Ze shook his head and temporarily gave up on further research. Chapter 44. The power in Im's hands can easily wipe out a country. Before Luo Ze crossed, he didn't know what it was. The only thing I know is that that thing wiped out a country called Kingdom of Luosia in an instant. Somewhat similar to Krak Karakara erasing the Isle of Farn. Before the shot, dark clouds shrouded, and there was a rumbling sound in the clouds, and the people on the island could see the shadow of some kind of behemoth behind the dark clouds. After that, it was the moment of attack. A dazzling light burst out, and several rays of light fell from the sky, directly shattering the island. The entire island is gone. Recalling the relevant information, Luo Ze took the fast dragon and headed towards Allegia. Honestly speaking, is this unrevealable king of the world interesting? Luo Ze tried to bring in the identity of Im, but found it not interesting. Allegia. Night. The reception room of the castle. Violet sat on the sofa, feeling uneasy, beside her sister Scarlet and her sister's daughter, Rebecca. Compared to her, Scarlet was much calmer. She hugged her daughter and quietly looked at the savior opposite. Excuse me, what is this place? Violet spoke first. Allegia, I am the king here, you can call me Luo Ze. Seeing that the other parties seemed to have something to say, Luo Ze interrupted first, I know what you are going to say. Isn't Allegia destroyed? It is indeed destroyed, but we will rebuild her. Violet. A word stuck in his throat. I know you, you are the 7 warlords of the sea on the news. She whispered, the pirates who attacked de Rice Rosa before were also Shishibukai. We are not in the same group. On the contrary, I rescued you. I promised someone to protect your lives. Luo Ze didn't mention Cyrus' name, it's useless to mention it, it has long been forgotten. Apart from him in the whole world, probably only Doflamingo and his gang still remember it. In short, you will live here from now on. How is de Rice Rosa? At this moment, Scarlet couldn't help asking. It will be changed to a king. In a few days, you will be able to see it on the news. As for your father, Likudade 3, he is protected and cannot die. Luo Ze is not very sure, maybe Doflamingo is going to kill King Liku. He went on, Violet, can you dance? When she was asked this question suddenly, she froze for a moment, but still nodded and said, yes, I have been trained in dancing since I was a child. This is the basic social etiquette of a princess. Luo Ze nodded in satisfaction and said, if you live here, you are no longer princesses, and you need to be self-reliant. I will hire you as the dance teacher of the dance troupe. As the younger sister, Violet subconsciously looked at her sister. Scarlet hugged her daughter tightly, I can also dance, do you need a second dance teacher? You too. A pleasant surprise. Thinking about it carefully, this is of course, Scarlet was also a princess before, and received an elite education since she was a child. Luo Ze readily agreed, of course. But the premise is that your daughter also needs to join the dance troupe. I think she has a very good dance talent. As he spoke, he looked at the little girl with a smile, do you want to learn to dance? Rebecca. Dancing? Little big brother, I want to dance too. The young Rebecca didn't know what was going on in the country at all, anyway, she was very at ease with her mother. Thank you. Scarlet breathed a sigh of relief. She needed a job. Luo Ze turned on the system. Diva mission. The little girl in front of you has an excellent talent for dancing, use your domineering spirit to invite her to join the singer's dance troupe. Mission completed. Congratulations on getting the award Conqueror's Haki. In an instant, Luo Ze awakened the second haki. It is also the only one among conquerors' haki that cannot be obtained through cultivation. There is no earth-shattering change, just a sudden mastery. Luo Ze closed his eyes, silently digesting the new ability. It's just a preliminary awakening, and like the armed color, it's in the basic stage. For more advanced conquerors winding, you have to figure out your own way. Thinking of this, he opened his eyes and said to the three of them. Then, come with me first, and I will take you to meet the future students. Leaving the reception room, Luo Ze called Gordon and asked him to notify everyone to gather in the music room. Soon, Yuta, Yamato, Hiri, and Runty came to the place. Z's, where did you go this morning? Yuta hummed a song, in a good mood. I went to find you a dance teacher. Luo Ze introduced for everyone, this is Violet, and this is Scarlet. From now on, Gordon will teach you music in the morning and dance with them in the afternoon. Ah, so fast. A pair of ear-like hairs on the back of Yuta's head drooped immediately. If you want to be the #1 singer in the world, how can you do it if you don't know how to dance? Luo Ze looked at Kojiki Hiri and the others, you have to learn too, and you will be backup dancers from now on. Kojiki Hiri is very interested in playing, singing and dancing. At this time, he said with great interest, is the dance in the open sea? It seems very interesting. How to learn to dance? Yamato asked puzzled. His Majesty Yamato, dancing is, to please others by twisting your limbs to the music. Runty said with her unique understanding. Luo Ze. It seems to be true to say that, the first dance was to please the gods, that is, to dance at sacrificial activities. Later, it gradually developed to please the nobles, and it is very hard for women who learn to dance. Violet was amused by the girls, learning to dance, the first step is to, press your legs, it will hurt a bit. Hearing this, Luo Ze immediately imagined a scene. Yuta yelled in pain. Then hurry up and try it. Luo Ze immediately said with a little mischief, Violet, Scarlet, please do a dance and show off the results. From now on, this group of students will be entrusted to you. Yes. Then, everyone sat in the auditorium. Both are princesses and come from the kingdom of love and passion in Rice Rosa. Their dance moves are more hot and sexy. After a dance, Luo Ze was quite satisfied with what he saw anyway, as expected of being a princess. After that, it was Yuta's turn to do a few initial leg presses. This is the basic skill among the basic skills, and it is a compulsory subject. Soon, the little girl started yelling in pain. I don't want it anymore, Z's, save me. It's about to burst. No, you have to persevere, as long as you pull the ligament, it won't hurt anymore. Luo Ze suppressed a smile and comforted him. Yuta, who is 9 years old, is indeed a little late in learning dance, but it is not a big problem. Compared with her, Kojiki Hiri's flexibility is extremely good, as in Warren, she can easily even split a horse. As for Yamato, he is in such good shape that he is not afraid of pain at all. Runty is similar to Yuta, but she is very strong and persists. The pain of learning to dance was nothing compared to the bullying I got in the Beast's Pirates. One night, it ended in this nonsense. After arranging the residences of the 2 dance teachers, Luo Ze took a shower and returned to his bedroom. Maybe because he was tired, Kojiki Hiri didn't come to climb the bed tonight. This made Luo Ze a little unaccustomed to it, and now he couldn't fall asleep without grabbing something soft at night. Turning on the system, he checked the current tasks. There are 4 more. The first one, Pokémon Master reaches 100 points, and rewards a random Pokémon. This is a repeating task. The second, the Hokage theme song Blue Bird, reaches 80 points, awarding the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. The third one, the Shinigami theme song Rolling Star reaches 80 points, rewarding a high-level kid. The fourth one, when the singer Yuta reaches 10,000 fans, 10% of Roger's swordsmanship will be rewarded. The number of fans has increased very quickly, and there is nothing to say. What is urgent now is Sharingan. I have used it too many times recently, and my eyesight has declined a little. I must reach 80 points as soon as possible. Luo Ze touched his eyes, thinking secretly. 3 days later. As he expected, news of the Darice Rosa coup appeared in the newspapers. According to the news, King Liku didn't collect enough 10 billion, so he slashed and killed civilians crazily. His reputation plummeted, and he was rescued by someone afterwards, and he disappeared. The new king is Shishibukai, Doflamingo. When they saw the news, the 2 new dance teachers were very worried, but they didn't have the strength to do anything. Luo Ze didn't care about it, and it was for Cyrus' sake that he could save Rebecca's mother by the way. But the headlines in the newspapers were not about this. But another news that shocked the world. Marine Hunter, Great Swordsman, and Hawkeye Joe Lakel Mihawk accepted the offer from the world government. The 7th Shishibukai is born. Chapter 45. Hawkeye is Shishibukai too. Luo Ze was surprised by the news. In his perception, Hawkeye is not now Shishibukai. This person has fought against the red-haired Shanks many times, but after the red-haired lost an arm, he never played against the red-haired again on the grounds that he was not interested in fighting people who lost arms. After that, he became a Shishibukai. And now, in 1510, the Redhead hasn't lost his arm yet. Of course, he was about to lose, if nothing unexpected happened. So, the time when Hawkeye became Shishibukai, a few months earlier, or a year or two. Is it my influence? What did I do to him? I haven't even met him. Compared to this, the Shishibukai are all gathered. Is the world government in a hurry to summon the dragon? Luo Ze slandered from the bottom of his heart. Read the news carefully. Seems to be Hawkeye recruited by Marine Admiral Akainu himself. Forget it, it has nothing to do with me. Shaking his head, Luo Ze put down the newspaper. At this time, a maid came over. Sire, communication from Naval Headquarters. Marine. Luo Ze took the phone bug and said into the microphone, "Who is there?" "I'm Sengoku." The voice on the other side was deep and mighty even through the phone bug. Sengoku of Buddha, the current Marine Marshal. Luo Ze raised his eyebrows. More than 20 years ago, the previous generation of Marine 3 Admiral. Sengoku, Zephyr, Garp. Of course, Garp among them refused to be promoted several times, so the position of the 3rd Admiral has been vacant, and it is precisely because of the lack of an admiral that the world government has always wanted to promote Garp. Until later, Sengoku was promoted to Marshal, and Zephyr took a back seat. The current 3 admirals, Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru are just beginning. Needless to say, Marine is really talented. Marshal Marine, what's the matter? Luo Ze restrained his thoughts and said in a neutral tone. Have you seen the news? Luo Ze. Now that 7 warlords of the sea is full, the world government has decided to call you to Marine Ford. Not interested in? Luo Ze hung up directly. He threw the phone bug to the maid and said, next time he calls, just say I'm not here. Yes. The maid feels that His Majesty is really capricious. Marshal Marine hangs up the phone as soon as he says it. Is there really no problem? Luo Ze didn't know that the maid was worrying about him, so he flicked the phone bug and went straight to the dance studio. It is afternoon. Going to a Shishibukai gathering, how can it be interesting to watch the little girls practice dance? When I came to the door of the dance studio, there was a sign outside. During class, men are not allowed to enter. Just kidding, he is only 12 years old, not a man. Moreover, he is a king and deserves privileges. So he decisively pushed the door open, walked in quickly, and closed the door. There are 7 people in the dance room. From childhood to adulthood, they are 4-year-old Rebecca, 9-year-old Yuta, 10-year-old Junti, 14-year-old Kojiki Hiri, 16-year-old Yamato, 17-year-old Violet, and 23-year-old Scar Wright. 2 teachers, 5 students. All of them were wearing tight-fitting snow-white dance suits, highlighting their figures. Not to mention the 3 little ones, starting from Kojiki Hiri, all of them are in great shape. No wonder he had to let the man in. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the 7 girls, big and small, all stopped practicing, all casting puzzled looks. Luo Ze said calmly, "Go on, I'm just to see your progress." A few children didn't understand at all, but Kojiki Hiri understood it all at once, and his bright eyes were full of funny looks. The 2 teachers are a bit ashamed, but they are paid after all, and facing the boss who pays the salary, they can't drive them out, and they are still kings. Mr. Luo Ze. Violet quickly calmed down, "It's just basic training now, and it will last for a long time. Don't worry about me, you continue." Luo Ze found a stool and sat on the side, looking calmly like a supervisor. "Luo Ze, do you want to come to dance practice too?" Yamato said stupidly, "It's just a leg press, it's very simple, I can teach you." As he said that, he put one foot on the chair, pressed his upper body down, and attached his long legs, fully demonstrating his flexibility. "Yes, Z's, you should join us too." Yuta rolled her eyes and ran over immediately, pulling Luo Ze to join the dance practice group. She even said plausibly, "Don't be afraid, it doesn't hurt at all." Luo Ze. Definitely revenge. The little girl has such a strong desire for revenge, didn't it just cause her to die of pain last night? However, with his current physical fitness, he can't easily catch his legs. Scarlet, who was the oldest and looked like a big sister among the crowd, smiled slightly and said, "Since you're here, let's try it." Kojiki Hiri hid aside, wanting to laugh but not daring to. The lustful manager was bullied by everyone. Come on, I just want to let you know that for things like dancing, as long as you are willing to work hard, a little pain is nothing at all." Luo Ze was very calm. It was impossible to go out, so he had to stretch his legs to maintain a decent appearance. But soon, he found that he was wrong. Good physical condition has nothing to do with whether the leg press hurts or not. But in order to be able to come to the dance studio frequently to inspect the work in the future, he endured this little pain. It's all for the dance company. The next day, Naval Headquarters called and the respondent was unavailable. Dance room inspection. On the 3rd day, Naval Headquarters called again, and the reply person was not there. Dance room inspection. On the 4th day, Luo Ze, you can't continue to fall. On the 5th day, dance room inspection. Needless to say, Yamato's figure is the best. It's a pity to be a fool. Day 6, dance room, Naval Headquarters calls for a 4th time. You can really hold on, Marshal Sengoku. In the lounge, Luo Ze was lying on a comfortable chair, and 2 maids were massaging his legs. Luo Ze. UBD boy. Sengoku was obviously very angry, and almost cursed. Rejecting the summoning of the government will deprive Shishibukai of its name, do you understand? Then you let the 5 elders pick it for me. Luo Ze opened his mouth and ate the grapes fed by the 3rd maid. Sengoku. On the other end of the phone bug, Sengoku really choked. I thought about it before, I just asked Aokiji to hand over a sentence, why did the government agree so easily? Luo Ze said slowly, for a person with unknown origin, he was quickly admitted to be Shishibukai. Is there some reason for this? Marshal Sengoku, do you know? Sengoku fell silent. He does not know. But the order given to him by 5 elders is that no matter what, Luo Ze must be allowed to participate in the convening of the headquarters. It doesn't matter if someone doesn't come for the other Shishibukai, this person must come. He didn't know why. How are you willing to participate? Sengoku took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. I'm curious, you are in a hurry to summon the Shishibukai, what special action is there? You're here, so you'll know. Then I won't go. After a pause, Luo Ze laughed and said, it's not a good thing anyway, you can go if you want me, just give me the money. What did you say? Sengoku suspected something was wrong with his ears. What are you surprised about? Mr. Marshal. Isn't it natural to ask someone to help you and give them money? Luo Ze said surprised. Sengoku was speechless. It was the first time he saw such a smelly and shameless guy. Blackmail it on Marine? Chapter 46. Asking Marine for money was just a whim of Luo Ze's. He doesn't really want to go to naval headquarters. Is it because the little girls are not good at dancing? Or is it not fun to sing live with Yuta? You want money? Let me participate once, and it will cost 100 million. Luo Ze thought for a while and replied with a reasonable number. Marine's warships are divided into many types, and the most basic warships cost about 100 million baileys. For warships above Vice Admiral, the larger ones cost more than 500 million. Of course, the warship can be used for a long time, Luo Ze only participates in it once, and the price of an ordinary warship is very reasonable to him. But Sengoku feels unreasonable. He laughed angrily, what day is it today? This is the first time I've heard such a joke. You've heard it now, congratulations. It is not the first time for Sengoku to deal with Shishibukai, but it is the first time for Sengoku to feel tired. He suspected that as long as he refused, the brat on the opposite side would die in the next second. You have to seriously consider the other party's conditions. A mere 100 million baileys is nothing to Marine. If New World catches any pirate who looks very strong, the bounty is more than 100 million. He just got ripped off by a Shishibukai, much to his displeasure. But obviously, he has no room for rejection. Humph, I'll have the money ready, you have the guts to get it yourself. Sengoku gritted his teeth, and said angrily, the collection time is a week later. After speaking, he hung up first. It seems that doing so can make him vent his anger. Luo Ze didn't care about this childish behavior at all. Are you sure you can promise? Is the price lower? Luo Ze's expression was subtle. The expressions of the maids beside her were more subtle. Your Majesty seems to have succeeded in blackmailing the current Marshal of Naval Headquarters. After thinking for a while, Luo Ze decided to take a look. You can pick up 100 million yuan just by going out, and this money is for nothing. The other side. Sengoku hung up the phone angrily. Stinky boy. Shishibukai is a group of troublesome bastards, and this little BD is still the thorn in the inside. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his restlessness. After a while, he had someone call a Vice Admiral. Marshal. Vice Admiral, the flying squirrel, walked into the office. What about the other Shishibukai? Except for the Empress, the other 5 people have all agreed. The flying squirrel reported truthfully. Sengoku frowned, the Empress still refused to come? Except for Luo Ze who was personally invited by him, the other 6 were of course handed over to his subordinates. He is the Marshal. If it wasn't for the direct orders from above, he wouldn't want to talk to Luo Ze at all. What does she say? The Pirate Empress said that she won't come unless the other 6 people participate. The flying squirrel said helplessly, these Shishibukai all have conditions, and they must be coerced and lured. But this woman is not allowed. Hearing this, Sengoku pondered for a moment, picked up the phone and dialed the number. After a while, the call was connected. It's me, Sengoku. He spoke first. There was a conversation from the opposite side. My lord, it's from Marine again, this time it seems to be the Marshal. A female voice. Tell them that my concubine is ill. Another female voice had a colder tone. Sengoku said in a deep voice, your conditions have been met. The other 6 people have already agreed. Footsteps from the phone bug, high heels on the deck. Then, the voice of the Empress sounded, all agreed? That stinky, Dragon Master Luo Ze will also go. He just agreed. Sengoku frowned, did these two know each other? I understand. The time is a week later. After Sengoku finished speaking, he cut off the communication first, and then immediately raised his head. What is the relationship between Luo Ze and the Empress? Luo Ze helped the Empress once, an Aokiji admiral reported this matter. Flying Squirrel said speculatively, the two seem to have known each other before. Yes. Sengoku narrowed his eyes, and he, who was called the resourceful general, thought of several questions at once. 5 elders asked him to investigate Luo Ze's origin. The Empress seems to be a breakthrough. Moreover, among the current Shishibukai, only the dragon rider Luo Ze, Marine did not know the exact whereabouts. Because the opponent can fly. To be precise, the opponent has a flying dragon. The only thing they know is that the opponent's base camp should be in New World. You go and prepare, let the branches send warships over as soon as possible, and bring people here. Yes, Marshal. Luo Ze over there. Don't worry about that brat, he will fly over by himself. Time flies, a week in a blink of an eye. During these 7 days, Luo Ze's life was very fulfilling. Workout in the morning, training Peggy Wan and Brook. In the afternoon, I went to the dance studio to inspect and check whether the members of my dance troupe are practicing well. In the evening, I live with Yuta. The number of fans of the little singer is growing faster and faster, and now it has exceeded 5,000. As for the sleeping time, Kojiki Hiri will sneak in late at night, and no one knows about it except the personal maid. Luo Ze is used to it. In the dead of night, a pair of headlights are needed to illuminate the cold world. 7 days later, Luo Ze rode his beloved fast dragon to Naval Headquarters Marine Ford. As a fast dragon with a normal flight speed of Mach 2, it set off at 7 o'clock in the morning and arrived at Marine Ford at noon. His appearance even caused commotion among many sailors in the military port. On both sides of the pier in the port, a large number of marine soldiers are separated on both sides, waiting for the arrival of the Shishibukai. A dragon suddenly flew from the sky, which frightened the group of sailors to raise their guns. Put down your weapon, it's Shishibukai, the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral said in a deep voice, and he shouted towards the sky, Dragon Rider, Luo Ze. I am the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel, and I am ordered to meet you here, please come down. Kuai Long lowered the altitude. The sailors cast curious eyes one after another. This is the youngest, dragon rider in the Shishibukai. You're only 11 or 12 years old, do you really have the huge combat power to rival to a country? This dragon has, a little cuteness. The whispers of the sailors made the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral's face darken. Shut up! Now is the time to show our marine majesty. All the sailors fell silent for a moment. Sitting on Kuai Long's back, Luo Ze smiled when he saw this scene. Do you still have such a thing as majesty? It's so strange. Luo Ze, please come down, dragons cannot enter the island. The Flying Squirrel ignored the teasing and put on a serious expression. Looks like I'm the first. Luo Ze glanced at the ships docked at the port and chuckled. No, you are the second. Vice Admiral, the Flying Squirrel, said blankly, the one who arrived before you is the Pirate Empress, Boya Hancock. Chapter 47. The Queen came very early. Is it because of the proximity? It doesn't seem to be very close. Daughter Island is about a week's flight from Naval Headquarters. Without thinking too much, Luo Ze jumped off Kuai Long's back, and then took it in with the poke ball. With a flash of red light, Kuai Long disappeared in front of everyone. The red and white ball in the intelligence. The Flying Squirrel silently observed this scene, and thought to himself, how did you put such a big dragon into a ball? There are very powerful scientists behind this kid? Is it a product of technology? Of course, Marine also has scientific troops, and even Vegapunk, a scientist who is 500 years ahead of the world. But even Vegapunk has never heard of a similar technology. Suppressing the curiosity in his heart, the flying squirrel calmly made a gesture of invitation. This way please. Under the watchful eyes of all the Marines, Luo Ze entered the port. The naval port of Marineford is a crescent-shaped inner bay. Pass through the square in the inner bay, step on the winding stone steps, and walk for a few minutes before arriving in front of the headquarters building. This is a boxy fortress, big at the bottom and small at the top. The front wall of the fortress is as high as a dozen-story building, and behind the entrance gate in the middle is a ladder that goes up obliquely, reaching the top of the fortress wall. Under the escort of Marine, Luo Ze stepped up. After walking the long stairs, there is another 3-story high platform, with cannons erected under the platform, and sailors standing guard and patrolling all around. When they saw Luo Ze, they all stood at attention and saluted. Marine salutes the pirates, even though I'm not a pirate. Luo Ze had a half-smile, but the headquarters attached great importance to Shishibukai, but it was a pity that it was all a wink to a blind man. Shishibukai is so reliable that sows can climb trees. It's another journey. After going up to the 3-story high platform, it is the real office building. The architectural style is biased towards Japanese-style ancient buildings. There are 4 floors in total. The meeting place is on the 2nd floor. The 3rd floor is the office of the admirals, and the 4th floor is the office of the marshal. When Luo Ze walked into a conference room on the 2nd floor, he saw the Empress with one hand on her hips and one finger pointing at several sailors who had turned into stone. Irreverent. Resign from me. Is this fruit poisoned? I don't have the slightest trust in you, Marine. Luo Ze glanced at the meeting table, and there were a lot of apples, bananas, and grapes piled up in front of the Empress. The flying squirrel behind him looked ugly. Boya Hancock, what are you doing? This is just our etiquette for entertaining guests. You don't want to eat it, and there is no need to turn them into stone. Humph! The Empress snorted proudly, stood up, and saw Luo Ze when she turned her head. You are here too. He sat back in his seat with a calm tone. Long time no see. Luo Ze greeted him and sat down in his seat. Speaking of which, I haven't seen her for more than a month. This woman is still the same, and she is the focus of attention wherever she goes. It can only be said that she is worthy of being the #1 beauty in the world. Remove their petrification quickly. The flying squirrel suppressed his displeasure, and begged, the things will be taken away. The Empress didn't say anything, and blew lightly on the stone. Immediately, several petrified bodies instantly returned to their original shape. Hurry up and take the things away. Seeing the ugliness of these people, the flying squirrel immediately said angrily, stop messing with this woman again. Is that something you can afford? A bunch of lustful idiots. Yes, yes. Several sailors took away the fruit in shame. After the people left, the flying squirrel said, I still have work to do, you two wait here first. After speaking, he turned and left. In the conference room, only Luo Ze and the Empress were left. Luo Ze coiled the elf ball in his hand, looked up at the Empress opposite, don't wear the red one today, and change to the black one. Hearing this, the corners of the Queen's mouth rose slightly, as if she was very satisfied with this question. I look beautiful in everything I wear, is my body beautiful? Luo Ze was speechless for a while. This woman got into a fight with him, didn't she just say smelly shameless earlier? As if seeing an opportunity, she turned the palms of both hands in the direction of Luo Ze, drew a heart shape, and the smile on the corner of her mouth became brighter and brighter. Marrow marrow mellow. Circles of heart-shaped pink light popped out from between her fingers, expanded rapidly, and passed through Luo Ze's body in the blink of an eye. Smelly child, turned into a stone. Her words paused, her expression dull. Luo Ze was still sitting there intact, even resting his cheek with one hand, with a hint of teasing in his eyes. Why didn't you turn into a stone? The Empress opened her eyes wide and murmured in disbelief, impossible, how could it be possible that I don't have the slightest bit of lust? The concubine changed her body specially to participate in this kind of gathering. Thanks for your hard work, it's so pretty. Luo Ze praised. The Empress suffered a severe blow, and her whole body was not well. Accidentally spoke my mind. Impossible, this kind of thing is absolutely impossible. This stinky child looked at her, obviously very. She bit her lower lip and stared fiercely at Luo Ze. Why don't you turn into stone? Why should I be turned into stone? You perverted child, the look in your eyes just now was definitely confused by my concubine. Indeed, you look better today than before. Then you should be turned to stone. I don't want to be turned into stone. The eyes of the two collided in the air, and the queen's teeth itched in anger. In vain. This Shichibukai rally, don't take part. She wanted to leave on the spot. God knows how long she has been preparing for this moment. At this time, a tall figure walked in. Allah, it's not okay to fight here. The Empress glanced at Aokiji, ignored it, and continued to stare at Luo Ze. Luo Ze conceded defeat, the woman looked like she wanted to eat him. Isn't it just using Kamui to avoid petrification? What's the fuss about? Being hit by that kind of love ray, he's sure that he's 100% petrified. Seeing that both of them ignored him, Aokiji scratched his head helplessly. It's all here, can you give me back my hand? He said to Luo Ze, recently, this arm is a bit out of control. What hand? My hand. Is there such a thing? Luo Ze thought for a while, and finally remembered. I forgot about it a long time ago, ashamed. Immediately hint at the other party with your eyes. Aokiji looked blank. Hey, I did promise you that I would pay you back, but the shipping fee, you won't refuse it. In order to send you your arm, my Kui Long flew tens of thousands of kilometers. Based on the biofuel cost of 10,000 berries per kilometer, you can give 100 million casually. Aokiji was so angry that he wanted to hit someone. 100 million? His annual salary is not even 100 million. Chapter 48. Are you that short of money? You don't even have 100 million, do you? Luo Ze felt a little unbelievable. This is Marine Admiral, so poor? He really needs money, and the money needed to rebuild Allegia is astronomical. Aokiji said helplessly, who would run around with so much money? Money? Of course not. He only has hundreds of thousands of dollars in his whole body, and he is poor enough to eat. Most of the income was donated by him to the orphanage under Marine. Repay you. Luo Ze was speechless, his gaze narrowed slightly, and suddenly, the vortex of time and space spat out an arm. Aokiji grabbed it quickly, and the arm became a shard of ice in his palm, melting into his body. Thank you. Seeing how poor you are, why don't you consider coming to my place? I'll double your salary. Luo Ze poached people on the spot. Hearing this, Aokiji smiled and said, I might think about it when I quit Marine. With that said, he turned and left. After taking a few steps, he turned around and said, by the way, don't fight here, if you break it, you have to pay for it. As soon as they left, there were only 2 people left in the conference room. You really gave it back to him. The Empress said softly, I know it, you perverted child, it's not that you don't have lust, but you used your own ability to avoid it. It's pretty smart to react so quickly. It's useless for me to keep it. After all, it's really surprising that you will come to the rally. Luo Ze said helplessly. Came all the way here just to give him a marrow mellow? Humph, the Empress snorted, and turned her head to the side. Don't speak, Pretend to be cold. The 19-year-old empress is far less cold than the 29-year-old. This is Luo Ze's experience after 2 contacts. Neither of them spoke, and the office was quiet for a few minutes. Luo Ze picked up a newspaper casually and read it casually. Not long after, Vice Admiral, the flying squirrel, walked in with a Shichibukai. The visitor was tall, nearly 7 meters tall, like an onion. He, you are the pirate empress and dragon rider. The empress glanced at the visitor, ignoring him. Luo Ze looked down at the newspaper, as if there was something interesting in the newspaper. Gecko Moria, you enter the conference room first. The flying squirrel said in a deep voice, don't make trouble here. After speaking, he left again. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, Moria snorted and sat down on Luo Ze's left. He crossed his arms over his chest, with the corners of his mouth pulled down, with an unhappy expression on his face. After a while, footsteps were heard outside the house again. This time 2 people came at the same time. One of them was still walking in an arrogant figure of 8 gait, with his back bent and his hands in his pockets. He looked like a street guy, Don Quixote da Flamingo. The other has a cigar in his mouth, a golden pirate hook in his left hand, and a face full of the expression of my second son, Sherlock Doll. Phew fur, we meet again. Healed. Luo Ze glanced at him. There was a suture line in Doflamingo's lower abdomen, and he sat on the right side of Luo Ze at this time. The outside injury is healed, but the inside doesn't know. He sneered. It seems that there is a story between you. Lock Doll's voice was hoarse, obviously he had smoked too much. He just wanted to sit in the row opposite. The Empress looked at him with a cold look. Its meaning is only one word. Roll. I hate men, can you stop being an eyesore? Lock Doll was livid. Luo Ze couldn't help laughing. I advise you to provoke her, she is in a very bad mood now. As soon as I finished speaking, I felt that the foot under the table was stepped on by a sharp object. Hiss! This woman's legs are so long? Luo Ze frowned fiercely, and when he looked up, he saw the Empress staring at him. Children? Still playing with this? Smelly child! Hearing the conversation between the two, Cloak Doll's face became more and more ugly. Obviously, these 2 people look very familiar. If it's a one-on-one, he doesn't think he's afraid of any pirate empress, but if it's a one-on-2, now is not the time to make trouble. With a cold snort, Cloak Doll went around to the man's side and sat next to Doflamingo. He, you are so majestic, pirate empress. Moria, who was watching the play, rubbed her hands secretly. Do you want to be turned into stone? Empress Haki said a word, suppressing the audience. Should I say it or not, Moria really can't beat her. Unfortunately, Moria does not know. His expression was very unhappy, and the shadow under him was changing shape rapidly like a flowing liquid. It looked like a fight was about to start. Phew fur. Doflamingo watched the excitement without thinking it was a big deal. Let's fight, the 2 of you join forces and deal with the 2 of them, don't worry, I will help you stop Marine. Luo Ze. Don't put me in her camp without authorization. At this time, another door in the office was suddenly pushed open, and several people walked in one after another. Don't mess around here, you see scum. Sengoku led the charge, followed by Vice Admiral Garp, Seaman Jinbei, and Hawkeye my hawk. Shichibukai, here you go. Sengoku sat at the head of the conference table, and Garp sat at the other end. You are Luo Ze. Garp stared at Luo Ze the whole time. Luo Ze said unexpectedly, what advice do you have? What you said to Kizaru caused the old man to be questioned by the superiors for a few days. The Sabayati Archipelago report? Luo Ze put down the newspaper, casually folded a windmill, and then lightly threw it to Garp. I'll see you off. Garp was silent when he received the pinwheel. General. Enough! Sengoku said in a deep voice, stop talking nonsense. Now that everyone is here, let's talk about business. Hawkeye put his feet on the table, hugged his chest and said, sorry, I'm late. Jinbei just sat there without saying anything. Moria and Lockdoll paused for a moment. Doflamingo grinned as if he knew something. The Empress didn't care about the content of the meeting at all. She occupied one side of the long table by herself, resting her chin with one hand, her mind drifting away. Luo Ze swept across the crowd and shook his head secretly. Are these Shishibukai reliable? There will be ghosts if you can rely on it. Oh, and I'm a Shishibukai too, so that's fine. Sengoku snorted and said, this is the first time you have been summoned, and it is also the meaning of the higher UPS. After a pause, he continued, the existence of the 7 warlords of the sea is to bring the Grand Line back into balance. The 3 emperors of the New World, the naval headquarters, and Shishibukai. From now on, this ocean will be controlled by these 3 major trends. More chaos ensues. Greater chaos. Doflamingo said with a half-smile, frankly, Sengoku, I've heard about it. Sengoku looked calm and said after a while. This time, you need to deal with a pirate group. Their captain may become the 4th Sea Emperor in the future. Hearing this, Luo Ze was taken aback. The name is Red Hair Shanks. Some time ago, a country named Allegia was destroyed. Don't tell me you don't know about this big news that caused a sensation in the world. Sengoku slapped a stack of wanted warrants on the table. That's the main force of the Red Hair Pirates. This pirate group, after committing the crime of destroying the country, took the initiative to attack the government ship. This time, it was the direct order of the 5 elders. The 7 of you cooperate with the naval headquarters to defeat the Red Hair Pirates. Chapter 49. World Government to deal with Shanks? Still summoned all Shishibukai for massive action. Luo Ze thought to himself, did something similar happen in the original book? The Red Hair Pirates that destroyed Allegia have wiped out a whole country, and this kind of big pirate will definitely deal with it. But that's not the point of the question. The key is Sengoku's sentence again took the initiative to attack the government's ship. Could it be the rubber fruit incident? The more Luo Ze thought about it, the more reasonable it became. Only when the rubber fruit was robbed would the world government be in such a hurry. This devil fruit with the name of God was not recorded in the ancient devil fruit chart. It also has another name, Zoan human fruit phantom beast Nika form. The name Nika has long been erased by the world government and buried in the depths of history. It is only recorded in very old documents. For 800 years, the world government has been pursuing this fruit, and now that it has been robbed, it will naturally be anxious. According to the time, it's right. In the original book, Shanks snatched this fruit, and then brought it to Windmill Village, where it was eaten by Straw Hat Luffy. Luo Ze felt that this might be the truth, but he couldn't guarantee it 100%. Maybe there are other reasons? He was thinking alone here, and the others were not idle. Moria said dissatisfied, it's just a pirate who has rewarded King Kong over 1 billion, so it needs such a big battle. Phew Furfur, is worthy of being a supernova 11 years ago, a pirate who broke into New World with a bounty of 320 million. Doflamingo's superficial smile did not smile, which was quite a bit of yin and yang. To deal with Red Hair. Hawkeye's gaze was sharp. Rumors from the outside world, are you old friends with that pirate? Cloak Doll pointed out. Hawkeye glanced at him, but ignored him. Jinbei said in a deep voice, no matter who you are dealing with, before that, when will you fulfill what you promised me? Hearing this, Sengoku nodded and said, after finishing this crusade, I will have the Murloc Arlong released. I understand, I will participate. Jinbei was the first to agree. On the side, Luo Ze raised his eyebrows. Arlong, is it the Arlong who occupied Nami's hometown and killed Nami's adoptive mother? The future captain of the dragon pirates ran from the Grand Line to East Blue to do his best, thinking that human beings are inferior races. Find a chance to deal with him. If I remember correctly, this group ran to East Blue in 1502. There is plenty of time. But considering the variables, Luo Ze decided to send him to hell as soon as possible after he was released from prison. By the way, how old is Nami now? 8-year-old. Very good, still a young girl. The next member of the dance troupe is decided to be you. Thinking of this, he immediately said, it doesn't matter who you deal with, just give me the money first. Sengoku's face darkened a bit. This kind of private transaction, can't it be mentioned in private? Sure enough, the rest of the people cast their gazes over in unison. Sengoku looked as usual, I will give you after the meeting, this is your reward for providing information. Then, without waiting for others to ask questions, he immediately looked around at everyone. The 7 of you must participate in this operation. Headquarters will also send Aokiji to accompany you. Such a grand lineup, those who didn't know it thought they were going to crusade against the 3 pirate emperors. What is the current red hair? But, not to mention the rest of the red hair pirates, Captain Red Hair Shanks, must be captured alive. Sengoku added last. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions were a bit weird. Even the Empress couldn't help frowning. She glanced at Luo Ze, but saw his expression was clear. Do the stinky kids know? Luo Ze does know. Hearing the word capture alive, he immediately reacted. If memory serves, Shanks are celestial dragons. From a family of celestial dragons called Figaland. It seems that you have no doubts. Then I invite you to go downstairs for dinner, and leave immediately after lunch. The meeting is over. After speaking, Sengoku got up and left. 1 Admiral, 7 Shishibukai, this lineup is completely handy against your red hair pirates. Of course, the premise is that everyone really contributes. I happen to be hungry. Doflamingo got up first, and then everyone walked out of the gate one after another. The sailors guarding the door immediately led the Shishibukai to the restaurant. In a blink of an eye, there were only 2 people left in the meeting room. The Empress said bluntly, you know. I know. Red hair pirates. Why do you want to capture alive? Luo Ze told him frankly, because he is celestial dragons. As soon as these words came out, the Empress' expression changed immediately. Hatred and killing intent burst out instantly. But soon restrained again. She left the meeting room silently. When I walked to the door, I turned around suddenly, aren't you hungry? Is this an invitation to accompany me? Luo Ze shook his head and said, I'm waiting for someone. Oh, it's here, you'd better leave. After the Empress glimpsed another door of the meeting room, several men in white suits came out one after another. People from world government? A trace of disgust flashed in her eyes, and she quickly walked away. Dragon Rider, Luo Ze. We are CP0. The leader is wearing a white monkey face mask. He put a money box on the conference table, opened it, and showed the 100 million Baileys inside. This is the money Sengoku promised you. You're welcome. Luo Ze's eyes narrowed, and suddenly, the entire money box was sent into the Kamui space by him. The masked man with a white monkey face took a step back in a hurry, and said solemnly, we don't mean any harm, I just wanted to ask you a few questions. I know what you're going to ask. That dragon's name is Karakura. After finishing speaking, Luo Ze got up satisfied and walked out of the house. Wait, there are. One question is 100 million, and you can talk to me when you have the money ready. In the words, the person has disappeared at the door. Several CP0s looked at each other. What should I do? One of them asked in a low voice. You can't use violence. The man with the white monkey face mask said in a deep voice, according to the information I got, this person is very strong. It's just Shishibukai, and it looks so small. One person whispered. Stop talking stupid, when did age become the criterion for judging strength? With a cold snort, the monkey-faced masked man lowered his voice and said, there is an unsure piece of information that Kaido, one of the 3 emperors, had a leg broken by this man. What? Everyone turned pale with shock, their faces full of horror. Impossible. That Kaido. It's impossible. Marine has caught that guy a few times, but he can't kill him at all. It's a monster. They all escaped in the end. If you only talk about defense, Kaido is number 1 in the world. Everyone couldn't believe it. The masked man with monkey face said lightly, Kaido broke a leg, it's true. Everyone gasped, with indelible fear in their eyes. At the same time, secretly rejoicing. Fortunately, I didn't do it just now. Chapter 50. Why did 5 elders agree to him being Shishibukai so simply? Luo Ze has thought about this problem before. He became Shishibukai because of the Dark Night incident, 2 days after that incident. So the answer is relatively obvious. For some reason, the world government gave him the blame for the Dark Night incident, concealing the information about the existence of Karakura. Now that people from CP0 contact him, there is no doubt that they want to ask about Karakura from him. In this regard, Luo Ze didn't even mind telling the other party directly that Karakura was his pet. But telling the other party in vain is obviously not in his interest. That depends on how much the 5 elders are willing to pay. Don't want the free money, isn't that a fool? While thinking about it, he had already gone downstairs to the restaurant on the 1st floor of Naval Headquarters. The Shishibukai sat around the dining table, eating and drinking without any scruples. The Empress sat at another table. Luo Ze glanced at the men's table, not interested in eating with these rough guys, turned around and sat opposite the Empress. Seeing her holding a glass of red wine, she seemed to be unaware of his arrival. I advise you not to eat it. Okay. The Empress came back to her senses, her eyebrows slightly frowned. She doesn't like to eat at the same table as a man, but let's forget about this stinky kid. This guy is one of the minority, she is not such a nasty male. What's wrong with the food here? Who knows, I don't eat anyway. Luo Ze immediately took out the bento prepared by the maids from the Kamui space. Since he chose to come here to pick up money, he was naturally prepared. Seeing him being so careful, the Empress wanted to laugh, but she didn't laugh because of her distrust of Marine. She put down her wine glass, stared at it for a while, and suddenly said, "Is there any more? Do you want the ones you've eaten?" Luo Ze rolled his eyes, and immediately took out a piece of fruit. "The bento is gone, and the fruit after dinner will be given to you, remember to pay." Empress. She picked up a banana, peeled it open and took a bite viciously. "My stomach is really hungry, so I can't make things difficult for my stomach." Simple meal. Not long after, Aokiji walked in. "It seems that you all like Marine's cafeteria. When you're full, it's time to go. Phew furfur, whether this crusade is successful or not, it will become big news afterwards." Doflamingo grinned and said, before setting off, "I think it's better to eliminate the unstable factors in the team. I didn't expect that someone would fleeing." The next moment, he, Moria, and K. Lakadar all looked at Hawkeye in unison. Aokiji said lazily, "Can't you just stop for a while? This hasn't started yet, is there going to be internal strife? Are these Shishibukai reliable?" There are also opposing voices within Marine, such as his teacher, the former Zephyr Admiral, who has a strong distrust of the Shishibukai system. Luo Ze stood up suddenly, "Give me a life card." "Hey!" Aokiji was taken aback. The life card is very common in New World. It is neither afraid of water nor fire. It is made of nails mixed with special materials. The torn papers will point to the owner together. It will take a long time for you to catch up with the red hair. I'm not interested in drifting with you on the sea. Just let me know a few hours in advance when it's almost here. He, you don't want to run, do you? Moria smiled strangely. Aokiji didn't think so. Out of these 7 people, this kid was probably the most honest. His arm was said to be returned, and he finally returned it. Whatever you want. Aokiji took out a small piece of paper from his pocket and threw it directly to Luo Ze. Afterwards, Luo Ze released his own dragon and flew out of the restaurant in a blink of an eye. Seeing this, the Empress raised her eyebrows and said, I don't want to be on the same boat as your marine, so I will let the 9 snake pirates follow. Soon after, the Holy Land of Marie Joyce. Office of the 5 Elders. The man with the white monkey face mask reported the situation in full. Crack Karakara. What an arrogant name. God of the Sky. Several people with the highest authority looked at each other and shook their heads. A name I've never heard of. Just knowing the name is meaningless. What is its origin? The goatee old man asked in a deep voice. That Shishibukai said, one problem is 100 million. It's just money. The blonde 5 elders froze for a moment, then frowned. Since he asks for money, you give it to him. Why did you come back? The man with the monkey face mask was speechless for a moment. Isn't this no money? He just brought 100 million over there, which was informed by Sengoku in advance, who knew how many questions he would have to pay. He said nothing. 5 elders looked worried. This guy doesn't know how to do things flexibly. If you don't have money, can you ask Marine for it? Just a few 100 million. You go and get 1 billion, and go to naval headquarters. 5 elders said calmly with a knife. In his mouth, 1 billion seemed to be 10 Baileys. Yes. Allegia. It was evening when Luo Ze returned. The girls just finished today's dance training and went to the bathhouse to take a bath together. Luo Ze waited quietly in the live broadcast room. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he turned on the system and looked at the task. Blue Bird currently has the highest singing score of 78 points, which is still 2 points away. While thinking, Brooke also walked in. Yo ho ho ho, Mr. Luo Ze, it's very early today. Just came back from naval headquarters. Luo Ze is adjusting the strings of the guitar. Recently, he is letting Kojiki Hiri learn guitar and other instruments, but it will take some time for her to accompany him. That girl could only play shamisen and other common instruments of Wano Kuni. The call of Shishibukai? What happened? Brooke sat down in front of the piano and asked curiously. To crusade against Hong. At this time, Yuta, who had just taken a shower and had wet hair, walked in cheerfully. What is the crusade against? Fight the Redhead Shanks. Luo Ze has nothing to hide, and he has nothing to hide. Sooner or later, news will come out. Upon hearing this, Yuta was stunned. Fight the Shanks. He robbed something very important from the world government, so he was targeted. Yuta looked worried. Z's, are you going to? Of course, I told you earlier, I'll beat him up for you. Luo Ze beckoned and asked Yuta to come over. He patted the little diva's head. The government wants to capture her alive. Don't worry, that rotten Shanks has a very serious life. Yuta's small face was tangled. On the one hand, he is worried about his adoptive father Shanks, and on the other hand, he is worried about Luo Ze. She was so worried to death on both sides that she didn't know what to do. Why is there always conflict in this world? She sighed a little. Can't everyone live in peace? So, little Yuta, spread your voice to the world, and your voice will bring peace and joy. Brooke comforted from the side. That's right, I have to work hard today. Yuta cheered up quickly, and grabbed Luo Ze's hand. Promise me that nothing will happen. And Shanks, you all will be safe. Luo Ze smiled lightly. Of course he will be fine, he just ran to watch the fun. As for contribution, it is estimated that no one will contribute, these Shishibukai are just doing it casually in the end. Well, maybe the Empress will help, but who made Shanks celestial dragons? Consider yourself unlucky. It was 9 days in a blink of an eye. In the past few days, Yuta practiced singing harder. Although she was a little worried about Shanks' incident, the incident of being abandoned was still vivid in her memory, and she couldn't do anything. She was even more worried about Luo Ze than Shanks. After all, she knew that Shanks was very strong, but she didn't know the specific strength of Luo Ze. Luo Ze, as always, is fulfilling every day. He had Yuta focus on practicing the blue bird when he realized the side effects of the Sharingan were starting to show up. Until now, this song has finally reached an 80-point singing score. Mission completed. Mangeki Sharingan Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. The upgrade this time not only relieved the crisis of possible blindness in the future, but at the same time, after reaching the Eternal Mangeki, Sharingan's various abilities have also been improved to a certain extent. He got stronger again. But compared to this, the follow-up tasks concerned him more. Diva Training Task. Diva Yuta sang Blue Bird. When the singing score reached 100 points, the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan was upgraded to Rinnegan. Rinnegan. It's a pity that it needs 100 points. Before the vocal cords are fully developed, it is too difficult for Yuta to achieve 100 points. Upgrading to 80 is doable, although the song is a little harder. But 100 points is another dimension. Even with the blessing of singing fruits, it is extremely difficult for Yuta to sing flawlessly. Sure enough, I still have to find a way to find Bonnie. Use the power of the annual fruit. While thinking, the maid came again. Your Majesty, this is Marine Admiral Aokiji's liaison. What did he say? He said that the Red Hair pirates are expected to be intercepted before 10 o'clock tonight, please prepare as soon as possible. I see. Chapter 51. Z's, be careful. At noon, outside the castle. Yuta looked worriedly at Luo Ze who was about to set off. Kojiki Hiri and others also saw off at the door. Peggy Wan looked at the man on the dragon's back, and secretly made up his mind that he must work hard in cultivation, hoping to help Master Luo Ze in the future. Master Luo Ze brought their siblings out of the beast's pirates, and he always kept this kindness in his heart. Broker, come back safely. Luo Ze, take me with you, I'm going too. This is Hiri and Yamato. And Violet, Scarlet, etc., everyone came to see him off. Even Gordon and Brooke felt a little uneasy. Regarding this scene, Luo Ze was speechless for a while. It's like parting from life and death. Don't worry, I'm going. Yuta, Hiri, Yamato, Junti, Rebecca, you practice as usual, Miss Violet, Miss Scarlet, please. Little big brother, goodbye, come back soon. Holding her mother's hand, the young Rebecca waved goodbye with a smile. Luo Ze smiled and said to Kuai-Long, let's go. Kuai-Long uttered a cry, flapped its small wings, and disappeared from everyone's sight in a blink of an eye. I hope everything is safe. Gordon murmured softly. With the guidance of the Aokiji life card, Luo Ze almost rushed to the destination in a straight line. According to Aokiji, the place of interception is located in the Sea of Paradise, an area of the sea near the food town. The so-called food city is only 3 islands away from the capital of 7 waters. To the east of the sea is the Calm Belt, and across the Calm Belt is the East Blue. Almost half a planet across, before 8 o'clock in the evening, Luo Ze reached the sky above the target sea area. Looking down from the sky, 2 ships can be seen sailing in the sea. A large warship called Marine, on the deck, even saw Aokiji and others. Following the warship is the Empress's perfume snake, which is towed by 2 huge snakes. The Empress also stood at the bow. Luo Ze ordered Kuai-Long to descend the height, and when it was fully lowered to a distance of 100 meters, Aokiji took the lead in raising his head. It's coming, so fast. The rest of the Shichibukai also looked over. Moria said with a hint of envy, "It's amazing to be able to fly. Where's the red hair?" Luo Ze sat cross-legged on the dragon's back, but he didn't see the red hair pirates in his vision. They are about 300 kilometers ahead. Since you are here, let's do it. Aokiji said lightly. Do it? How? Doflamingo narrowed his eyes. Watch quietly. Aokiji leaped and jumped off the deck of the warship. Before the feet touched the sea surface was frozen, and a foothold appeared. He squatted down, stretched his hand into the sea water, and gently fiddled with the ripples. Ice Age. In an instant, the entire ocean within the field of vision froze in less than a second. The ocean turns to ice. A large amount of air conditioning diffused, giving people a cool feeling. After finishing all this, Aokiji got up lazily, and looked back at the people on the warship. Let's go, they're frozen. Shichibukai. There was cold sweat on Doflamingo's forehead, and he laughed twice. Is this the Marine Admiral? 300 kilometers away, the entire sea was instantly frozen. Allah. I'm not in good condition. Normally, I can reach a radius of 500 kilometers. Aokiji breathed out, hung his coat on his shoulders, and walked away on the ice at a leisurely pace. Hurry up and follow, come on. By the way, Luo Ze, if you can fly, stop them first, and don't let them run away. Note. Forgot to tell you, I have an unusual relationship with Shanks. Some kind of kinship. Aokiji. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Luo Ze in the sky. This kid won't be the first to betray the water, right? Luo Ze said calmly, I have to pay more. Aokiji was speechless for a long time, and he was taken aback. If this guy betrayed him, it would be a bit difficult to deal with. I see, I will apply for a bonus for you later. Then, go slowly, I'll stop him first. Luo Ze patted Kui Long's neck, and the next moment, amidst a sonic boom, the figures of one person and one dragon disappeared from the field of vision in an instant. So fast. Lock Doll couldn't help frowning. Forget about Aokiji, this brat is also a monster. On the other boat, the Empress jumped down, and a big pink boa constrictor came down with her. She stepped on the boa constrictor and came slowly towards this side. Seeing this, Aokiji immediately said to the sailors on the warship, come here slowly, and stay away before the battle is over. The Red Hair is an elite pirate group, and every crew member is very capable of fighting. Yes, Aokiji Admiral. The other side. Red Hair Pirates, Red Force pirate ship. The sea suddenly froze, causing the pirate ship that was sailing to be stuck in the ice with a sudden bang. What happened? Is the climate here like this? Will the sea freeze instantly? No, no matter how you look at it, it's man-made. On the deck of the pirate ship, several crew members looked at each other in blank dismay. Sniper Yasop's voice can be heard from the lookout. Captain, there is bad news, do you want to hear it? He held up a telescope. Shanks stepped out of the cabin, looked up and shouted, what's wrong? Yasop. Something is coming, very fast, incredible. Yasop murmured, and the next sentence was, ah, it's here. Boom. There was a powerful sonic boom. The figure of Kui Long instantly appeared above the ship. People come first, voices come later. Good evening, everyone of the Red Hair Pirates. Has the dragon spoken? Logi Lu, a fat chef, said blankly. No, it's Shichibukai. The deputy captain, Ben Beckman, looked serious. The red-haired man looked up at the man on the dragon's back, and said in surprise, you are Luo Ze, the dragon rider, 7 warlords of the sea. Did you do the freezing of the sea? What's the matter? I didn't do anything to freeze the sea, but there is something wrong. Luo Ze grinned, I promised Yuta, I came here to beat you up. The next moment, boom! A wave of Conqueror's haki was instantly aroused and enveloped the heads of the red-haired group members. Until reinforcements arrive, none of you can leave. Chapter 52. Until reinforcements arrive, none of you can leave. With this announcement, Luo Ze's Conqueror's haki radiated over the heads of the red-hair pirates. The same conquerors as Shanks. The ship Dr. Dej looked surprised. As a power that only one person can awaken among millions of people, it is a kind of kingly qualification. The Conquerors contains the will of the user. At this time, the coercion from Luo Ze immediately made many members of the ship feel a strong sense of oppression. As if the rabbit was being targeted by a ferocious beast, its body became stiff and it became difficult to breathe. Yuta. Shank's brow furrowed deeply. Boom. The same Conqueror's momentary excitation. It seems that two invisible and qualityless spheres that are constantly spreading collide in the air. At the intersection of the two strands of haki, the sound of thunder sounded out of thin air, as the 470 blasted a wisp of power plants in the air. The ice layer cracked due to the impact, and the pirate ship was shaking slightly. The two strands of haki were in a stalemate for more than 10 seconds, and finally disappeared with a bang in a violent shock wave. As expected of the most balanced Iron Wall pirates, Luo Ze took his time and swept across the crowd below without any haste. There are 9 main members of Red Hair Pirates including Red Hair himself. The 9, under the shadow of his conquerors, could hardly change their countenance. I heard an unexpected name from you. Could you please explain it, Shishibukai? The Redhead raised his head slightly, looked at Luo Ze in mid-air, and said, "Where did you hear the name Yuta? The daughter you abandoned, still won't let someone pick it up? Red Hair, I despise you." Luo Ze looked contemptuously. Boom. As soon as the words fell, a gunshot sounded suddenly. A bullet wrapped in the color of the weapon was shot from the barrel of the sniper Yasop from the observation tower. His marksmanship was superb, the round solid bullets swept across the straight trajectory in the air, piercing through Luo Ze's forehead in an instant. Yasop! Shanks immediately shouted, "Don't be impulsive." "Sorry, can't help it." Scratching his head in embarrassment, Yasop's face did not show any happy expression of hitting the target. He stared at Luo Ze, whispered, "Dodged? No, passed through. That's rude." Luo Ze glanced at him, and the eternal Mangeki Sharingan suddenly emerged, and where his eyes focused, time and space were distorted. Yasop's complexion changed suddenly. In the center of his neck, there seemed to be a tiny hole that could swallow everything. The hole is distorting space-time, like a vortex. The moment Luo Ze made his move, a figure jumped up from below. He was wearing a black hat with a red-haired pirate flag printed on it, and his long golden hair was extremely flowing. The footsteps borrowed strength in the air, as if turning at a right angle, they arrived in front of Luo Ze, and swept towards the front door with one foot. Red Hair Pirates Combatant, Remkins. The focus of Luo Ze's eyes shifted, and the speed of this kick was extremely fast, but the moment it touched his face, it passed through again. The next moment, Kui Long flicked his tail, and with a bang, he slapped the person down hard. Was pierced through the deck. It hurts. Half of his body was stuck in the deck. Lime Jones held his nose, bleeding. This dragon is so powerful. The faces of the red-haired group changed slightly. On the observation deck, Yasop clutched his neck, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "Thank you, I almost died." "Be careful, this guy has weird abilities. I can see it." With a cigarette in his mouth, Beckman squinted his eyes and said, "The eyes suddenly turned red, and there are strange patterns, where the eyes are focused, the space is distorted." "Calm down, everyone," Shanks said in a low voice. "This guy said before the reinforcements arrive, and there are helpers. The ability to freeze the sea is Marine Admiral Aokiji, right?" Beckman shook his head and said, "I think we should deal with him quickly and run." Although he is also a little concerned about Yuta, but compared to the safety of all members, it is obviously not the time to ask each other. I said, you can't leave. Luo Ze touched Kui Long's head, and said slowly, I'm not interested in you, I just came to beat up your captain, can you not be an eyesore? In the words, Kui Long has opened his mouth, and the golden energy is gathering. Feeling the terrifying energy contained in it, Shank's complexion suddenly changed. Immediately, he drew out the supreme sharp knife at his waist, and shouted to everyone, don't interfere, this is a battle between me and him. As soon as the words fell, the figure suddenly rushed towards Luo Ze. That's right. Luo Ze smiled, and also drew out the blade on his back, jumped off Kui Long's back, and swung his sword at the opponent. The two knives were fighting in mid-air, both of which were wrapped in armed-colored haki. When they collided, black flashes overflowed in an instant. Tell me, Shishibukai, is Yuta in your hand? Shank's eyes were cold. Daughter, you don't even want, don't put on an expression as if you still care. Luo Ze took the high position, brushed Rijin Jaka's back with his left hand lightly, and chanted in a low voice, everything is ashes. Rijin Jaka. Puff. The explosive flames born from the blade devoured the red-haired Shanks in an instant. The two separated in mid-air and fell to the ice one after another. Captain! Shanks! On the deck, many members were shocked. Shanks, who was covered in flames, fell to the ground, and the flames wrapped around him. The moment he landed, the ice surface was melted. He fell into the sea. Swallowed by the flames that burn the soul, without making a sound. Luo said regretfully, the willpower is really tenacious. In addition to the special properties of the flame, its temperature is close to 6,000 degrees Celsius. Ordinary people die when they touch it. The next moment, a slash was triggered from below the sea surface. The flying slash tore apart the ocean, cut through the ice layer like a tofu board, and charged straight at Luo Ze. God escape! Luo Ze's right arm holding the handle of the knife suddenly exerted strength, and at the same time as he took a step forward, he swung his right arm and swung 0.4 times of sword art. The black slash met Shank's slash. Boom! After the two slashes collided, there was a dull bang, and the scattered sword energy immediately punched the ice surface full of holes. At the same time, a black shadow broke out from Luo Ze's feet. The tip of the supreme sharp knife named Griffin pierced Luo Ze's neck. However, at this moment, a wonderful light blue energy appeared around Luo Ze, and a huge half-length warrior suddenly appeared. The samurai reached out with his right hand and grabbed Shanks. What's this time again? Shanks was caught in the air, looking shocked. How can one person have so many strange abilities? It is impossible to guard against. Wrapped in it by the half-length warrior, Luo Ze calmly said, it's called Susanoo. Chapter 53. The half-length warriors condensed around Luo Ze's body were more than 20 meters tall, just like the titans of this world. At this time, he pinched the red hair with one hand and held him in the air. Who the hell are you? The swordsmanship just now was Captain Roger. He was restrained in mid-air, but the red-haired man didn't struggle, staring at Luo Ze inside the warrior, and said, what happened to Yuta? Yuta is very good, Luo Ze said with a half-smile, with a playful tone, I never saw you so nervous when you left someone behind. Shank's heart suddenly hung in the air. The samurai raised his other hand and slapped him across the face. Snapped. The blood was drawn directly. No resistance. You seem to have a lot of resentment towards me. Shanks said with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, if you can beat me to vent your anger, please feel free. But, please tell me, what happened to Yuta? Then I won't be polite. Luo Ze controls Susanoo, slaps back and forth several times. Clap clap clap. Shanks didn't use weapons to defend. Every blow, every slap, was beaten to pieces. Captain! Boss! All the younger brothers on the boat were full of anger. Hold it! Don't move! Beckman said in a deep voice, this guy doesn't intend to kill, he's just beating people up. Although he didn't know the reason, he really couldn't feel Luo Ze's killing intent. Shanks didn't say a word, very rigid. Luo Ze slapped wildly for 10 minutes, and felt that it was boring, and there was no excitement at all if others didn't resist. He opened his mouth and said, I am the king of Allegia. Allegia. The red-haired eyes flashed, and the face that was beaten into a pig's head was full of shock. Impossible, you are Gordon. What Gordon looks like, of course he has seen it. Could it be that Gordon ate some devil fruit and turned into a child? No, he abdicated. To be precise, I am the king of the newborn Allegia. W. As he spoke, Luo Ze kept slapping his hands. He was here to flatter the Redhead, and the main purpose should not be forgotten. Yuta has with an unparalleled musical talent and the blessing of singing fruit. As her manager, I will train her to become the world's #1 singer. Broker, so it is. The red hair understood, thank you. Thank you BD. The corner of Luo Ze's mouth twitched, and he struck harder. The truth about Allegia's destruction, I have already told Yuta. She is now practicing singing and dancing in the castle every day, and will also broadcast live at night. She is very happy now. The red-haired eyes were soft, and after a while, he said sadly, I'm sorry, tell her this for me. I despise you. Luo Ze said lightly, but don't worry, I'm not interested in killing you. In a few minutes, all Shishibukai and Marine Admiral Aokiji will arrive. Hearing this, the red-haired eyes fluctuated. Guilt towards Yuta is one aspect, but he also has to protect the crew members under his command. Facing this kind of intercepting lineup, if you don't think of a way, maybe the end of the red-hair pirates will be tonight. Because of that fruit, the red-haired thought secretly. Just about to fight back, break free, and run away with the crew. At this time, a joking voice came from the sky. Phew furfur, it seems that we don't need to take action at all. Doflamingo stood in the air with his hands in his pockets, grinning as he watched Luo Ze beat the red-haired violently. As expected of a dragon rider, I seem to have heard something interesting. Take care of your mouth, don't let your daughter-in-law die. Luo Ze glanced at him, then manipulated Susanoo, throwing his arm violently. The red hair was thrown out like a rubber ball. Doflamingo's complexion changed slightly, and immediately his 5 fingers turned into claws, and he swung forward violently. Super Strike Whiplash. Countless silk threads condensed into one strand, and the thick whip was like a sharp spear, aiming at the red-haired chest. Seeing this, the red hair cut off the long whip with a single knife, and then raised the knife with his hand and dropped it, passing Doflamingo in an instant. Puff! A stream of blood spurted out suddenly, and the flesh on Doflamingo's chest burst open. Fix one first. The red-haired stare was cold. Who do you want to solve first? Doflamingo's face was cold, and the injured part was immediately stitched with white silk thread. It's really ruthless, Redhead. 5 color strings. He turned back and slapped his paw, and the thin line extending from the 5 fingers was blocked by the red hair. But the force of the impact still caused the red hair to fall downwards. The red hair who fell to the ground looked dignified. This new Shishibukai is also very strong, and it doesn't seem like he can solve it in a short time. Observation Haki unfolded, and immediately noticed that the breath of 6 paths was approaching rapidly. The distance is less than 5 kilometers. Realizing this, he immediately shouted to his subordinates, everyone, get ready to attack. Oh! Is it finally ready to start? It's overdue. Hurry up and get rid of them, and then run. A group of younger brothers responded one after another and quickly came to Hungfa's side. Everyone was full of momentum, as if what they were facing was not a must-kill situation with a luxurious lineup. Kuai Long flew down, Luo Ze jumped on its back, and said flatly, you red-hair pirates, this is the end. Doflamingo strokes the stab wound on his chest. Compared with the knife slashed by Luo Ze last time, which hurt the soul, the knife of the red hair simply broke through his physical defense and did not cause fatal damage. He grinned and looked at the cadres of the red-haired regiment. Phew fur, you have nowhere to run. As soon as the voice fell, it was at this moment. Rumble. The sky is clouded over. As if a heavy rain was coming, thick clouds covered the entire sky, covering all the stars and moon in the night, wongs. Occasionally, a huge figure appeared, looming in it. It was the body of a dragon. Everyone was stunned for a moment and offered to buy. Oh cluck, I found you, brat! A huge dragon's head poked out from the dark clouds, its eyes full of murderous intent locked on Luo Ze. 3 Emperors Kaido. Everyone in the red-haired group turned pale with shock. Even Kaido participated in this interception? No, how could the pirate emperor join forces with the government? Is this world crazy? Beckman was stunned. No, we didn't come here. He looked at Luo Ze. Luo Ze was laughing. What are you doing here, a lost dog with a broken leg? Kill you. Kaido's tone was cold, and he opened his mouth to roar. Hot interest. In an instant, fiery flames fell from the sky. Chapter 54. Hot interest. Meeting Kaido is a natural disaster-level attack. Terrifying flames fell from a height of thousands of meters, illuminating the expressions of the people below. The red hair jumped up and walked away to meet the heat. He wasn't there to protect Luo Ze, it was simply because Kaido's attack range was too large and would affect them. There was a flash of the knife, and the red hair, who didn't hold back the slightest hand, split Kaido's heat with a sword. But the embers of the fire were not exhausted, and the flames that had been cut apart fell into the ice on both sides. Immediately, the power of ice and fire intertwined, and the endless stretch of steam filled a radius of several kilometers. What are you doing? Kaido stared at the redhead, whose huge body descended from the cloud. Can you keep my boat out of the way? I'll be in trouble without a boat, Kaido. The red hair fell back to the ice, feeling more and more heavy. It was already a headache to be intercepted, but now another Kaido appeared. I'm not interested in you, red-haired brat. Glancing at him coldly, Kaido turned his attention to Luo Ze again. It took me a lot of effort to find you. Thanks a lot. Out of the corner of Luo Ze's eye, look at the right side. Under the night, a dark figure approached rapidly. It was a pteranodon. The sharp mouth seemed to be stabbing 897, piercing through Luo Ze with one blow. This time, without the master's order, Kui Long opened his mouth and bit the opponent's wings. Boom! The pteranodon's figure suddenly stopped, screaming. The Lunaria tribe. Luo Ze said slowly, 3 calamities. Yin struggled to break free from Kui Long's bite, flapped his wings, and quickly retreated to create a safe distance. He stared at the dragon under Luo Ze's feet in surprise. As a dragon, he felt that the opponent was much stronger than him, at least in terms of strength. How did you find me? Oh, I see, it's you. Luo Ze knocked the opponent out, guessing a bit. Yin, who has the ability to fly, can indeed find him if he conducts aerial reconnaissance. Yin remained silent, just staring warily. At this time, the steam covering the ice surface gradually dispersed. The figure of 6 paths suddenly appeared under the eyes of everyone. Aokiji looked up at Qing Long, and said in surprise, Ah, what kind of banquet is this? Why is Kaido, one of the 3 emperors, here? Phew fur. Doflamingo grinned, you have to ask him about that. Aokiji glanced at Luo Ze, then at Kaido, narrowed his eyes and said, Kaido, where's your leg? The huge blue dragon in the sky lost a section of its left hind leg. It's hard not to pay attention. Abandoned. Kaido said coldly, don't come in the way, I just came to find this stinky brat. It seems that you haven't learned your lesson yet. Do you want to give up your second leg? Luo Ze pouted. Marine Admiral teamed up with Shishibukai to kill the red hair pirates. In a blink of an eye, as Shishibukai himself, he was intercepted and killed by Kaido again. The scene suddenly became a tripartite force. Although it was not stated clearly, everyone understood it at once. All of them looked shocked. Kaido's leg was chopped off by this kid? Is this for revenge? Opportunity. Beckman whispered, cooperate with Kaido to get through this crisis. The redhead shook his head. Gaze over Aokiji et. Locke, Hawkeye, Jinbei, Moria, One Piece. Shishibukai is really a lot. Kaido. At this moment, Moria's face was livid. 11 years ago, he led the Moria pirates into Wano Kuni in high spirits, and fought against Kaido. All the crew members were killed, but he escaped. Now that he saw someone he dreamed of revenge, he even forgot what he was here for tonight. Shadow horn gun. Suddenly, he shot with anger. The shadow under his feet seemed to come alive, stretching rapidly, and when it came directly below Kaido, it shot up into the sky like a black shadow spear. Boom! A shot hit King Glong's chin, and the powerful penetrating power only made Kaido lift the dragon's head, making it difficult to penetrate his dragon scales at all. It's you! Kaido snorted coldly, last time I let you run away, CF, you should die tonight too. So tough. Moria's complexion suddenly turned dark, and the sneak attack did not break the defense, but he broke the defense. Aokiji opened his mouth and said blankly, hey, don't forget our purpose. No one paid him any attention. K-Lockdoll stretched out his right hand, and a miniature sandstorm was born in the palm. It seems that we are lucky, we will slay the dragon first tonight. Shalan. He didn't have much interest in red hair, but he was very interested in killing the three emperors. At this time, the sandstorm thrown out expanded rapidly, and spread in an instant. It spun rapidly, setting off a sandstorm and heading away. At this time, a black shadow flashed past, like a sharp black arrow, Yin pierced through the sandstorm in an instant. Boom! With a loud noise, the core of the sandstorm was broken, and it burst and dissipated in an instant. Joke! If you want to attack our captain, let me measure your strength first. Yin said lightly. The corners of Locke's mouth twitched. Aokiji felt powerless, the group of Shishibukai didn't obey orders at all. He's a little hotter. In midair, Luo Ze sat on Kuai Long, looking at the chaotic battlefield, speechless. Is this the destiny? Redhead's destiny is to send that fruit to East Blue for Straw Hat Luffy to eat? And then bet on an arm by the way? Faced with such a deadly situation, without Kaido's troubles, this group of people would definitely not be able to escape. No, I don't believe in destiny. Luo Ze stood up from Kuai Long, raised his head slightly, and looked at the sky covered in dark clouds. His line of sight seemed to penetrate the thick clouds, spanning endless distances, and saw a green dragon soaring in the ozone layer. Crack Karakara! He shouted loudly. Boom! The thunder that sounded out of thin air resounded across the battlefield. The night was illuminated by lightning for a moment, and then the sound of dragon chant came. The terrifying sound pressure changed the faces of everyone present. Kaido suddenly raised his head, his eyes were full of disbelief. This voice, is it? There was another thunder and lightning. In bursts of flashes, Kuai Long carried Luo Ze and flew into the sky. He disappeared in a blink of an eye. What is this stinky kid going to do? The Empress was full of surprise. The next moment, two huge dragon claws protruded from the cloud, and immediately after that, a green dragon poked its head down. Luo Ze stood on top of Karakura's head, looking at Kaido quietly. Looking at your expression, it seems like you've seen Karakura before. Kaido was shocked and said in disbelief, Crack Karakura? Isn't it from Ancient Weapon? Uranus, Uranus. Looking at Luo Ze above the green dragon, everyone fell into a daze. Uranus? Chapter 55. The sudden appearance of Karakura made everyone present stupefied. That huge body is bigger than Kaido. Especially hearing Kaido's words, everyone couldn't believe it. Uranus? Uranus? Is this one of the 3 legendary ancient weapons? No one has seen Uranus, and no one has ever wondered why the weapon is in the form of a creature. The moment they saw Karakura, most of the people below subconsciously recognized what Kaido said. If Uranus existed, it would probably be like this. This is really an accident within an accident. Aokiji put his hand on his forehead, looked up at the green dragon, and murmured in a low voice, so the government knows something to pay special attention to this child. He remembered several special orders from the government, and the sudden visit of the CPO to the headquarters. Although he didn't know what the people from CO0 were here for, but now that he saw Karakura, he understood a little bit. So. Doflamingo stood in the air, and he was stepping on an invisible silk thread, and the other end of the silk thread was connected to the clouds in the sky. His expression was equally dull, recalling the scene of meeting Luo Ze for the first time. So, this guy cares about national treasure? It's because they have equal weapons, so they care about what celestial dragons hold. Furo Furfur. 5 elders won't be able to sleep. He gradually grinned. The Empress looked radiant. Moria's heart trembled. Jinbei raised his head and remained silent for a long time. Lakadar looked gloomy and thoughtful. Ancient weapon, this brat actually possesses this kind of power. This is already a military history that can overturn the world. What he pursues is military power. To be a Shishibukai is also to want something. Hawkeye stared at Kai Karakura with sharp eyes, and he drew out the supreme sharp knife Black Sword Knight from his back. Uranus, just try it. He, who is usually not interested in everything, already wants to swing his sword at this moment. A hand held him down. Aokiji warned faintly, don't mess around, Hawkeye. Not to mention the attitude of the marine side, it was originally a makeshift team with no sense of companionship at all. As the opposing red hair pirates, all feel a pang of despair. There is such a method. Yasop said with a heavy tone, this BD boy, who claims to be Yuda's manager, should be on our side, right? Don't say something stupid. Beckman couldn't help shaking his head. In Allegia, from the moment she chooses to abandon Yuda, the two sides are not the same. Listen up. The red-haired Shanks spoke in a low voice, with a decisive tone, this guy summoned this thing to deal with Kaido. He won't use it to deal with us. If he wants to deal with us, he will do it from the beginning. Indeed. Beckman thought, but with a bad feeling. Only to hear the redhead continue to say, so, our opponents are still Aokiji and those Shishibukai. However, even if this is the case, it is an extravagant hope for all of them to escape. Captain. Someone's face changed, and he already had a premonition of what to say next. Quiet and listen to me. The red-haired eyes are firm, I will hold Aokiji when we fight, and those Shishibukai don't seem to be of one mind, so, Beckman, break the ice around the ship and find a chance take a few people away. After a pause, he smiled calmly, I will not die. Take that thing and run away with all your might. Head towards Com Belt. Only that thing must never fall into the hands of the world government. At the same time. Heaven! Kaido stared at Karakura, his tone serious, you are Uranus, right? Why do you obey this kind of brat? He tried in vain to talk to Karakura. Karakura is clearly not interested in talking to him. Have you seen it? Luo Ze raised his eyebrows. Then, Karakura's voice came from my mind. Told the scene of the encounter. Kaido's dragon claws grabbed the flame cloud and quickly climbed to the same height as Karakura. The huge dragon body hovered under the dark clouds. Two dragons are staring at each other. Last time I was just unprepared, and now I have fully understood your power. Kaido looked at each other coldly. This world doesn't need so many dragons. Fire Dragon Torch. Endless flames were born from his dragon body, and the huge fire dragon he created wrapped his body. The blue dragon turned into a fire dragon. Going all out from the start? Sensible judgment, but Luo Ze knows that the U in Kaido's mouth refers to Karakura. You don't have a clear understanding of the power gap. Make the finishing point. In an instant, a dazzling green light shone in the sky. As Karakura's exclusive skill, the power of this move is beyond doubt. Endless fluorescent lights converged on the surface of Karakura's body. At this moment, it seemed to be transformed into a true sky god. What a beautiful gesture! Yin murmured blankly. Kaido's pupils shrank suddenly, and then he roared angrily, "Stop looking down on people, rising dragon flame 8 trigrams. One red and one green. 2 huge dragon shadows are rapidly approaching. No extra nonsense, each other's goals, just the purest power struggle." As one of the 3 pirate emperors in today's world, Kaido's sprinting posture is like a flame dragon that destroys the world. Not only are endless flames wrapped around him, but also conquerors winding that can only be mastered by very few strong ones. This scene seems to be very slow, but the fact is that it happened very quickly. Everyone looked up. Finally, the collision came. Like sparks hitting the earth. Boom! There was a deafening loud noise, and the heads of the 2 dragons did not touch directly. Before the contact, the power contained in each other collided in the air. With one blow, Kaido's conquerors was instantly broken, and radiated in all directions with a loud noise. As if a great fireball exploded, the night was like day. As if the sky had been cracked, the black lightning was extremely manic. The impact of the vibration caused the ice surface to sink a few centimeters in an instant, and then it collapsed. Huge craters appeared in the dark clouds in the sky, and the shock wave blew away the thick clouds, forming an absolute airspace. Master Kaido. Yin's complexion changed drastically. He already had a premonition that Kaido would lose. Green Dragon easily overwhelmed Yanlong. The picture that covered the entire sky was deeply imprinted in the hearts of everyone. Understood. Standing on top of Karakura's head, Luo Long said calmly, "How can you win Karakura? Damn BD!" Kaido let out a roar, and after a stalemate for 3 seconds, with a bang, his huge body suddenly flew backwards. With a posture exceeding the speed of sound, he was knocked out from the Yanlong state. The flame coat remained in place, but its body had already been blown away by Karakura's huge force. Surrounded by extremely strong wind pressure, Kaido lost consciousness after being hit, unable to even move. "I'll settle personal grievances, please do as you please." Luo Ze left a word to Aokiji below, and Karakura immediately chased after him. "Master Kaido." Yin's face was ugly, and he immediately chased after him. Unfortunately, his speed is far inferior to that of Karakura, and he can only eat streaks of fluorescent green exhaust. The moment Luo Ze left, Aokiji made a move, childish. Endless cold air condensed on his right arm, and suddenly released a huge ice bird. Taking advantage of the moment when the red-haired people were still in a daze, he launched a sneak attack without hesitation. Where the ice bird passed, the sea that was shattered by the 2 dragons' fight was once again frozen. The rest of the red-hair pirates haven't reacted yet. But Shanks did not retreat but advanced, and went to meet the ice bird. "Do it!" With a low shout, he slashed out. The invisible sword chi passed by, and the ice bird was cut off instantly, and the sword chi disappeared, and went straight to Aokiji and others. "I come!" Hawkeye took a step forward, holding up the black sword Yaya, and slammed it under his command. The sword energy it inspires is like a first-class fan doctor. The 2 sword chi directly collided, and finally cancelled each other out. "I'm sorry, but under such circumstances, I will compete with you again." Hawkeye smiled faintly. Really? Forget it, it doesn't matter. As soon as the words fell, the two moved closer to each other, and the two supreme sharp knives in their hands slashed at each other like lightning. Every time they fight each other, there will be sword energy overflowing, completely disregarding the surrounding terrain. Ask for flowers. The ice surface was quickly chopped up again, and the pirate ship that was frozen in the ice suddenly shook. Fur, do you want to run away? Doflamingo looked away from where Karakura left, and looked down at the red hair pirates. Taking advantage of the aftermath of the fight between Red Hair and Hawkeye, some people have made small movements, and Yipping is about to board the boat and leave. He didn't make a move either, he was just watching a show. There are so many people present, why should he make a move? He. Red Hair pirates, your shadows will become my strength. Moria saw Kaido's tragic situation, swept away the previous haze, and now stared at the cotters, squinting her eyes quietly. Shadow Mage. The shadow horn spear soaring into the sky suddenly began to disintegrate, turning into pitch-black bats, and quickly scattered towards the pirate ship. Seeing this scene, the red hair bounced off Hawkeye's slash with a sword, and then turned around to kill the bat. Your target, isn't it me? Between the words, the sword wind from the sword directly blew away all the bats. But the bat that was shot down quickly squirmed and flew again. The redhead's heart sank. These Shishibukai are so tough. If it is one-on-one, he is confident that he can beat anyone, but if he comes up in a group, he is not overpowered. Not to mention, there is also a Marine Admiral watching over him. 0. Do it. Aokiji supervised the battle. Hearing this, Jinbei calmed down and didn't think about breaking up with Karakura and Luo Ze for the time being. Don't forget what you promised me. He jumped into the sea and disappeared. Soon, in front of the red-haired pirate ship, the ice suddenly shattered, and a beam of sea current was thrown out. Murloc Jujutsu's sea current one-handed over-shoulder throw. Everyone on the pirate ship in the sky. No, you can't go away like this, and you still have to keep people. Snake, one of the cotters, drew out two knives and was about to attack immediately. I come. Behind him, a combatant named Gabu opened his mouth violently. With a roar, as if shooting out a white laser beam, Jinbei's attack was shattered with a bang. Suddenly, the sea water fell like rain. Go, I'll stop you. The redhead left Hawkeye alone. Go straight to kill Jinbei. However, a vigorous figure quickly approached from behind. Celestial dragons. The queen's speed was extremely fast, she jumped over Hawkeye in an instant, kicked out with a long leg, and kicked the red hair hard with her black high heels. Perfume femur. The red-haired complexion changed, and he immediately raised his knife to resist. Boom! The tangled arm-colored kick was blocked by the red hair. However, the part where the blade touches the high-heeled shoes, the rare supreme sharp knife in the world, is turning into stone. Click! Broken. The redhead was stunned. Weapons. Gone. Capable again. Trouble. He held the broken blade, feeling bitter in his heart, he alone could block 7. No, 6 Shishibukai? Even if these people just shot casually, he can't stop it alone. Taking a deep breath, the red hair gripped the broken blade tightly, and a wave of conquerors suddenly radiated to the audience. Boom! There seemed to be a roar in everyone's ears. If that's the case, let's all come here. Last stand. The other side. Kaido was shot tens of thousands of meters away. Suddenly, King Glong's pupils regained their spirit. As a phantom beast, he has unparalleled resilience. Damn! He tried hard to maintain his figure, constantly creating flame clouds, and constantly grasping the flame clouds with his claws, trying to stop himself. Cannot stop. His head was dizzy, and his eyes were red with blood. In the field of vision, a touch of emerald green figure is chasing and killing him without any haste. Kaido's complexion changed. At this moment, he no longer thought about it. How could this kind of monster survive? His strongest blow was defeated by the opponent. Thinking of this, he immediately changed his strategy, and began to accelerate his escape with the help of the knock-up force. Chapter 56. Hey! Consciousness recovered. Luo Ze stood on top of Karakura, chasing Kaido leisurely. Seeing that the opponent suddenly changed his posture and accelerated to flee, he was slightly taken aback. Also ordering Karakura to speed up, Luo Ze simply sat down. He was not in a hurry to attack the opponent, he first consumed the opponent's physical strength. Kaido fled in front, and the knowledgeable caller could feel the breath from behind gradually approaching. Close, but not quite catching up. This is obviously deliberate. Damn brat! Kaido felt annoyed in his heart. Since he had a broken leg last time, he had seriously considered how to deal with Luo Ze. Only two people are needed, one person restrains the opponent, prevents the opponent from launching the ability to distort time and space, and then enters a war of attrition, trying to consume the opponent to death. So, this time 243 he brought his capable subordinate Yin together to surround and kill them. But never expected, this stinky brat actually holds the power of Uranus. Where are you fleeing to? Luo Ze's voice came from behind again. Kaido was furious, and roared when he turned around. The scorching flame condensed in the mouth and shot out suddenly. Cracking, Karakura immediately raised his body, blocking the heat with a paw. The flames fell to the ice below, causing a huge explosion. Not bad, very energetic. Luo Ze teased with a relaxed tone. Kaido kept silent and started running away with all his heart. The two dragons started at an altitude of 1,000 meters and climbed rapidly. After chasing and fleeing, no one stopped. When rushing to the Bibai Sea, which is 10,000 meters above the sea level, it even passed a sky island, which frightened the residents of the island into commotion. 1,000 kilometers, 5,000 kilometers, 10,000 kilometers every day. Period, even across the red line. From the night hemisphere to the day hemisphere. Gradually, Kaido slowed down. Sitting on top of Karakura's head, Luo Ze, who was breathing heavily, suddenly regained some energy. Is this lack of physical strength? Humph, how long will the cat and mouse game last? Kaido snorted coldly and said, even if you catch up with me for 10 days and 10 nights, my physical strength will not be exhausted. As expected of Pirate World, they are all physical monsters. Luo Ze stretched his waist. Karakura is the god who dominates the sky, it can fly in the air forever. Kaido was speechless for a moment, but he didn't doubt whether it was true or not, and the other party didn't need to lie to him. What do you want? You can't escape, and you can't consume it. I'm the one asking you this question. It's nothing to attack me. What gave you confidence? Who knew you still had ancient weapon Uranus? Kaido was furious in his heart. If he knew, he wouldn't come at all. Where is my daughter? He said coldly. You still care about Yamato? Luo Ze said unexpectedly, she is very good. After a while, you can see her on the live broadcast. The premise is that you are still alive. Live streaming? Kaido frowned. In my treasury, the 2 Zoan ancient devil fruits were also taken by you. Certainly. Luo Ze nodded, this kind of small black pot, if you recite it, you will recite it. Runty and Peggywan are both his subordinates now, and it's nothing to help his subordinates take the blame. You still want to go back? He mocked. I'll see you off. Humph. Kaido dismissed it, you have been chasing me for so long, and you are not in a hurry to do it. What do you want to do? Slap. Luo Ze couldn't help applauding, the outside world calls you a reckless man, your head turns unexpectedly fast. Kaido's complexion suddenly turned bad. He was ridiculed face to face, but he couldn't fight back. In fact, he guessed it early on. The fact that the other party didn't kill him immediately meant that the other party didn't intend to kill him. He just wanted to run and try to see if he could run away. Now the answer is obvious, he can't run away at all, and he is completely teasing him with the mentality of playing cat and mouse. Even if he flies around the planet 10 times, when he turns around, the green dragon will still be behind him. I admit defeat. Kaido gritted his teeth and said, "Tell me, what do you want?" Luo Ze glanced at him appreciatively, and said slowly, "You were on the ship of the Rocks pirates. You know rocks?" Kaido frowned, this matter should be erased by the government. 26 years ago, a black and evil force that was once famous all over the world. Captain Rocks DZback, vainly trying to become the king of the world. There are a lot of talents under his command, the 3 emperors in the world today, Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom are all his crew members. In addition, there are 3 legendary pirates Golden Lion who are as famous as Redhead and Roger. Great pirates Silver Axe, Captain John, Akoku, and more. It can be said to be a vicious and extremely powerful pirate group. The overall combat power of this pirate group even exceeds that of the Roger pirate group of One Piece King Roger. But such a group of people were wiped out in a place called the Valley of Gods. Afterwards, the Valley of the Gods disappeared from the map. Tell me, how did the Valley of the Gods disappear? Luo Ze asked calmly, as the person involved, you don't know. That's not going away because of the Great War. If it was because of the fighting, the island would not disappear completely, at least there would be some wreckage left, right? Therefore, Luo Ze suspected that I did it with the national treasure. Sorry, I don't know. Kaido grinned, and seemed to understand something instantly. It seems that you, like me, are on the same road. Considering that the other party has Uranus in their hands, the purpose of the other party asking this question is obvious. In defense of the world government. You don't know. Luo Ze inspected. I don't need to lie to you. Kaido snorted and said with a smile, I have already recognized your strength. He, you also want to overthrow this world? Don't think about it, join me. The 2 of us together, the whole world will be ours. Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, Marine, World Government 5.1, no one can stop us. After a pause, he narrowed his eyes again, why did you take my daughter away, because you fell in love with her? Join forces with me, and I can give you Yamato. You don't have a problem if you want her to be a maid. As expected of a pirate, he would use seductive tactics to send his daughter without any hesitation. She is in my hands now, still need you to send it. Luo Ze curled his lips and said lightly, tell me the specific situation of the Valley of Gods, otherwise, I will die here. Chapter 57. Kaido stared at Luo Ze firmly, but didn't rush to answer, but was thinking about another thing. He is seriously considering whether he can join forces with the other party to start a world war and destroy the possibility of the world government winning the final victory. With the power displayed by Karakura, it only takes one blow to destroy the holy land of Marie Joyce. Oh he, really don't think about it. Kaido felt that there was a chance of winning, and the odds were great. What do you want? Women? Money? Power? Join forces with me, all these are within your reach, there is no need to be a Shishibukai. Luo Ze was completely unmoved by this temptation. What he wants, he will naturally get it himself, and he will join hands with Duo. You just need to answer my question, no more nonsense. Hearing this, Kaido was silent for a moment, and said, then tell you, everything I know. As a participant in that war, he did know a lot. At this time, let's talk about it. That was the 6th year when I joined the Rocks Pirates, that is, in 1484, 26 years ago. At that time, Linlin, who was still a companion, told me that something big happened in the Valley of the Gods, so all of us went to that place. After 25. Hearing this, Luo Ze frowned slightly. Not the same as he knew. The Valley of the Gods incident, provoked by rocks, attacked the celestial dragons located on that island. But Kaido said, first something happened in the Valley of the Gods, and then rocks decided to bring people there? Note. Wait a minute, he interrupted immediately, what's the big deal in the Valley of the Gods? I don't know. Kaido shook his head, I haven't seen it at all, I just know it's something very attractive to rocks. Luo Ze stared, he felt that Kaido was not telling the truth. There is a high probability that the other party knows what that thing is, even if they really don't know, at least they know something. I only heard Kaido go on to say, but not only our rocks pirates were attracted, but also the Roger pirates at that time. What he said afterwards was similar to what Luo Ze knew. The rocks pirate group had internal strife, and Roger and Garp, who were on the island at the time, teamed up to defeat the rocks. It was also after this battle that he became a marine hero. After the war, the Valley of the Gods disappeared and was wiped off the map. So, the Valley of the Gods will be buried by the government, not because of the rocks pirates, but because of something on that island? That is the so-called big thing happened. Luo Ze grabbed out of focus. Oh he, that's true. Kaido grinned and said, this is what happened in the Valley of the Gods. As for what method the world government used to completely erase that island, unfortunately, no one knows. Luo Ze fell into deep thought. The world government wants to erase the traces of the existence of the rocks pirates. The purpose is not the rocks and the others, but to prevent people from knowing that this group was wiped out in the Valley of the Gods. Once known, some people will be interested in the disappearance of the Valley of Gods, and then continue to explore the truth. Is it Nika fruit? Luo Ze thought speculatively. The Valley of the Gods, the devil fruit with the name of the gods, it is not uncommon for the two to be related. According to the theory of destiny, it is very possible. However, this is not the focus of his concern. What he wants to know is the means by which the world government erases the Valley of the Gods. Now that you know this, what do you want to do? Kaido grinned and asked with great interest. It's useless. Luo Ze glanced at him and said lightly, it's not what I want to do, but what you should do next. What? Kaido frowned, not understanding what he meant. Kaido, I can spare your life, but what you said does not have the information I want to know. Now, I will give you a chance to attack the Holy Land Marijoys, destroy the headquarters building of the world government. Luo Ze said calmly. Hearing this, Kaido's eyelids twitched violently. Are you crazy, or am I crazy? Go, or die. Faced with this multiple-choice question, Kaido's dragon claws couldn't help clenching a bit. Am I going to attack the Holy Land of Celestial Dragons? He narrowed his eyes and said coldly, even I can't get out. Once you go, you can't come back. Then I have no choice but to kill you here. As soon as the voice fell, Crack Karakura opened his mouth, and the terrifying golden energy gathered rapidly. Kaido broke into a cold sweat. I know, yes. I'll do it. Compared to being beaten to death on the spot, Kaido was still very straightforward, but, what do you want to know? There is always a purpose in doing this, right? To force out the power hidden by the world government? You don't need to know, I'll see how you behave. Luo Ze is not interested in explaining to the other party, the tool man just needs to be obedient, don't try to fool me, I know where your base camp is. World government can erase the power of God Gu, I don't mind smashing your ghost island to pieces either. Kaido snorted unhappily, turned around, twisted the dragon's body, and left quickly. Luo Ze didn't stop him. Kaido is used to being caught by the world government. Not much this time. As for whether he can escape again after being caught, Luo Ze doesn't care. He just wanted to know if I would make a move and what his strength was. Hope Kaido can perform better. Watching the other party disappear into the sky, Luo Ze withdrew his gaze. Thanks a lot. Slapping Karakura's head, Luo Ze released Kuai Long, and then jumped on Kuai Long's back. Little master, see you next time. The voice of Karakura cracked in his head, and then the huge green dragon flew towards the ozone layer. Next, has the Redhead finished the 547? Luo Ze looked back at the direction he came from, and whispered, it's quite a long way to fly back, so I'll make a phone call later to ask. Compared to this, where is this? Flying all the way with Kaido, he didn't even know where it was. Long, go down and have a look, find an island to see the situation. Descending from a height of 10,000 meters, soon, the endless ocean appeared in view. Hey! Luo Ze let out a small sigh. Below the field of vision, on the sea, there is a pirate ship with a strange shape. On the deck of the ship, a group of pirates armed with weapons sneered and surrounded a young woman. Hey, 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 you woman, you are really cunning, and you were almost tricked by you. At the age of 8, the government offered a reward of 79 million Baileys, Nico Robin, son of the devil. Are you 18 now? What a beauty! Let us have a good time before selling you to the government. The young woman who was forced to the corner of the deck did not panic, but crossed her hands in front of her. Above. Luo Ze thought silently, Nico Robin. Archaeologist. So, this is West Blue. Chapter 58. Nico Robin. Luo Ze looked at this woman from a height. As one of the heroines, of course it is impossible for him not to know her. Compared with the 28-year-old appearance in memory, the 18-year-old Nico Robin is a little immature. At the age of 28, she is a mature image of Yuja, but in Luo Ze's view, she is more girlish at this time. Wearing a light green t-shirt and a white short skirt, she is youthful and beautiful with outstanding appearance. Facing the siege of a group of pirates, there was no panic on his delicate face. Go down. Luo Ze touched Kuai Long's head and signaled him to lower his height. We came to a place 20 or 30 meters above the heads of the pirates. He was thinking about whether to take him away directly and take him back to be trained as a member of the backup dance troupe, or to use gentler means. After all, she is a big girl, not as easy to deal with as a little girl, she has her own ideas and will. Regarding his arrival, the pirates seemed to be completely unaware that there was a dragon above their heads. Because of the angle, they can't see it. But Robin found out. She was about to deal with this group of pirates, suddenly. Looking up slightly, he saw Luo Ze and Kuai Long, and was slightly startled. Shishibukai, Dragon Rider, Luo Ze. She recognized it at a glance, immediately gave up resisting, and instead shouted to a high place, help me. Luo Ze. Do you still need help? Luo Ze has a black question mark on his face. As a person who was wanted at the age of 8, it is just a small scene right now. Hearing Robin's shout, all the smirking pirates froze for a moment, then looked up. Dragon, dragon! You are the dragon rider of, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Why is Shishibukai in this kind of place? Shouldn't it be on the Grand Line? The pirates panicked a little. Recently, news about Shishibukai has continued one after another. As long as the news is not completely blocked, everyone knows about the current 7. Their photos have already spread all over the world along with newspapers. Luo Ze said, why should I save you? Please, please help me. Robin hurriedly said, I'm willing to do anything. Luo Ze glanced at the system subconsciously. Great, no response. Sure enough, I prefer younger girls. Can you dance? No. I can learn. Hearing this, Luo Ze couldn't help laughing. I probably know what the opponent is playing. In order to avoid the pursuit of the world government, I saw a young Shishibukai, so I wanted to use this opportunity to hide by his side. Luo Ze didn't care about this. There are only 5 people in the dance troupe, which is not enough. Now that they have met, they must take them back. Come on up. Luo Ze asked Kuai Long to lower the altitude, and stretched out his hand to pull Robin up to the army. Seeing this scene, all the pirates suddenly thumped, and the captain immediately showed a flattering expression. Since it's Shishibukai-sama, whoever you want, please feel free. We didn't see anything. With Shishabukai's power and status, no one would care to cover up a wanted criminal. But what they don't know is that Nico Robin is different. I don't like trouble. No trouble, no trouble. The pirates shook their heads quickly. Who are you guys? Luo Ze asked casually. My name is Kaga, and I'm the captain of the Kaga pirates. Where's the bounty? Reward, bounty 46.9 million. Kaga, who had a bad feeling, answered boldly. Robin sits behind Luo Ze in a duck posture, quietly looking at the rumored Shishibukai. He looked like a child of 11 or 12 years old, and it was impossible to judge his strength from his appearance. But the dragon under the seat made her feel very cute. From now on, let's parasitize next to this person. She was thinking about what method to use. Her identity is very sensitive, the other party has definitely heard the previous conversation and knows who she is. If she is sent to the hands of the world government, she will be finished. Luo Ze didn't know what the woman behind him was thinking, so he said calmly. I don't want the world government to know, so please go to the sea to feed the fish. Fast dragon, storm. Hearing this, the expressions of the pirates changed drastically. Captain, kill him. This BD, even a Shishibukai. Wind. Kuai Long just flapped its small wings, and a storm was set off on the sea. The storm passed through the border, and a big wave was rolled up. When the top of the wave fell, this strangely shaped pirate ship was overturned immediately. The pirates screamed and panicked, begging for mercy. Luo Ze was unmoved and just watched quietly. Behind him, Robin's eyes narrowed slightly. Because of the strong wind, she had to grab Luo Ze's arm to avoid being blown down. Is this Shishibukai? It is completely different from ordinary pirates. The introduction in the news is that each of them has a huge combat power comparable to that of a country. But hearing is not as good as seeing. The scene at the moment made Robin startled. Gone. After all the pirates were buried in the sea, Luo Ze called Kuai Long to leave, then turned around and asked Robin behind him, do you know which direction the Grand Line is? Over there. Robin subconsciously pointed. Aren't you afraid that I will send you to the government? Luo Ze let Kuai Long move forward, and asked again, I heard everything. Your name is Nico Robin, a wanted criminal by the government, and a survivor of the O'Hara incident. Hearing the word O'Hara, Robin suddenly became nervous. I'm sorry, that's all, please don't, I'm willing to do anything. Don't be nervous, let's go back to Allegia first. Luo Ze took out a phone bug from the Kamui space and dialed the number. Luo Ze. Aokiji's voice appeared on the opposite side, seeming a bit tired. Are you finished playing over there? How about Kaido? The two were asking at almost the same time. Run by Kaido, you are indeed the pirate emperor. Luo Ze replied casually, did the red hair catch it? Mission failed. Aokiji's voice was tired. Luo Ze was full of astonishment, can this also be eliminated? What happened? This, it's better for you to ask Pirate Empress. Aokiji said in a helpless tone, it's all because of her. Luo Ze. Did it kill people? Turn them into stone? The requirement of the task is to capture them alive, if they are killed, it is indeed a failure. Tell me the number. After getting the Empress's contact information, Luo Ze hung up Aokiji's communication, turned around and called the Empress again. It's me. Smelly child. The Empress' voice was also a little tired. I heard you beat Redhead to death. Empress. Chapter 59. While West Blue was still in the daytime, it was still in the dark night before dawn in the Interception Sea area of the Sea of Paradise. The frozen sea area of Marine Admiral Aokiji has already become fragmented due to the long melee. The pirate ship Perfume Snake is slowly returning to its voyage. In its poop. Large bathroom. The Empress leaned naked by the side of the bath, her white arms stretched out from the warm water covered with roses. She grabbed the receiver of a phone bug, and listened to the voice from the opposite side with a confused face. I heard you beat Redhead to death. What kind of rumor is this? The Queen's voice was slightly tired. The third sister on the side, Marigold, brought a glass of juice. My lord, juice. The Empress took a sip, and heard the person on the other side say, don't you hate celestial dragons? If it was you, you would definitely kill them if you had the chance. Pfft. Cough cough. The Empress choked on her mouth, frowned and said, smelly child, what do you know? I just happen to know a little bit. So, what do you know? You want to know that much? Then you said it. I won't tell you. The Empress' eyebrows trembled. If this guy was in front of her, she would really like to give him a kiss gun. Marigold on the side had weird eyes, and it was rare to see my elder sister have such big mood swings. That stinky kid is really good, he can make his elder sister angry, and she wants to say something amazing before she turns into a stone. I'm not talking on the phone with you, tell me what happened. The phone bug opened his mouth again. Hearing this, the Empress raised the corners of her mouth slightly, snorted, and said word by word, I won't tell you either. On the other side, West Blue is empty. Luo Ze sat on Kui Long's back, looking at the receiver with disgust on his face. Children, are you still playing with this? He just didn't want to irritate the Empress, and he didn't talk about the Empress' unbearable past. This was the tenderness from the elders. It's a pity that the other party didn't appreciate it. I have good news for you. During the recent period, remember to pay more attention to the newspapers. 063. Newspaper. The Holy Land Marie-Joyce is going to be bombed soon, and maybe kill a few celestial dragons, or a 5 elders or 2. Sure enough, the Empress was interested, and her voice changed. What are you planning? Are you using your green dragon to blow up the world government? As he spoke, his tone was a little high. Sounds very interesting. So, tell me what's going on over there with the Redhead. Seeing that you care so much, let me tell you. Then, she briefly told what happened after he left. After listening, Luo Ze was a little surprised. As a result, the mission did fail. 1 Admiral, 6 Shishibukai's interception, still let the red-haired Shanks run in the end. But it's not all failure. Only 3 people escaped. Captain Shanks, Chef Lackey Road, and Navigator Bendick Snake. Everyone else was arrested. Including the deputy captain, Ben Beckman. It can be said that after World War I, the Red Hair pirates were almost wiped out. Knowing this result, Luo Ze felt unreasonable. The red-haired Shanks who is the target of the mission, how could he escape? Aokiji told me that he was able to escape because of you. It was your good deed. Luo Ze decisively sold Aokiji. The Empress held the hands of the receiver, and unconsciously exerted a little force, almost crushing the thing. She gritted her teeth. In the beginning, that celestial dragons was indeed cornered, and my concubine kicked him and broke his knife, but then, he learned a new ability in a death battle. New abilities. In order to protect others from evacuating, he wanted to stop 6 Shishibukai by himself, and learned Conqueror's Winding in the desperate situation. The Queen's tone was very unhappy. I feel annoyed that I failed to kill a celestial dragons, after all, such opportunities are rare. When Luo Ze heard this, he was stunned. Worthy of being a redhead, 4 emperors 6 years later, this situation can still improve. Unexpected, a little, CFCD, but not very unexpected. As the only one of the first generation of 4 emperors who has no fruit ability, the redhead is best at haki. In the future, his conquerors can even be said to be at the ceiling level of this world. Just like that. Luo Ze shook his head and said, just like that, why did the pheasant say it was all because of you? That's because. The Empress was at a loss for words, and finally said after a while, after the concubine broke his sword and lost his weapon, he actually learned to turn his conquerors into a sword. In order to fight against the ability of my concubine, he has grown rapidly in the battle. It's really abominable. Lying in the bath, the Empress bit her thumb and said in a complaining tone. Luo Ze nodded knowingly. The knife is broken? It was kicked by sweet fruit. The Redhead without a weapon can't stop the petrification power of the sweet fruit. The external environment forces him to grow his conquerors. As expected of you, Boya Hancock, if you have the opportunity, please also learn from me. I also want to learn conquerors winding, teacher Empress. Luo Ze could already imagine what happened specifically. I couldn't help but make a joke, and then hung up the communication. This guy. The Empress was so angry that she crushed the receiver. My lord, there's no need to get angry with that brat. Marigold comforted with a wry smile. As he spoke, he cursed in his heart. Knowing that this will happen, but still answering other people's communications, my sis is really uneducated. Forgot to ask the most important thing. Luo Ze cut off the phone bug's thoughts, and then remembered the key question. What about Nika fruit? It should have been taken away, after all no one was caught. Behind him, Robin, who was forced to eavesdrop, thought to himself, Boya Hancock? Aokiji. One is the most beautiful pirate empress in the world, one of the Shishibukai, which she saw in the newspaper. As for the other, that is someone I met when I was very young. A few hours later, Allegia. When the two got off Kui Long's back and stepped into the castle, a system prompt came from their minds. A new dancer has joined. At this time, new songs should be extracted from the music library to celebrate the increase of companions. Long lost reminder. Luo Ze immediately started the lottery. Congratulations on getting the score Backlight. This is the song Yuta sang. Luo Ze had a delicate expression. This is a very emotional song, the whole song is full of anger, expressed in a thick voice, angry. At the same time, this song is also called Tuan Mimi Divine Comedy. When Yuta sang this song in the movie, Tuan Mi was an understatement for Straw Hat Crew. Suddenly picked up this song, Luo Ze's expression is very subtle. Because not long ago, the red hair pirates were almost wiped out by the group. Diva Training Task. Professor Yuta sings Backlight, and when the singing score reaches 60 points, a random devil fruit, Logia, will be rewarded. Sure enough, a new task appeared. And the rewards are also very attractive. Logia's devil fruit is a rare species in this world. Today's marine 3 admirals are frozen fruit, lava fruit, and sparkling fruit. It's all Logia. Just don't have a Maramara fruit. Thinking of this, Luo Ze walked into the castle, and saw the busy maids head on, and saluted him one after another. His Majesty. Where's Yuta? Miss Yuta is in the dance studio. Luo Ze nodded, greeted Robin, and said, come with me. Robin surveyed his surroundings, secretly surprised. So the boy is the king? Looking at the back of the other party, her eyes flickered, and on the way back, the two chatted a little. The other party wanted her to join a dance troupe, to learn to dance. Correspondingly, she will also be sheltered. While thinking, the two came to the door of the dance studio. There was still the sign during class, men are not allowed to enter hanging in front of the door. Luo Ze naturally ignored it and pushed the door open. The girls who were practicing dancing stopped one after another and cast their gazes. Z's, you are finally back. A happy expression appeared on Yuta's face. Broker, welcome back. Luo Ze, is it fun? Tell me, I'm super interested. Master Luo Ze. Mr. Luo Ze. A group of girls, big and small, greeted him one after another, and they were used to him running to the dance studio if he had nothing to do. Come in. Luo Ze said something to Robin, then closed the door of the dance studio, and said to the girls, "Let me introduce to you, this is a new member of the dance troupe. Hello, my name is Nico Robin, I'm 18 years old." Robin looked curiously at the girls in the room. There is something subtle in my heart. This Shishibukai has a wide range of hobbies, from childhood to adulthood, each with its own merits. I don't know what he wants to do to cultivate a dance troupe. Robin, welcome to Allegia. Yuta ran over in small steps, first greeted the new members, and then stared at Luo Ze with burning eyes. Ze. Looking at her expression, Luo Ze knew what she wanted to say. Shanks ran, government action failed. Touching the little girl's head, he said with a smile, "This trip, I just got a little inspiration and wrote a new song. I will teach you later." As soon as he heard that his father was fine, Yuta breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Luo Ze with admiration and said, "Are you writing a new song again? You are awesome, Z's go and write it down." Luo Ze nodded, turned to Robin and said, "You should get to know everyone first, I will write a song and hold a welcome party tonight." Yes. Robin has no objection, she is indeed quite curious about this group, all the girls are so beautiful. After leaving the dance studio, Luo Ze went straight to the music room. The song Backlight is very difficult to sing, and it puts a lot of burden on the voice. I don't know if Yuta can sing to 60 points. While he was writing the song silently, a group of girls in the dance room welcomed Robin. "Miss Robin, was it forcibly captured by the manager? Where are you from? West Blue?" Luo Ze ran so far away, damn it, he didn't take me with him. "Sister is so beautiful, no wonder Z's brought you back." Robin smiled at the enthusiasm of the girls. As a woman who has been fleeing since she was 8 years old and has been living in a dark world, 10 years of hard work has given her the excellent ability to perceive words and emotions. She discovered that the group of women was headed by a little girl named Yuta. The two teachers in the dance troupe have outstanding temperament, maybe they are aristocrats. The tall woman named Yamato didn't look very smart, but she was the most enthusiastic, and she kept asking about some outside things around her. A very beautiful woman named Kojiki Hiri mentioned Luo Ze's. When you name them, there will always be a strange look in your eyes. And Runty, Rebecca. She quickly knew everyone's names. "I come from a place called O'Hara." During the conversation, Robin told her story. She didn't know why she said it naturally, maybe everyone was too warm and sincerely welcomed her. Of course, the more important thing is that Luo Ze already knew about this matter, and she has no need to hide it. Night. A welcome party was held in the restaurant. Luo Ze taught Yuta the song, which is really difficult to sing. With the guidance and help of Gordon and Brooke, Yuta sang more than 10 times in a row, even his throat was almost dry, and the singing score finally reached 60 points. "My anger. Let's beat those villains away now. That is the punishment of love. I can't sleep at night, I can't sleep at night, I can't sleep. I am no longer sad, no longer sad. So, my anger. Kick those villains away now." Mission completed. Congratulations on getting Logia Devil Fruit. Chapter 60. The welcome party to welcome Robin eventually turned into a concert for everyone. The bustle and bustle lasted until late at night. Even teachers Violet and Scarlet ran to the stage to perform dances. After the show, Luo Ze went to take a shower. Soaking in the bathtub, he took out the mission reward for this time. Logia Yuya Fruit. Ocean Blue, the fruit shape of raindrops, the fruit stalks are divided into 6 branches, and the ends of the hanging branches are also 6 small raindrops. If it's not Maramara fruit, it's a success. Playing with the fruit in his hand, Luo Ze pondered whether to eat it by himself. It's a Logia after all, a rare thing. But the most suitable for him is actually not Logia, but Zoan, preferably a phantom beast. All his current abilities, swordsmanship, Sharingan, and Zanpakuto, all three abilities rely on physical strength to activate. An eating phantom beast species can bring him a very strong physique. Therefore, this Logia fruit has an improvement for him, but the improvement is not the greatest. The task of the next stage is. Luo Ze turned on the system and took a look. Sure enough, as he expected, there is still a follow-up. If Backlight reaches 80 points, the reward will be a random devil fruit, Zoan Demon species. Or wait for the next one. When the Yuya fruit was collected into the Kamui space, Luo Ze wondered who could eat this thing. Thinking about it carefully, the people in the castle are basically capable people. The new robin is Paramecia flower fruit. Yamato is the form of Zoan, dog fruit, phantom beast species, big mouth true god. Yuta is Paramecia song fruit. Run is Zoan dragon fruit ancient species Pachycephalosaurus form. Violet is Paramecia goggle fruit. Brook is the fruit of Paramecia huangchuan. Peggywan is the form of Zoan dragon fruit ancient species spineback dragon. After careful calculation, only Kojiki Hiri, Scarlet, Rebecca, and Gordon are left, who are not capable users. None of them fit. Luo Ze shook his head, thinking of another person, Nami, who is still in East Blue. Grandmaster Meteorology, a woman with superb navigating talent, is more suitable for Yu-Gi-Oh! When will Arlong get out of prison? Deal with this guy first, and then bring him back. Uncle Shu, I am so considerate. You have not come yet, and the fruits are all ready for you. Luo Ze sighed in his heart. While Luo Ze was taking a leisurely bath, on the other side, the warship returning. The Shishibukai have all left, and only Jinbei remains. At this time, in the cell inside the warship, many members of the Red Hair Pirates were put in sea stone shackles and imprisoned. Is this ship going to the deep sea prison? Outside the cell, Jinbei said to Aokiji, I'm going to meet Arlong. I won't be there until at least a week later. As for whether I can see you, I still have to agree with the superiors. Aokiji looked at Beckman in the cell, and said lazily, should you have it? Beckman, who was covered in injuries, raised his head slightly and did not speak, as did the others. The red-haired life card. Aokiji continued, the three people who were run away can be anyone, just hand over their life cards, and the higher authorities may be lenient and give you freedom. Va! Yasop bawled, who would betray your companions? Stop looking down on people, Minister Marine. Beckman shook his head, nothing like that. Aokiji scratched his curly hair, with a helpless face, they ran into the comm belt, and the red hair hit me again, maybe they will be eaten by hordes of sea kings. You gave the life card, at least let if we catch it, we can survive. No one paid him any attention. That's it, I understand. Aokiji didn't force it either. This has all been ran away, how should I report to the above? Thinking of this, he turned and left the cell. He took out the phone bug and dialed the number of his superior while walking. There are two things that need to be reported. Rund. Naval Headquarters, Marshal's Office, Sengoku frowned, are you kidding? 1 Admiral, 7 Shishibukai, can this also be run away? It's a bit of a deep reason. Compared to this, the phone bug opened his mouth and began to change the subject, about the Dragon Master Luo Ze. Sengoku's pupils constricted when he heard about Karakura. Are you sure it's an ancient weapon? Whoever sees that kind of thing thinks it's Uranus. Kaido came to make trouble and was driven away by him. This kind of ambiguous answer. Aokiji. I'm the one reporting to the top. Sengoku's face darkened. Looking at the receiver in his hand, he was speechless for a long time. How to report to above? After a while, a sailor came to the door and reported, Marshal, Just now the communications department received a photo from Aokiji Admiral. Photo? Here. Sengoku got the photo, and when he saw it, he was shocked. In the dark sky, there are two dragons, one in front and one behind. The one running in front is obviously Kaido, as for the green dragon behind. Ask for flowers. Uranus. Ancient weapon. The power to destroy the world. In Sengoku's head, these three words popped out instantly. He understood Aokiji's words right away. No matter who it is, the first thing that comes to mind is Uranus. No wonder the five elders are treating that brat, it seems the government knows about it. Thinking of this, Sengoku immediately picked up the phone bug and reported the situation to the world government. The information about the mission to kill the red hair pirates was passed up layer by layer, and finally reached the ears of the five elders. Marie Joyce, Pangu City, among the powers. Five old men representing the supreme power of celestial dragons are sitting on three sofas. Everyone's expression is not very good. The blonde five elders put his hand to his forehead and hung up on Sengoku. We intercepted the whereabouts of the red hair in advance and paid close attention to their course. The formation of Shishibukai was completed in the shortest time through various means. There was even a marine admiral dispatched just in case things went wrong. Even so. Or was it run away? Hearing what he said, Goatee five elders sighed, that fruit, with its own will, seems to be hiding from our world government. This kind of killer lineup went out, but it still failed. Failure to catch the redheads is a failure, and it is useless to catch those cotters, they are nothing more than being sent to the deep-sea prison, with a few more mouths to eat. To prevent accidents, they didn't even tell Marine about the Nica fruit. Even Aokiji who went to the front line didn't know. The person in charge of recycling is hiding in the dark. Compared to this, the matter of cracking Karakura. Five elders, who was holding a knife, said in a low voice. As soon as these words came out, everyone immediately looked at each other in blank dismay. After a while, someone from the group spoke. The power that can easily defeat Kaido is definitely an ancient weapon. Is Uranus of this generation in the form of a dragon? No, not necessarily. What kind of attitude should we adopt? Dragon controller Luo Ze, what kind of relationship does this guy have with Karakura? This is no longer something we can discuss. Now that the matter is up to now, we can only report to that adult. After a moment of silence, Tianren got up. Soon after, the five old men came to the depths of Pangu City and stood outside a room filled with the fragrance of birds and flowers. Kikai knelt down. Master there is an important event that needs to be reported to you. 1. Chapter 61. Master there is a very important situation that needs to be reported to you. After the voice was transmitted, after waiting for half a minute, the door in front of the five people slowly opened. The sun is shining brightly inside the door, just like another world. Birds singing and flowers fragrant, a slender figure stands among the flowers, and butterflies dance around him/her. On the side face slightly leaning towards the door, there is a red pupil with two thin circles around it. What's up? Her body and voice are cold, without any emotional fluctuations, like a woman. She wears a crown with four towering spikes and a long, floor-length cloak. The thing is, some time ago, we asked Aokiji to recruit the pirate queen Boya Hancock. Five elders lowered their heads. Among them, the old man with the mustache, from the very beginning, told about Luo Ze every day. Starting from the Empress, the other party proposed to become Shishibukai, which then triggered the Black Sky incident in New World, and then 457 in the Red-Haired Arrest Operation. In order to prevent Kaido from making trouble, Karakura was summoned to appear. We believe that he has the ability to control the dragon to a certain extent, and the dragon will not attack him. In terms of destructive power, this is completely comparable to ancient weapon. I dare not say that Karakura must be Uranus. This is just their guesswork, After listening to it, didn't fluctuate much, as if he just heard a short story. She stretched out his finger, and a butterfly flew to the fingertip immediately. Photo. After a long time, only 2 words came to my ears. The knife-wielding 5 elders in a white priestly robe immediately took out 2 photos from his pocket. One is a photo published by newspapers when Luo Ze became Shichibukai, with Kui Long on it. The other is a photo taken by the sailors below when Karakura chased Kaido during the red-haired capture operation. Holding the knife, 5 elders still bowed his head and presented it with both hands. I'm just beckoned, and the 2 photos were swept up by the breeze, flying in the air, and slowly fell into his/her hands. He looked down quietly. Child. A doubt flashed in the red pupils. Then there is the second picture, a picture of Karakura. Not Uranus. A calm voice reached the 5 elders' ears. But it's a threat. I'm very clear about the 3 ancient weapons, exactly what they are. The previous generation Poseidon was the mermaid princess. Pluton is a black warship, currently unknown where it is hidden. Fe. Isn't it ancient weapon? The 5 elders were all stunned. They all agreed that it was very likely that it was Uranus, but they didn't dare to doubt what I'm said. Excuse me, what to do with this? Asked the blonde 5 elders. I'm staring at Luo Ze's photo, there is more interest in his eyes. This kid has a red and white ball in his hand. Yes. According to Marine's report, that thing is suspected to be a product of technology. It can accommodate his dragon, the one called Kui Long. The kid needs money. Yes, the specific reason is unknown. Get someone to contact him. How much does this kind of red and white ball cost before he is willing to sell it? I'm said calmly. As for Karakura, maybe it's an awakened phantom beast. An unknown devil fruit? Find a way to get a drop of its blood. She is not sure about this either. A mysterious existence that has never been seen before and has never appeared in history. But the birth conditions of devil fruit determine that such a thing may indeed be born. Understood. The old man with white curly hair and 5 elders immediately nodded and said, then, what attitude should we adopt towards Luo Ze himself? Even if it's not Uranus. At this point, I'm paused. If the information is true, there is no problem calling it a new generation of Uranus. This is true. 5 elders nodded secretly. The name and title are not important, what is important is that that thing does have the power to destroy the world. I only heard him continue to say, find a way to win over him. Power, status, wealth, women always have what he wants. Go and collect all the information about this child. With these words, the gate between the flowers slowly closed. The world of birdsong and flowers disappeared in front of the 5 elders. After kneeling for a few more minutes and confirming that there were no new orders, the 5 elders got up one after another and returned by the way they had come. Win him. What do you want? Send someone to contact him first. The problem is, I don't know exactly where the child is. CP0 has not found any clues until now, his actions are all dependent on that fast dragon, and it is very difficult to find his base camp. All the way back to the room of power, the 5 elders were talking with each other, and there was no good way for a while. The only thing I know is that the other party is very short of money, and it costs 100 million Baileys to ask a question. Before sending people from CP0 to bring 1 billion to naval headquarters to find him, they ran away in a fast dragon. Use phone bugs to contact and trace the source of thought waves. Someone suggested. This can indeed find the position of the other party, but if it is detected, it will lead to bad results. The old man with the goatee shook his head. Lord Im's order is to win over, not to make enemies. Although it is indeed possible to do this, and it is indeed possible to find the position of the other party. But the consequences are unpredictable. After all, no one likes to be eavesdropped. Let Sengoku figure it out. After a while, the 5 people unanimously approved this method. The next day, a piece of news once again aroused the attention of the whole world. Red Hair Pirates down. The world's largest news agency, the World Economic News Agency, got the news from someone and published the relevant content immediately. Allegia. Yuta, who gets up early, likes to run and keep fit, which is also required by the dance teacher. When passing through the forest outside the castle, I happened to see Luo Ze and the others practicing. She walked over and found several people gathered together, reading newspapers. Only 3 people escaped. Brooke asked in surprise, Mr. Luo Ze, is this true? Why only 3 people ran? Yuta came over curious. She leaned her little head over and saw the contents of the newspaper, and was stunned for a moment. Beckman, have they been caught? Luo Ze glanced at her, nodded and said, I will be sent to the deep-sea prison, and I will eat prison meals for a period of time. Since the red hair ran away, sooner or later he would save those subordinates. From what he knew about redheads, it was 100% likely to happen. However, that place is known as the world's first prison, and only one person escaped from it in history. Whether the red hair can successfully rob the prison, Luo Ze believes that the possibility of success is very small with only those 3 people. Z's. Yuta looked at Luo Ze with watery eyes, can you take me to meet them? You want to see them? Luo Ze gave the little girl 4.8 an unexpected look, it's no problem to take you to meet them, but are you sure you want to see them? With Shishibukai's power, it's not a big problem to meet a few prisoners. He just thought that if he saw this little girl, she might be in a worse mood. Please, Z's, you must have a solution, right? Yuta held Luo Ze's hand and began to act coquettishly. All right. Luo Ze nodded. Z's, you are awesome. Yuta jumped up happily, hugged Luo Ze's neck, and happily kissed her on the cheek. Yo ho 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 ho, it's such a good relationship. Brooke laughed teasingly. Luo Ze touched the drool on his face, and hugged Yuta who was hanging on his body, I will practice singing harder when I come back. Yes, Master Manager. Luo Ze touched Yuta's head, as if raising a daughter. Just thinking about it, a maid came over with a phone bug in her hand. Your Majesty, Naval Headquarters Liaison. Chapter 62. Naval Headquarters? After taking the receiver, Luo Ze asked, who is that? It's me, Sengoku. Is there something wrong? While speaking, Luo Ze signaled others to continue with his eyes, and he walked slowly towards the castle with the phone bug in his hand. Aokiji reported to me about the mission, and I have some doubts about Karakura, and I want to ask you. Is this a thing, as expected? Since Luo Ze called out Karakura at that time, he didn't intend to hide. I didn't intend to hide it at first, I just wanted to earn some extra money from the government by the way. One question, 100 million. Can. Sengoku agreed very simply. Luo Ze raised his eyebrows, and then said, it just so happens that I have something to ask you, Marine. Where are the red-haired people who were caught? It will be sent to the deep-sea prison in a week. Prisoners of their level will enter the 5th, 25th, and 6th floors. I want to meet this group of people. Okay. Naval Headquarters, Sengoku sitting behind his desk, froze for a moment, then frowned slightly. What do you want to do? Don't mess around. I'm not trying to rob a prison. After a pause, Luo Ze said disdainfully, besides, if you really want to rob the prison, can you stop it? Sengoku. Although very arrogant, but the words are correct. That cracked head Karakura does have this kind of power, let alone just robbing a prison, he can do it by erasing that big prison. Remembering 5 elders' instructions, let him win over this kid. Sengoku immediately nodded and said, okay, when the prisoner arrives, I will notify the following arrangements. I appreciate your wisdom. Luo Ze applauded. With a big killer in hand, the world government also has to bow its head. At least at this stage, the world government is also afraid of his reckless behavior. Even if he says he wants to quit Shishibukai now, this group of people might have to beg him to stay. Facing this brat, Sengoku felt powerless. Then, when the time comes, please come to the headquarters and talk about the issue of cracking Karakura. Not now. What is there to ask now? People are not in person, and there is no way to judge whether you are lying or not. Sengoku secretly thought, although the fee for the inquiry is the money given by the world government, and the marine does not need to contribute. But one problem is 100 million, and the price is ridiculously expensive. Naturally, make sure that the money is not wasted. The two briefly said a few words and ended the call. A week later? Just put Kaido in motion at that time. Thinking of this, Luo Ze immediately called Kuai-long, took it, and flew to Wano Kuni. Wano Kuni, the Sheng of Wei. Inside the skeleton castle, Qin, one of the three plagues, is operating on Kaido. He took Kaido's broken leg and connected it with a mechanical prosthesis. Master Kaido, the strength of this mechanical prosthesis is much stronger than ordinary steel, but it is incomparable to your original leg. Although it is a mechanical prosthesis, it is invisible in appearance and is almost exactly the same as the original leg. It's not that he doesn't want to have his original leg back, but Kaido's body strength is too high for surgery. It doesn't matter. Kaido took the wine jar and took a sip. I'm going to attack Marie Joyce later, without a leg, hey. Just as he was speaking, the space in the laboratory suddenly distorted. Afterwards, Luo Ze appeared directly in front of the two of them. Seeing that Kaido's leg recovered, Luo Ze looked at Qin beside him, and couldn't help but said, "It's amazing, can you still give this guy a prosthetic leg? You are a reformer, Qin." Shishibukai. Luo Ze. Qin's complexion changed drastically, and the cigar in his mouth fell to the ground in fright. This is a murderous person, even Master Kaido's legs were broken by this kid. Following this guy has no future, why not come to my side, I like scientists. Luo Ze poached people in front of Kaido. Kaido snorted coldly and said, "What are you doing here? Remind you not to forget the promise. In 3 days, I will act, and I will prepare something." Kaido spoke unhappily, but there was a sword of Damocles hanging above his head, and he had to go if he didn't want to. In order to come back after going, he needs to prepare. Even if you are caught, you have to arrange a way to escape. You can prepare whatever you want, if you do a good job and kill the 5 elders, I will rescue you myself. Luo Ze drew a big pie for someone, and said, "But the time of action is 7 days later, and I will notify you when the time comes." What? Kaido frowned, what are you going to do? He used to think that he was crazy enough. But compared with this stinky brat, it really pales in comparison. Although he was a little angry and threatened by others, he had to admire this BD. Luo Ze smiled, "You don't need to know, just follow my instructions in Act 220. After this incident, the previous grievances will be wiped out." As he spoke, he raised his hand to erase his own existence, and slowly escaped into the Kamui space. "Qin, you can seriously think about it, maybe in a few days, your captain will be finished." After speaking, the person disappeared completely. This ability to come and go without a trace shocked Qin very much. He sneaked into this kind of place, but he didn't find anything, this kid. Qin glanced at Kaido, and said, "Master Kaido, do you really want to listen to this guy?" Kaido snorted coldly, "What if he doesn't go? If you don't go, there will be a dragon above your head to find fault on the spot." Kaido is completely convinced by Karakura. They are both dragons, but the difference in strength between them is too great. It was like the gap between him and Qin, 1 level behind. Thinking of this, Kaido said decisively, "Let Jack go to Cake Island. Take my letter and hand it to Big Mom." Hearing this, Qin was shocked. R2, 4 emperors going to join forces? Is this the escape route arranged by Master Kaido? This kind of thing must be done secretly, otherwise it will be known by the outside world, and it will definitely be a worldwide earthquake. This is the meeting of 2 pirate emperors. Chapter 63. The sea areas ruled by the 3 pirate emperors in New World do not border each other. Since the death of One Piece Gold Roger, after 12 years of disputes, each other's territory has roughly been demarcated. Among them, the Big Mom pirate group is based on Cake Island. The shape is like a layered cake, and the whole island is filled with the fragrance of cream. With the cake list as the core, there are 34 islands dotted around the surrounding area, which are governed by 34 ministers of the Kong Lot family. This huge sea area is collectively called Tato Land, that is, all nations. It is considered to be an extremely powerful country, and the queen of the country, the patriarch of the Charlotte family, Charlotte Linlin, is one of the 3 current pirate emperors. At this time, near Tato Land sea area, the sky is dark and rainstorms are approaching. A pirate ship without any pirate flag is heading towards 10,000 kingdoms. On the deck, a pirate wearing a devil's horn ornament stared at the picture in the binoculars and said, "Captain Jack, a ship is found ahead." "Ah? Are you here to greet me?" The man called Jack is tall and big, with 10 long golden ponytails tied on both sides. There are 2 long ivory decorations on the head and shoulders respectively. One of the big boards of Beast's pirates, the fire disaster Jack among the 3 disasters. "I'm afraid it's not. When I came here before, I was spotted by Big Mom's reconnaissance ship." The pirate said, and let out an exclamation, "Captain Jack, there is a person standing on the bow of that ship. Yes, it is Big Mom's desert General Star, the second son of the Charlotte family, the supreme masterpiece, Charlotte Katakuri." He hurriedly put down the binoculars, turned around and said, "Do you want to make a semaphore with them? If you rush in rashly, there might be a conflict." Jack took a few steps forward and snorted, "Who do you think I am? It's not Big Mom, pull the boat over." Pirate subordinate. The other side. Cake Castle in Cake Island. There is a festive atmosphere here. Charlotte Linlin, the queen of all nations, finally gave birth to her 43rd and 80th child on this day. Charlotte Velo. In 1472, 38 years ago, Charlotte Linlin gave birth to her first eldest son, Charlotte Perospero. In the past 38 years, she has been in a cycle of pregnancy, childbirth and continued pregnancy every year, constantly marrying different men, and then giving birth to children. Back and forth, counting the son born today, she already has 43 boys and 37 girls. Note. At this time, in the delivery room, Charlotte Linlin, who gave birth to the baby, handed over the baby Vero to the nurse on the side. As a father man, with tears in his eyes, when he wants to see his child. Charlotte Linlin, who had lost weight after giving birth, coldly ordered the people beside her, "Throw this person out, he is useless." "Yes, Mom." It was Charlotte Perospero who responded to her. Candy minister among the 34 ministers. A middle-aged man with a slender figure, a long tongue sticking out, and a pointed face with heavy makeup. "Kukukuku. Didn't you hear what Mom said? Get out of here quickly, you are useless." "No. At least let me take a look." "Linlin. The 39th husband," the man said in a pleading tone. "Abandoned man, stop stalking him, kukukuku." "Candy." Charlotte Perospero flicked the candy stick, and immediately shot out a column of red sugar liquid, binding the man's body and turning him into an inactive candy man. "Throw people out, into the forest of temptation." "Yes, Perospero." The 2 men quickly lifted the candy man and moved the 39th husband out. Mama. Today is a big day, are you ready for the tea party?" Charlotte Linlin grinned and made a unique voice. "Yes, Mom, it's ready, all the family members are on their way, hey. Sparrow was answering. At this time, puff puff. The phone bug rang. He picked up the receiver, and after a while, he said to Charlotte Linlin, Mom, Kaido's subordinate, Jack, one of the 3 disasters, broke into our sea area and fought with Katakuri. Hey! Charlotte Linlin frowned, Kaido's people. Send someone for reinforcements. Leave it to Katakuri, let him bring the man back. After more than an hour. Among the queens of Cake City, Charlotte Linlin sat on the queen's throne and said in an oppressive tone, You are Jack? Kaido's big billboard? That guy is really outrageous. Are you going to start a war with my mother? Jack, who was severely beaten by Katakuri, stood in front of the Queen of all Kingdoms at this time, with the same attitude. I brought a letter from Lord Kaido. Letters? Love letters. Charlotte Linlin said in a mocking tone, Bring me a look. Sparrow on the side took the letter from Jack's hand and handed it to her. Charlotte Linlin opened the letter, and after reading it quickly, she was stunned. Is this guy crazy? Allegia. The king's bedchamber. Lying on the comfortable and soft bed, Luo Ze slowly fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, a body crawled in. For this kind of situation, Luo Ze has long been familiar with the road, and immediately reached out to catch it. Hey? No. The size is wrong. He opened his eyes and saw a pair of piercing eyes and a pair of red devil horns growing on the top of his head. Yamato. Luo Ze was speechless and choked. Why did he change to another person who got under the bed today? How did you come? Yamato blinked. I often come here day and night. I also want to see if there is anything interesting. Luo Ze. It might be fun in 2 years, but now, hey, it's also fun. How do you know? I know observation Haki, she ran over late at night a few days ago, and I felt it right away. Yamato said proudly, Luo Ze, Master Luo Ze, are you going to take Yuta out to play? We also need to be together. The color of knowledge, almost forgot about it. Yamato is the woman that all conquerors Haki has. As Kaido's daughter, she is extremely talented. I'm going crazy. Yamato said in a pleading tone, it's interesting to go to class every day and practice dancing, but I want to go outside and have a look. Please, Lord Luo Ze. I don't know who I learned from, but I can use a little coquettish tone. Who did you learn from? Hiri told me. Yamato would not hide it at all, and betrayed Kojiki Hiri very frankly. She is not feeling well recently, and she heard that I want to go out to play, so just tell me as long as I ask you like this, you will definitely agree. Promise me? Please. I'm not feeling well, my relatives are here. Luo Ze made a calculation and the time coincided. Immediately joked, do you know why Raihi ran to my place every day? What's the fun? I teach you. Luo Ze immediately pulled up the quilt, buried his head and disappeared into USC Chen. After a few days, Luo Ze received a notification from Sengoku that the prisoner had been sent to the deep sea prison. Immediately, he walked into the dance room and knocked on the door, attracting the attention of all the girls. Yuta, get ready and go. Is it okay? Yuta happily ran over and said, wait a minute, I'll take a shower and change clothes. Then he ran out excitedly. Lord Luo Ze. Yamato looked at him with a faint look. You too. Luo Ze nodded helplessly, get ready, don't run around in dance clothes. Go take a shower. Awesome. Finally able to hang out. Yamato was as excited as a 16-year-old girl, and rushed out like the wind. Kojiki Hiri covered her mouth and smiled lightly. She also wanted to go out a little bit, but Naihi was in poor health. Rebecca wanted to go together, little big brother, I want to go too. Next time, Rebecca, next time for sure. Luo Ze waved his hand, signaling to the girls to continue, you guys continue to dance, we will be back soon. After finishing speaking, he walked out of the dance studio and closed the door behind him. After waiting for more than half an hour, the two girls, one big and one small, finally finished their bath and changed into their daily clothes. Luo Ze led people outside the castle and whistled for Kuai Long. Looking at the Kuai Long, which is only 2.5 meters tall, Luo Ze fell into deep thought. Can I sit down? How about you go to the Kamui space? Luo Ze asked back. No. Yuta shook his head. I want to take the fast dragon. Come on, let's go. Yamato was the first to sit on it excitedly. Seeing this, Luo Ze had no choice but to give it another meal later. So, he sat in the middle, Yuta sat in his arms, Yamato sat at the end, and the three crowded together. Needless to say, although it was a bit crowded, it was not that crowded. With 3 people, Kuai Long didn't feel heavy, and quickly flew up, heading towards naval headquarters. Wow! Flying! We are flying! Yamato, who was riding a fast dragon for the first time, was restless every day. She half-kneeled on Kuai Long's back, holding Luo Ze's shoulders with both hands, dangling excitedly. Don't move around, no one will save you when you fall, and there is the sea below. As soon as Luo Ze finished speaking, Yamato lost his grip and fell directly from Kuai Long. Ah, help, Roran. 1. Without needing Luo Ze's instructions, Kuai Long quickly made a corner and picked him up steadily. It turned its head and looked at Yamato with a pair of cute big eyes, feeling helpless. Ha ha ha, don't make trouble, Yamato. Yuta smiled and narrowed his eyes into crescent moons, and moved accordingly. It's dangerous to fall, let's sing. That's right, Yamato let out a long breath, finally calmed down for a while, and then put all the weight of his upper body on Luo Ze, then let's sing, I also learned Yuchen. Immediately, the two began to sing one sentence at a time. A Pokémon song, Li Hao, who yearns for adventure is catchy. Luo Ze. Very noisy. Luo Ze, who was caught in the middle, only felt that the world was very noisy. In this noisy atmosphere, we arrived at Impel Down in the evening. As one of the 3 major structures of the world government, this so-called iron-walled prison is surrounded by at least 30 large warships. As if to greet him, the Shishibukai. When they landed at the entrance of Impel Down, a serious middle-aged man wearing a marine justice cloak and a red suit walked up to them. Akainu. Luo Ze jumped down first, and then hugged Yuta down. As for Yamato, the girl is agile and does not need his help. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Akainu glanced at the 2 women, one big and one small, and his face twitched slightly. What kind of place does this BD think it is? Is this a tourist? Luo Ze smiled lightly and said, afraid that I will rob the prison? Why did you send a marine admiral here to wait for me? Hee. Akainu sneered, it's 2. Luo Ze was speechless for a moment. Very good at playing, Sengoku, how afraid of him robbing prison. Chapter 64. Marine Admiral, Marine's highest combat power. It is hard for any 4 emperors to win against 2 marine admirals at the same time. Whitebeard, who is considered the strongest man in the world today, in a one-on-one situation without outside interference, Luo Ze thinks that Whitebeard can win. But 1 against 2, it is impossible to win. Facing Luo Ze's request to visit the prison, Marine placed 2 admirals. It has to be said that this card is big enough. Whether it's 1 or 2, calm down, I'm not here to rob a prison. Luo Ze shook his head, and walked towards the gate of Impel Down first. Forget it, what's going on with these 2 people? Akainu said in a deep voice, this is not a tourist attraction. I didn't explain it in advance. He paused and turned to Yamato. The girl looked around curiously. If Yuta hadn't pulled her, she might have run to the warship. Luo Ze turned back and smiled, you can ask Sengoku for instructions now. Don't be so rigid, is there any difference between one person and three people? Staring at him for a moment, Akainu didn't say anything more. Come with me. Immediately lead the way ahead. Impel Down is divided into 7 floors, 1 floor above the sea and 6 floors under the sea. There are no prisoners on the first floor of the sea. The facilities here are mainly torture and baptism before entering prison, such as throwing prisoners into 100-degree water for disinfection. The prison is located on the 6th floor below the sea, and the lower you go, the stronger the prisoners are. Akainu led the way, and said as he walked, normal prison visit procedures, before entering the prison, you have to check your belongings. If you are capable, you need to wear sea stone shackles. This troublesome process is unnecessary. Luo Ze said casually. This time I was accompanied by another person, so I skipped this step. Akainu said sternly and scriptedly. After a simple exchange, a group of people came to a reception room. The 2 jailers guarding the door immediately saluted. Akainu Admiral. Akainu ignored it and pushed open the door. In the reception room, sitting are Aokiji and Jinbei. It looks like someone is here. Aokiji got up from the sofa and said to Jinbei, let's go. When he walked out the door, he saw the 3 of Luo Ze and said in surprise, cute little girl, is this your sister? The tone of an acquaintance. My name is Yuta. Yuta volunteered his name. La. Aokiji glanced at Yuta, and stared at Yamato for a few moments, thoughtfully. There are horns on the head, not decorations, and it looks pretty strong. Made him think of Kaido. In short, start quickly and finish quickly. I've been a little too busy recently, and I need to take a vacation. Aokiji said lazily. The 2 admirals sandwiched Luo Ze's group from left to right, and headed towards the elevator. The screams of the prisoners could be heard in the distance, and the shrill voice made Yuta shudder. The little girl was so frightened that she grabbed Luo Ze's arm and followed closely. Luo Ze pulled her and said to Aokiji at the same time, why are you, not far away? Well, to avoid suspicion. Aokiji glanced at Jinbei who was silent, and explained a little, you should know about the slave emancipation incident 3 years ago, right? In 1507, the Murloc adventurer Fisher Tiger climbed up the Red Line with bare hands, made a big disturbance in the holy place Marie Joyce, and liberated the slaves at that time. This person was the first person in history to make a big fuss about Marie Joyce, which caused a huge sensation at the time. Hearing this, Luo immediately understood. At this time, Jinbei took the initiative to say, Kizaru was in charge of this matter. He was still in Vice Admiral at the time, and he was in charge of handling this matter. After that, Big Brother Tiger created the Sun Pirates, and was seriously injured a few months ago because of this incident. Kizaru was promoted to Admiral. How did that monkey with the crooked mouth become Admiral? Luo Ze suddenly realized, that is to say, Kizaru became Admiral only a few months ago. Glancing at Jinbei, he secretly cursed in his heart. Arlong was also sent to prison by Kizaru, no wonder he didn't come, probably because he had a problem with Jinbei. Arlong is locked on the 4th floor. Aokiji changed the subject and said, go down the elevator and you can go directly to the 4th floor, where the Director Magellan will accompany you. Jinbei nodded and didn't say much. Compared with himself, Naval Headquarters is obviously more nervous about Luo Ze next to him. Soon, a group of people entered the elevator, and after arriving at the blazing hell on the 4th floor, Director Magellan was already waiting at the door. After the opponent took Jinbei away, the elevator continued to descend until it reached the 6th floor of Eternal Hell. Asking for flowers. After stepping out of the elevator, Akainu immediately warned, here, don't do unnecessary actions to cause misunderstanding. Hearing this, Luo Ze couldn't help laughing, then what if there is a misunderstanding? I will strike on the spot. Akainu said coldly, any one of the criminals locked here can destroy a country. Luo Ze didn't care about Akainu's attitude, that's how he stood, what position he stood and what he said was normal. He just sighed with some regret. Unfortunately, only 2 came. Okay? Akainu and Aokiji frowned at the same time. What does this mean? At the same time. Holy Land Marie Joyce. 0. It was evening in the deep sea prison, but it was already night here. Under the night, it is strictly guarded here. Because of the slave emancipation incident 3 years ago, for the safety of the celestial dragons, the security force of the Holy Land at night is several times that of the daytime. In some key places, it is not an exaggeration to call it 3 steps and 1 post, and it is not an exaggeration to call it 5 steps and 1 post. However, no one expected that the invasion came from the sky. In the depths of the night, behind the dark clouds, Kaido in the form of a green dragon restrained all his aura, trying to avoid being discovered as much as possible. A pair of huge Longan eyes looked coldly at the Holy Land below through the gap in the clouds. To be precise, it was looking at the Pangu city standing above the Holy Land. The brightly lit building at night, every ray of light it emits, behind it are slaves stepping hard on the generator. Other power generation methods can be used, but are not necessary. Human power generation is pure and pollution-free. As a holy place, the air here must be so clean that there is no trace of dust. 5 elders, at least one must be killed, otherwise, I will be killed by that guy. Kaido's eyes were cold, and the scorching flames were rapidly condensing in the opened dragon's mouth. You only get 1 chance. Hot interest. A beam of crimson light descended from the sky, piercing through the Pangu building in an instant. Chapter 65. The crimson light is like justice from heaven. The dragon's breath first reflected the clouds, and the glowing clouds caught the attention of the Holy Land guards. When people looked up, the scorching flame broke through the clouds, and in an instant, the fire illuminated the night of the Holy Land. The pupils of countless people shrank suddenly, and an unbelievable word popped out in their minds. Enemy attack. Before the siren could be sounded, Kaido's attack had already landed in Pangu City. This is Kaido's full blow, and he has only 1 chance to sneak attack, and he has no idea of letting go. The red light pierced through the top of Pangu City, piercing straight through the headquarters building of the world government. Falling from the middle, all the way deep into the red line, and then, due to the explosion. Boom! The deafening loud noise spread all over Marie Joyce at once. In the Big Bang, this ancient and magnificent building was instantly reduced to ruins. Many 153 people who worked at night didn't even have time to scream, and they didn't even know what happened. They died so simply that no bones were left behind. Thick smoke was billowing, blocking sight. Master 5 Elders. Near Pangu City, the soldiers in charge of guarding looked at the ruins garden. Everyone felt chills all over their bodies, subconsciously recalling the Fisher Tiger incident 3 years ago. That was the first time that the Holy Land was attacked by people. Afterwards, the celestial dragons were furious and executed an unknown number of people. But in the past 3 years, the attack happened again, and this time the target turned out to be Pangu City. Protect the 5 elders! A guard shouted and quickly ran towards the ruins in fear. At the same time, in the night, Kaido narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, is he dead? Until then, he dared to use observation haki to detect breath. Although the smoke and dust from the explosion blocked the line of sight, it couldn't stop the knowledgeable investigation. Can perceive a lot of breath, and have a lot of life. Unable to tell which one was the 5 elders, he opened his bloody mouth again without hesitation, and the red flames gathered again. Kaido of the Beasts. At this moment, a figure suddenly rushed up the clouds at an extremely fast speed. It was an old man with brown skin and mountain-shaped white hair. The former marshal. Kong. Kaido's complexion changed slightly, and there was no chance of a second shot, and he was found in an instant. Former Marine Marshal, now World Government Commander-in-Chief, Kong. UBD. Kong's eyelids were covered with shadows, he stepped on his right foot, and with the help of Kong, he immediately came to the top of Kaido's head, his clenched right fist was dyed in pitch black, and he punched out brazenly. Are you crazy? Boom! Kaido was punched until he vomited blood, and the head of the huge dragon body suddenly fell downward. With a bang, the huge green dragon landed in front of the ruins of Pangu City. It hurts. UBD! Kaido roared angrily, his body quickly shrank from the dragon form, and transformed into a dragon man form. In human beast form, he has both the dexterity of a human and the attack power of a beast. At this time, he stretched his arms and got up from the ground. When he took out the mace behind him with his right hand, there were already 7 or 8 people around. Kaido! You madman, want to declare war on the world government? Dare to attack Marie Joyce alone, what a crazy guy! Among these 7 or 8 people, there are 5 people wearing masks and white suits. They are the Shield of Celestial Dragons CP0 known as the strongest Cypher Paul. There are also generals of the army who wear the mantle of justice. Kaido's face darkened. At this time, Kong fell from the sky and landed in front of him. This kind of thing happened, don't think that you can leave alive. Kong stared at him coldly, suppressing his anger and said, Oh cluck. Faced with this situation, Kaido smiled instead, took off the flagon hanging from his waist with his left hand, raised his head and took a big gulp. Observation Haki is always paying attention to the surrounding situation, and when he senses that more and more people are gathering here, his body has long lost blood. At first, he was forced to act by that BD Shishibukai, but after actually doing it, he realized that this fact suits his appetite. The history of mankind is a history full of violence. In the age of heroes in terms of war, whoever holds the power will be able to play the banner of justice. You, and you, the 5 elders, celestial dragons, the powerful people who can indulge in happiness by virtue of their birth, only by dragging you into the cruel arena can you realize your true value. Crushing the hip flask in his hand, Kaido swung the mace, leaned it on his shoulder, and said to everyone with a grin, let the horses come here. Boom! Conqueror's Haki instantly swept everything around. This is the conquerors of the Kaido of the beasts. This is really, most people can't even get close. Totally insane. Kong's face was gloomy, and he shouted angrily, there is no morality to talk about with pirates, let's do it. The other side. The ruins of Pangu City. A piece of rubble from the wall was pushed away, and a bald old man covered in injuries stood up. He is the supreme authority in charge of the military. The white Taoist robe on his body has been stained with stains, and the supreme sharp knife in his hand is trembling because of the master's anger. Is anyone dead? He looked behind him, in a pile of rubble, the colleague in charge of the law was lying in a pool of blood. Half of the body was charred. At this time, 3 more 5 elders pushed away the gravel that was pressing on their bodies one after another, covering their heads one by one, and more or less suffered serious injuries. It's really dangerous. If Mathis didn't use Haki to block the frontal flames, it's hard to say what would happen to us. My eyes should be blind. It seems that I need to find someone to operate as soon as possible. Isn't that a little bit over the top, Kaido the damn BD? Except for the one who fell in a pool of blood and didn't know life or death. The other 4 stepped out of the ruins, heading towards Kaido with gloomy faces. The 5 elders holding the knife slowly pulled out the first generation ghost, with a cold tone. Everyone was young. It's been a long time since I hacked anyone. If I don't kill this lunatic, how can I explain to that lord? At the same time, Deep Sea Prison, IV6 Eternal Hell. Under the protection of Akainu and Aokiji, the 3 of Luo Ze came to a prison seat. Beckman. Yuta saw the acquaintance in the cell. Ben Beckman was chained to the wall. When he heard the familiar 3.2 sound, he looked up immediately. Yuta. Seeing this scene, he said in surprise, so this kid wants to see the prisoner. By the way, who is this little girl? Just thinking about it, the voice of the phone bug rang. It's Akainu's. Akainu frowned, and took out a small phone bug from the pocket of his suit, only about the size of his hand. Is this an emergency call? He connected to Nianbo, and in the next second, a hurried voice came from the opposite side. Akainu Admiral. The Holy Land of Marie Joyce has been attacked, and the city of Pangu has been turned into ruins. Please go to support now. As soon as these words came out, Yuan Yan's pupil shrank. The Holy Land was attacked? Aokiji on the side couldn't help being stunned for a moment. The incident 3 years ago repeated? No, Pangu city is in ruins, this time it's even worse. It seems that there was an accident. Luo Ze said with a faint smile, please go ahead and don't stay with me. Chapter 66. Pangu city was attacked and turned into ruins. Akainu's face was very ugly. This kind of big event of the collapse of the sky happened again after only 3 years. I see. Hanging up the communication calmly, the garden dog didn't even ask who the murderer was. He stared at Luo Ze without saying a word. The timing was too coincidental. 2 admirals accompanied this Shishibukai to visit the prison, and the holy place was immediately attacked. You know, this is Calm Belt. If you want to support Marie Joyce, you have to take a special warship and take a special triangle current to naval headquarters. After that, you can go to the Holy Land from naval headquarters. When he arrived, it was already several hours later. Facing Akainu's gaze, Luo Ze's face remained normal. Aren't you going? No need. Akainu said lightly, the holy place is guarded by people from the holy place, and my task is to ensure that there will be no commotion in the big prison. While the timing is coincidental, there is no proof. He just had a little doubt, but there was no way to bring this kind of doubt to the table. Luo Ze smiled, he liked the way Akainu looked at him with displeasure, but couldn't move his expression. Celestial dragons might die, really? Luo Ze said with concern. Aokiji said bluntly, let's put aside the matter of the Holy Land. Hurry up and end it, and you will be of great help. Celestial dragons will be very sad to hear what you say. I am different. I care about them very much. If you don't go, I will go by myself later. Luo Ze made a joke, then turned to look at Yuta. Yuta didn't care about their conversation at all, and kept talking to Beckman in the cell. Why? There is no reason. You go, getting involved with pirates is not a good thing. Beckman's tone was cold, although some things happened in the middle, it is true to abandon you, and the fate between us has also come to an end. That's it. After he finished speaking, he looked at Luo Ze with a certain meaning in his eyes. Yuta was depressed. Yamato patted her head to comfort her. Looks like the conversation is over. Akainu couldn't help frowning, distracted by the phone bug, and didn't hear the specific content, but it seems that this little girl is related to red hair pirates? Glancing at Luo Ze, he didn't say much, whether it matters or not is not important now. Let's go then, he urged. Luo Ze took Yuta's little hand and shook his head secretly. Are you really in a bad mood? In the original book, the red-haired gang abandoned her, but they didn't ask a single word for 12 years, and they really abandoned her. That is to say, after Yuta learned the truth from him, he still missed a little in his heart. It is now completely cut off. Let's go. Luo Ze pulled her back to the sea floor. At the exit, I just met Jinbei's group. Beside Jinbei, besides the director Magellan, there is also a Murloc wearing a prison uniform. That's Arlong, right? Luo Ze didn't act in a hurry, and waited for an opportunity to place an order. As a matter of urgency, let's go and see what Kaido's results are like. Immediately, he summoned the fast dragon, and after riding on it, he said to the 2 Akainu, thank you for your hard work, goodbye. Just as Akainu wanted to stop him, he had already flown away. You brat, did you forget something? Xiao xiao es. On the back of Kuai Long, sitting in Luo Ze's arms, Yuta said depressedly, Z's, they really don't want me anymore. I only have you. Not as heartbroken as when he was abandoned. Perhaps it was because these days, Luo Ze not only accompanied her, but also made many friends. Yamato said encouragingly, don't be sad Yuta, you still have us. Hiri and June really like you. Luo Ze was not surprised by this result. What's going on with the red hair pirates? Almost wiped out. For Yuta's safety, of course we have to disassociate ourselves from it. Beckman is in charge of the intelligence of the red-haired group, and has a rational judgment on the current situation. The next step will be a little dangerous, you go to the Kamui space first. Luo Ze put his 2 feet into the Kamui space, and then patted Kuai Long on the head, are you so? In bursts of sonic booms, Kuai Long rushed towards Marie Joyce at a speed exceeding Mach 2. Soon after, Holy Land, Marie Joyce. In the dark night, the flames of war pervade. The 4 old stars, Marine Admiral Kizaru, CP0, Kong Kong, and at least a dozen people are besieging Kaido. Facing this kind of lineup, Kaido retreated steadily, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. When Luo Ze arrived, this guy was already very tired. But the people who participated in the siege were not much better, except for Kizaru, all of them were injured. It's really lively. Is this some kind of banquet? Luo Ze stood on Kuai Long's head and asked leisurely. In the next moment, more than a dozen eyes all cast their gazes on him. T.S. Luo Ze. Shouldn't you be in a big prison? Friendly? Enemy? Everyone stopped fighting, and no one dared to act rashly before confirming whether the intruder was an enemy or a friend. Kaido supported his body with a mace, and his breathing seemed a little short. He also looked up at Luo Ze with a cold expression. I heard the news here, so I came here to support. Luo Ze smiled and said, Friendly army, I am friendly army. Allies? Kaido sneered in his heart, aren't you the mastermind behind the scenes, and you still have the face to show up? 007. He didn't expose the other party's true colors. In a sense, the two are now in a cooperative relationship. Of course, it was he who was cooperating. Luo Ze. The blonde old man among the 4 old stars said, I am very happy that you can come to support us, but please don't do unnecessary actions, it is best to leave now. 5 elders? 1 less. Luo Ze raised his eyebrows. Kaido snorted coldly, there will be a few less soon. For something like power, 5 people share it. Of course it is not as good as 4 people, or 3 people. Inferior provocation. The old man with the knife dismissed it. It's true, after all, the power belongs to I'm alone. You guys are just dog legs. The corners of Luo Ze's mouth raised slightly, but he couldn't see where I'm was. I will help you with this favor. You don't have to be polite to me. As one of the 7 warlords of the sea and the lackey of the world government, if the government is in trouble, I am obliged to do so. As he spoke, Luo Ze slowly drew out Zanpakut, everything is ashes. Puff. The explosive flame released by Rijinjaka instantly turned into a flaming slash and fell towards Kaido. Flame divine avoidance. Seeing this scene, the 4 old stars looked at each other in blank dismay, is this guy serious? Kaido's face is ugly, this BD doesn't want to kill the donkey, does he? Chapter 67. Luo Ze made a move, of course it wasn't fake, it was a real move. Kaido looked at the flames slashing down on his head and face, and while his face was ugly, he had to fight with a mace. The crescent-shaped slash of more than 10 meters was blocked by Kaido's stick, and in an instant, manic flames shot out. Good opportunity. Seeing this scene, the others were still amazed that Luo Ze would really help. Kizaru had already jumped to Banshin. He transformed into a huge and shining golden cross star. 8-foot Qian Guyu. Countless golden light bullets poured towards Kaido at a rate of hundreds per second. Boom 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 boom. It would be more appropriate to call it photon bombing. The land, which was originally in ruins, was now bombed with pits and dilapidations everywhere. The number of light bullets falling on Kaido is actually very small, perhaps less than 1%. Is this guy the undercover agent? Luo Ze thought to himself. You won a fight without any injuries, and your clothes were not stained with a few grains of dust, let alone this kind of behavior of fishing for fish. Still using this kind of carpet attack now, I am not afraid of destroying the Holy Land. He seriously suspects that Kizaru is an undercover agent of some kind of force. Fishing in troubled waters with him here. However, this is exactly what he wants. Break it down completely, maybe you can find something. At this time, Kaido shouted angrily, and the conqueror's haki wrapped around the mace, and suddenly bounced away Luo Ze's evasion. This flame slash tore apart the earth, the flames were raging, and the deep ravines on the road turned into Devil's Abyss. Then, he opened his mouth and roared. The flame was like a ray, and as his head swung, it swept across an area in the air. The countless light bullets fired by Kizaru continued to explode in the air. Quick dragon, destroy the death light! Luo Ze gave orders decisively. The golden energy gathered in Kui Long's mouth and burst out suddenly. Kaido, who was busy dealing with Kizaru, was so impressed by this attack that he didn't dare to resist it with his body. He dodged to one side, and after barely dodging, the golden light immediately opened up the world. After tens or hundreds of meters deep underground. Boom! Like a small nuclear explosion underground, the entire ground suddenly bulged, and then the explosion caused a huge earthquake. The expanding earth exploded, and for a while, the field filled the sky. What are you two doing? The blonde 5 elders yelled with livid face, this is Marie Joyce. Are you going to demolish this place? Kizaru immediately changed back to human form, and said with a crooked mouth, the opponent is the 3 emperors, if you don't show your true strength, it will only cause more trouble. Kizaru makes a lot of sense, it's a necessary sacrifice. Luo Ze agrees very much. Blonde 5 elders looks gloomy, who are you going to sacrifice? Celestial dragons? The explosion just now definitely affected the town. That's enough, you two don't need to intervene, stay away, just make sure that no one will run away. 5 elders, who was holding a knife, said lightly. David Thunder 8 trigrams. Suddenly, Kaido rushed out amidst the billowing smoke and dust. His speed was as fast as lightning, and his target was 5 elders with the knife. The mace wrapped around Conqueror's blatantly hit the opponent's head. Be careful! Kong Kong's eyes narrowed slightly, and he rushed over immediately, intercepting him with a punch. There was a roar when the iron rod failed to make direct contact with the fist. Black flashes overflowed, and the ground under the two of them collapsed instantly. How much haki do you have left? Give up, you can't get away. Sora looked indifferent. Get in the way. Kaido roared angrily, conquerors became stronger again, and Kong Kong was sent flying with a stick. But before he could make another move, a golden light flashed immediately. Light speed kick. Kizaru didn't listen to the order at all, seized the moment and kicked Kaido in the face. In an instant, Kaido was kicked hundreds of meters away like a sandbag. There's an old man here, don't get close to 5 elders. He said in a tone like a stroll in the courtyard. In the sky, Luo Ze's gaze towards Kizaru became more subtle. This kick, to some extent, helped Kaido. Among the several people in CPO, a man wearing a white ghost mask made a move at the same time as Kizaru made a move. Shave. This person's Marine 6 styles was very skilled, and he immediately came to the top of Kaido's head, kicked straight down, and with a bang, Kaido kicked into the ground. Who is this person? I haven't seen it before. Luo Ze thought to himself, the clothes are CP0. Not the CP he knew. It looks quite strong, but that's all, it can't break Kaido's defense. Sure enough, the next moment, Kaido, who was kicked, stretched out a hand and grabbed the opponent's ankle. Then, as if hitting a rag, the person was pulled down violently and fell to the ground. Boom! The man in the ghost mask vomited blood on the spot. Then he quickly adjusted his posture, and a few heels opened up a distance. Who? Kaido stood, breathing more and more heavily. He glanced at Luo Ze indiscriminately, as if he was asking a question. What are you doing? Crossing rivers and tearing down bridges? Luo Ze murmured, sure enough, Kaido can't force him out, not to mention, the current Kaido is not as strong as Mr. Guy 12 years later. However, if you think about it from another angle, the enemies this guy faces are 1.5 of Admiral's combat power, Kong Kong counts as 1, and Kizaru counts as half, this guy is completely fishing. There are 5 people in CP0, and their strength is not bad. Among them, Luo Ze, who seems to be the strongest, has been protecting 5 elders without seeing him make a move. In addition, there are 2 army generals and officers wearing the cloak of justice. Luo Ze doesn't know each other. They don't seem to be from Marine, but their strength is equally impressive. In the end, there are 4-5 elders. They were all strong when they were young. Even now, they have at least the fighting power of an ordinary Shishibukai. With so many people, besieging a Kaido and taking it down is only a matter of time. Okay. Just as he was thinking about how to lure him, Luo Ze suddenly let out a light snort and raised his head slightly. Not only him, but everyone else noticed the abnormality. Above the night, there was a rumbling sound coming from the black clouds. Luo Ze immediately activated the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, his powerful eyesight allowed him to vaguely see, behind the black cloud he could vaguely see a vague outline. It was a massive object, oval in shape. Everyone stay away from Kaido. The goatee old man among the 4 old stars, his complexion changed slightly, and he roared loudly. He didn't need to remind him, Luo Ze immediately entered the hollow state the moment he saw the silhouette. And as the others fled, a burst of flashes appeared in the sky. The dazzling white light illuminated the Holy Land like daytime. Kaido squinted his eyes and couldn't see anything. Immediately afterwards, a beam of light at least 30 to 50 meters thick descended from the sky. It seemed like divine punishment. With a bang, it landed straight on top of Kaido's head. Moments later, Kaido was swallowed by the beam of light and was driven deep into the ground. The earth-shaking force made Marie Joyce shake constantly, countless buildings were collapsing, and the celestial dragons and slaves in the town were screaming in panic. The white light lasted at least 3 seconds. When it gradually disappeared, what remained in place was a deep and huge hole. At the edge of the giant hole, a golden light flashed, and Kizaru appeared first. It's really scary, at least 500 meters deep. Immediately afterwards, beside him, time and space rippled, and Luo Ze slowly appeared. National treasure, I made the move just now. Looking at the bottomless huge hole, Luo Ze thought to himself, the power is just so-so. With this level of power, it is impossible to erase the island. This is of course, it is obvious that the opponent has restrained his strength and used a beam of light. In the sky. Thinking of this, Luo Ze jumped up, took the fast dragon, and quickly went towards the sky. At the same time, several 5 elders came over, and the sword-wielding old man frowned at Kizaru, and said, if you hit this kind of move, Kaido will be unconscious even if you don't die. If you arrest him, even if you die, his body also has a huge effect. Hearing this, Kizaru put his hands together in front of him, palms facing each other. Yada mirror. He turned into a beam of light, bounced several times on the wall of the giant cave, and quickly went deep underground. At this time, a CP person came over. Goatee 5 elders said in a low voice, "How is he?" "Report to Master 5 elders, he is dead." The man in the ghost mask replied flatly. Hearing this news, the hearts of the four sank, and there was quite a feeling of sadness when the rabbit died. The 5 have been colleagues for many years, and they have been in charge of the world government for many years. Now, one of them has been killed. It turned out that they would die too. After grief, comes great anger. Kaido is crazy. The blonde 5 elders clenched his fists and said through gritted teeth, "Such a big event happened in the Holy Land, it must not be published in the newspapers. Otherwise, where will the government lose face? Erase all relevant information. Where are the celestial dragons? Tell the patriarchs of the clans, and I will meet them in person." Yes. Not to mention how the 5 elders are dealing with the aftermath. Luo Ze rode a fast dragon, quickly rushed into the sky, and passed through layers. "Hey? No." Luo Ze frowned. Sharingan endowed him with powerful eyesight, and the night could not stop his exploration. "Keep going up." Listening to the master's order, Kuai Long flapped his wings and continued to fly higher into the sky. Until it is more than 100,000 meters away from sea level. An area that could even be called space. The air is already extremely thin. But Luo Ze still didn't see the target. Could it be invisible? Luo Ze thought for a while, but felt wrong again. It feels like that thing is teleported here. Recall the previous, Wang Zhao's, scenes. Because the fighting situation is relatively fierce, everyone is not so concerned about the situation in the sky. But even so, if a giant is approaching, the sound of that movement will be noticed. Is it teleported here? Or, that outline is fake, but it's just the projection of light? Luo Ze shook his head, thinking, why do you want to use national treasure on your holy land? Obviously Kaido can't last long. He thought that I would not make a move, after all, Kaido alone is not enough. But in the end, I'm still made a move, and there was obviously some reason why he had to make a move. It's interesting. Is there something that threatens that person? Is it because I am afraid that continuing to fight will cause some irreversible results? Luo Ze feels that this operation has gained a lot regardless of how the national treasure can move instantly. I'm also has something to be afraid of. Before that, let's see if Kaido is dead. Thinking of this, Luo Jin let Kuai Long descend. Late at night. Marie Joyce. Kaido is held in a facility deep underground. He was tied into a rice dumpling, and sea stone's chain was wound around countless times. Lying in the cell covered in blood. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly, he opened his eyes. There was one more person in the cell. Silhouette of little child. It's not dead, amazing vitality. Chapter 68. Kaido looked at the extra person in the cell, and said something silently. Don't even have the strength to speak. Luo Ze looked up and down. You, come, for, what? A hoarse voice came out of Kaido's mouth intermittently. I am very relieved to see that you are not dead. Luo Ze said softly, good job, Kaido. Kaido was silent. According to the agreement, if you can kill one of the 5 elders, I will personally rescue you once. Focusing on the chains that bound Kaido, Luo Ze activated Kamui and said, but I want to remind you that the guards outside are extremely strict, and it's up to you whether you can escape. As soon as the words fell, Sea Stone's chains had been broken by the force of time and space distortion. Precise and elegant, only breaks the chain, not the Kaido. Kaido stared at him, relieved that the BD still kept his word. Thinking of this, he said with the last bit of physical strength, it is enough to untie the chain, I can walk by myself. Good luck, then. Luo Ze raised his hand to erase his own existence, as if he had never been there before. Whether Kaido can escape, Luo Ze doesn't care very much. In this operation, he has got what he wanted. The best result is to force out him and let the opponent do it himself to see how powerful the king of the world is. The next best result is to witness the scene of the national treasure attack and gather some intelligence. The passing result is to kill 5 elders to test the waters. 077 As a result, Kaido actually did a pretty good job. At this time, Luo Ze took the fast dragon and left Marie Joyce. The national treasure's attack method, if you want to defend it, you need something like a high-strength enchantment, which is deployed all the time. This thing can teleport, so it's hard to guard against. I don't know if it's the ability of the national treasure itself, or some kind of devil fruit's ability. Teleport fruit. It's a pity that I didn't see I'm making a move, but it's enough. Luo Ze stretched his waist and whispered to himself. For the time being, I am not interested in continuing to entangle with the world government. Compared with this, it is more important to cultivate singers, build dance troupes, and bands. 3 days later, Alicia's afternoon. Dance studio. Yuta was lying on a soft cushion, his legs were opened 180 degrees to the sides by Luo Ze, and he kept crying out in pain. Don't press it! Don't press it! It's really going to crack. She was very sad 3 days ago, but now she has returned to her former appearance. Luo Ze maintained the posture of breaking his legs, turned to Violet and said, "Can you let go?" Violet, who is a dance teacher, shook her head with a smile, "No, only little Yuta hasn't finished today's soft class." Yuta was still screaming for pain, and tears came out of pain. Why hasn't she made any progress? Luo Ze asked strangely. Violet gave him a dark look. This little princess, who dares to be so rude to her, and only when you are here, will she obey the course arrangement honestly. No need to explain, Luo Ze immediately understood. You're dishonest, Tower. I'm sorry, I was wrong, I must obediently attend class in the future, don't break it, it's really going to crack. It seems that my supervision is necessary. Sister Yamato, Sister Hiri, Sister Robin, please save me. Seeing that Luo Ze couldn't get through here, Yuta immediately asked others for help. A group of girls gathered around, watching this scene with amused eyes. Although it is indeed painful, as long as it is done step by step, it will be much better after a few times of pain. Is a necessary experience. The newcomer Robin also joined the dance troupe. He was wearing a tight white dance suit at this time, holding his elbow with one hand and his cheek with the other, and said in a black voice. Shouldn't such a scream be broken? Yuta, is he still alive? Luo Ze. Is this woman so black-bellied at the age of 18? Woohoo, I'm dead, I'm really going to die. Yuta cried. Luo Ze could only give her a blank stare for this kind of fake cry that was not real at all. At this moment, a knock on the door sounded. Your Majesty Luo Ze, something big happened in the news. It was Gordon's voice. Hearing this, Luo Ze immediately let go of his hands, stood up and said, practice hard, don't be lazy. Reborn, Yuta, who was covered in cold sweat under the pressure of his shoulders, nodded hurriedly, got it. I must practice hard in the future. Z's, go away. Then you continue. Luo Ze nodded and left the dance studio. Watching this nasty guy leave, Yuta kept rubbing his crotch with both hands, and stuck out his tongue fiercely at Luo Ze's back. Skunk Z's, you know how to bully me. Robin smiled and said, it was heard. Yuta's face froze, and after confirming that Luo Ze hadn't come back, he muttered, don't scare me, Sister Luo Chen. As he said that, he rolled his eyes and said to the girls, Sister Robin has been here for a few days, is it time to start practicing hip pressing? The other side. Luo Ze walked out of the dance studio and took the newspaper from Gordon. Before I started watching, Luo's suppressed cry of pain came from the room. As the big sister in the dance room, she seems to be a little concerned about her image, and even suppressed her screams to a very low level. Gordon looked at the sign during class, men are not allowed to enter, and couldn't help shaking his head. Dancing practice is very hard, can they really persevere? With my personal supervision, don't worry. 11. Luo Ze casually said something, opened the newspaper and read it. It's Shijing's news. On the front page headline, there is a photo of Marie Joyce. The ruined Marie Joyce is slowly being rebuilt with the help of thousands of slaves. The headline of the news is 3 Kings Kaido raid Marie Joyce, 5 elders killed. Subtitle Celestial Dragons enraged. Kaido escaped. Just seeing the title, Luo Ze was stunned. Can this news be sent out too? Does Morganth not want to live? As the world's largest news agency, one of the 6 emperors of the Dark World who controls Newsbird Group, Big News Morgus. This person will do anything to report big news. This kind of big event happened, and the whole world will be a sensation. Gordon said with a solemn expression, a similar event happened 3 years ago, but this time it was more serious. Even one of the 5 elders died. I really don't know what will the world government do next. I know, I planned it after all. Luo Ze chuckled lightly and said, it has nothing to do with us. As soon as the voice fell, a system prompt suddenly sounded in my mind. Diva training task. The number of Singer Yuda's fans exceeded 10,000, and she was rewarded with 10% of the sword skills of Gold Roger, the manager of One Piece. Mission completed. In an instant, another false memory appeared in Luo Ze's mind. Is it going to gain fans even if it's not in the live broadcast? Luo Ze was receiving the memories while thinking to himself, did someone record and broadcast it? Not to mention the news that Allegia saw. In the hands of Morgan's powerful Newsbird Group, this sensational newspaper spread throughout the world in just half a day. Sea of Paradise, Alabasta. King Cobra looked at the news and murmured in shock, is the world going to be in chaos? Such a thing happened. Beside him, the 6-year-old princess, Nefertari Vivi, pulled her father's clothes, jumping up and down, wanting to read the newspaper. Dad, let me see it too, I want to see it too. New World, de Rice Rosa. Royal Palace. Doflamingo looked at the news with a mocking look on his lips, the old man was killed? Why did Kaido attack the Holy Land? Phew furfur, is there any profound story in it? In his mind, the appearance of Luo Ze popped up subconsciously. Compared with Kaido, if Luo Ze is going to attack Marie Joyce, he will not be surprised at all. Have been run away? It's really concerning. Torrible, mobilize the family's intelligence forces, find Kaido and say that I have a big business and want to talk to him. East Blue. A sailing ship has just crossed the calm belt, arriving from the Grand Line. On the deck, a man in a green cloak and with wonderful tattoos on his face was staring at the newspaper. Beside him, dressed like ASE, with a dark purple afro, said with his arms folded. This is quite a surprise. Dragon, do you think Kaido is crazy? The idea of pirates is unpredictable. At this time, a burly man who looked like a big bear came out of the cabin. Bear, what's up? He's awake. Bear's voice was very quiet. Chapter 69. The Redhead woke up. When he opened his eyes, he saw 3 tall men standing by the bed. Beside the men, there is a red bear paw-shaped air bubble. The huge air bubble is nearly 10 meters high, floating in the room from the ground. You guys saved me. I saw your boat while crossing the calm belt. Se King Ivankov stretched out his hand, and his red leather gloves stretched out with sharp nails. I injected you with healing hormones, and the big bear took pictures of your injuries and fatigue. Red-haired boy, it seems that you red-hair pirates and marine have experienced a fairly intense battle. Who are you? The red hair touched his chest, feeling extremely relaxed. The dragon wearing a green cloak walked up to the bubble, stretched out a finger, and took a small piece from it. In an instant, severe pain and fatigue invaded from the fingertips to the brain. I see, it was quite heavy fighting. Long seemed to see the situation of the battle that night through the injury. He looked back at the Redhead and said, "We are the Revolutionary Army. You are a dragon." Only then did the red hair recognize the other person's face. The most ferocious criminal in the world, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey Dragon. He is also the man with the highest bounty at present, even surpassing the former One Piece Gold Roger. "I am the Queen of the SE Kingdom, Emporio Ivankov, a cadre of the Revolutionary Army." Ivankov grinned. "He is the king of the Soul Kingdom, Bartholomew Kuma. Where are my two companions?" The Redhead stood up from the bed, and picked up the griffin beside him. "In the next room." Long threw the newspaper in his hand to him. "When you were unconscious, a major event happened in the world." The red-haired subconsciously picked up the newspaper and glanced at it. After reading it, he was stunned. 5 elders, dead? The impact of news dissemination is far more than that. There are more than 300 countries in the world, and even more countries are not even mentioned. They can only be called geographical concept isolated islands. The major pirate forces, mafia, underground forces, and so on. Anyone who can see the news is shocked by the news this time. It is not an exaggeration to call it the worst event in history. As the representative of order, the world's overlord world government, their holy land was invaded by pirates, and the headquarters building was turned into ruins, which can be described as embarrassing. Even the 5 elders lost one. What's even more ridiculous is that the murderer escaped. This is completely throwing the face of the world government to the ground, stomping on it a few times, and then smearing it. This kind of embarrassment and the chain reaction triggered by Ravdell made countless ambitious people even give birth to the idea that the world government is nothing more than this. Ridiculous and sarcastic conversations are happening all over the world. On the contrary, the panic among the people is spreading rapidly. With this press release, the reputation of Kaido of the Beasts, in one breath, outlives the days. Those who hated the government of T even secretly hid Kaido's arrest warrant, hung it in their room, and worshipped him. The world government is failing, even this kind of news will be exposed. The era of pirates has come. 12 years ago, Roger started the era of great pirates, and Kaido pushed this era to its peak. A new era is at hand. Little ones, go to the Grand Line. Whitebeard, Big Mom, Kaido are the real pirates, and sooner or later they will become the man of One Piece. New World, a certain island. The headquarters of the World Economic News Agency, that is an airship. The editors are busy dispatching various branches, directing the newsbirds to send today's newspaper as much as possible to all the places where it can be delivered. It doesn't matter where it is, whether you have subscribed to our newspaper, in short, even if it is free, we must spread the news. Before the world government reacts, let as many people as possible see our newspaper. Readers' feedback? It's not important. Someone called us and scolded us for causing riots. Humph, we're just reporting the truth, so scold me back. News King Morgus stood in front of his office, excitedly directing many reporters and editors. At this time, a secretary came over and said in a low voice, "Lord Morgans, 5 elders call." "Did you just call now?" "It's too late." Morgans threw the phone bug aside, and said loudly to everyone, "Run quickly. Before the people from the government come over. You are all seated and ready to take off." "Lord Morgus, is this news? Is it true? The government was really attacked by Kaido." A new reporter couldn't help but ask the doubts in his heart, this kind of news, how did it get out? Hearing this, Morgan sneered and said, "Very good, new reporter, you have to remember. The bigger the organization, the easier it is to plant spies in it. How did the things that happened in the Holy Land get exposed? A joke, it's not that we are looking for news, but the truth will come to us on its own initiative. The world needs the truth, and it needs big news." After finishing speaking, Morgans turned and walked into the office, and a hurried voice came from it. Hurry up and run away, you have offended the largest and most powerful force in this world, if you don't run away, we will all go to hell. Cake Island, Cake Castle. Mama, it's a good thing you escaped, Kaido. Charlotte Linlin looked at Kaido, who was drinking and eating madly in front of the table, and couldn't help admiring. Beside Kaido, there is Yin, one of the 3 plagues. Thank you this time. Kaido said coldly. Humph, counting that time in the past, you owe me 2 favors. 0. Charlotte Linlin grinned and said with satisfaction, let's return one first. Your subordinate, Yin, is the Lunaria race, right? This race that has disappeared in history does not exist in my world. He sent it to me. Yin immediately glanced nervously at his own captain. Kaido snorted coldly and didn't even bother to answer. Seeing this, Charlotte Linlin narrowed her eyes, and said in a bad tone, let's put this aside, tell me the reason why you attacked Marie Joyce. I don't believe you are crazy enough to do such a thing. Hearing this, Kaido stopped drinking. He glanced at a woman next to Charlotte Linlin. The woman's name is Charlotte Bray. Although she is only 31 years old, she looks as old as a witch. She smiled strangely at this time. Kaido, Mom is very curious about your logic of action. I took great risks to save you. Don't you even want to say this? Humph, it's not good for you if you know it. Instead of such a boring reason, let's talk about the alliance. Allegia. Luo Ze noticed the abnormal growth of fans, and immediately thought of recording and broadcasting. This woke him up. Fans can record and broadcast, and so can they. Record the content of Yuda's singing, and then send it to other countries for broadcast. The number of fans can completely explode. It needs some professional equipment, and the general video phone bug can only live broadcast the screen, and there is no way to record it. Just thinking about it, the maid came over again. Your Majesty, the liaison of Pirate Empress Boya Hancock. Chapter 70. Empress take the initiative to contact? Luo Ze was stunned for a moment. The big iceberg took the initiative to contact others, presumably because of the news in the newspaper. While picking up the receiver, he picked up a cup of black tea and took a leisurely sip. GK, you still take the initiative to contact others. Is it true what's on the news? There was a little joy in the Empress's voice. This straightforward way of speaking, it seems that this woman really cares. It is true. You ordered it. Earlier you said something big was going to happen to Marie Joyce, and it happened. Don't make people innocent. Luo Ze really denied it. It is impossible to admit. What did the rebellious pirate Kaido have to do with his example of Shishibukai, the warm-hearted good man, the Dragon Master Luo Ze? It's amazing, even one of the 5 elders has been killed. The Empress obviously didn't believe his denial, and even expressed her admiration very directly. Wait a minute, how did you get the news so quickly? Luo Ze frowned at 277, your daughter island is located on the Calm Belt, a place that newsbirds won't go to. Daughter's Island, the Royal Palace. Boya Hancock sat on the bed in his bedroom, with today's newspaper beside the bed. Facing Luo Ze's question, she was speechless for a moment. You can't tell others that the 9 snake pirates go to sea every day these days just to bring back a newspaper, right? Then I look forward to the news every day. I'm really ashamed to say it. A concubine naturally has the means of a concubine. Luo Ze was dubious. If it's just like this, then I'll die. He still has to work on the video recording, so he doesn't have the time to chat with this woman. Wait a minute. The Empress said hastily, that concubine. I want to thank you. Panicked and out of proportion, she is not the usual Empress. Luo Ze thought about it, but he could understand it. Luffy celestial dragons. Now the 5 elders are dead. Thank you. Luo Ze said jokingly, do you have time to sleep together? Sleep. The Empress's face was flushed, and she seemed to be smoking hot. You really are a perverted child. It's fine if you don't sleep. I have something to do. Goodbye. Luo Ze hung up decisively. Throwing the phone bug aside, he had the maid call Gordon. Your Majesty Luo Ze. Gordon has completely entered the role of a butler. As a former king, he will take care of the current Allegia in an orderly manner. Mr. Gordon, I am going to make a recording for Yuta and send her singing to other countries. You mean, making vinyl records? Gordon immediately understood the intention of his superiors. Luo Ze said in surprise, is there such a thing in this era? On Earth, this was something that was only invented after World War II. But when he thought of the weird technology tree in this world, he reluctantly accepted it. It was there a long time ago. Gordon nodded and said, Allegia had this ability before, but now both the equipment and the workers were destroyed that night. After a pause, he continued, besides, that kind of record is very expensive to produce, and only nobles would buy it. If you just want to send the singing to other countries, there are other ways. What do you think? You can use Sky Island's sound shell, which can collect sound and emit sound. Hearing this, Luo remembered. This particular shellfish, which is an everyday item on Sky Island, has a very wide range of uses. In addition to sound shells, there are also video shells, which can record images and project images. There are even wind shells, cloud shells, water shells, lamp shells, xiang shells, impact shells, row shells, flash shells, flame shells, taste shells, chop shells, etc. Is this a specialty of Sky Island? Can it be bought in the market? People from Sky Island have attended Allegia's concert before, and there should be gifts from them on the island. Gordon replied, I'll look for it, and Curry may have it. As a world-famous music capital, people from all over the world come to Allegia every year. It is not uncommon for people from Sky Island to come here. Luo Ze immediately sent several maids to look for her together. Soon after, I found many shellfish, which are special products of Sky Island. Both audio and video shells are available. This saves a lot of effort. That night, Luo Ze arranged for Yuta to hold a small concert after the live broadcast, inviting everyone on the island to participate. There are more than 400 people in total. He recorded the entire concert using audio and video shells. The only fly in the ointment is that the backup dance troupe has not yet formed, and there is a lack of dance performances. However, follow suit. After getting the recorded content, Luo Ze immediately took action. The next fan mission requires 100,000 people. Therefore, the country he first set his sights on was naturally an old acquaintance, de Rice Rosa. Late at night. Palazzo de Rice Rosa. Doflamingo opened his eyes suddenly, looking at the figure standing in the room, unconsciously shed a trace of cold sweat. Good response, very alert. Phew furfur, do you like to break into men's rooms late at night? Doflamingo stood up and sat on the side of the bed. Visit late at night, what advice do you have? Although the performance is relatively relaxed, but the heart is really scared. If the opponent wants to kill him, he may be killed in his sleep. A little thing. Luo Ze took out a sound shell, threw it to the other party, and said, I have cultivated a singer, and from today on, you will let people play her songs throughout de Rice Rosa. After a pause, he said again, the business in the bullfighting arena is good, isn't it? From now on, before every competition, play me a song. Let's play the song Backlight. Doflamingo. What are you doing? Running here late at night, that's all it is? Shouldn't a man like you with a Uranus do something more earth-shattering? Like, bombard Marie Joyce. Secretly form forces to dominate the world? Furo furfur, is that all? Doflamingo asked in doubt. Something wrong? No problem. He resolutely agreed, and it was just a matter of singing. At the same time, I secretly guessed in my heart. What's the meaning of doing this? He didn't believe that the other party would be so bored, and he made a special trip just to play a song. Then thank you very much. Satisfied with his attitude, Luo Ze walked to the window and said, I hope that next time I come to this country, even in the countryside, I can still hear singing. Phew furfur, can I ask a question? Seeing that he was about to leave, Doflamingo simply asked, what's the purpose of this? For world peace. Luo Ze chuckled and jumped out of the window. Kuai Long came out of the elf ball and caught him firmly. Soon, one person and one dragon disappeared into the night. Dover 2.7 Brother Lang Ming got up and walked to the window, frowning deeply. Peace? What kind of holiday joke is this? Is there such a thing as peace in this world? As long as the world government exists, war will not disappear. World government, a huge institution, has more than 170 affiliated countries, more than half of the number of countries in the world. There is no such thing as human rights in the world for the nationals of non-member countries. Trafficking people from non-flying countries is a legal business and is protected by the government. For example, in Sabayati Archipelago, you can legally buy people from any non-flying countries, even princesses. Pirates attacking non-member countries will not be protected by Marine. If there is peace and there are no more pirates, then what is Marine doing? Without pirates, who will pay the world's money? If one day the pirates really disappear, the world government will take the initiative to create some pirates. As a member of the Celestial Dragons, Doflamingo is very familiar with the system of world government. Chapter 71. Leaving de Rice Rosa, Luo Ze thinks about the next target country. It's better to be a country with a larger population, a small country like de Rice Rosa, with less than 1 million people in the whole country, even if they all become fans, it's just a drop in the bucket. According to his deduction, it may take 10 billion to achieve the ultimate goal of the fan series mission. When it comes to population, it's Alabasta. Luo Ze quickly thought of a country with a large population. Located in the first half of the Grand Line, Santa Ing Island, the desert country, Alabasta. This country was established as early as 4,000 years ago, and it is a very old country. The royal family that ruled the country, the ancestors of the Nefertari family, was once one of the 20 kings who founded the world government. Only, that king gave up the right to relocate to the Holy Land, and also gave up being celestial dragons. With a population of tens of millions and a standing army of 600,000, this country is one of the largest countries in the world. Great for developing fans. Hey? How do you say it's like developing a cult? Let's not rush, let's see how de Rice Rosa's effect is and whether it can be improved. Compared with this, solve Arlong's problem first, and then go to East Blue to bring the Nami family back. 11. Thinking of this, Luo frowned. After Arlong is released, he should return to Jinbei's Sun Pirates, and then the two will part ways because of disagreement. Eventually, Arlong was exiled to East Blue by Jinbei. The question is, when will Arlong be kicked out? It was easy to find the other party, but that blue fat man in Jinbei didn't offend him, so he had no reason to attack his Ping's subordinates. Forget it, let's go to East Blue first. Just as Luo Ze was flying to East Blue Naval Headquarters, of Fedor Marine High-Level Meeting. In the meeting room, the atmosphere was extremely heavy, and the air seemed to be filled with lead. Those who participated in this meeting included Marine Marshal Sengoku, Marine Chief Staff Officer Vice Admiral, Marine 3 Admiral Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji. In addition, there are more than 10 Vice Admirals from the headquarters. Everyone's faces were full of seriousness and dignity. Where's Garp? Sengoku asked with a frown. I asked for leave a few days ago and went to East Blue. Crane Vice Admiral said calmly. This BD, it's such an important time, he went on vacation alone. Sengoku is out of breath. The two have known each other for decades and are old colleagues. If it wasn't for his old colleague, he would really like to beat him up. Forget it, just ignore him. Sengoku took a deep breath and said, you should all know what happened to Marie Joyce. Kaido attacked the Holy Land, and one of the 5 elders was killed in the fight with Kaido. This is the foreign version of the rhetoric. It is impossible to say that he was attacked by Kaido, and he was killed without anyone seeing him. I have already lost all face, and it is even more embarrassing to say this. The vice-admiral present was breathless, confirming the truth from the marshal's mouth. All of them looked incredible. This is an extremely rare event in history. Worse than Fisher Tiger back then. The Murloc adventurer, Fisher Tiger, he ravaged the Holy Land to free the slaves, but Kaido wasn't. His purpose was pure, to kill the 5 elders. Celestial dragons will not allow such rampant villains to continue to live. The order above is to wipe out the beast's pirates at all costs. Sengoku's voice was low and his eyes were tired. He hadn't closed his eyes for 3 days, and it wasn't because 5 elders died, he was distraught. To be honest, he doesn't really care if the 5 elders die or not. But one of the 5 elders, who symbolized the highest power in the world, was killed by a pirate in the Holy Land, which itself was too bad. The chain reaction it triggers is even comparable to what Roger said before his death 12 years ago. Marshal. Vice Admiral, the Flying Squirrel, spoke first. It's not to excuse the pirates, but, why did Kaido do this? That should be asked of Kaido himself. That man is a lunatic, so it's not surprising to do anything. Admiral Kizaru interjected at the right time, saying, the old man was at the scene at the time, but he was going to kill the 5 elders, it's really scary. Akainu said nothing. Crane Vice Admiral said, motivation, now is not the time to talk about this. I heard that he was caught, why was he run away again? How did he get run away? It's still under investigation. Sengoku shook his head and said, according to the government, someone with ability helped him secretly. A person with space-type ability. Luo Ze. Akainu said subconsciously, he was a little skeptical, but now he heard this, he just blurted out. Kizaru said casually, it's not him. When Kaido was arrested, he joined hands with the old man. According to Aokiji's report, that Shishibukai named Luo Ze is a capable person, right? Crane Vice Admiral frowned, she had never met Luo Ze. Aokiji nodded and said, his ability is activated by his eyes. Where his gaze gathers, he can distort the space. My arm was broken by him before, and part of my body was transferred to a different space. After that, he returned the arm to me. Then he is very suspicious. Crane Vice Admiral made a rational judgment and said, you can move your arm to a different dimension, and you can also take Kaido away. Aokiji shook his head and said, he and Kaido have personal grievances. Before intercepting the Red Hair Pirates, he did a lot of hard work, and Kaido came to make trouble, and he was also driven away. Enough. Sengoku interrupted everyone's discussion, and said seriously, now is not the time to discuss this. There are so many space-type ability users, there is no need to quarrel over this. What is more important now is to save the situation. We must gather our forces and attack the beast's pirates. But, Kaido's base camp is in Wano Kuni. That's right, that country is easy to defend but difficult to attack, and just going ashore will face a test. According to the information, if you want to enter that country, you can only use unconventional means to climb the waterfall. This is a near-death behavior. Not only that, the waters near Wano Kuni are also very dangerous, and we should be thankful that we can get close. The vice admirals looked at each other. This is to go to other people's base camp to crusade against a group of 3 emperor pirates, and the difficulty of the task is ridiculously high. If it could be eliminated so easily, there would be no such title as 3 emperors. It is because Marine has no way to take down these 3 big pirate groups in a short period of time, making them look like emperors. They ruled the waters of New World, and only then did the title of 3 emperors appear. Cause and effect cannot be confused. Only when you can't deal with it, you understand the grass. Instead they call it San Huang, so the marine can't handle it. Of course, it cannot be said that it cannot be handled completely. It is a question of cost, of how many people are prepared to die. Marine was mainly trying to maintain a balance, and couldn't fight a royal team. As a result, Marine himself suffered a serious loss. The result was unfavorable. It was like this in the past, Crane Vice Admiral pondered. Now with Shishibukai, this kind of large-scale crusade can be tried, but there are still great risks in it. In this regard, Aokiji would like to say that Shishibukai is simply unreliable. Akainu snorted coldly, there is no room for rejection of orders from above. As soon as these words came out, everyone was speechless. Sengoku glanced at all the people present, and finally said, now it is the command of the marshal to notify the various branches, dispatch elites, and prepare for war. Next, the specific combat meeting. East Blue, early morning. Luo Ze rode a fast dragon, flying over the vast sea area without any haste. As the weakest sea area among the 4 seas, the average reward for bounty criminals here is only 2 to 3 million baileys. The head pirates reached 20 million. Which is already ridiculously high. What's the name of Nami's hometown? Luo Ze seriously recalled it. Cocoa Village? In a place as big as East Blue, it is completely unrealistic to find a village without the guidance of a navigator. Ask someone, hey. Suddenly, Luo Ze saw a ship. On the endless ocean, a sailing ship with a displacement of at least 3,000 or 4,000 tons is slowly sailing. Seemingly aware of his existence, the people on the deck raised their heads one after another. Is that Tyrant Bear? Luo Ze's eyes lit up. Bartholomew Kuma, one of the first-generation Shishibukai in the original book, is one of the unlucky ones who took his place. Of course, he was not happy about this. Xiong has a daughter named Jewelry Bonnie, who is suspected to have the ability of annual fruit. This fruit is so important, with it, 9-year-old Yuta can become 18-year-old Yuta. If you can sing songs that are less than 100 points now, try to challenge for 100 points. Thinking of this, he immediately commanded Kuai Long to lower his altitude. For his appearance, several people on board were very alert. Among them, the man with a dark purple exploding head, a particularly big head, and dressed as a transvestite immediately put on a defensive posture. You are 7 warlords of the sea. Luo Ze Boi. Human Demon King Ivankov. Luo Ze sat cross-legged and said with a smile, don't be so nervous, I am not ordered by some government to deal with your revolutionary army. Revolutionary army. It's okay not to mention it, but when it comes to the revolutionary army, Ivankov's attitude becomes more and more unkind. It was exposed. He was stunned, his eyes showing hostility. Where did you know? No, since you are known, you can't be allowed to live. Big Bear, get ready to attack. Wait. Monkey D. Dragon stopped his subordinates, looked up at Luo Ze and said, Young Shishibukai, what's the matter? I was just planning to ask for directions, but seeing your revolutionary army, I have another purpose. Luo Ze said slowly, you are the commander-in-chief of the revolutionary army, Monkey D. Dragon, son of Garp. 213 I even know this. Long was surprised, his identity was a secret. Anyway, I don't have any hostility. I am the king of Allegia, and Shishibukai is just another identity of mine. Hearing this, we got together. He thought of yesterday's red hair. According to rumors, it was the red hair pirates who destroyed Allegia. Those 3 people have left. What's your purpose? Long asked bluntly. The person I'm looking for is him. Luo Ze cast his eyes on the bear, Bartholomew Kuma, South Blue, the king of the Soerb Kingdom. Xiong looked up, he was very quiet, and his voice was very light. What's the matter? I want to ask your daughter a favor. Does your daughter change someone's age? As soon as the words came out, the bear's eyes changed and became dangerous. Luo Ze was speechless. This guy is a slave to his daughter, so there is so much hostility when it comes to his daughter. However, he can also understand. If a stranger came up and told him that he wanted to ask Yuta for help, he might crush him on the spot. Don't be impulsive, bear. Long reassured, Luo Ze. Just say so, talk. Words cannot progress. It's also tiring for us to look up and talk to you, why don't we go on board and chat? Hearing this, Luo Ze raised his eyebrows. Without hesitation, he immediately jumped down and fell behind the three of them. When the three of them turned around, he said bluntly. Trust me now that I'm not hostile. I'm so brave, I just believe it, hee. Ivankov grinned. This kid dared to come down, and he was not afraid that the three of them would join forces to kill him. Or it is self-sustaining and powerful. What's the specific job? Long asked calmly. It's very simple, a singer I trained. Luo Ze explained briefly, and finally said, therefore, you can also put forward conditions. The funds your revolutionary army needs? The hiding place? Even, I can represent AI. Regia, support your revolution? I can do whatever I can. Anyway, Bartholomew Kuma, I need your daughter. It's a good word on the lips. The bad thing in my heart is that even if I use a little violence, I will kidnap your daughter. Chapter 72. After listening to Luo Ze's description, all three were at a loss. Just to let a singer sing songs better. What needs help is just a short change in age, so that the singer's vocal cords can reach the level of perfect development. Putting aside this wonderful reason, the matter itself is actually very simple. Ivankov looked suspiciously, it's hard to believe. Luo Ze, is this your personal interest? Why do you look like you are looking at pervert? Think of me as a strange sorghum. Luo Ze shook his head lightly, believe it or not, you can bring someone to Allegia to witness it with your own eyes. The reason is very strange. The dragon pondered, but how to ensure that it is not a trap? We are the revolutionary army, the thorn in the side of the world government, the thorn in the flesh. As Shishibukai, we have different positions. Trap? It makes sense to say so. Luo Ze agrees that this vigilance is a necessary quality. If this kind of thing is not taken into account, can the revolutionary army grow stronger under the eyes of the government? It was wiped out long ago. He didn't expect to win people's trust with a few words, but he needed to make an attitude first. You know why the world government will allow me to be a Shishibukai? Is there any deep reason here? Ivankov was a little interested, there is very little information about you. It was the first time it appeared on the news, and it was also the Dark Sky incident. It was rumored that you almost turned the entire New World into night, and continued to at least 3 hours. They weren't in New World at the time and didn't witness it. But this incident itself has a wide range, and you can know it by just looking into it. True. It is in my hands that I hold a power comparable to an ancient weapon, and I can call it Uranus. Luo Ze told the answer very straightforwardly. He has already said good things about courtesy before soldiers. Long and Ivankov looked at each other, suppressing the shock in their hearts. If you refuse, you will use the power of Uranus here and bury us in this sea. Ivankov frowned. Don't describe me as a murderer. Luo Ze was speechless. Does he look like the kind of person who kills innocent people indiscriminately? Then what will you do? Long grinned. What I mean is that the term trap is meaningless. If necessary, I can kill you here, at this moment, now, within 10 seconds. Luo Ze said calmly, of course, I won't do this. I will leave and find a chance to sneak Jewelry Bonnie away. Don't worry, even if this is the case, I will not hurt her. I have no interest in bullying a little girl. After hearing this, the deck fell into silence. To be honest, it was really just a very simple little favor. Cooperation or enemy? Considering the possible existence of Uranus, the dragon did not want to make an enemy of the child in front of him. Both looked at Bartholomew Kuma at the same time. This is the one who really made the decision. Bonnie's abilities will be targeted by the world government. Xiang, who had been silent all this time, spoke softly at this time. I can guess why. Luo Ze nodded. The world government also wants OPOP fruit, for the ultimate dream of human beings to live forever. Your daughter's fruit ability can change her age, so it is natural to be targeted. In the original novel, Jewelry Bonnie was suspected to be controlled by the world government, and became a pirate after escaping, and also became a supernova, a member of the extremely evil generation. Later, after the Summit War, he was captured by Akainu again. Luo Ze suspects that Xiang had to join the Shishibukai precisely because his daughter was controlled by the government. A year ago, the government sent people to contact me. Xiang said calmly, if what you said is true, my daughter stays in Allegia, can you guarantee her safety? She will be safe and make many friends. Luo Ze chuckled, if the government targets her, I will take action. Bear was lost in thought. He is the king of the kingdom of Salbei. As one of the member countries of the world government, the whole country has become very poor because of the meeting. Too poor to afford the huge sums required each year. As a king, he had to become a tyrant and refused to pay the government several times. But this is not a long-term solution. Once kicked out of the ranks of the joining countries, the people of Sorbet will lose their human rights in the world. And a year ago, people from the world government came to him and promised that as long as his daughter went to Marie Joyce, he would be exempted from the annual heavenly gold. Bear quickly made up his mind. He joined the Revolutionary Army and was unable to protect his daughter at all times. Perhaps it was a choice to entrust the child in front of him. Thinking of this, he scrutinized Luo Ze and spoke after a while, I will take my daughter to Allegia and witness it with my own eyes. I hope what you said is true. Bear. Ivankov opened his mouth and put his hand on his shoulder. Luo Ze heaved a sigh of relief. If possible, he didn't want to use rough methods to abduct people. I will wait for you in Allegia, I hope you don't make me wait too long. As he said that, Luo Ze waved to Kuai Long, and after receiving instructions from his master, Kuai Long immediately landed on the deck. Luo Ze rode up and said to the three of them, what action plan does your revolutionary army have? After overthrowing the world government, what kind of world do you want to build? Hearing this, Long smiled slightly and said, why don't you join us and witness all this together? You said that you have the power comparable to ancient weapon. If you are willing to join, the day when the world will change will come sooner. Good guy, I still want to recruit people into the group. Luo Ze cursed from the bottom of his heart. If he had such lofty ideals, why didn't he serve as a volunteer in the place where he went to war in his previous life? I'm not noble at all, so don't waste your energy on me. Luo Ze chuckled twice, waved his hands, and Kuai Long took off immediately, I support you both mentally. After speaking, Kuai Long flew away. The three watched him go. Dragon, do you think what this guy said is true? Li's, Ivankov said in a deep voice, ancient weapon Uranus, if he really possesses this kind of power, the world government will not let him go? Open dragon people will not allow their position to be challenged. Who knows, but, he is someone who can be wooed. Long's tone was deep. Bear was silent. Suddenly, Kuai Long flew back again. All three of them were startled. I almost forgot, I'm not familiar with East Blue, you know a place called Kakozia village, how do you get there? EA. The dragon said to Ivankov, give him a chart of East Blue. Soon, Luo Ze got the nautical chart, which was extremely detailed, probably made by the Revolutionary Army itself. Thanks, then, Farewell, idealists. Smiling and leaving a sentence, Luo Ze really left this time, and disappeared into the sky in a blink of an eye. Chapter 73. East Blue is huge, and Kakozia village is small. Even with detailed sea charts, it took Luo Ze half a day to finally find the place. Afternoon. Luo Ze flew over the village, looking down from a height. Scattered residential houses are scattered near the coast. This is a small village with a population of only a few hundred. On the country road in the village, there were several young children playing and mischievous, which attracted the scolding of the adults. I remember it was near an orange orchard. Luo Ze thought secretly. Nami's family of 3, adoptive mother Belle Mel, older sister Nyoki Jao, and younger sister Nami. When she was 1 year old, the Oikote kingdom where Nami was born was attacked by pirates, and she became an orphan on the battlefield as a baby. Belle Mel, who was still a marine major at the time, led the sailors to fight the pirates. When he was defeated and was on the verge of death, he saw Nami and Nokikao, and his desire for life was rekindled. So, she resigned from her position as a marine, and took the pair of unrelated sisters back to her hometown, Kakosha village, to assume the responsibility of a foster mother. It's been like this for 7 years, until now. During this period, Belle Mel had no other jobs and could only rely on an orange orchard to support his family, living in poverty. Didn't see the orange grove, is it here? Hovering over the village, Luo Ze was puzzled. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a little girl sitting on a low cliff near the coast outside the village. Short orange hair, about the same age as Yuta, wearing a faded light green vest, sitting on the edge of the cliff with knees tucked in. The voice of the system immediately came from my mind. Diva mission. The 8-year-old girl in front of me has excellent qualifications and is suitable to be a member of the dance troupe. Dear Agent, find a way to invite the other party to join. Mission reward, observation Haki. The last of the conquerors Haki. Luo Ze's heart moved, and he immediately confirmed that the other party was Nami. It really is here, I just said, how could I get lost like Zoro? Thinking of this, he immediately commanded Kui Long to descend. At the same time, cliff edge. Nami put her hands on her knees, her stomach growling. She held a half-eaten orange in her hand, and there were tears of grievance in her big eyes. It's always oranges, every day is oranges, I don't want to eat oranges anymore. She threw half an orange into the sea. After throwing it out, I immediately regretted it in my heart. She stood up all of a sudden, reached out and grabbed the direction where the orange disappeared. Ah, my orange! The orange fell into the cliff and disappeared from her field of vision. The little stomach that was already hungry is even hungrier now. Suddenly, in front of the cliff, a distorted space appeared, like a vortex. Nami was startled, and then saw a boy a few years older than her suddenly appearing in front of her. Hungry and hallucinating. She opened her eyes wide, rubbed them, and blinked again. The little boy did exist. The good-looking boys are completely different from the mischievous and dirty guys in the village. It was clean and the clothes looked valuable. The other party smiled at himself. Nami opened his mouth wide in a daze. You, what are you? Appeared suddenly. Then, she saw the other's left and right hands, trying to hold something. In the left hand is half an orange she discarded, and in the right hand is a blue fruit that looks like a raindrop. Little girl, did you discard this half of an orange, or this expensive fruit? Luo Ze asked with a smile. Gilyalu. The stomach rumbling started again. Nami was deceived by the appearance of Yuya fruit, and swallowed her saliva in disappointment. Thank you, can you give me back the orange? That's my lunch. Nami whispered. An orange for lunch? It's not a matter of living on a budget. Luo Ze thought to himself, immediately smiled and said, you are very honest, if I give you the orange, this fruit will be given to you as a reward. Really? Nami's big eyes were bright and clear. After receiving two things from Luo Ze, his small face was pleasantly surprised. Are you the sea god in fairy tales? Isn't that a lie to children? There are stories like this in this world too. Luo Ze secretly slandered, and smiled softly. Nami, they already belong to you. How do you, Kfi, know my name? Surprised, Nami said that her hungry stomach kept reminding her that it was time to eat. She hesitated for a moment, peeled off the skin of the yuya fruit, and looked at the jelly-like flesh, which seemed to be delicious. Having eaten oranges for half a month, Nami couldn't resist taking a bite. The pulp in the mouth immediately turned into a liquid and flowed in. However, the unpalatable taste made her poo immediately. It's so delicious. You lied to me. Nami stared at Luo Ze angrily with wide eyes. I still want to take it back for Nyokijo and the others to taste together. Ba ba ba. It's not delicious at all. Like it in comparison, oranges are already super delicious. As if wanting to rinse his mouth, he peeled off a piece of orange and stuffed it into his mouth. I just said it was expensive, I didn't say it was delicious. Luo Ze had a wicked taste of teasing little girls. Liar. Nami ate the orange. Who would buy such an unpalatable fruit? It's called devil fruit, Logia's fruit of rain and rain. If it is sold, it will be worth at least 1 billion baileys. Slap. Nami was stunned, half of the orange in her hand and the yuya fruit that she took a bite of fell to the ground together. You lie, I won't believe it. Billion? What kind of astronomical figure is this? How many times is the unit of 100,000? Every time Bell Ant goes out to sell oranges, when he is lucky, he can earn tens of thousands of baileys, and he can buy several beautiful skirts and clothes. I am the king of Allegia, Luo Ze said with a smile. Nami, go back and tell your mother and sister, come with me to Allegia. There, you will have a better life. Just as he was talking, shouts came from not far away. Nami! Where are you? Nami! Bellmeyer saw Nami on the edge of the cliff, and immediately shouted, it really is here, Nami. Beside her, the girl with short blue hair also said angrily, come here again, Nami, Bell, Aunt and I have been looking for you for a long time. Hey? This is it. Nyokijo was surprised when he saw Luo Ze. Not from the village. Bell Nyokijo. Nami quickly ran towards the two, shouting, he is a human trafficker who kidnaps children. He also gave me terrible food. Before he finished speaking, Nami, who had just run 2 steps, stepped on the foot, and suddenly, his right leg seemed to be liquid, and suddenly turned into rainwater. Nami. Nyokijo was shocked. This is... Bell's pupils shrank suddenly. As a former marine major, it was impossible for her not to know devil fruit. Nami fell to the ground with a dazed look on his face. 1 big and 2 small ones stayed in place. Luo Ze shook his head lightly and said, I am not a human trafficker, I am Shishibukai. Belmel blurted out, looking at Luo Ze in disbelief. Why is Shishibukai in a place like East Blue? Why did Nami become a capable person? Look at that, a rare Logia in the world. Near where Nami fell, she saw a devil fruit with a bite. Is this Shishibukai for Nami to eat? Crazy? Give Nami something so precious. Chapter 74. Outside Kakosha village, farmers are busy in the fields. Looking up at the sky, I don't know when the clouds are thick. What's the matter? It's raining suddenly. Ah, drizzle. The farmers looked dazed. This sudden rain is generally accompanied by torrential rain, showers, and even storms accompanied by high winds. The continuous drizzle like this moment really overturned their common sense. As if God was in a bad mood, I cried for a while. Not far from the village, beside an orchard full of orange trees, there is an ordinary log cabin. Inside the house, Luo Ze sat at the table, peeling the oranges that Bell served him. Belle stared at him. So, you gave Nami a fruit of Logia. Luo Ze nodded. You are the king of Allegia. You have taken a fancy to Nami's pure heart and want to take her away, let her join your dance troupe, and become a big star in the future. I didn't say that the mind is pure. This little girl is not pure at all when she grows up. The nickname Little Thieving Cat is not for nothing. However, that was the result of being persecuted by Arlong, and now that he has changed it, I don't know what will happen. Luo Ze complained from the bottom of his heart, it's not just her, you are also willing. Of course it is impossible to take Nami alone. Sister Nyakajeo and adoptive mother Belle Mel, if they don't take them away together, will Nami be willing to go with him? Nyokijeo is also a young girl, only 10 years old now, but unfortunately the system did not respond. However, the number of people in the dance troupe is not too large, and without systematic rewards, one more dancer can be added. Thinking of this, he glanced at Nami who was sitting aside. The little girl was still weeping a little. Don't cry, if you cry again, it will rain heavily outside. Nami looked up, Belle Mel, my body has turned into water. Will I die? No. Belle touched Nami's head, and said dumbfoundedly, you just ate a devil fruit, although it will become impossible to swim, but Logia's yuya fruit, this kind of precious thing, this brat is really willing to part with it. Nyokijeo rested her chin on the side, and said curiously, your name is Luo Ze? Or the king, or Shishibukai? You are obviously not a few years older than me, and you seem to be some great big shot. The king is very powerful, but she doesn't have a clear understanding of what Shishibukai is. Luo Ze smiled faintly, do you want to go to Allegia with me? From now on, you don't have to eat oranges every day. I will arrange for you to learn to dance. Your Belle Mel aunt will also have a better job. You guys to live a better life. Where is Allegia? Nakago asked. No. Belle shook his head and said, I hate pirates. I'm not a pirate. You are Shishibukai, a big pirate who can be recognized by the government. You are definitely not as friendly as you seem on the surface. And, yay, the legendary music capital, that place is very far away from here. Belle Mel refused, but his body tensed up a bit. Two small children don't know what Shishibukai means, she knows it well. That is a great pirate with a mighty fighting power equal to that of a country alone. At this time, Nami suddenly said, can I read a book? Hey! Luo Ze was taken aback. The Allegia you mentioned, do you have a lot of books? Nami's eyes were wide open, and there were still tears in his eyes, obviously frightened just now. There is a big library, and you can ask the maid to buy whatever books you want. Luo Ze suddenly remembered. Nami has been interested in drawing nautical charts and being a navigator since she was a child, but because of the meager income of her family, she cannot afford books, so she can only rely on stealing. I want to read nautical books, the adventure diaries of navigators. Yes, in Allegia, there is a person named Robin, she also likes to read books. Luo Ze nodded with a smile. Hearing this, Nami's eyes lit up immediately, and she looked at her adoptive mother full of hope, Belle Mel aunt. Belle Mel. Nyakigao laughed, Belle Mel aunt, let's go. He doesn't look like a bad guy. If it's not good, we'll come back again. For the little girls, the life Luo Ze portrays is infinitely better than it is now. Belle sighed inwardly. Can I come back after I go? No, it's not this question. If the other party is really malicious, will they talk to their mother and daughter so nicely? I also gave Nami a Logia fruit. She even wondered if this child had any special purpose. For example, some perverts like young girls. When she was Major Marine, she had seen such aristocrats before. Shaking her head, she dispelled this wonderful thought. To be honest, if a Shishibukai wants to use violent means, Belle Mel doesn't think he can protect the two children. I see, let's go. She nodded helplessly. Luo Ze, I hope you are not someone with malicious intentions, otherwise, even if I risk my life, I won't let you hurt the two of them. Belmo finally agreed. Ask for her flowers. Diva mission. Invite Nami to join the dance troupe, reward manager observation Haki. Mission completed. The moment the other party agreed, Luo Ze immediately awakened the last kind of Haki. It's as if it was born with you. The color of knowledge, and knowledge is the power of listening, which can make people's five senses sharp, and can strongly perceive the breath of the other party. It can read the position and number of enemies outside the line of sight, as well as the actions to be taken in the next moment. If you practice to an advanced level, it will also extend branches. Predict the future in seconds. The range of perception is greatly improved, and it can even cover an island. Wait, it varies from person to person. After digesting the new ability, Luo Ze opened his eyes and said, then let's go. The two little girls were a little excited to leave the village and go to the unknown world. Belle asked suspiciously, where's your ship? We don't need a boat, we use flying. You don't need to bring anything. When you arrive at the place, the maid will arrange a new one for you. In short, please go to the Kamui space for a while, and you will arrive at your destination in a few hours. While speaking, Luo Ze activated Kamui and sucked the three of them in. Then, he released the Kui Long and rode away on the dragon. Instead of going to the new world in the direction of the Grand Line, I flew backwards. Over the red line directly, into the new world. Gazing at the sea area below from a height of 10,000 meters, Luo Ze whispered to himself. The final island Roughdale is somewhere down there, right? If it is a carpet-type aerial reconnaissance, can it be found? I can't help but have this kind of doubt in my heart, but he is not the only person in the world who can fly. If he can find it this way, he must have been discovered long ago. That being said, Luo Ze still made Kui Long lower. Just follow Luffy through. Descending from a height of 10,000 meters to a position of about 4 or 5 kilometers, Luo Sheng suddenly saw an island. Fly islands in the sky. Could it be that Redhead is in the air? Luo Ze was stunned, the floating sky island in front of his vision, and the stream fell from the edge of the island like a waterfall. Immediately brings the fast dragon closer to the target. At this time, a figure flew out of the island, very fast, and it came not far in front of him in the blink of an eye. Jahahaha, isn't this Shichibukai? What a rarity! The person who came stood in the air, with his hands folded over his chest, and his long golden hair reaching the ground. Luo Ze was speechless immediately, one of the legendary great pirates, Golden Lion. White happy to enter. Chapter 75. Golden Lion Shiki, together with Whitebeard and Roger, are known as the three legendary pirates. 12 years ago, because he didn't believe that Roger would be caught by Marine, he entered Marineford alone, killed a lot of Marine, and wanted to confirm the truth of the matter. In the end, he was defeated by the Marine hero Garp and Sengoku, who was still admiral at the time, and was imprisoned in the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison. 10 years ago, he cut off his own feet in prison and became the first man in history to escape. At this time, Luo Ze looked at each other. Golden Lion had two famous knives Ku and Sakura inserted into his legs. So it's you old BD, what a bad luck. Luo Ze looked disgusted. Thought it was Roughdale, it turned out to be Golden Lion. This person is the ability user of Paramecia Lion Fruit, who can float the island for a long time. Jahahaha, do you know me? It seems that the world hasn't forgotten my reputation. Golden Lion said proudly, you are Luo Ze, the dragon rider, and I am very interested in you. I'm not interested in you at all. Luo Ze shook his head, and immediately directed Kui Long to leave. Golden Lion immediately stopped in front, it's already here, don't rush away, brat. Kui Long's flying posture paused, waiting for the master's instructions. What's the matter? Luo Ze sat cross-legged and said casually, I'll give you 10 seconds. What an arrogant brat. Golden Lion laughed twice. I know it, I saw it. I happened to be nearby for the Dark Knight incident back then, although I came a bit late. But in the end, the green dragon flew away, I saw it with my own eyes. Kaido's 847 boy was beaten up. Luo Ze raised his eyebrows. Only to hear Golden Lion go on to say, that kind of power that destroys the world makes people yearn for it. Hey, kid, do you want to cooperate with me? Don't be a shishibukai, in short, join hands with me and send the world government. After a pause, he grinned again and said, that brat Kaido has a lot of guts, but it's a pity he only killed 15 elders, what a waste. Are you done? Get out when you're done. Luo Ze curled his lips. One by one clamoring to destroy the world government, I didn't see any specific actions you took, but in the end it was all talk. If he hadn't used Karakura to force Kaido, Kaido wouldn't have dared to go wild with Marie Joyce. Hearing this, Golden Lion's smile gradually faded, the tone is not small. Now that we have met, I will not let you leave easily. As soon as the words fell, he raised his leg and sent a slash. The huge sword energy kicked out with the sword on his feet suddenly attacked Luo Ze. Kui Long flapped his wings and avoided it easily. This sword energy quickly fell to the ocean below, and finally tore the ocean, spreading a crack that was tens of thousands of meters long. It took more than 10 seconds for the torn sea surface to flow backwards and merge gradually. Really, everyone is very confident. Luo Ze got up and stood on Kui Long's back, and slowly pulled out Regen Jaka. Since you challenged me, I think you should make up your mind. Holding the handle of the knife with both hands, he raised it high and swung it down. God hunting. Under the entanglement of the armed color, this slash turned into a pitch black color, and shot towards the Golden Lion in the distance in the form of an arrow. This move. Golden Lion's complexion changed drastically, and he was no longer as relaxed as before. His pupils were full of unbelievable expressions. A move that will never be forgotten even in ashes. In his past life, he had fought against Roger many times, one of which was defeated by the opponent with this trick. The penetrating wound in the abdomen, even after so many years, would still be aching in the dead of night. Golden Lion raised his right leg abruptly, and the blade on his bent leg blocked this penetrating blow. Where did you learn that? With an angry shout, he kicked away the slash. This bunch of black slashes flew in the direction of the floating sky island, pierced through the bottom of the island with a swish, and finally exploded at high altitude, making a dull, thunderous noise. I lost my legs, but I still have this kind of strength. Luo Ze said in surprise. He now possesses 40% of Roger's peak swordsmanship, and if only discussing swordsmanship, he has completely reached the level of a great swordsman. Don't look down on people. Golden Lion felt a little uneasy about being despised. Sword skills are indeed comparable to what Roger has, but it's a pity that haki is not enough. As for Roger, I can't stop that sword just now. Luo Ze re-examined the other party. In the original book, after the guy escaped from prison, he hid for 20 years, and finally ran to East Blue, where he wanted to wreak havoc and avenge the world government. The result was killed by Straw Hat Luffy. Not to mention how the Straw Hat Luffy killed this guy, judging from the logic of the other party's behavior, it is a brain problem, probably because a rudder was inserted into his head. You really want revenge, throwing a dozen floating sky islands directly to Marie Joyce, isn't it more straightforward than going to East Blue to wreak havoc? However, it should be said or not, the strength of the lion is still quite fishy. Crack Karakura. Luo Ze decisively called his number 2 pet. The next moment, boom! Thunder bursts, dark clouds. Golden Lion suddenly raised his head, staring at the clouds above. This aura, is that dragon? His eyes were shining, and his expression was crazy. The sound of dragon chant came, and a huge emerald green figure was hidden in the dark clouds, with only scales and half claws exposed. It really is that dragon. Golden Lion trembled all over, grinning loudly, "Jahahaha, this is it. Hey, brat! How did you control this dragon? There must be some way? This thing, the destructive power, is completely at the level of ancient weapon. How to control?" Luo Ze said blankly, "You don't know anything, so don't say it as if you know something." As soon as the words fell, Karakura's huge head slowly poked out of the dark clouds. In the opened mouth, golden energy gathered, like a small sun, suddenly ejected a beam of golden light. This move! Golden Lion stared blankly. If it wasn't for the threat of death reminding his brain to avoid it, he even wanted to experience it with his body. He used the fastest speed in his life to dodge in the direction of Luo Ze. Karakura didn't want to affect his master, so he had to deviate slightly. In the end, this terrifying energy ray fell from a height of more than 4,000 meters and entered the deep sea. In an instant, the huge sea explosion set off huge waves of hundreds of meters to thousands of meters. Countless aquatic creatures turned into dust and disappeared in an instant. Crash! The sea water falls back, preventing it from pouring rain. After being dazed for a few seconds, Golden Lion suddenly laughed loudly, "Gee ha 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 ha, what a terrifying power! You are very smart, and you know how to hide from me." Luo Ze praised. Just after finishing speaking, a huge tail has been photographed. The slap of the dragon's tail. Boom! Golden Lion concentrated the haki all over his body on his arms, but faced with Karakura's slap, he was knocked down in an instant. It's just a random blow, this power, consciousness. The Golden Lion, who was falling rapidly, looked at the approaching sea surface out of the corner of his eye, and his mind was shocked. Everyone knows what happened when the ability user fell into the sea. But the wind pressure around him made it difficult for him to move. "Move me!" With a roar, it was about to fall into the sea. Golden Lion finally stopped its falling posture. He was floating in mid-air 100 meters above sea level, covered in cold sweat. How is it possible? With my fruit ability, it is easy to lift more than a dozen islands, but I was almost thrown into the sea. Golden Lion gasped, looked up at the green dragon in the sky, and couldn't calm down for a long time. "I don't believe it. There must be some weakness." His whole body was like a cannonball, which suddenly bounced up and flew towards Karakura. Lion Thousand Slice Valley. The swords on the two legs kicked out more than a dozen slashes within a second. Each of these slashes is stronger than the previous ones, enough to tear apart the 10,000-meter ocean. However, in the face of these attacks, Kong highlighted the dragon claws. One paw shattered all the slashing blows. Afterwards, the castration continued unabated, and the Golden Lion was pinched in his hands in an instant. "Little master, do you want to kill him?" Karakura's voice rang in his head. Luo Ze shook his head and said, "What did you just say? Do you want to cooperate with me?" Cracked by Karakura, Golden Lion can't move. Compared with the opponent's claws, he is not as big as his nails. "Gee ha 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 ha, you have such power, why do you obey the government?" He gave up resisting, but laughed out loud. "Who told you that I obey the orders of the world government?" Luo Ze pouted, "What misunderstanding do you have about Shishibukai?" Hearing this, Golden Lion's smile faltered, "Since that's the case, do you really not consider cooperating with me? Brat! No, you who have this kind of power, calling you a brat is just humiliating yourself." Dragon Master Luo Ze. "Follow me. Let's join forces and overthrow this world." Luo Ze smiled disdainfully, "Pay attention to your words, if each other's strength is equal, that's called cooperation. If I join hands with you, that's called poverty alleviation." Golden Lion. "Since becoming a pirate, it's the 10th time I've been despised so directly. Originally with the Rocks Pirates, after the destruction of the Rocks, he founded the Air Pirates. In his long pirate life, he learned one thing. When it's time to bow your head and bow your head. I understand, My tone was wrong just now. Golden Lion changed to an honorific, Mr. Luo Ze, how about letting this dragon let me go? After a pause, he quickly said, we don't have any grievances between us. We learned about each other's strength just now. You are not interested in destroying the world government, right? We can have a good chat. Luo Ze stared strangely, that's not like what a pirate like you would say. Gee ha 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 ha. What would a creature like a pirate say? Facing an existence that is absolutely invincible, it is not a shame to lower your head a little. Luo Ze nodded, open him, crack Karakara. Cracking Karakara loosened its claws, and the free golden lion smiled even wider. How about it? Do you want to think about it? With the power you have mastered, Mr. Luo Ze, do you allow the world government to ride on your head and give you orders? Stop talking nonsense. I spare your life. I don't want to hear any nonsense from you. Luo Ze was speechless. What kind of enmity does this guy have with the world government? He hates so much? If he didn't know the details of M's strength and how to defend against the attack of the national treasure, he would have sent those celestial dragons to meet their ancestors early in the morning. Gee ha ha ha, Mr. Luo Ze, it looks like you have something I need to do. Golden Lion smiled and didn't care at all, anyway, he was respectful on the surface. You go to create an organization. I don't need numbers, I need elites. Luo Ze said slowly, the name of the organization. Star Cross Guild. The star is the grip of the singer. 2.7 Cross Guild, apply the future 4 Emperor's Buggy's Cross Guild. After speaking, he took out a sound shell and threw it to the other party. This is for contact. Props. 11. Yin Bei. Golden Lion was stunned for a moment, how can I contact this Sky Island toy? Press the button, there will be singing, the 7th day of the week, 7 o'clock in the evening. When I contact you, you will naturally know. 17. After speaking, Luo Ze patted Kui Long. The main purpose of creating the Star Cross Union is to need some tools. What happened with Kaido made him understand that the 4 emperors alone would not be able to win the world government. If the battlefield was not in Marie Joy's, maybe even the national treasure would not be seen. He needs more elite combat power to help him find out the details of IM. Originally, it was just an idea in my mind, and I was not in such a hurry to implement it. But if you meet a golden lion suddenly, take advantage of it by the way. Anyway, some pirates are all vicious, let them go to die, Luo Ze has no psychological burden. Good job, looking forward to your performance. After speaking, Luo Ze left on the fast dragon. With his departure, Karakara also returned to the ozone layer, and the dark clouds hanging over the sky quickly dissipated. Gee ha ha ha. Watching Luo Ze leave, Golden Lion grinned and said, Star Cross Guild? He wants to learn from rocks back then and gather a group of top experts? Interesting, sure enough, this kid also wants to challenge the world. Let the government do it. Just what he wanted. Chapter 76. Instructing Golden Lion to create the Star Cross Union is just an idle move. What the other party will do, Luo Ze doesn't care, he just waits to see the result. Leaving the range of floating Sky Island, continue to fly towards Allegia. Along the way, he was also deliberately looking for traces of Redhead, but obviously he couldn't find it. There is a good chance that the island is in a very special state. It may be hidden in the deep sea, or it may need some special conditions to appear, invisible to the naked eye. In short, it is likely to be different from ordinary islands, otherwise the world government would have discovered it long ago. Luffy couldn't find it, but when Luffy went back, he saw many other islands. Among them is Mercury Island. No matter which magnetic route the pirates choose, it is the last island that the record pointer clearly points to. That is, on the map of New World, the final island in the perception of ordinary pirates. However, Even this pseudo-ultimate island was rumored to be found first by Gold Roger and his Roger pirates, which happened in 1483, 27 years ago. Note: in the past 27 years, it is not known whether the second pirates have arrived. In addition to Mercury Fairy Island, Luo Ze also saw that the Rocks pirate group formed in the Honeycomb Island back then. All the way without words. It was already past 6 o'clock in the evening when we returned to Allegia. Landing on the flat ground in front of the castle, Luo Ze released the three of Nami. "Welcome to Allegia. Hey, has it finally arrived?" Belle subconsciously took the little hands of the two adopted daughters, and looked around with a little vigilance. Different from the alertness of the adults, both Nami and Nyokijo were a little excited. After several hours in the dead Kamui space, both little girls were broken. At this moment, he broke free from Belle's hand, and ran excitedly to the edge of the castle heights, overlooking the city below. "Wow, it's a city! It's a completely different scenery from that small village in Caucasia. Nami, look, what is that huge building? Looks like something like strings." The castle is located on a high ground, and there is a Z-shaped road leading to the city of Xiaxi. In the middle of the city, 5 huge buildings stand up, and there are strings connecting the earth in the curved places. This is the iconic building of Allegia. 25. It's nothing to see. Allegia was destroyed by the Red Hair pirates and is still being rebuilt. Come with me first, and meet the others in the castle. Luo Ze smiled and beckoned the two little girls to follow. Compared with the destroyed city outside, the castle is obviously more luxurious. Entering the castle, a maid greeted him immediately. "His Majesty. What about the rest? Eating at the restaurant?" The maid answered in a low voice, and then secretly glanced at the Nami family, muttering inwardly. "Your Majesty has brought someone back again. And every time it is a cute girl. It's just age. Your Majesty must like to grow up. Take the three of them to take a bath and change clothes, and bring someone to the restaurant later." Luo Ze ordered, then turned to the three of them and said, "Go take a bath first." The maid immediately made a gesture of invitation to the three distinguished guests. "Please follow me." Belle Mel took Nami and Nyokijo and left with the maid. Along the way, the three of them were surprised by the luxury of the castle. As the capital of music, King's Castle, the luxury here is not superficial like that of Nouveau Riche, full of elegance and art. Nami's eyes sparkled. "Belle Mel Aunt, will we live here in the future? What a beautiful castle!" The maid smiled slightly and said, "Dear guests, since His Majesty brought you back, he will naturally arrange everything for you, please don't worry." Belle shook her head secretly. She didn't want to accept such overly enthusiastic kindness. The other side. Luo Ze came to the restaurant. All are seated at the table. Gordon, Brooke, Peggy Wan, Yuta, Yamato, Hiri, Junti, Robin, Rebecca mother and daughter, Violet. There were also several maids standing by. Seeing Luo Ze coming, the maids saluted one after another. "Z's, where did you go today?" Yuta was eating delicious food, and his words were vague. "Welcome back, manager," Kojiki Hiri said with a smile. Afterwards, everyone greeted each other. "I went to East Blue." Luo Ze took the main seat, and then briefly talked about what happened. As for the Golden Lion, he naturally mentioned it briefly. "Yo ho 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 ho! Is there a newcomer here?" Brooke drank the milk, and his whole bones became shiny. "Where are people? Where are people?" Yuta asked enthusiastically. "Now, come later, let's continue to eat because of the family." Luo Ze ate Belle's oranges all day, and he was really hungry. Yamato yelled, "It's too much for another person to sneak out, take me with you next time. I've never been to East Blue. I wanted to, I wanted to." Baraka followed suit. Rebecca. Scarlet patted her daughter's head with a disdainful expression on her face. Kojiki Hiri smiled and said nothing, taking music lessons and dance lessons. Although life is peaceful, but after a long time, everyone will indeed want some entertainment time, not simply want to leave. Luo Ze also understood this, thought for a while, and said with a smile, "It seems that you are too boring? Later I will ask someone to make a kind of mahjong, you can use it to pass the time if you have nothing to do." Mahjong? Robin asked curiously when he heard it for the first time. As a quiet literary girl and archaeologist, she doesn't feel bored at all. Firstly, she has only been here for a short time. Secondly, the collection of books here is very rich. Compared with the life of hiding in Tibet in the past, here is simply peaceful like another world. Similar to poker, a card game, mahjong is a four-man domino game. Luo Ze began to promote the national quintessence of his previous life, and said with a smile, "The rules are very simple. Mahjong is easy to learn. In the previous life, mahjong was very popular among women. Women who love to play mahjong are far more than men." Listening to the introduction of the rules, Gordon and the men didn't feel anything. They either needed to practice or to manage the country, and they had almost no free time. But all the girls are very interested. Yamato is the happiest, as long as it is something new, she wants to try it. Even when I got into Luo Ze's bed 2 days ago, I like to try different tricks. Although my mouth occasionally clamors that I want to be a man, my body is very honest. I'll have someone make it tomorrow, but you can't be lazy in class. Luo Ze was really afraid that these women would be addicted to mahjong, so he had to remind them. In the pleasant chat, half an hour flew by. Soon, the maid brought the Nami family to the restaurant. All three of them changed into suitable clothes, and Nami wore a light yellow princess dress, which made her look even cuter after being dressed up. Nyoki-jo is 2 years older and wears a blue and white dress. She seems to like the dress very much, with a happy face. Only Bell-mel was not very used to this kind of expensive clothing, and his complexion was a little cramped. Luo Ze took a few glances and immediately introduced it to everyone. After getting to know each other, the three of them were seated. Because of the similar age, Yuta is very enthusiastic about Nami and Nyoki-jo, and the little girls quickly get to know each other. Bell sat beside Rebecca's mother and daughter, looked around, and couldn't help being shocked in his heart. So many beautiful girls, and talking skeletons? Miss Bell, are they your children? Scarlet, who is also a mother, took the initiative to talk with a smile. Yes, this is your daughter. Bell-mel looked surprised. Is there such a young child? It's younger than Nami, only 4 or 5 years old. My name is Scarlet, and I'm the dance teacher here. This is my sister, Violet. My daughter Rebecca is also learning dance, don't worry, Mr. Luo Ze is a very good person. Seeing that the other party has some embarrassed, Scarlet said reassuringly. Realizing that there is someone who is also a mother, Bell-mel relaxed a little, and the two quickly chatted. Looking at the people at the table, Luo Ze secretly thought, it's time to change to a bigger table, now there are only a dozen people, it seems a bit crowded. Just thinking about it, a reminder came from my mind. The arrival of the Nami family has been warmly welcomed by everyone. In this kind of festive time, of course a new score should be extracted. Luo Ze took a decisive shot. Congratulations on getting the score Guns Roses. This song. Luo Ze was taken aback, no, it's jazz, if I remember correctly, it's the OP of Wine of Eternal Life. The system immediately refreshed the task. Diva Mission. As a future world singers band, of course, they must master various styles of music. Please let the band play Guns Roses. When the performance score reaches 100 points, a bottle of Wine of Immortality will be rewarded. The Wine of Eternal Life. Luo Ze's heart trembled. As a fairly experienced anime fan, he has of course watched this lightly modified animation. The Wine of Immortality that appeared in the animation, as the name suggests, no matter what kind of injury the person who drinks this wine, will not die. Similar to this One Piece world's OPOP fruits surgery for immortality, and even beyond that, is immortality in humans' poorest dream. Will not age, will not die due to any external force. Its essence is that all the cells of the body are conscious, and no matter what in the future, the human body will be restored to the moment of drinking. To put it simply, even if the heart is crushed and the head is beaten to pieces, there will be a scene like backwards in time and the recovery will be as it was before. Luo Ze secretly gasped, the mission reward this time is too generous. No matter what, this task must be completed. But the difficulty is a bit high. Looking at the score displayed by the system, Luo Ze couldn't help frowning. This jazz piece has nothing to do with Yuta, it is a test of the band's ability. The music has a strong jazz flavor, joyful, lively, and compact, which can bring people back to America's Prohibition era in an instant, the gangster-filled Manhattan of New York. If you want to play this piece of music to 100 points, you need at least 6 instruments. First of all, sax, this is a must. Secondly, the trumpet in the brass instrument is also essential. Third, the trombone is a musical instrument that can be pulled back and forth and is a bit longer than the trumpet. Fourth, jazz drums, also known as drum kits. And finally the keyboard and bass. There are musical instruments, the question is who will play. Luo Ze thought with a little headache. To put it bluntly, he doesn't know any of these 6 musical instruments. Brooke probably knows a few kinds, and Gordon definitely knows it, but 2 people are obviously not enough. Looking up at the girls, Luo Ze thought silently, these girls have also taken music lessons for a while, and let Gordon teach them the corresponding musical instruments by category. Only ask. Play a piece of music, do some surprise training, maybe it will work. The wine of eternal life is not in a hurry, even if it is finished now, he doesn't want to drink it. After drinking it, the age of the body will be fixed, he doesn't want to be 12 forever. Otherwise, every night, Yamato and Hiri are the coolest. The next day, Belle-Mel took Nami and Nyoki-Jo and left the castle. Although Luo Ze arranged for them to choose a room, Belle-Mel refused. As an independent and self-reliant woman, a former Marine major, she chose to take her daughters to live outside the castle. Edo didn't care about this. As for Nami and Nyoki-Jo, they come to the castle every day for classes, not far from home, only 10 minutes walk away. It doesn't matter where you live. Considering the livelihood of Nami's family, Luo Ze donated an orchard to Belle-Mel, which can allow them to live a good life. After making arrangements for Nami's family, Luo Ze asked the carpenter on the island to build more than a dozen sets of mahjong according to his instructions. With mahjong, Yamato finally stopped pestering him and shouting about going out to play. They fell in love with this kind of game completely. After dancing every day, they had to play mahjong for several hours at night to relax their bodies and minds. Even Robin, from time to time, participates in this kind of girls' activities. Sometimes 957 can't make enough for 2 tables, so they have to drag Luo Ze to play together. If it weren't for the fact that some of the girls in this group were too young, he would be more than happy to play some less serious mahjong. Leaving aside some trivial matters of life. Regarding the task of the wine of eternal life, Luo Ze quickly arranged for Gordon to teach these 6 musical instruments in the music class. At the same time, he also handed over the sheet music to my son-in-law. For the ultimate human dream of eternal life, this group of girls can only suffer a little bit more, at worst, everyone will share a cup. The days passed day by day, and there was nothing to do recently, and half a month passed in a blink of an eye. In the morning of this day, there was a dong sound from the port. Kuai Long discovered the intruder immediately, and when Luo Ze arrived, he saw a bare paw mark on the ground and a father and daughter standing beside the mark. Bartholomew Kuma. Luo Ze turned his gaze to the little girl beside the bear. He has straight long pink hair, is wearing denim overalls shorts, a white half-sleeved shirt, and brown short-heeled boots. Appears to be about 12 years old, with heart-shaped lipstick on the lips of fans. Noticing Luo Ze riding a fast dragon, the little girl looked at him curiously with her big eyes. Xiangqing said, "According to the agreement, I brought my daughter here. Is she jewelry bunny?" Luo Ze nodded and smiled at the little girl. "You are cuter than you imagined. Did you look like this when you were a kid? Looks weird. What's the matter with this tone? You are obviously about my age, so don't use the tone of an elder, hum." Bonnie snorted prettily, looked up at the bear. "Father, who is this brat? Little ghost." The corners of Luo Ze's eyes twitched, wanting to hit someone. Xiang said quietly, "His name is Luo Ze, one of the 7 warlords of the sea." "Wang, 7 warlords of the sea." Bonnie widened his eyes, looked at Luo Ze in disbelief, then rolled his eyes, and immediately bowed at 90 degrees to apologize. "I'm sorry, I just adjusted. Skinned. Please forgive me." Luo Ze. The little girl is quite ruthless. A bit dumbfounded, he said to the two, "Come with me." Bonnie straightened up, pulled the bear's trousers with his small hand, and whispered, "Father, what are you bringing me here for?" "Number Bonnie, I have very important things to do, and I may not be able to protect you all the time in the future." Xiang said blankly, "For your safety, I will keep you in Allegia." "Yay, he will take my place and protect you from the world government." Bonnie instantly petrified in place. Chapter 77. Soon after, Ron brought the father and daughter to the reception room of the castle. The maid served black tea as a treat, as well as desserts that little girls would love. Bonnie was really attracted by food. As a princess, she couldn't remember the last time she ate cake. "Please use it, you're welcome, it can be your own home," Luo Ze said with a smile. After hearing this, Bonnie was not polite at all, picked up the cake plate and opened his mouth to swallow it in one gulp. The corners of his mouth were covered with cream. He licked his lips unsatisfied, and said without shyness, "Is there any more? Master Shi Shibukai." Hearing this, Luo Ze looked at the maid amusedly. "Take her to the restaurant." "Yes." The maid nodded and looked at Bonnie. "Dear guest, please follow me. Is there any cake?" Bonnie's eyes lit up, completely forgetting the unhappiness before. "What do you want to eat? Ask the cook to cook for you." "I'm sorry, I called you a brat before, you are such a good person." After apologizing again, Bonnie excitedly followed the maid and left. She is worthy of being the big stomach girl in the future. As long as there is delicious food, it is really easy to deal with. Luo Ze turned to look at the bear on the other side of the sofa. "You came sooner than expected. We confirmed what you said. The power you possess is called Karakara. You really didn't lie to us." Xiang spoke very calmly, giving a very reliable image. "Confirmed." Luo Ze raised his eyebrows. "How did you confirm it? You even know Karakara's name." "Marine. Is there an undercover agent of yours in Marine?" In Luo Ze's mind, a face of a man with a crooked mouth immediately popped up. "Is Marine Admiral Kizaru an undercover agent of your revolutionary army?" Kuma was taken aback, not understanding why Kizaru's name was mentioned. He shook his head. "I decided to keep Bonnie on this island. Please rest assured, here, no one can take her away." For Luo Ze's assurance, Xiang nodded gratefully. There is no other reason for making a decision so quickly, only one. This man holds Uranus in his hand. With this kind of power, there is a natural contradiction between him and the world government, and the dragon judges that this contradiction cannot be reconciled. Unless Luo Ze is willing to surrender Karakara to the world government. Otherwise, sooner or later, the two sides will have conflicts. Except for Bonnie's matter, Xiang said again, "Recently, the Marine is mobilizing a large number of troops. As a Shi Shibukai, do you know anything?" Don't you guys have undercover agents in Marine? Marine's operation this time is extremely confidential. Hearing this, Luo Ze picked up the black tea, took a sip, and said with a smile, I don't know, Marine is Marine, and Shishibukai is Shishibukai. But I can probably guess what they are going to do? Let's attack Kaido. Is that really the case? Xiang fell into deep thought. That is to say, the news in the newspaper is absolutely true, Kaido killed one of the 5 elders, otherwise Marine would not be so crazy. Thinking of this, he immediately got up, Bonnie will leave you alone. Going away now? You won't say goodbye to your daughter. She doesn't really want to stay. Xiang shook his head. He didn't want to say too much because he was taciturn. He opened the door and walked to the balcony. He took off the black glove on his right hand, revealing a fleshy ball in his palm. Are you Revolutionary Army going to take advantage of this opportunity to do something? Luo Ze got up to see off the guests with a cup of black tea. It's classified and we can't trust you enough to tell you anything about the Revolutionary Army's operations yet. Tell Bonnie I'll be back to see her. After speaking, Xiang raised his hand and pressed it on his chest. The next moment, with a bang, the person instantly disappeared in place. Luo Ze looked up at the sky, and could faintly see a figure leaving in a hurry. He took a sip of black tea with an old god, and pursed his lips speechlessly, You don't trust me, and you leave your daughter behind. Then I can't help but have a headache. Tisk, this is throwing trouble on me, I have to appease that little girl. Gan, being a father is too easy. Suddenly, a reminder sounded in my mind. Singer Yuda's fans exceeded 100,000. Mission completed. Congratulations on getting 10% of the sword skills in front of Gold Roger of One Piece. In an instant, false memories surfaced again. Luo Ze is already very familiar with this feeling, closing his eyes, silently digesting this part of the memory. Not long after, he slowly opened his eyes and said in a low voice, It's so tens of millions. I opened the system and looked at it. The number of fans had indeed exceeded 100,000, and in this short period of time, it had reached 100,183, and the number in the ones place jumped from time to time. A fan of De Rice Rosa. Luo Ze thought to himself. More than half a month ago, Yuda only had more than 10,000 fans, and in just 10 days, it has increased by 90,000. The incremental speed of this fan is unknown how many times the previous one. Compared with live broadcasting, the efficiency is much, much higher. This is only one country. If we invest in a few more populous countries, the number of fans can skyrocket in a short period of time. 1 million? 10 million? In short, let's set a small goal first, to reach 100 million followers. Thinking about the specific country choice in his mind, Luo Ze walked out of the living room. When I came to the restaurant, I saw Bonnie sitting at the dining table, with a napkin tied on his chest, feasting, eating and drinking regardless of his image. Are you Solbei's princess? Luo Ze said with a smile on his face, Pay attention to your image. Bonnie stuffed his cheeks with food, and said vaguely, Hey? The princess is just a title, our country is very poor. As he spoke, he continued to pour food into his mouth. The big eyes locked onto Luo Ze, but the bear was nowhere to be seen. She tried her best to swallow what was in her mouth. Where is my father? He's gone. He's gone. The fork in Bonnie's hand dropped to the ground. He entrusted you to me, don't worry, you can treat this place as your own home. When he finishes his work, he will pick you up. Luo Ze lied in good faith. When will the work end? When the Revolutionary Army finishes its work, it will probably be the time when the world government will fall. Bonnie didn't even care about the food, and rushed out immediately. Luo Ze was very helpless. Xiang, who cheated his daughter, ran very fast. He had to go find Bonnie himself. The people didn't run far away. On the edge of the cliff in the castle heights, Bonnie crouched there with his arms around his knees, staring blankly at the blue sky. Hearing footsteps, Bonnie said without looking back, "He doesn't want me anymore. How is it possible? Don't think about it, he is busy making revolution." Revolution. The young Bonnie didn't quite understand the word. Revolutionary world government. Luo Ze walked to the other side, reached out and touched the little girl's head. Revolution is a hard work no matter what world it is in. Revolution is not a dinner party. It is impossible to bring your daughter with you, and you cannot leave your daughter in Suo Bell Kingdom, otherwise she will be captured by the world government sooner or later. Please leave it to him, which is a kind of helpless move. I'm going to stay here from now on, Bonnie said dejectedly. You're friends with your father. Just met once. Luo Ze nodded, otherwise your father can trust you to me. Hearing this, Bonnie patted his cheek and forced himself to cheer up. What's wrong with this city? Destroyed by a group of pirates. The Redhead continued to take the blame. Standing on the edge of the cliff, the two chatted like this. It was soothed for hours until the afternoon. Luo Ze finally remembered the business. By the way, Bonnie, are you a person with abilities? Can you change the age of others? Yes. Very well, now I need your help. Luo Ze briefly introduced about the dance troupe and singers. Let's go, I'll take you to get to know them, many of them are princesses just like you. Princess. Bonnie patted his butt and got up, followed Luo Ze back to the castle. Kojiki Hiri is the lost princess of Wano Kuni, the Rebecca family is the lost princess of Rice Rosa, and Yamato is the rebellious daughter and princess of the pirate emperor Kaido. Don't say I don't know, but it's true, there are so many princesses in the small castle. Bonnie gave him a weird look. The two came to the dance room, but before they opened the door, there was a scream of ah! Not Yuta. After this period of supervision, Yuta has gradually become accustomed to hip pressing. Now it was Nami and Nakajao who were screaming. Bonnie shuddered. What happened? Just dance practice. Luo Ze pushed the door open, clapped his hands, and said, Everyone, please stop for a while. The screams stopped abruptly. Nami and Nakajao were like drowning salted fish, lying on the soft cushion gasping for breath. The girls cast their gazes one after another. Yuta's eyes lit up, and he said happily, Have you got a new partner? Great, the dance room is getting more and more lively. In this happiness, there is a little bit of gloating. There is a big one, the pain I have experienced, you should experience it too. Yuta, come here. Luo Ze introduced, her name is Jewelry Bonnie. She is an ability user who can temporarily change a person's age. Your current vocal cords are not enough for you to reach your full potential, so you want to experience it. Does it feel like growing up? An age-changing ability user. All the girls gathered around one after another, looking at Bonnie curiously. Yuta opened his eyes wide, and eagerly walked in front of Bonnie. Can you really grow up all at once? It's only temporarily. Bonnie whispered, and it takes a lot of energy, it won't last long. If it's you, maybe you can maintain your 18-year-old appearance for 6 hours? You are awesome, Bonnie. Give me a try. Yuta held Bonnie's hand excitedly, she dreamed of growing up soon. Yet. Bonnie glanced at Luo Ze, seeing him nodding, he held Yuta back and activated his ability. Then, everyone saw a scene of surprise. Yuta, who was originally very small, is growing at a speed visible to the naked eye, from a 9-year-old to an 18-year-old girl in just a few seconds. Height changed from 1.2 meters at the beginning to 1.7 meters. But Bonnie's ability doesn't make clothes bigger. The white dance suit that was originally very fit, looked very funny when worn on the 18-year-old Yuta, with delicate skin exposed on the lower abdomen, arms, and legs. Wow, I really grew up. Yuta didn't realize it, looked at himself excitedly, then hugged Luo Ze, and even patted Luo Ze's head with an attitude like a big sister. Ha ha ha, Z's, you are already a little brother. Finally taller than you, I am Sister Yuta now. Seeing this scene, all the girls onlookers laughed. Even Bonnie, the instigator, couldn't help laughing. Since we met, this guy has acted like an elder. His attitude and tone are in huge contrast to the way he is being held in his arms as a younger brother now. Luo Ze rolled his eyes and finally broke free from Yuta's arms. He turned to look at Bonnie. Try it on me. Bonnie reached out and touched Luo Ze. The next moment, Luo Ze quietly felt the changes in his body. There is no improvement in physical strength, not as good as a ripe fruit of paramecia, which permanently changes age, but the side effect is that it cannot be changed back, and it is a one-way maturity. Hey? It feels like I've only grown to 14 or 15 years old. Luo Ze looked at the mirror wall in the dance room. The self in the mirror did not change much from his 12-year-old self. He just grew a little taller, and he was taller than Yuta. Haha. Bonnie had sweat stains on his forehead, panting slightly. My ability is used on you, and the consumption is several times that of hers. That's it. Luo Ze suddenly realized that compared with Yuta's strength, there is a world of difference. Looking at himself in the mirror again, Luo's heart moved slightly. Not bad either. He looked at Kojiki Hiri and gave him a meaningful look. As in Warren, Hiri immediately understood the meaning, and immediately blushed. Hiri. Yamato asked with concern, what's wrong with you? Are you blushing? That was too hot. Kojiki Hiri slapped himself on the cheek with his hands, wondering why he could understand so quickly. Hiri, oh Hiri, how can you think wildly at such a time? I felt a little uneasy in my heart. Although when I was in the brothel, the mothers kindly taught me that in the past, I often went to sleep with the manager. But facing this moment suddenly, she still felt very nervous. A little want to go, but a little afraid to go. I was entangled there alone. Kojiki Hiri stood there, her long straight legs tensed subconsciously. Luo Ze didn't know that the look in his eyes made the little girl start thinking wildly. At this time, he said to everyone, you guys continue to train, I will take Yuta to the music room. Bonnie, you stay and get acquainted with everyone. Yuta, come with me. Yuta pursed her lips. Not long after she felt complacent, Ziz was taller than her again. I'm going to practice singing first, bye, see you in the mahjong room tonight. After waving to the girls, she quickly walked out of the dance room, went to the room to change into a suitable dress, and then entered the music room. Luo Ze has found Brooke and Gordon, and all three are tuning the instrument. Niu Wang Zhao. Then, let's start quickly, the time to become bigger is limited, let's get familiar with it today. Luo Ze plucked the strings of the guitar and said to Yuta, from the first one, the target Pokémon Master. Yes. Yuta calmed down and spoke slowly to the accompaniment. A cheerful song that is all too familiar. Compared with the past, the effect is almost immediate. Luo Ze glanced at the system for a tie, 91. The previous highest score was only 82 points. Very good, come again. In this way, the whole afternoon was spent practicing this song. In the evening, Yuta, who was tired all day, rushed into the mahjong room after taking a shower and eating. Follow other mahjong friends happily rubbing mahjong. After several hours of fierce fighting, the tower suddenly noticed. Hey? Aren't Sister Raihi coming today? She said she was tired today, so she should go to bed early. Yamato looked at the mahjong tiles in his hand, frowning, which one should he play? Really? Yuta glanced at the clock on the wall, it's only 11 o'clock, you can play for another 2 hours. At the same time, Luo Ze arranged a room for Bonnie, sent her to sleep, and let the other party use the ability for him again by the way. In the afternoon, I gave Raihi a look, and I don't know if this girl will come tonight. He simply took a shower, and returned to his bedroom with a little expectation. Just as he was about to lift the quilt and lie down, observation Haki sensed the breath of the person. Oh! Broker! Kojiki Hiri made a sound like a mosquito, holding the quilt with two small hands, pulling it up very high, only the part above the nose was exposed, and her face was very red. Luo Ze couldn't help laughing. Did this girl look forward to it more than him? Usually she came after 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. He turned off the light, lifted the quilt and lay down. Then it's time for grown ups, omitting 10,000 words.